Chapter 1. To cross into the sixth prince is to become the sixth prince. Report. Urgent report. Bei Huan is experiencing a severe locust plague. Bei Huan has gathered 200,000 iron cavalry at the border. The national master of Bei Huan has personally led a delegation to our imperial city to request grain, and they will arrive soon. Why do they need to gather 200,000 iron cavalry for a grain request? Damn Bei Huan, they are clearly threatening me. Your Majesty, our court has just experienced the Crown Prince's rebellion, and the internal situation is extremely unstable. We cannot go to war with Bei Huan at this time. Convey the decree. Summon the high-ranking officials of the court to the palace immediately for a discussion. Those who dare to delay will be executed. In the Qian Dynasty, the sixth prince resides in the Baibo courtyard. Zheng sits alone in the pavilion of the courtyard. Although he has calmly accepted the reality of crossing over, he still feels a bit depressed. Why did he have to cross in the body of this useless prince? The key point is that this guy has accidentally obtained a blood letter left by the crown prince, which exposes the third prince's slander against him for treason, making him the target of the most powerful third prince. The third prince constantly seeks trouble with him every day to obtain the blood letter, wanting to kill him at any moment. While Zheng is feeling frustrated, several maidservants in his courtyard are whispering to each other in a corner. This useless prince was slapped by the third prince yesterday and is still too scared to recover. At 21 years old, he doesn't even have a residence. Among our princes, he is truly one of a kind. Didn't the third prince say he is a remnant of the crown prince? I estimate he is close to his death. Keep your voice down. Although he is useless, he is still a prince. If someone hears us, our lives will be in danger. Though they are maidservants, they look down on Zheng as their master. The sixth prince Zheng is merely the child born from Emperor Wen's drunken night with a court lady. His mother did not even have a title while alive and was only posthumously honored as a beauty. Zheng has no foundation and is cowardly to the extreme, essentially unable to fight back or retort. He deserves to be bullied, just as the maidservants are whispering. Zheng suddenly stands up. With no foundation in court, he shouldn't be mingling there. He should go to the border to gain military power. After all, he is a top student in command studies. Fighting is his specialty. As long as he holds military power, no matter who becomes emperor, they will have to look at his face. Whoever he dislikes, he will beat. Yes, that's it. Having made up his mind, Zheng immediately heads to find his cheap father. Just as he is walking out, the third prince Yunli walks in. I pay my respects to the third prince. Seeing Yunli, the maidservants quickly kneel and bow. Unlike Zheng, Yunli has a very deep foundation in the court. His mother is the most favored Shu Fei, and her family is prominent, with many members holding high positions in the court. Now, with a new crown prince yet to be determined, Yunli has a high chance of being established as the new crown prince. Yunli waves his hand, signaling them to rise, and walks straight up to Zheng, questioning with a forced smile, "Sixth brother, why didn't you pay your respects when you saw your elder brother? Pay respects? He'll pay your mother's respects. You idiot. Just wait until I gain military power. You will be the first to be dealt with." Zheng curses inwardly, rubbing his head and saying, "I am weak in constitution. After being slapped by third brother yesterday, I still haven't recovered. Please forgive me for not being able to pay respects." Hearing Zheng's words, Yunli is momentarily taken aback. That slap yesterday actually made this useless prince so furious? "Sixth brother, are you blaming me for slapping you?" Yunli stares at Zheng with a false smile. "Should I thank you instead?" Zheng retorts, "You should indeed thank third brother." Yunli mockingly replies, "Third brother's lesson is for your own good, understand?" Zheng shakes his head with a smile. "I really don't understand. I knew you wouldn't understand with that wooden head." Yunli looks at him disdainfully and says with a grin, "The crown prince's rebellion. Yet his confidant is desperately fleeing to you. If the crown prince's confidant gave you something and you refuse to hand it over, you will become a comrade of the crown prince." Here it comes again. The previous owner of this body thought that after handing over the blood letter, the third prince would definitely kill him to silence him. If he didn't hand it over, he would be falsely accused of being a comrade of the crown prince, unable to escape the fate of execution. Thinking about it, this guy actually scared himself to death. Living uselessly, dying even more uselessly. That person really didn't give me anything. Zheng, Sevendal, I estimate that person was pursued and fled blindly, which is why he ended up in my courtyard. Yunli's eyes narrow as he coldly sneers. "Do you think I will believe that? Yun Zheng shrugs, whether you believe it or not. I believe it. Seeing Yun Zheng's attitude, the maidservants look like they've seen a ghost. Heavens! This timid and cowardly sixth prince actually dared to speak to the third prince like this. His head must have been knocked silly by the third prince's slap yesterday. Looking at the uncharacteristic Yun Zheng, Yun Li's expression suddenly darkens, coldly saying, "Are you determined not to hand over what that person gave you?" "I don't have anything to hand over. What can I give you?" Yun Zheng shrugs. "All right, I still need to see father, so I won't talk to you anymore. If you think I have something, you can have someone come and search slowly." Saying this, Yun Zheng is about to leave that he burned the blood letter as soon as he crossed over let him search. Yun Li's expression changes, and he immediately blocks Yun Zheng while shouting, "Come here." Hearing Yun Li's voice, the guards outside rush in. Although they are Yun Zheng's guards in the Bai Bo courtyard, they listen to Yun Li even more than dogs. "What do you want?" Yun Zheng's eyes flash with a cold glint. His own guards are disloyal and even help outsiders bite their master. "What do I want?" Yun Li snorts coldly, his face full of frost as he says, "Take this traitor who intends to conspire with the crown prince and throw him into the dungeons to await punishment." Yun Zheng's eyes narrow. "You are trying to frame me. Without the emperor's decree, you dare to take me to the dungeons? Trying to scare me? Huh. Frame you? This prince has solid evidence." Yun Li scoffs, immediately looking at the maidservants. "You are around the sixth prince. Speak up. Is the sixth prince a comrade of the crown prince?" Faced with Yun Li's questioning, the maidservants quickly nod. Yes, the maidservant has personally heard the sixth prince conspire with the crown prince's people to rebel. The sixth prince even said that he wants to find an opportunity to poison the emperor. Yes, I also heard that." The maidservants immediately turn traitor, speaking with conviction. Yun Zheng listens, and murderous intent rises in his heart. These despicable maidservants. He usually treats them well, not to mention hitting or scolding them. He rarely even reprimands them. What they say about not knowing anything can be understood. After all, they are merely lowly maidservants. Yun Li wants their lives. It is indeed too easy. But to frame him in front of him, this is truly a typical two-faced traitor. Deserves to die. What do you have to say now? Yun Li looks at Yun Zheng triumphantly, then waves his hand. "Why are you still dazed? Capture this traitor for me." "Capture me? They'll capture your mother." Yun Zheng, in a rage, kicks towards Yun Li's groin. Yun Li, who never expected Yun Zheng to dare do this, didn't even have time to react before being kicked squarely. Bang! A piercing scream instantly resounds throughout the Bai Bo courtyard. Yun Li covers his groin, his face twisted in pain as he collapses to the ground. Seeing this scene, the maidservants and guards in the courtyard are all dumbfounded. They all stand there in a daze, as if petrified. Heavens! This useless sixth prince actually dared to kick the third prince's vital part? It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. However, Yun Li's piercing scream reminded them that this was not an illusion. "Third prince, are you all right? Quick, notify the imperial physician." Once they regained their senses, several of them hurriedly rushed forward in a flurry. "Get this rebel." "Ah!" Yun Li rolled on the ground in a distressed manner, his face twisted as he screamed. "Yes." The guards took their orders and immediately moved to apprehend Yun Zheng. "Who dares?" Yun Zheng shouted, intimidating the guards, and sternly said, "This prince is still the sixth prince of the current dynasty. How can you dare to lay hands on me? I will go to Father Emperor to plead my case." Having said that, Yun Zheng strode out with great determination. Chapter 2. Unconventional Tactics. In the Great Hall, Emperor Wen was urgently convening the ministers to discuss countermeasures regarding the grain supply to Beihuan. At this moment, Emperor Wen was feeling quite troubled. Providing grain to Beihuan would be equivalent to supporting the enemies of the Qian. However, if they did not supply the grain, Beihuan, unable to survive the impending winter, would inevitably descend southward to plunder, plunging the north, which had just begun, to recover back into chaos. The Qian had just experienced the prince's rebellion, and the internal situation was extremely unstable. At this time, confronting Beihuan would have a very slim chance of success. Even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. While Emperor Wen was deep in thought, the war faction and peace faction were arguing fiercely. However, the peace faction clearly had the upper hand. Emperor Wen was left with a headache from the bickering and was unable to make a decision at that moment. The Shu Fei disregarded the guards outside the hall and rushed in crying, "Your Majesty, you must make a decision for Lier." "Woo-woo. Ahem. Emperor Wen coughed lightly and shot a glance at Xu Fei. I am discussing important matters with my minister's dear consort. Please step back for now, and we will talk later. Instead of stepping back, Xu Fei cried, even louder, Your Majesty, Yin Zheng injured Li Er's vital parts. If this goes on, Li Er might not even be able to be a man. Woo-woo. What? Emperor Wen's expression changed drastically, ready to explode, but suddenly calmed down. After a moment, Emperor Wen smiled and said, Dear consort, do not speak nonsense. I know very well what kind of person the sixth prince is. He wouldn't have the guts. Duke Jinghua Su Shifu also stepped forward, smiling. Your Majesty, you are busy with state affairs. Do not take her joke seriously. The sixth prince is naturally kind-hearted. How could he do such a thing? Kind-hearted was just a euphemism. The sixth prince was timid and cowardly, a complete useless person. Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback and cried even louder. Does Emperor Wen not believe her words? Not even trusting his own brother? But everything she said was true. At that moment, a guard outside reporting to Your Majesty, the sixth prince requests an audience. Old Six. Emperor Wen was slightly taken aback and immediately asked, What does he want? The guard lowered his head, somewhat guilty, and replied, The sixth prince said he kicked the third prince's vital parts and specifically came to plead for forgiveness. Hearing the guard's words, the ministers' faces instantly twitched. No way. That useless sixth prince actually injured the third prince's vital parts? Emperor Wen was also shocked by the guard's words, his expression changing again as he sternly shouted at the guard, Quickly bring this unfilial son in. Soon, Yin Zheng was brought into the hall. Yin Zheng quietly observed his cheap father sitting on the emperor's throne. Not bad. Although he was over 50, he did not look particularly old. Unlike what he knew of ancient times, the emperor of the Qian Dynasty would set his own posthumous title upon ascending the throne, somewhat similar to a posthumous name. His cheap father, Yin Qi, had the posthumous title of Emperor Wen, unfilial son. Emperor Wen glared at Yin Zheng with fiery eyes. Did you really injure your third brother's vital parts? Even now, Emperor Wen could hardly believe this fact. Old Six usually didn't even dare to speak loudly. How could he dare to harm his elder brother like this today? Yes. Yin Zheng nodded gently. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Emperor Wen's face suddenly became extremely grim. Unfilial son, how dare you treat your brother like this? Emperor Wen's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, Do you not know that the last thing I want to see is you brothers harming each other? Su Shifu's expression grew even colder as he bowed. I believe that the sixth prince disregarded his elder brother and severely injured the third prince. He must not be forgiven. I implore Your Majesty to demote the sixth prince to commoner status to set an example. He was Yin Li's uncle. Yin Li suffered greatly at the hands of Yin Zheng. How could he let Yin Zheng go? The sixth prince actually dared to lay hands on the third prince. This is truly unforgivable. Your Majesty just ascended the throne and strictly prohibited fratricide among the princes. This precedent must not be set. I implore Your Majesty to demote the sixth prince to commoner status to set an example. I second the motion. Su Shifu's words were instantly echoed by the faction supporting the third prince. Everyone clamored for Emperor Wen to demote Yin Zheng to commoner status. Even those who remained silent watched coldly from the sidelines. In the vast court, there was not a single person speaking up for Yin Zheng. Looking at this group of clowns, Yin Zheng couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his decision. Why stay in the imperial city when he could run away? Staying in the imperial city would only lead to his demise. He must run away. Emperor Wen's gaze was cold, his face full of frost as he stared at Yin Zheng. Unfilial son, why are you not speaking? I permit you to speak and give you a chance to explain. Facing Emperor Wen's wrath, Yin Zheng bowed and said, I do not wish to explain, nor is it necessary to explain. Regardless, I have harmed my third brother to such an extent. This is a great crime. I plead guilty. Hearing Yin Zheng's words, Su Shifu could not help but snort coldly to himself. Useless is still useless. Even when given a chance, he is of no use. However, even if this useless person were given a chance to explain, it would be futile. He was determined to have Emperor Wen demote this useless prince to commoner status. Su Shifu pondered for a moment and then bowed again. Your Majesty, since the sixth prince has already pleaded guilty, I ask that Your Majesty allow the minister's request to demote the sixth prince to commoner status to set an example. I implore Your Majesty to demote the sixth prince to commoner status to set an example. The faction of the third prince requested in unison. Zheng noted this group of scoundrels in his little notebook, then bowed to Emperor Wen and loudly declared, I know my sins are grave. I ask Father Emperor to punish me. Punish you? Emperor Wen's eyes flashed with cold light. Then tell me, what punishment do you think you deserve? Death penalty. Zheng replied without hesitation, bowing and saying, I ask Father Emperor to grant me death. Boom! As Zheng's words fell, the hall fell into complete silence. Grant death? Zheng actually took the initiative to request Emperor Wen to grant him death? Has he been scared out of his wits? Everyone's heads were spinning as they looked at Zheng. No one expected that Zheng would open his mouth to ask for death. Even Su Shifu and Xu Fei were utterly bewildered. Although Zheng had no foundation and no status, he was still a prince in the Qian Dynasty. As long as a prince did not rebel or commit heinous crimes, it was basically impossible to be granted death. Kicking Yunli in the groin was not enough for Emperor Wen to grant him death. The request that even they dared not imagine. Zheng actually brought it up himself. Emperor Wen was also shocked by Zheng's words. After a long silence, Emperor Wen sternly asked, Do you truly want me to grant you death? Yes. Zheng nodded solemnly. I can only atone for my sins with my death. Emperor Wen's heart tightened sharply. He could not understand why Zheng insisted on seeking death. Although he did not favor this son, he was still his son after all. Even if he was afraid, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Among all the officials, who would dare to say they wanted him dead? After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen sternly inquired, Has someone threatened you? As he spoke, Emperor Wen's gaze unintentionally swept over Xu Fei. Xu Fei was shocked and cried out in injustice. She hadn't even had a chance to speak to Zheng. How could she threaten him? No. Zheng shook his head. Then why are you so intent on seeking death? The emperor suddenly raised his voice. In an instant, the entire court of civil and military officials fell silent, like cicadas in winter. I, the son, have committed grave sins and should die to atone. Zheng said with a face full of sorrow, I seek nothing else, only to ask Father to grant me a small request. Speak, the emperor said with a dark expression. I have been cowardly for so many years, and I do not wish to die in cowardice. Zheng made a look of indignation and gritted his teeth, saying, I ask Father to allow me to go to the border. I am willing to wield my 3-foot-long sword and die gloriously. In battle, die in battle? Su Shifu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He understood. Zheng wanted to escape the imperial city. Your Highness the Sixth has commendable courage, but I believe it is unwise. Su Shifu immediately jumped out to oppose. After all, the sixth prince is still a prince. If our dynasty were to have even a prince die on the battlefield, wouldn't that make those barbarians laugh at our great Qian for having no one? He could not give Zheng the chance to escape the imperial city. Regarding the blood letter, Yunli told him, they must get their hands on the blood letter. Zheng shook his head. What the Duke of Jing says, I cannot agree with. Oh. Su Shifu looked up at Zheng. What insight does your highness have? Zheng straightened his back and said emphatically, if even the children of commoners can fight and die for our great Qian, we, as princes, should set an example for the people of the world. But since the founding of our dynasty, there has been no record of a prince dying on the battlefield. This is why the country is not prosperous. There has been, and it starts with Zheng. Chapter 3. Women only affect the speed of drawing swords. If so, please let Zheng speak first. Zheng's words rang out powerfully, echoing throughout the grand hall. Listening to Zheng, many people's hearts were filled with a sense of heroism. Even several military generals who had never interacted with Zheng showed a rare glimmer of approval in their eyes. After a moment, several of them spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe that our dynasty is at any moment in danger of war with Beihuan. If His Highness the Sixth Prince personally goes to the battlefield, it will greatly boost the morale of the army. Yes, Your Majesty, as the noble son of heaven, His Highness the Sixth Prince is ready to face death on the battlefield. How can we, the sons of the Qian, not give our all? Please grant His Highness the Sixth Prince's request to boost the morale of the army. With several military generals speaking, many voices of agreement arose in the court, especially from the pro-war faction. They did not expect Zheng to kill many enemies on the battlefield, but his actions would indeed greatly uplift the army spirits. For the north, where war could break out at any moment, this was undoubtedly good news. Hearing the words of the crowd, Emperor Wen couldn't help but nod slightly. After a moment, Emperor Wen's gaze fell on Yunzheng once again. You have this intention, and I am very comforted. I will ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to go to the border? Just as Yunzheng was about to speak, Su Shifu interrupted again. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is still inappropriate. Su Shifu bowed again. Why is it inappropriate? Emperor Wen frowned and inquired. Su Shifu replied, the sixth prince's courage is commendable, but the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. If the sixth prince were captured, would that not bring shame to our dynasty? That. Emperor Wen paused slightly, lowering his brows in thought. Su Shifu's concern was not without reason. If a prince were captured, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. Seeing that this matter was about to fall through, Yunzheng quickly thought of a countermeasure. After a moment, Yunzheng spoke again. I humbly request, Father Emperor, to grant me a sword. He. Su Shifu's words were just what he needed. If he could obtain a sword bestowed by the emperor, it would be easier to seize power at the border. Although it wasn't a sword of the emperor, it was at least a sword granted by the emperor. When necessary, it could definitely be used to intimidate others. Why do you request me to grant you a sword? Emperor Wen asked, puzzled. Yunzheng made a tragic expression, saying, if the day comes when I am captured, I will use the sword bestowed by Father Emperor to end my own life, preferring death to being a captive. Aren't you afraid of death? Emperor Wen frowned, not believing that Yunzheng had such courage. Afraid? Yunzheng nodded. Emperor Wen snorted coldly, his face darkening. Since you are afraid of death, why do you? Before Emperor Wen could finish, Yunzheng murmured to himself, life in the mortal world has an end. What of death in the underworld? The mortal world and the underworld are similar. I will just drift in a foreign land. Yunzheng's voice was not loud, but Emperor Wen and the ministers heard him clearly. The court officials felt a pang in their hearts at his sorrowful lines, let alone Emperor Wen. The mortal world and the underworld are similar. I will just drift in a foreign land. Emperor Wen murmured softly. At that moment, Emperor Wen suddenly realized that he seemed to have never cared about this son of his. Suddenly, his eyes became a bit moist. Emperor Wen quickly turned his head away, not wanting anyone to see the tears in his eyes. He did not know how much suffering this son, whom he had neglected, had endured to say such words. Just as Emperor Wen was feeling secretly saddened, the imperial physician suddenly reported. Emperor Wen, with his back to the officials, inquired about Yun Li's injuries. The imperial physician bowed and replied, the third prince is not seriously injured. After taking medicine, he has improved somewhat. With 3 to 5 more days of rest, he will recover completely. I see, you may leave. Emperor Wen waved his hand. The imperial physician quickly bowed and withdrew. Emperor Wen adjusted his emotions and slowly turned back. Enough, since your third brother. The noble consort's expression changed, and she quickly said, Your Majesty. Although Liu is not seriously injured, but... Shut up. Emperor Wen suddenly glared at the noble consort. Everyone in the court knows the temperament of the sixth prince. If it weren't for a reason, would he dare to treat the third prince this way? I do not wish to pursue this matter any further. It ends here. The noble consort paused slightly and immediately fell silent. After silencing the noble consort, Emperor Wen wearily waved his hand at Yunzheng. Go apologize to your third brother. Let this matter pass. Oh no, I overplay my hand. Yunzheng quietly glanced at Su Shifu and the noble consort, hoping the siblings would jump out to oppose it. However, although Su Shifu and the noble consort were extremely reluctant, Emperor Wen's earlier words had already cut off their thoughts of asking him to demote Yunzheng to a commoner. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with Yunzheng in the future, seeing that these two were no longer reliable. Yunzheng could no longer care about anything else and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your magnanimity, Yunzheng resolutely said, but I only wish to die gloriously in battle. I ask Father Emperor to fulfill my wish. You. Emperor Wen was infuriated by Yunzheng's words, his eyes blazing with anger as he roared. Your older brother just recently committed suicide after a failed rebellion. Today, you again wish to seek death? Is this revenge against me? Your Majesty, take care of your health. The noble consort comforted Emperor Wan, and then quickly feigned concern as she addressed Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng, I will not pursue your third brother's matter any longer. Quickly get up. Do not anger your father's health. Nonsense. I won't give you the chance to stab me in the back. Yun Zheng cursed inwardly but stubbornly replied, I appreciate the goodwill of noble consort and father emperor. I have been submissive for many years. It is time for me to live boldly. Their words left all the court officials at loss. Even the noble consort, who had previously cried out for emperor when to support the third prince, was now making a solemn promise not to pursue the matter any longer. But Yun Zheng seemed determined to seek death. What kind of situation was this? Sixth prince, quickly express your gratitude. Do not anger the emperor any longer. At this moment, the elder statesman Zhang Huai also spoke up to persuade. Yes, sixth prince, both the emperor and noble consort have forgiven you. Sixth prince, stop causing trouble. We still need to discuss important matters with the emperor. In an instant, everyone began to persuade Yun Zheng. Listening to these pleas, Yun Zheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, it must be that I opened the script the wrong way. I ask Father Emperor to fulfill my wish. Yun Zheng once again loudly requested. I have no other skills, only desire to use my death to boost the morale of our soldiers and silence the critics. Lest the people of the world say that the princes of our dynasty are nothing but cowards. If either can be achieved, I would consider my death worthwhile. If Father Emperor does not agree, I will have no choice but to die here in this grand hall to make my point. As Yun Zheng's words fell, the grand hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yun Zheng in shock, not expecting him to be so resolute. Emperor Wen was utterly enraged by Yun Zheng's words, his face turning ashen as he roared lowly. Good. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Proclaim, confer the title of general who lie upon the sixth prince Yun Zheng, and arrange his marriage to Shun Luoyan, daughter of Shun Nan, on a chosen day. Within half a month after the wedding, he shall head to the north. Hearing the first half of Emperor Wen's words, Yun Zheng was almost overjoyed. He originally thought it would be good to get a position as a lieutenant. Unexpectedly, this generous old man conferred him the title of General Hu Lai. However, upon hearing the latter part, Yun Zheng was somewhat dumbfounded. Why not just grant me a sword? Why the marriage? Damn it, women only affect my speed of drawing swords. Chapter 4. This wife is a bit fierce whether Yun Zheng was willing or not. Emperor Wen had issued the decree, and he could only accept it. Well, if it's a marriage decree, then so be it. First, let us secure military power and then talk. After all, I am still a prince. When a prince gets married, those court officials might look down on me, but they still have to show some respect, right? Take the opportunity to make some money. The more, the better. With soldiers, we also need funds and provisions. However, this means I'll have to stay in the imperial city for a while. Yin Li and concubine Shu will definitely take this time to take revenge on me. This period in the imperial city is bound to be the most dangerous time. I need to come up with some strategies. Your Highness, please wait. Just as Yun Zheng was walking and thinking, Chief Eunuch Mu Shun, who was by Emperor Wen's side, caught up with him. Yun Zheng stopped and turned to Mu Shun. What does Chief Eunuch Mu want with me? Seeing Mu Shun, Yun Zheng's mind immediately became active. Mu Shun was a favored person beside his cheap old man. Even the former crown prince had to treat Mu Shun with respect. If I could win Mu Shun over. Soon, Yun Zheng dismissed this thought. I have no power, no influence, and no background. How can I win over Mu Shun? If I'm not careful, I might expose my ambitions. If Emperor Wen finds out I'm trying to gain military power at the border, he would surely kill me. Mu Shun smiled and replied, His Majesty has instructed that His Highness the Sixth Prince accompany this old servant to the Shun family to deliver a decree. And by the way, meet His Highness's future sixth princess. All right, Yun Zheng agreed and followed Mu Shun to take a carriage. On the way, Yun Zheng didn't speak, just buried himself in his thoughts. However, in Mu Shun's eyes, this was a sign of his docility. Does Your Highness know about the Shun family situation? Mu Shun took the initiative to break the silence. This, Yun Zheng awkwardly smiled and shook his head, indicating he was unaware. He truly didn't know. He had lived in the deep palace for a long time, embodying the essence of being oblivious to the world outside, knowing very little about matters inside and outside the palace. Mu Shun chuckled and then said, "The Shun family is truly a family of loyalty and righteousness." 5 years ago, Emperor Wen personally led an expedition against Beihuan. Shun Nanzheng served as the general of the front army, leading the young men of the Shun family to fight alongside Emperor Wen. After 2 months of fierce battles, Emperor Wen misjudged the situation and fell into Beihuan's trap, getting besieged by their army. To rescue Emperor Wen, Shun Nanzheng led 10,000 elite soldiers to raid the Beihuan royal court, forcing their army to retreat. In the end, although Emperor Wen was freed, the 10,000 elite soldiers led by Shun Nanzheng were surrounded by Beihuan's army and ultimately perished. In this battle, Shun Nanzheng and his 2 sons were all killed, leaving behind a lonely and desolate family. Shun Luoyan is Shun Nanzheng's youngest daughter, who has just turned 20 this year. After hearing Mu Shun's words, Yunzheng couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Emperor Wen is being a bit unreasonable. The Shun family sacrificed so much to save him. Yet now he is marrying Shun Nanzheng's only daughter to a person who is seeking death. This is clearly bullying the Shun family's woman. At the Shun residence, Madame Shun and the women of the Shun family were enjoying tea and admiring flowers in the back garden. A maid hurriedly ran in, bowing and saying, "Madam, someone from the palace has arrived. It's the 6th prince and chief eunuch Mu." "Oh." Madame Shun was slightly taken aback and quickly called for everyone to head to the main hall. The 6th prince? Wasn't he the 6th prince dead? The one who died was the 7th prince. The 6th prince is the current emperor's useless son, who is not only inept in both literature and martial arts, but also timid and cowardly. Every time there is a banquet in the palace, he either pretends to be ill and does not attend, or hides in a corner. Several women discussed among themselves. Ahem. Madame Shun turned back and glared at a few of them, saying, "Mind your words. These girls really, do they think they have the right to discuss royal matters?" A few women stuck out their tongues and quickly fell silent. Soon, they arrived in the main hall. Everyone curiously looked at Yunzheng, wondering in their hearts, "Is this the useless prince? He looks quite good, but he doesn't seem to have any masculine demeanor. I've met Chief Eunuch Mu, and I've met the 6th prince." Madame Shun and the women bowed to the 2. Yunzheng heard this, but could only smile and shake his head in his heart. How much do they look down on me? They even got the order of precedence wrong. I wonder if they did it on purpose or if it was unintentional. Mu Shun chuckled, but then looked at Yunzheng. No need for courtesy. Yunzheng gently raised his hand, thinking that Mu Shun was quite considerate. "Thank you, Your Highness." Only then did everyone stand up straight. "Madame Shun, congratulations, congratulations." Upon seeing Madame Shun, Mu Shun immediately congratulated her repeatedly. Madame Shun felt a surge of joy and hurriedly asked, "Chief Eunuch Mu, what is the cause for celebration?" Mu Shun played coy and asked, "Is Miss Shun Luoyan here?" Hearing this, Shun Luoyan immediately stepped forward. "This girl has met Chief Eunuch Mu." Yunzheng carefully examined Shun Luoyan. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a tall figure. Between her brows, there was a hint of heroism. She was indeed a spirited beauty. Mu Shun glanced at Shun Luoyan and suddenly called out, "Shun Luoyan, listen to the decree." Shun Luoyan was slightly taken aback and hurriedly knelt to listen. "His Majesty has decreed. The Shun family is a family of loyalty and righteousness, with strict family traditions, and is a model for our dynasty. Today, Shun Luoyan is granted to be the 6th prince's legitimate wife, with a wedding to be scheduled." Boom! As Mu Shun's voice sounded, the heads of the Shun family buzzed. Emperor Wen is granted a marriage to Shun Luoyan and to the useless 6th prince? Shun Luoyan was even more furious, her face filled with anger. Just moments ago in the back garden, she was mocking the 6th prince for being a useless prince. And now, in the blink of an eye, he became her husband? Until Mu Shun finished reading the decree, everyone was still in a daze. 6th prince's wife, please accept the decree and express your gratitude. Mu Shun smiled at Shun Luoyan. Shun Luoyan slightly raised her head, looking at the decree handed over by Mu Shun, suddenly stood up and angrily said, "Please, Chief Eunuch Mu, convey to His Majesty that I cannot accept the decree." "You dare?" Mu Shun's face turned cold. "Shun Luoyan, do you dare to defy the decree?" "Yes, I want to defy the decree." Shun Luoyan shouted in anger. "Impudent! Mu Shun's face was frosty. Do you know what punishment awaits those who defy the decree? Just death? Shun Lian's eyes turned red, raising her head high, gritting her teeth. You can go back and tell His Majesty that I will wait at home for His Majesty to send me poison or a white silk. Hearing Shun Lian's words, Zheng was secretly astonished. Is this woman so tough, defying the decree in public and asking the emperor to kill her? This is exactly like me. However, when I asked for death, I wanted to live. But she seems to genuinely want to die. By the way, am I that bad? Would she rather die than marry me? Defying the decree in public. Is she trying to play a family game of life and death? Do you think that defying the decree means they can just kill you and it's over? Mu Shun coldly stared at Shun Luoyin. According to our dynasty's laws, those who defy the decree will have their 3 clans exterminated. Exterminate the 3 clans? Hearing Mu Shun's words, Shun Luoyin was instantly stunned. Her momentum weakened somewhat. It was only at this moment that the people of the Shun family finally came to their senses. Big Sister Wei Shuang glanced at her daughter, who was not yet 6 years old, and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Shun Luoyin, pleading in a low voice. You must not act recklessly. If not for yourself, then consider the Shun family. Saying this, Wei Shuang quickly looked at her mother-in-law. Madame Shun's chest was heaving violently, trying to suppress her anger. After a long time, Madame Shun tightly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, questioning. Chief Eunuch Mu, what crime has my Shun family committed? Why does His Majesty treat my Shun family this way? Mu Shun stared indifferently at Madame Shun. Madame Shun, this is a marriage bestowed by His Majesty in recognition of the outstanding merits of the generals of the Shun family, as a sign of favor. Favor? Madame Shun's eyes widened in anger. This is clearly a humiliation to the Shun family solitude. Madame Shun, be cautious with your words. Mu Shun's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said sternly, from now on, the Shun family will be part of the royal family. Is this not considered His Majesty's favor? As Mu Shun spoke, he cast a cold glance at Shun Luoyin. Miss Shun, in light of your father's and brother's outstanding merits, I will give you one more chance. If you refuse to accept the decree again, it will truly be disobeying the order. As Mu Shun's voice fell, several imperial guards had already placed their hands on their weapons. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Suddenly, a child's cry broke the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 5. Dealing with the traitor, Shun Nianzi. Shun Luoyin subconsciously looked at her niece. This was the only bloodline of her elder brother. Seeing Shun Nianzi crying out of fear, Shun Luoyin's heart suddenly softened. Wei Shuang hurriedly ran to hold her daughter, pleading with tears streaming down her face. Luoyin, we could die, but Nianzi is not even 7 years old. Looking at her tear-streaked niece, Shun Luoyin's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. Bang! Shun Luoyin knelt down. 2 lines of sorrowful tears streaming down her face. Subject, I accept the imperial decree with gratitude. At the moment she uttered these words, Shun Luoyin felt as if all her strength had been drained. Only when Shun Luoyin accepted the decree did Mu Shun's expression slightly ease. That old servant will return to the palace to report, and regarding the wedding date, we will notify you separately. As he spoke, Mu Shun looked towards Zheng. Your Highness, let us return to the palace. Mu Steward, you may return first. I want to talk to them. Zheng smiled slightly and added Mu Steward. Miss Shun acted impulsively. Please speak a few good words for her in front of Father. This old servant understands. Mu Shun chuckled and then left with his people. Once Mu Shun left, everyone's gaze fell back on Zheng. Don't think that just because you said a few insincere words, I will thank you. Shun Luoyin looked at Zheng with disgust, not giving this prince any face at all. I never expected you to thank me. Zheng shook his head with a smile. If it weren't for your niece being so young, I would actually hope you would refuse the decree. That way, I could ask Father to plead for you to go to Shuobei with me to die. Who wants to die with you? Shun Luoyin snorted coldly, hastily wiping away her tears, but the next moment, her movements suddenly stopped. Wait, did you just say you want to go to Shuobei to die? Madame Shun and her 2 daughters-in-law were also suddenly stunned, even forgetting to scorn Zheng. Yes. Zheng nodded lightly, self-deprecating. Father has already appointed me as General Hulai. After our wedding, I will head to Shuobei. not seeking merit for the country, but hoping my death will inspire the morale of the soldiers of Daqian. What? Hearing Yun Zheng's words, the expressions of the women changed. Madame Shun felt weak all over, sitting blankly in her chair. Yun Zheng was going to Shuabei to die. Does that mean Shen Luoyin would be destined to be a widow before even getting married? The emperor clearly sent this useless prince to die to boost morale, yet still wanted to grant him and Shen Luoyin a marriage? Was the emperor trying to make the Shun family a house of widows? Suddenly, Madame Shun slammed her palm on the table. Boom! The originally intact wooden table instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, Yun Zheng was taken aback. Wow, his cheap mother-in-law was quite skilled. Before Yun Zheng could react, Madame Shun suddenly stood up, looking at her daughter with anger and despair, shouting, "Bring your father's and brother's spirit tablets, and follow your mother into the palace to meet the emperor." Yes, into the palace to meet the emperor. Second sister-in-law Yi Zi also let out an angry shout. She had just married Shen Lian's second brother, and before they even had their wedding night, her brother rushed off to the battlefield in Shuabai. The living go, the dead return. She knew all too well how bitter it was to be a widow at a young age. She absolutely did not want Shen Luoyin to follow in her footsteps. No matter what, she had to make the emperor withdraw his order. It's useless. Wei Shuang gently shook her head, her face full of bitterness. Don't you understand? The emperor clearly wants Luoyin to leave a successor for his son. I'd rather die than leave him a successor. Shen Luoyin glared angrily at Yun Zheng. Dying is fine. Yun Zheng shook his head lightly, looking seriously at Shen Luoyin. Since you want to die, then let us go to Shuabai to die together. In the underworld, we'll have each other for company. Shen Luoyin's pretty face twitched uncontrollably, and she shouted in disgust. Who wants to be your company? Even if I die, I won't die with you. Is it really necessary? This silly girl, teasing her once, and she took it seriously? Her intelligence doesn't seem very high, does it? Has her brain turned to muscle? Frogs, flies, chirping day and night, dry mouth and tongue, yet they do not listen. Now observing the morning rooster, crowing at night, shaking the world. Yun Zheng secretly laughed in his heart and continued to tease. Father has already granted the marriage. If we both die, I estimate Father will order us to be buried together. Hearing Yun Zheng's words, Shen Luoyin's face twitched even more. She couldn't even escape this useless prince in death. All right. Yun Zheng slowly stood up, seriously advising. Father's mind is made up, and our court is currently in a tumultuous time, so you all should not seek trouble for yourselves. After saying that, Yun Zheng left. He had already reminded them. If they didn't listen and insisted on going to meet the emperor, then when misfortune struck, they couldn't blame him for not warning them. After leaving the Shun residence, Yun Zheng quickly returned to Bai Boyuan. When he arrived at the door, he found that the guards at the entrance had changed. What's going on? Greetings, Your Highness the Sixth. Two guards saluted him as Yun Zheng was lost in thought. Yun Zheng looked at the two in confusion. Who are you? Zhomi bowed and replied, returning to Your Highness the Sixth, we were originally from the Yulin Guard. From today onwards, we are Your Highness's guards. Yulin Guard? Yun Zheng's heart suddenly skipped. Were these spies sent by the emperor? Or was the emperor worried that Yun Li and concubine Shu would be detrimental to him, specifically arranging for the Yulin Guard to replace his original guards? Or perhaps both? Oh, Yun Zheng quickly restrained his expression and asked, what are your names? Zhomi Gaohe. Then I'll trouble you. Yun Zheng nodded slightly. Your Highness is too polite. The two quickly shook their heads. Watching Yun Zheng enter, the palace maids in the courtyard exchanged fearful glances and hurriedly approached to curry favor. Get lost. Yun Zheng glared at the few palace maids, his face cold as he said, all of you kneel down and slap yourselves. Only stop when I tell you to. He wasn't afraid of others noticing his abnormality. Even a clay figure has 3 points of anger, let alone a prince. If he didn't deal with this traitor, that would be a real problem. No matter how magnanimous a person is, they can't be so magnanimous to this extent. However, he could only deal with him, not execute him. Having been so cowardly before, if he were too cold now, it would easily raise suspicions. Hearing Yun Zheng's words, the palace maids were even more terrified and immediately knelt down, slapping their faces hard. Your Highness, forgive us. The maidservants were also forced. Please spare us, Your Highness. Please show mercy, Your Highness. The few of them were terrified. They knew clearly what they had done. However, they never expected that this useless prince would return safe and sound after kicking the third prince like that. Zheng coldly glanced at the few, loudly commanding, "He, here." He quickly ran in. Zheng indifferently looked at the palace maids and ordered, "Stay here and watch. Whoever dares to not slap their own face hard, you do it for them." Yes, He accepted the order. The palace maids were scared to death and no longer dared to plead. Quickly started to slap their own faces. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, the sound of slapping echoed throughout by Boy Yuan. Shopta Zex, Yun Zeng Musti. In the deep palace at night, have you found out everything? Emperor Wen raised his eyes and asked the shadow guard who entered swiftly. Reporting to your majesty, we have found out everything. The shadow guard bowed and cautiously conveyed the information obtained from the interrogation of the few guards from the Bibo courtyard. Captured and sent to the dungeons? Emperor Wen slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Such audacity! Without my permission, the third prince dares to privately send the sixth prince to the dungeons? No wonder the sixth prince is terrified and wishes for death." Emperor Wen was furious, breathing heavily. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Mu Shun, who was serving nearby, hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. The third prince must have only wanted to scare the sixth prince. After all, the crown prince's confidant went to the sixth prince's place right before his death. Emperor Wen slightly raised his eyes, glaring at Mu Shun. "Do you think the sixth prince is involved in the crown prince's case?" Mu Shun's heart sank, and he quickly said, "This old servant does not know. Not knowing means it's impossible, right?" Emperor Wen snorted lightly. "If you were the crown prince, would you plot rebellion with this useless fool? What can he provide to the crown prince? A soldier or a strategy? Bringing the sixth prince along for rebellion is purely a burden. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do such a foolish thing." Mu Shun was filled with trepidation, but dared not respond. Emperor Wen took a few deep breaths and then focused on the shadow guard, asking, after the sixth prince returned, how did he deal with those lowly maidservants in his courtyard? The shadow guard replied, "He made them kneel and slap themselves." "Nothing else?" Emperor Wen asked with a frown. "No." The shadow guard gently shook his head. "Useless things." Emperor Wen's face was filled with disappointment as he angrily said, "Bitten by the dog I raised. I even changed the guards for him and handed him the stick to beat the dog. Yet he doesn't dare to kill these vicious dogs. Useless, extremely useless. How'd I give birth to such a coward?" The more Emperor Wen thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to hold back his curses. The shadow guard and Mu Shun only listened in silence, not daring to speak. Emperor, when cursing Zheng, was like a father scolding his son. He could scold however he wanted. If they dared to call the sixth prince useless in front of Emperor Wen, they would be slapping the emperor's face. After venting his anger, Emperor Wen ordered the shadow guard, "Take those lowly maidservants out of the Bibo courtyard and execute them." At this moment, Emperor Wen displayed the coldness of a ruler. "Yes." The shadow guard bowed and withdrew. Once the shadow guard left, Emperor Wen sighed deeply and solemnly asked, "Is Madame Shun still kneeling outside the palace?" "Yes." Mu Shun nodded gently. Emperor Wen pondered for a moment and then asked, "Have I been too harsh on the Shun family?" Mu Shun quickly smiled. "This is your Majesty's favor towards the Shun family. Favor? Madame Shun and the others are probably cursing themselves in their hearts right now, right?" Emperor Wen bitterly smiled, contemplating for a moment, then commanded, "Go tell them that I am sending the sixth prince to the border to achieve merit, not to his death. Although the sixth prince is of little use, he is still my son. Even a tiger does not eat its young." "Yes." Mu Shun bowed and then said, "Your Majesty, since you have already betrothed the sixth prince, should preparations be made for a residence for his wedding?" "Residence? The sixth prince still doesn't have a residence?" Emperor Wen was slightly taken aback, then slapped his forehead, self-deprecatingly saying, "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have truly forgotten about this. All princes of the great Qian Dynasty are granted residences outside the palace upon reaching adulthood, with only the crown prince's residence being inside the palace. Zheng, still living in the palace, was purely by accident. Mainly, Zheng's presence was so low that if it weren't for today's incident, Emperor Wen might have forgotten he even had such a son, let alone grant him a residence. The place Zheng was living in was still his residence before he came of age. Thinking of Zheng, Emperor Wen cursed this coward again in his heart. He forgot about this matter. Yet Zheng didn't dare to bring it up himself. Useless thing. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen commanded Mu Shun again. Send someone overnight to clean up the residence of the criminal Yumin, and tomorrow morning, go to the Bibo courtyard to announce the decree, bestowing it to Zheng. The servants in the residence should be arranged according to the proper protocols. In the third prince's residence, Yinli was still experiencing waves of pain. Su Shifu and concubine Shu both came to visit Yinli. Seeing Yinli's condition, the siblings felt both heartache and anger. Yinli was actually injured by that coward Zheng? This is simply absurd. Amidst anger, Su Shifu couldn't help but scold Yinli. You are also foolish. Why pin such a crime on that useless Zheng? Why specifically label him as a remnant of the crown prince? If this gets out, not to mention the entire court, do you believe it yourself? Zheng conspiring with the crown prince? Even the dogs in the palace wouldn't believe such a thing. That coward trembles at the sight of blood. How could he conspire against anyone? Only someone with a brain full of water would say such a thing. Yinli felt both frustrated and angry. Gritting his teeth, I just wanted to scare that coward a bit. I never expected that coward would dare to strike at me. Does he sit idle and wait for death if he doesn't make a fuss? Su Shifu glared at him disapprovingly and reminded, you should take care of your health these days and not seek trouble with Zheng. Why should I let that coward go? How can I swallow this anger? Yinli roared with hatred. Foolish. Su Shifu suddenly raised his voice, sternly saying, the emperor must already know the reason behind this. The fact that the emperor hasn't come to see you at this time is a deliberate warning. If you seek trouble with Zheng now, you're just asking for trouble. Unlike the still naive Yinli, Su Shifu was quite shrewd. Emperor Wen had already given concubine Shu a warning in the main hall today. Not to mention that Zheng, that useless thing, could not possibly be a remnant of the crown prince. Even if he were, without Emperor Wen's permission, Yinli had no authority to send him to the dungeons. His plan to scare Zheng was truly foolish. Listen to your uncle, concubine Shu comforted. This is a critical time. A small impatience could ruin a grand plan. But I can't swallow this anger, Yinli said angrily. Don't rush. Su Shifu waved his hand, sinisterly saying, in a few days, the North Huan envoy will arrive at the capital. By then, we could design a way to make that coward provoke the North Huan envoy. Our dynasty is still embroiled in internal strife, and the emperor does not wish to go to war with North Huan. As long as that coward angers the North Huan envoy, to appease their anger, the emperor will definitely punish him severely. Upon hearing this, Yinli's eyes lit up. Using someone else's knife to kill. This is indeed a good plan. After contemplating for a moment, Yinli gritted his teeth and said, merely punishing him is not enough. That coward must die. He cannot be given the chance to go to Shuo Bay. Su Shifu and concubine Shu thought for a moment and nodded gently. Indeed, they could not allow Zheng to live and go to Shuo Bay. They would lose all face. Zheng must die. It seems they need to carefully plan before the North Huan envoy arrives, to strike a deadly blow, not giving Zheng any chance to live, just like dealing with the former crown prince. Chapter 7. Preparing to become the 6th prince. Early the next morning, Mu Shun came to deliver the imperial decree. Upon hearing the order, Zheng felt both happy and troubled. He was happy because he was no longer in the palace and could secretly do some things. However, he was worried that Emperor Wen would suddenly feel guilty and, in a moment of madness, forbid him from going to Shubei after marriage. If that happened, it would be disastrous. But for now, worrying was unnecessary. He could only accept the decree with gratitude. Although Zheng had lived in the Bibo courtyard for many years, he didn't own much. After a simple tidy-up, he left with 2 bodyguards. Upon arriving at the Yu residence, he discovered that the sign had already been taken down and replaced with Prince Lu's residence. The plaque looked hastily made, with poor craftsmanship and the paint still wet. Welcome, Your Highness. The people in the residence all bowed. Wow, there were quite a few people, over 30 in total, both men and women. Most of them were maids and servants, and there were 6 bodyguards. However, thinking that these were all arranged by Emperor Wen, Zheng felt particularly uneasy. Who knew how many of them were Emperor Wen's spies? There's no need for formalities. Zheng waved his hand, but secretly resolved to get some of his own trusted people. After a brief tour of the residence, he left with He and Zhou. Your Highness, shall we take a carriage? He suggested. You probably haven't ridden a horse much before. If something goes wrong, we can't afford that. Just ride a horse. Zheng sniffed. After all, I'm going to the battlefield. If I can't even ride a horse, wouldn't that embarrass my father? Saying this, Zheng climbed onto the horse with some difficulty. He had indeed never ridden a horse before crossing over, and it was somewhat awkward at first. Seeing Zheng's clumsiness, Zhou and He couldn't help but shake their heads. Is this really the one going to the battlefield? He can't even stay on the horse. They thought. Despite their disdain, they didn't dare to slack off, positioning themselves on either side of Zheng, fearing he might suddenly fall off the horse. After riding for a while, Zheng began to adapt a bit. Your Highness, where are we going? Zhou asked. To the Shun family, Zheng replied. I've moved, so I should at least inform them. Zhou smiled and said, such a small matter, Your Highness. You can just have someone else handle it. No need to go yourself. I'm just practicing riding. Zheng dismissed it casually, then thought for a moment and asked Zhou, since this is a new residence for me, according to custom, shouldn't I host a banquet for the officials? Well, Zhou hesitated slightly and chuckled. According to custom, it should be done that way, but if Your Highness hosts a banquet for the officials, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but Zheng understood what he meant. It was just that they were worried no one would come to congratulate him. He actually hoped no one would come. As long as the gifts arrived, that would be enough. This was a great opportunity to gather wealth. As long as there were soldiers, money, and food, he would crush those bastards later. Zheng lowered his head, pretending to be despondent. After a moment, he sighed and said, regardless of whether anyone comes, I must fulfill my courtesy. I can't let anyone say that the imperial prince doesn't know etiquette. He would write a bunch of invitations for people to send out. As for the high-ranking officials, he would deliver them personally. If he personally delivered the invitations, they would have to bring some gifts, right? Moving would rake in some money, and the wedding would bring in even more. Wouldn't the money flow in? How delightful! Seeing Zheng's determination, the two didn't dare to say more. When the time came and no one congratulated him, he would know what it meant to lose face. Soon, they arrived at the Shun residence. At that moment, Madame Shun and the others were receiving guests. Upon seeing Zheng enter, several people immediately stood up and bowed. Even the fiery-tempered Shun Luoyin followed suit. Zheng was surprised. Had they changed their attitude? Had they accepted reality after last night's failure to meet? We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Zheng smiled casually, his gaze falling on a young man with a somewhat heroic demeanor. Who are you? The young man flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes and slightly bowed, replying to Your Highness, I am Yuan Gui, the cavalry commander of the left Tunwei. My father is General Yuan Song of the left Tunwei. Duan Gong? Zheng thought sharply. Wasn't he part of the Third Prince's faction? He suddenly recalled that Yuan Song was one of the most enthusiastic people in the court yesterday. Since he was from the Third Prince's camp, he wouldn't hold back. Oh, so you're Commander Yuan? Zheng chuckled and suddenly asked, what brings you here today? Yuan Gui raised an eyebrow and smiled without hesitation. I heard that Miss Shun was in a bad mood, so I specifically lightly kafut interrupting Yuan Gu. She quickly took over. Commander Yuan and I are somewhat related. He originally came to invite me to ride outside the city, but upon hearing that Luo Yin was feeling down, we decided to take her along to cheer her up. After saying this, Yizi shot Yuan Gui a secret glare. This fool, daring to casually suggest a horse-riding outing with Shun Luoyin? After all, Shun Luoyin was about to become the sixth prince's consort. Although Shun Luoyin had clearly rejected Yuan Gui, who knew how the sixth prince would feel about it? If this reached Emperor Wen's ears, who knew what trouble it would cause? Realizing Yi Zi's meaning from her glare, Yuan Gui instantly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly added, yes, I meant to invite Sister Z out for a walk. Oh, is that so? Yun Zheng similet, scanning Yizi. She was quite clever, but she had ruined his chance to deal with Yuan Gui. At that moment, Madame Shin slowly spoke. We knelt outside the palace all night last night. My health is weak, and I unfortunately caught a cold. I fear of infecting your highness, so I will excuse myself first. Please make yourself comfortable. Saying this, Madame Shun headed directly to the back hall. I need to go supervise Nian Xi's studies, so I will excuse myself as well. With that, Wei Shuang also took her leave. Watching their retreating figures, Yun Zheng suddenly understood. No wonder they had become polite and bowed to him. They had been waiting here for him. It was clear they wanted to embarrass him in front of outsiders. Yuan Gui glanced at Yun Zheng. Your Highness, we still have plans to ride outside. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Even this idiot wanted to embarrass him? Just wait until I make your life miserable. Yun Zheng snorted coldly in his heart, but smiled and said, Since I have nothing to do, I'll go riding with you. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyin immediately frowned, her face showing discontent. You? Can you ride a horse? Not really. Yun Zheng smiled awkwardly and then asked Yuan Gui, Commander Yuan, since you are a cavalry commander, your riding skills must be excellent, right? Of course. Yuan Gui thought to himself, looking down on Yun Zheng, but he smiled and replied, Riding skills are the most basic skill for a cavalry commander. Those who become cavalry commanders must excel at both riding and archery. Really? Yun Zheng said excitedly, Commander Yuan, I will be heading to the battlefield soon, but my riding skills are truly terrible. Just now on the way here, my 2 bodyguards were afraid I'd fall off the horse. Could you teach me some riding skills? As he spoke, Yun Zheng looked at Yuan Gui with admiration. But in his heart, he was saying, Fool, come to me, let me take advantage of you. Chapter 8. Pitfalls that kill without compensation teach him horsemanship? Yuan Gui's heart stirred, and he immediately smiled and nodded. Since His Highness has said so, how could Yuan Gui dare to refuse? Just right. Let him see his own riding skills. Let him know how useless and incompetent he is. If it weren't for Emperor Wen's marriage decree, Shen Luoyin would definitely be mine. Even if I can't change the outcome, I still want to slap his face hard to vent this bad breath in my heart. Then you all go, I won't go. Shen Luoyin had no interest to begin with, and seeing that Yun Zheng still insisted on following her, she became even less interested. She didn't want to see Yun Zheng for even a moment. Hearing this, Yizi felt speechless and quickly advised, Luoyin, let's go out together to relax. You and the 6th prince can take the opportunity to get to know each other better. Yizi felt very frustrated. She originally didn't want to bring unnecessary speculation upon Shen Luoyin, so she took this matter upon herself. If she didn't go now, wouldn't that be selling herself out? She didn't want to see this useless person, but she wanted to see him. With Shen Luoyin around, at least she would have someone to talk to. Yes, let's go together. Yuan Gui also persuaded, saying in a sarcastic tone, we can just enjoy the 6th prince's gallant riding style. Shen Luoyin's heart stirred, and her peripheral vision swept over Yun Zheng. Right? Let's go see this useless person's gallant style. Let's hit him hard. Let him know that I am a daughter of a prominent general and will always look down on him. With this thought, Shen Luoyin finally nodded in agreement. As they walked out of the Shun residence, the servants had already brought their respective horses over. Yuan Gui intended to show off in front of Yun Zheng, and as he mounted the horse, he directly performed a one-handed stand on the horse's back. Impressive. Yun Zheng cursed inwardly, but kept praising indeed. As expected of a cavalry commander, your riding skills are truly superb. Yuan Gui smiled proudly. Your Highness should mount first. Saying this, Yuan Gui put on a look of watching a show, waiting to see Yun Zheng make a fool of himself. You get down first. Yun Zheng called to Yuan Gui. I'll start by learning how to mount. Good. Yuan Gui immediately performed a beautiful dismount from a horse. Yun Zheng praised again, but inwardly laughed nonstop. Just you wait to cry, you show off. Yuan Gui came to Yun Zheng's side, shaking his head and explaining the essentials to him. Then let Yun Zheng try to mount the horse. Yun Zheng nodded and began to mount. However, after several attempts, he still couldn't get on. Watching Yun Zheng's awkward appearance, the people at the entrance couldn't bear it any longer. Shen Luoyin looked at him with disdain, turning her head away lazily. Even the servants of a Shun family were trying hard to stifle their laughter. You, push me a bit. Yun Zheng chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Yuan Gui with some embarrassment. Okay. Yuan Gui held back his laughter and gently pushed Yun Zheng. At that moment, a sly smile flashed across Yun Zheng's face, and with a sudden burst of strength, he flipped onto the horse's back, only to roll off on the other side. "Your Highness!" Zhou and Gao," he shouted in unison, with Zhou even leaping forward to lie down on the ground beneath Zheng. Zheng fell directly onto Zhou, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. Ha! Seeing Zheng's embarrassed state, Qian, who had been desperately holding back his laughter, finally couldn't contain himself and burst into loud laughter. Shen Luoyan, who had been eager to see Zheng make a fool of himself, also laughed along. However, as they laughed, Qian suddenly realized something was off. The people at the entrance were staring at him with fixed gazes, their expressions as if they were looking at an idiot. Realizing Zheng's identity, Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shut his mouth. Foolish, Yizi silently scolded in her heart. Shen Luoyan was the sixth prince's consort. She could laugh as long as the emperor didn't take it as an excuse to make trouble. But what about you, Qian? The sixth prince fell off his horse, and instead of helping him up, you laugh? Are you really asking for your own death? She retracted her previous evaluation of Qian. He was either brave but foolish or just plain stupid. Yizi looked at Qian with disdain and gently pulled Shen Luoyan, signaling her to tone it down a bit. Are you okay? Zheng got up and quickly helped Zhou up. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I'm fine. Zhou brushed the dust off himself. That's good. Zheng sighed in relief and then said to Qian, next time you push me, don't use so much force. Use force. Qian was slightly taken aback. I didn't use much force at all. It was just normal strength. How dare you, Qian? Push the sixth prince off his horse. A loud shout suddenly rang in Qian's ears. Qian felt a jolt and hurriedly explained in a panic. I didn't use much force. It was the sixth prince who accidentally fell off. Nonsense. He glared frostily at him. Are you implying that His Highness is wronging you? It's fine, it's fine. Zheng quickly intervened to smooth things over, smiling and saying, I suspect Qian was also careless and didn't control his strength. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. Hearing Zheng's words, Qian almost jumped up to curse. This was hardly smoothing things over. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as they heard Zheng's words, He and Zhou's expressions turned even colder. They had concluded that Qian did it on purpose. He intentionally wanted to make the sixth prince look foolish in front of Shen Luoyan. Facing their furious gazes, Qian couldn't argue back and quickly cast a pleading look at Shen Luoyan for help. Shen Luoyan curled her lips and snorted coldly. It was his poor riding skills that caused him to fall off. Miss Shen, please be mindful of your identity. He raised his eyes to look at Shen Luoyan. You will soon be the sixth prince's consort. Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, wanted to say more, but was held back by Yizi. Zheng watched this unfold and couldn't help but nod inwardly. He had good insight. What he wanted to say was also what Zheng wanted to say. Forget it, forget it. Zheng waved his hand and said to He and Zhou, I'll let you teach me how to ride later. Let's go. There's no need to join in the fun. As he spoke, Zheng attempted to mount the horse again. Although he was still quite awkward this time, no one dared to laugh anymore. He and Zhou shot a cold glance at Qian before swiftly mounting their horses. After simply saying goodbye to Shen Luoyan, Zheng rode away, not forgetting to instruct He and Zhou, Father's temper has been bad lately. You must not mention this to him. Otherwise, he might be furious enough to execute Qian. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I'll scare you to death. Hurry and have your father bring good things to apologize. Zheng's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and Qian could hear every word clearly. Qian was nearly scared to death, dropping directly on the ground. Qian, you really have no sense. Shen Luoyan glared at Qian. No matter how incompetent he was still a prince. Pushing a prince off a horse is, at the very least, disrespectful. At worst, it's considered attempted murder of a prince. Attempted murder of a prince? Hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Qian was nearly terrified to the point of urinating himself. I really didn't use much force. He fell off by accident. Qian wailed loudly, trembling as he got up. I know you wanted him to make a fool of himself to vent for me. Shen Luoyan gently shook her head. The emperor has already decreed the marriage. I will soon be the sixth prince's consort. To avoid suspicion, you shouldn't come to our house anymore. Yuan Gui wanted to cry, but had no tears. He kept lamenting inwardly. I really didn't use much force. Why does no one believe in themselves? What should I do? What if the emperor finds out about this? I might really get executed. The more Yuan Gui thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't bother to say much to Shen Luoyin and hurriedly mounted his horse, racing home. Watching Yuan Gui's receding figure, Yizi couldn't help but start pondering. Chapter 9. All horses are the same Yuan mansion. What? Yuan Song suddenly stood up, kicking Yuan Gui hard to the ground, and shouted angrily, "Beast! You dare to push the sixth prince off the horse. Are you looking for death?" "Father, I really didn't push him down," Yuan Gui cried out from the ground. Clearly it was he who fell off by himself. "Nonsense!" Yuan Song roared in fury. "If you didn't push him down, why are you laughing?" Yuan Gui was momentarily speechless, constantly shouting injustice in his heart. "Master, don't get angry." Yuan Mu stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Isn't he just a useless sixth prince? Even if Gayer did push him off the horse on purpose, so what? The emperor probably doesn't even remember this son of his. How could he care about this useless prince?" Slap! Before Yuan Mu could finish, Yuan Song slapped her hard. He glared at his wife and shouted, "The sixth prince is now determined to seek death at the border, and the emperor is currently heartbroken over this son he has forgotten for too long. And you tell me it's nothing? What?" Yuan Mu's face changed drastically, even forgetting the pain on her face then. "What should we do now? If the emperor finds out, will he execute Gaia?" Yuan Mu was flustered, no longer the calmness she had before. What to do? What else could they do? Yuan Song looked at his son with hatred and said angrily, "Hurry up and get up. Come with me. Prepare a generous gift to apologize to the sixth prince." Okay. Yuan Gui hurriedly got up. Soon, the father and son set off with generous gifts towards the sixth prince's mansion. To save time, they didn't even take a carriage, riding directly on horseback. They had to reach Yunzheng before Emperor Wen learned of this matter to apologize. As long as Yunzheng accepted the gift, it would mean he forgave Yuan Gui. Even if the emperor pursued the matter later, it wouldn't be too severe. The two rushed along the way and finally arrived at Yunzheng's residence. Seeing the box in the hands of the father and son, Yunzheng couldn't help but feel a bit expectant. He wondered what kind of gift they had brought. If it wasn't valuable, this matter wouldn't be so easy to pass. General Yuan has poorly raised his son, causing him to offend the sixth prince. I specially brought my son with a small gift to apologize to your highness. And I hope your highness can be magnanimous and forgive my son. Duan Gong Zet Pet Fun Baoet. This was the first time he had bowed so respectfully to Yunzheng. As he spoke, Yuan Song hurriedly urged Yuan Gui, who was kneeling on the ground, to open the wooden box. Inside the box lay a set of crystal-clear wine utensils, including a wine pot and wine cups. At first glance, they were made of the finest mutton fat jade, exquisitely carved. Not bad. He estimated it should be worth several thousand taels of silver. I know General Yuan didn't do it on purpose. Yunzheng said with a simple smile, then suddenly asked, "By the way, General Yuan, how is your calligraphy?" This. Yuan Song didn't understand Yunzheng's intention, forced a smile, and said, "I am just a mere martial artist. My handwriting is really not good." Isn't this about apologizing? Why did it turn to how well he writes? Does he want them to write a letter of repentance? No worries, as long as it's better than mine. Yunzheng smiled casually, then awkwardly said, "I plan to invite various officials to dinner in 2 days to celebrate moving into my new residence, but I don't know many of the officials in the court. I can't even recognize them all, so I would like to ask General Yuan to help write the invitations." Write invitations? Yuan Song's face twitched hard, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Yunzheng hadn't even accepted the gift yet. He hadn't said whether he forgave Yuan Gui or not. Now that Yunzheng was asking for his help, he had no choice but to assist. Soon, Yunzheng had someone bring ink and invitations, and asked Yuan Gui to help grind the ink. Yuan Song gritted his teeth and wrote one after another. Although Yuan Song was a martial artist, he often had to write memorials, and although his handwriting couldn't be considered great, it was relatively neat. Yuan Song wrote until the afternoon, finishing over 100 invitations. During this time, Yunzheng had someone bring some tea and snacks. He also selected some invitations for the servants of the mansion to send out quickly. General, you are really modest. Your handwriting is much better than mine. Zheng smiled and praised Yuan Song. I'll personally go to deliver the invitations to some important ministers in the court later, so I want to keep you for dinner. All right. Duan Gong note that VP then asked, has your highness forgiven my son? What forgiveness or not? Zheng waved his hand. I didn't take it to heart. I know General Yuan didn't do it on purpose. Yes. Yuan Song was greatly relieved, then glared at Yuan Ge. Aren't you going to thank his highness? Yuan Ge felt aggrieved in his heart and forced himself to say, thank you, your highness, for your magnanimity. All right, let me see you out. Zheng said with a smile. We wouldn't want to trouble your highness. Yuan Song said, surprised by the favor. No problem. Zheng waved his hand. You helped me with such a big favor. It's only right for me to see you off. The father and son had no choice but to accept and walked out with 4 smiles. Outside, the servant had already brought the horses for them. This horse. Seeing the horse in front of him, Yuan Song couldn't help but twitch his face. This was definitely not their horse. What is wrong with the horse? Zheng asked in feigned confusion. Replying to your highness, this is not our horse. Yuan Song forced himself to say, not your horse. Zheng feigned ignorance, scratching his head and said, could it be that the horse I had the servants ride out earlier was yours? Rode away. The faces of the father and son twitched violently. General Yuan, I'm really sorry. Zheng said with a face full of apologies. I just moved in today. And these horses were all prepared in advance by my father. I didn't know. And no problem. Yuan Song's heart was bleeding as he forced himself to say, all horses are the same. Let us just consider it as swapping 2 horses with your highness. That's true. Zheng nodded in agreement. As long as it can be ridden, it's fine. Can be ridden is fine. Yuan Song's heart was bleeding nonstop, almost wanting to curse Zheng's entire family. What do you mean it can be ridden? His and his son's horses were carefully selected top war horses, worth over 100 gold. What kind of broken horse was he giving them? This was just a pack horse. Even if it was a royal gift, it would only be worth a couple hundred taels of silver at most. He had swapped his top war horse for a lower grade horse. And he says as long as it can be ridden, it's fine? If it weren't for the fact that he considered Zheng a useless person who couldn't even ride, he would have suspected that Zheng did it on purpose. Since Zheng had said it this way, the father and son had no choice but to keep silent, riding the horses home with heavy hearts. Watching the 2 leave, a sly smile flashed across Zheng's face. Father, why didn't you ask for our horses back? Those 2 horses of ours are worth 200 to 300 gold. Yuan Ge asked indignantly on the way. Everyone else has ridden away. How can we ask for them back? Yuan Song glared at his son. If you hadn't caused trouble, would there be these issues? The horses had already been ridden away. They could only swallow their grievances. His son was frustrated, but he was even more frustrated. Those 2 war horses, even in the North Huan where cavalry was not lacking, could be considered top war horses. In the land of Qian, where top war horses were scarce, they couldn't be bought easily. Compared to those 2 horses, the gift they brought to apologize was nothing. Thinking about those 2 war horses worth 200 to 300 gold, Yuan Song felt a surge of blood rising. Chapter 10. As long as the gifts arrive, it's fine. After sending off Yuan Song and his son, Zheng immediately took He to the Jingwood Duke's residence. The first invitation he personally sent out had to go to Su Shifu. After all, Su Shifu was the maternal uncle of the 3rd prince. Once he secured Su Shifu, wouldn't others be eager to present their gifts? Your Highness, there is something I'm not sure if I should say on the way. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Just say it, Zheng replied with a casual smile. He forced a bitter smile and said seriously, Your Highness, personally going to the Jingwood Duke's residence to deliver the invitation seems a bit self-deprecating. I know they all look down on me. Zheng sighed dramatically and said softly, I also know they definitely want to attend the banquet, but as long as I've shown my courtesy, that's enough. He was momentarily speechless and fell silent. Soon, the 2 arrived at the Jingwood Duke's residence. By that time, it was getting dark. The 6th prince? Upon learning Zheng had come, Su Shifu and his family were momentarily stunned. What was the 6th prince doing here? Was he here to apologize? Even if he were to apologize, he should go to the 3rd prince's residence. Why come here? Let us go see. Though Su Shifu was puzzled, he still called his family to go welcome him. No matter how much they looked down on Zheng, he was still the sixth prince. If they didn't welcome him, it would be disrespectful to the royal family. Welcome, sixth prince. Su Shifu led his family to the entrance, reluctantly bowing to Zheng. As a high-ranking official, he and his family didn't have to kneel before Zheng, but even bowing made him feel insulted. There's no need for such formalities. Duke Jinghua, Zheng said with a shy smile, getting straight to the point. I'm here to deliver an invitation to Duke Jinghua. An invitation? Su Shifu was momentarily taken aback. Has the date for your Highness's wedding with Shen Luoyan been set? He spoke, but had no intention of inviting Zheng inside. Zheng didn't mind, shaking his head and saying, it's not an invitation for a wedding, but rather a new housewarming invitation. I plan to host a banquet for the officials in 2 days and hope Duke Jinghua can grace us with his presence. As he spoke, Zheng handed over the invitation. Su Shifu took it, glanced at it symbolically, and was about to close it when he suddenly realized something was off. This handwriting, Su Shifu reopened the invitation, frowning secretly. This handwriting looks a bit familiar. Finally, it's time for this. Zheng chuckled inwardly, but pretended to look embarrassed. I know my handwriting isn't good, so I specifically asked General Yuan Tsong of the Left Tunwei to write this invitation. Guangong? Su Shifu turned pale. No wonder the handwriting looked familiar. It was written by Yuan Tsong. Yuan Tsong was clearly part of their faction. Yet now he had gone to write an invitation for Zheng. Once this invitation was sent out, the entire court would know the third prince's people helped the sixth prince write invitations. This was tantamount to slapping him and the third prince in the face. Su Shifu was almost furious enough to spit blood, feeling a burning pain in his face, and silently vowed to deal with Yuan Tsong harshly. That traitor! Duke Jinghua! Duke Jinghua Zheng's voice rang in Su Shifu's ears again. Su Shifu snapped back to reality and said blandly, Your Highness, I'm truly sorry, but there are many affairs in the court recently. I fear I won't be able to attend your housewarming banquet. Su Shifu's response was completely within He's expectations. He glanced at Zheng silently, thinking, why bother? Knowing it's self-deprecating, why come here? It's fine, it's fine. Zheng waved his hand. As long as the courtesy is shown, it's enough. What nonsense? Su Shifu was momentarily taken aback. As long as the courtesy is shown? Did he come here to extort him? Seeing Su Shifu's expression, Zheng seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. I didn't mean for you to send gifts. I meant that as long as the courtesy is shown, as long as the courtesy is shown. Su Shifu and his family exchanged amused glances at Zheng. Wasn't this still a roundabout way of asking them to send gifts? This useless person dared to actively ask them for gifts now? He had learned some tricks, hadn't he? No at this moment. Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. His face flushed as he said, I meant to say my courtesy is enough. You all can just do as you please. As he spoke, Zheng deliberately put on a timid expression. Hearing his words, Su Shifu almost jumped up and cursed. His courtesy is enough, and they can do as they please? How the hell were they supposed to do that? The prince personally came to deliver the invitation. Wasn't that enough courtesy? If the prince had done this much, and they still didn't show any sign of appreciation, it would surely reach Emperor Wen's ears. And then they would be the ones being accused of lacking etiquette. Su Shifu was cursing internally, but he forced a smile on his face. Your Highness need not worry. Even if we cannot attend in 2 days, we will prepare a small gift and send it to your residence to congratulate you on your housewarming joy. Huh? Zheng's eyes widened, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I really didn't mean for you to send gifts. Your Highness need not explain. We understand. Su Shifu said with a fake smile. Your Highness's courtesy is so thoughtful. We naturally cannot lack in courtesy. This Zheng smiled awkwardly. Then we'll take our leave. Farewell, Your Highness. Su Shifu called out insincerely, but inside he was seething with rage. Looking at the invitation in his hand, he felt worse than if he had eaten a fly, feeling uncomfortable all over. Unlike Su Shifu, Zheng was very pleased. Now he was on equal footing with the third prince. Su Shifu, as the maternal uncle of the third prince, had sent gifts, so how could others not send gifts? He. Another substantial income. This was a gift for a prince. It couldn't be too bad, right? After all, he didn't have to worry about the food and drinks. So, it was a guaranteed profit. Next house. Zheng was in high spirits. Disregarding He's strange gaze, and followed He to Zheng's home. This time, Zheng was even more straightforward. After stating his purpose, he directly told Zheng why. I just came from the Jingwood Duke's residence, and the Duke said there are many affairs in the court. So he has shown his courtesy, but cannot attend. I hope old Master Zheng old man also has many matters these days. Zhang Huai interrupted Zheng. Old man also has shown courtesy, but cannot attend. I hope your Highness does not take it to heart. Zheng showed a disappointed expression, but inside he was overjoyed. Who cares about your attendance? As long as the courtesy is shown. One more secured. Next, Zheng continued to take He to several more houses, with Su Shifu and old Master Zhang leading the way. Everyone used the excuse of many affairs in the court to express that while the courtesy was shown, they would not be attending. After visiting several houses, He felt embarrassed for Zheng, but Zheng was overjoyed. By the time they returned home, it was already quite late. Zheng hadn't even eaten and insisted on going to the stable first. The horses of General Yuan Tsong seemed to be indeed better looking. Zheng stroked his chin, muttering to himself. He, listening, couldn't he help but feel a sharp pang in his heart. Just better looking? The endurance and explosiveness were entirely not comparable to ordinary horses. After a moment, Zheng said to He, these two horses I'll reward to you and show me. Your Highness, that's too valuable. He said anxiously. Valuable? Zheng feigned confusion. How valuable can a horse be? These are not ordinary horses. He shook his head. In my opinion, these two are top-notch war horses worth 100 gold each. Really so valuable? Zheng exclaimed in shock. 1 or 2 taels of gold is equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Doesn't that mean I've directly cheated those 2 out of 20,000 taels of silver? He knew that the horses of Yuan Tsong and his son were definitely not cheap, but he didn't expect them to be so valuable. Is this like trading a Santana for a Ferrari? It really is quite precious. He nodded and said, moreover, it's valuable, but hard to find. That's fine. Zheng thought for a moment, waved his hand, and said, anyway, my riding skills are poor, so I don't need such good horses. I'll just give them to you. He wanted to decline again, but Zheng firmly said it's settled. Unable to refuse, He had to accept the reward, and there was a hint of gratitude and respect in his gaze towards Zheng. Zheng smiled casually, but inwardly he sighed, I've really put in a lot here. You two bastards don't act like traitors. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I'll make sure to take you down. Chapter 11, I Want to Rebel, 2 days later. The 6th prince moved into his new residence and, as per tradition, hosted a banquet for the officials. However, outside the 6th prince's residence was lively, with officials from the court sending servants or younger family members to deliver gifts, but they all left after dropping off the gifts without even entering the door. In contrast to the bustle outside, the interior of the residence felt desolate. Zheng sat alone in the backyard, contemplating his upcoming plans. With today's gifts received, he should have some money now. Next, he needed to recruit some people for himself, but he couldn't let others see his ambitions. So he couldn't openly recruit guests and heroes, which was quite troublesome. Your Highness, Miss Shun has arrived. At that moment, a maid reported. Let her in. Zheng waved his hand, pretending to be dejected, while inwardly puzzled. What was Shun Luoyan doing here? Was she here to see him make a fool of himself? Or did she realize that on such an occasion, anyone could choose not to come, but she had to? When Shun Luoyan entered, Zheng dismissed the maid. Aren't you hosting a grand banquet? Why is there no feast set up? Shun Luoyan didn't bow and immediately mocked Zheng as soon as she entered. Zheng shrugged and casually replied, since no one is coming, isn't it a waste to set up a feast? Pretending to be relaxed, Shun Luoyan snorted in her heart and said lightly, You're a bit stronger than I imagined. I thought you would hide away and cry. I cried for your elder sister and second sister. Zheng was displeased and with great interest asked, Did you hide away and cry the night you were betrothed to me? You. Shun Luoyan's expression changed, and she clenched her fists as she stepped forward. What about you? You want to hit me, right? Zheng coldly stared at Shen Luoyan and said, you still don't understand the principle of marrying a chicken with a chicken. Marrying a dog with a dog? Shen Luoyan was even more furious. For a moment, she really wanted to punch him. But considering the consequences, she ultimately held back. No need for your reminder. Shen Luoyan suppressed her urge to hit him and coldly said, I warn you, I can marry you, but if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you become a eunuch. Enough. Zheng looked at Shen Luoyan speechlessly. Can't you just stop putting on a show? Shen Luoyan raised an eyebrow and sneered. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Come sit. I'll talk to you slowly. Zheng waved at her and patted the spot beside him. Shen Luoyan snorted and walked over. Just as she approached, Zheng suddenly slapped her on the backside. Shen Luoyan reacted extremely quickly, swiftly grabbing Zheng's hand. Her face icy as she shouted, Are you looking for death? What the heck? Zheng looked at Shen Luoyan in surprise. This girl was so quick to react? It seems your martial arts aren't bad. Zheng, ignoring the murderous look from Shen Luoyan, asked with great interest. Asked if you're looking for death. Shen Luoyan's eyes were fiery, trying to intimidate him. All right. Zheng shook his head with a smile. I dare you to kill me. Don't say you'll kill me. You wouldn't even dare to hurt me. This girl, full of muscle, always shouting about hitting and killing, but would she dare? If she had the guts, she wouldn't have tearfully accepted the edict. Really? Shen Luoyan coldly snorted and immediately began to twist Zheng's arm. Zheng felt pain but gritted his teeth and remained silent, staring intently at Shen Luoyan. This useless guy didn't even scream? Shen Luoyan was slightly surprised and increased her strength again. Zheng still didn't make a sound, just coldly looking at her. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Luoyan felt a bit intimidated by his gaze. In the end, Shen Luoyan still didn't dare to do anything to Zheng and, feeling frustrated, released his hand. Zheng gently moved his arm and asked, It seems your martial arts are quite good? Enough to handle you. Shen Luoyan coldly snorted, not forgetting to warn Zheng. If you dare to touch me again, I will definitely twist your hand off. Zheng found it amusing. Stop making threats. If you have the guts, why cry when accepting the edict? Shen Luoyan was speechless, her whole body trembling with anger. She really wanted to beat Zheng up, but she couldn't really do anything to him, so she could only sit there and stew in her anger. Zheng looked at Shen Luoyan with a smile and asked, Did you come here on your own? Or did someone send you? Shen Luoyan coldly snorted. If it weren't for my mother and the others being unwell, I wouldn't have come. She truly didn't want to be there, but she had to. As her second sister Yi said, this would soon be her home too. Even if it was just a formality, she had to show up. Seeing her unwilling expression, Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. If you don't want to see me, just go elsewhere, or you can go back home. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan immediately stood up. However, she didn't move her feet. After a moment, Shen Luoyan sat back down and sized up Zheng from head to toe. What are you doing? Zheng asked, confused. Shen Luoyan stared into Zheng's eyes and said, My second sister said you're a treacherous person who does bad things behind the scenes. You deliberately fell off your horse to frame Yuan Gui the day before yesterday, right? Yi actually figured it out? This woman is not simple. Zheng's heart stirred, and he said seriously, What I did isn't treacherous. It's just the behavior of the sixth child. I'm the sixth child, after all. Naturally, I have to do what the sixth child should do. Sixth child behavior? What kind of nonsense is that? Shen Luoyan looked at him in confusion and asked, So you admit you deliberately fell off your horse to frame Yuan Gui? Yeah, Zheng admitted straightforwardly. You. Shen Luoyan was astonished. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Yuan family? What's there to be afraid of? Zheng smiled lightly, glancing around, then lowered his voice. I can also tell you that I'm hosting this banquet for the officials just to take the opportunity to gather wealth, and then raise an army to rebel in Shuobei. Rebel? Shen Luoyan's eyes widened suddenly, staring blankly at Zheng. Shen Luoyan didn't even eat lunch with Zheng and hurried back home. After telling Yi what Zheng had said, Shen Luoyan excitedly said, I have to go to the palace immediately to tell His Majesty this news. As long as His Majesty demotes him to a commoner or exiles him, I won't have to marry him. Yes, hurry up. Yi nodded gently. And prepare coffins for our family. Huh? Shen Luoyan looked at Yi Zi in shock, frowning. I haven't married him yet. Our family shouldn't be implicated, right? Are you stupid? Is this about being implicated or not? Yi Zi was so angry she almost laughed. If you go to His Majesty to report him, His Majesty will only think you don't want to marry the sixth prince and are deliberately slandering him for rebellion. Tell me, in a fit of rage, will His Majesty not execute our whole family? That's not. This. Shen Luoyan's face twitched slightly. This was what Zheng said himself. And then? Yi Zi gave her a blank look. His Majesty will ask you. What does Zheng have to rebel with? Just with the 3,000 troops under General Huli? He moved into his new residence, and all the officials didn't come to congratulate him. Does he have any followers to rebel with him? She understood. Zheng dared to say it, because he was sure no one would believe he would rebel. Shen Luoyan was stunned, momentarily unsure how to respond. Yeah, what does Zheng have to rebel with? If anyone could lead 3,000 troops in Shuabei, the Qian Dynasty would have been in chaos long ago. As for forming a faction to conspire against the throne, that's even more impossible. But these were indeed words spoken by Zheng himself. Would anyone not believe it if it were said? All right, stop having crooked thoughts. You should be happy. Yi Zi pulled Shen Luoyan to sit down. Your husband is not as useless as others say. I think he is just biding his time. While Yi Zi was persuading Shen Luoyan, she was secretly pondering. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to have a chat with this concealed sixth prince. Chapter 12. The Northern Huan envoy's arrival, a housewarming banquet with no guests, allowed Zheng to reap a windfall. Although Emperor Wen couldn't attend due to state affairs, he sent gifts through others. Since Emperor Wen sent gifts, the princes and princesses naturally had to send something as well. Many who didn't receive invitations also sent gifts. A rough estimate suggested that just these gifts were worth 100,000 taels of silver. The headache now was how to convert these items into cash. Receiving gifts one day and selling them the next would not look good if word got out. Zheng thought about it late into the night, but couldn't come up with a reasonable justification for selling them. So he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, he would receive another wave of gifts at the wedding. He would think of a way to convert them then. In the palace late at night, what is the situation on the sixth prince's side? Emperor Wen dismissed those around him and called for the shadow guard to inquire. The shadow guard replied, all the officials have basically sent gifts, but no one has come to congratulate except for the sixth prince's consort. What was the sixth prince's reaction? Emperor Wen asked again. The shadow guard said, according to people from the manor, the sixth prince seems to be in a bad mood. He didn't even eat lunch and sat alone in the backyard for a long time. Sigh. Hearing this, Emperor Wen couldn't help but sigh. This child, why bother? He knew no one would come to congratulate him and still sent out so many invitations. He did fulfill the etiquette, but in the end, it was still himself who felt uncomfortable. The shadow guard paused for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, there's one more thing. Speak. The other day, the sixth prince visited the Shun family and happened to run into Yuan Gui, the cavalry commander of the left Tuanwei. He intended to learn horseback riding from Yuan Gui, but was pushed off the horse instead, and Yuan Gui laughed heartily at the scene. Yuan Gui? Yuan Kongison? Yes. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked again, What did Yuan Tsong say? The shadow guard quickly answered. Yuan Tsong brought Yuan Gui to the sixth prince's manor to apologize. The shadow guard detailed the entire process of Yuan Tsong and his son apologizing. After hearing the shadow guard's words, Emperor Wen couldn't help but be stunned. Asking Yuan Tsong to write the invitations, and swapping the fine horses of Yuan Tsong and his son, leaving them at a loss? Is this something the sixth prince would do? After a moment of silence, Emperor Wen asked again, was the sixth prince's action intentional or unintentional? It should be unintentional. The shadow guard replied. The sixth prince asked Yuan Tsong to write the invitations because his own handwriting isn't good. And he swapped the horses because he had just moved into the manor and didn't recognize which horse belonged to Yuan Gui. Listening to the shadow guard, Emperor Wen's face twitched slightly. He found the situation amusing, but also thought his son was too useless. Emperor Wen secretly pondered for a moment and instructed the shadow guard. Find an opportunity to give Yuan Gui a good beating. Just don't expose your identity. Huh? The shadow guard was taken aback and looked at Emperor Wen in astonishment. Secretly beating Yuan Gui? This doesn't seem like something Emperor Wen would do. Huh. Emperor Wen glared at the shadow guard. Just do it. Yuan Gui pushed his son off the horse, and, given his temperament, he would definitely need to be punished with a few dozen strikes. However, since Yun Zheng accepted the gifts brought by Yuan Tsong and his son, punishing Yuan Gui again wouldn't be appropriate. But he couldn't swallow this anger, so he could only send someone to secretly beat Yuan Gui. The shadow guard accepted the order and withdrew. After the shadow guard left, Emperor Wen couldn't help but curse this good-for-nothing. He didn't even dare to get angry after being pushed off the horse. How'd I end up with such a thing? After cursing Yun Zheng for a while, Emperor Wen rubbed his head repeatedly. The Northern Huan envoy would arrive in the royal city no later than 2 days. Whether to negotiate or go to war was still undecided. The military strength was inferior to Northern Huan, and the Crown Prince's rebellion had not completely settled. Other neighboring countries were also watching closely, even if they defeated Northern Huan. If the Qin suffered heavy casualties, how could they suppress those covetous nations? If those countries attacked the Qin together, it would be over. But he couldn't swallow the idea of providing food to Northern Huan. His head ached. It was an immense headache. Emperor Wen thought until it was almost dawn before finally making a decision. Just give it. The Qin was completely unprepared for war, and starting a conflict now would have slim chances of success. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Yun Zheng had just bought a girl who had almost been sold into a brothel by his gambling father when someone from the palace arrived. His Majesty is hosting a banquet for the Northern Huan envoy tonight at the Wanshou Palace. Please, 6th Prince, bring the 6th Prince Consort to the banquet on time. All right. Thank you, Gong. Yun Zheng replied and instructed someone to reward the eunuch who delivered the message. The eunuch, having received his reward, happily left. From today on, your name will be Xian Sheng, with Xian meaning labor and Sheng meaning bamboo flute. A homophone for new life. Thank you, Your Highness, for the name. All right, take her down to wash up. Yun Zheng instructed the maid in the manner and then left with Gao He. Soon, Gao He drove the carriage to the Shun residence. This time, Madame Shun did not pretend to be ill to avoid him. When entering the room, Yun Zheng intentionally glanced at Yi Zi and found that she was also looking at him, smiling meaningfully. Yun Zheng secretly winked at her and returned a knowing smile. It seemed that Yi Zi understood the signal he had sent through Shan Luoyan. She truly was a clever woman. There was hope of bringing her under his wing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yun Zheng explained his purpose. Although Shan Luoyan was reluctant, this was a special request from Emperor Wen, and she had no way to refuse, so she could only agree with an unwilling expression. I'm just going to embarrass myself with you tonight. In the carriage, Shan Luoyan kept her distance from Yun Zheng, looking displeased. Tonight, there would definitely be princes, princesses, and high-ranking officials present. Going to the banquet with Yun Zheng would only lead to ridicule. She didn't believe Yun Zheng was hiding his talents. He was a useless prince without foundation or power. What good would hiding his talents do? Her second sister-in-law was just trying to speak well of Yun Zheng to encourage her to accept him sooner. Let's just eat quietly and say less. Yun Zheng smiled casually. We just need to eat and drink enough before leaving. He didn't want to participate anyway. It was uncomfortable and tiring to deal with intrigues and rivalries. But since Emperor Wen had sent word, he had no choice but to go. Eat enough? Shan Luoyan scoffed, coldly huffing. I think it's more like being bullied and stuffed. Then just relax. Yun Zheng remained carefree. If others laugh at you, just think of it as them farting. I don't have your ability to swallow my anger, Shan Luoyan retorted. Then just do as you please, Yun Zheng shrugged. If you die, Father Emperor will just arrange another marriage for me. Anyway, I'm destined to die on the battlefield. Whatever trouble you cause won't affect me. You. Shan Luoyan was momentarily speechless, suddenly infuriated and unable to respond. She realized that this good-for-nothing might not have the ability to fight back, but he could still make people so angry they spit blood. Yun Zheng closed his eyes, smiling without speaking. He was more than happy for people to ridicule him. If others didn't mock him today, he would even try to get closer. He was counting on his brothers to help him. Chapter 13. Third Brother. Lend me some silver Wanshou Palace. It was still a bit early before the banquet was set to begin. However, many people were already waiting outside the palace. This was a banquet hosted by Emperor Wen to welcome the Northern Huan envoy, a moment to showcase the national dignity of the Qian Dynasty. And no one dared to be late. As expected by Shan Luoyin, besides the royal relatives, the attendees were all high-ranking ministers. Those below the third rank were basically unqualified to attend. Sixth brother, what wind has blown you here today? I thought you were going to pretend to be sick again. This is sixth brother? I seem to have never seen him before. How old are you? Don't say you've never seen him. We hardly ever see your sixth brother. He's harder to find than a woman in a secluded chamber. With the arrival of Zheng and Shan Luoyin, a group of princes and princesses began to tease him. Even the 13-year-old 8th prince joined in the mockery. Faced with their sarcastic comments, Shan Luoyin felt incredibly frustrated. But Zheng remained unusually calm, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. Sixth brother, why don't you speak up? The 5th prince, Ting, looked at Zheng with a teasing expression. I heard you were quite eloquent on the court a few days ago. Why are you silent today? Exactly, sixth brother. The 8th prince laughed disdainfully. Aren't you going to introduce us to your 6th royal consort? That wouldn't be nice, would it? The 2nd prince patted the 8th prince's shoulder. Don't make it hard for your 6th brother. You know his problem? When there are too many people, he gets shy and doesn't dare to speak. Shan Luoyin couldn't listen any longer and gently pulled on Zheng's sleeve. You should say something. They are princes, and you are a prince too. If you can't fight back, at least say a word. Seeing that the moment was right, Zheng timidly looked at the 2nd prince. Second brother, I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead. The 2nd prince said playfully. As a man, just say it directly. You are the Tiger General now. Don't be so shy. Hearing the 2nd prince mention Zheng's title of Tiger General, everyone burst into laughter. It shouldn't be called Tiger General. It should be called the General of Death. Oh, Zheng nodded and tentatively said, Second brother, lend me some silver, please. Huh? The 2nd prince was stunned, and the laughter around them came to an abrupt halt. Lending silver? This useless fool's first words are about borrowing silver? Second brother, lend me some silver. Zheng mustered his courage and spoke again. The 2nd prince's expression darkened. Sixth brother, why are you borrowing silver from me? The expenses at home are too high. Zheng feigned a pitiful look. In a few days, Luoyin and I are getting married again. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs is helping with the arrangements, I'm really short on cash. I barely have enough silver left for the wedding gifts. Second brother, please lend me some silver. Old 6, that's where you're wrong. The 2nd prince said, displeased, I heard that when you moved into your new residence a few days ago, you received quite a few gifts. You don't have any silver left? Zheng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, those are the good intentions of the ministers and my brothers. How could I sell them for silver? If word got out, wouldn't it? Why can't you sell them? The 2nd prince's eyes widened. Sometimes when I lack silver, I sell what Father Emperor has bestowed upon me. Sell it. Feel free to sell it. Hearing the 2nd prince's words, Zheng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. I've been waiting for you to say that. You just gave me the green light to sell. In the future, if anyone dares to say that selling those things is to hoard money for rebellion, I'll just let them come to you. Zheng laughed internally, but still maintained a troubled expression. This isn't very good, is it? Second brother, please lend me some silver, and I'll pay you back after the wedding. The 2nd prince pointed at the other princes and princesses. Anyway, I don't have silver to lend you. You can ask if anyone else is willing to lend you some. After saying that, the 2nd prince immediately ran off, fearing he would be entangled by this disaster in borrowing silver. Zheng raised his eyes, looking worriedly at the other princes and princesses. Upon meeting Zheng's gaze, everyone quickly scattered like they had seen a plague, afraid of being caught up in borrowing silver. In an instant, the crowd around them had completely vanished. Without these foolish people, Zheng felt the air around him had become much fresher. How embarrassing! Shan Luoyin was furious. You know they wouldn't lend you silver, yet you still dare to ask? I'm embarrassed for you. I had no choice. Zheng sniffled, his gaze falling back on Shan Luoyin. How about you lend me some? Don't even think about it. Shan Luoyin directly cut off Zheng's thoughts and turned her head away. If she could, she would really want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. At that moment, Yinli arrived, surrounded by a group of people. The 3rd prince's faction was currently the most powerful in the court. As soon as Yinli arrived, he became the focus of the scene. Yinli quickly spotted Zheng and Shan Luoyin standing alone at the side. The moment he saw Zheng, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he slowly walked towards Zheng. Sixth brother, it's been a few days. You look much better. Yinli said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Isn't that thanks to third brother? Zheng, abandoning his previous pitiful demeanor, grinned and asked, Third brother, does it still hurt down there? Does it still hurt down there? Yin Li's face twitched violently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After resting for a few days, he wasn't in pain anymore. But as soon as Zheng said that, he felt a dull ache below. Your courage has grown after a few days. Yin Li stared coldly at Zheng, leaning closer to whisper fiercely in his ear, Don't worry, I'll personally send you on your way. Third brother, are you going to slander me for plotting rebellion again? Zheng suddenly raised his voice. You don't need to trouble yourself with that. I'll just tell father that I want to raise an army in Shobei to rebel and ask for a cup of poison for father. I don't even need to go to Shobei to die, as long as I don't die at your hands. Listening to Zheng, Yin Li's face turned green. He never expected this useless fool would shout in public. In the next moment, everyone outside Wanshou Palace turned to look. No one cared about Zheng's words about raising an army to rebel in Shobei. They all took it as a fit of anger. Rebellion? What could this useless fool use to rebel? Don't even mention giving him 3,000 troops. Even if he were given 30,000, he couldn't start a rebellion. Everyone's focus was on Yin Li's declaration to personally kill Zheng. Especially the adult princes and their followers, they were all exceptionally excited. Yin Li's public statement about wanting to kill Zheng was something they could use to their advantage. Yin Li suddenly jolted and angrily shouted, Sixth brother, don't talk nonsense. When did I say I wanted to kill you? Zheng lightly snorted. Didn't you just say you wanted to send me on my way? You misunderstood. Yun Li, feeling guilty, chuckled dryly. I meant personally escorting you out of the capital to Shobei, not to kill you. Third brother, I'm useless, but I'm not stupid. Zheng lightly snorted, confidently stating, I've injured your vital part. Would you kindly send me out of the capital? You definitely want to kill me to avenge the fact that I kicked you. Cough, cough. Sixth brother, you can't say that. The third prince was furious and quickly smiled. About that incident, it was my fault. If you kick me once, let's call it even. Let's make peace from now on. All right? Really? Zheng asked innocently. Really? The third prince nodded. How could this small matter bother my third brother? Zheng, half believing, looked at the third prince eagerly. If my third brother could lend me some silver, then I would believe that he truly wanted to resolve our conflicts peacefully. Chapter 14. A show of power from Beihuan borrowing silver? Hearing Zheng's words, Yin Li's face turned green. This bastard. He really knows how to climb up the ladder. Forget it. If he wants to borrow, let him borrow. It also shows everyone that I'm making peace with him. In the future, if this bastard has any more issues, he better not come to me. Sixth brother, how much do you want to borrow? Yin Li asked. 30,000 taels. Zheng directly opened his mouth wide like a lion and pitifully expressed his grievances. The implication was clear. 30,000 taels weren't enough, and if he could borrow more, that would be even better. 30,000 taels? Yin Li's face twitched violently, almost kicking him. Their monthly allowance as princes was only 1,000 taels. This dog, opening his mouth for 30,000 taels. Does he think he's the national treasury? Yin Li was furious, but couldn't he explode? He could only pull out a stack of banknotes and shove them into Zheng's hands. All the banknotes on third brother are for you. If it's not enough, go borrow from your second brother. After saying that, Yin Li ran off, thinking fiercely, I'll deal with you later, silly bird. Zheng laughed heartily in his heart and happily began counting the banknotes. 13,000 taels, not too shabby. No wonder he's the third prince. Always carrying over 10,000 taels. Really rich. Better put it away quickly. Don't embarrass myself. Shun Luoyan glared at Zheng with displeasure, secretly cursing this bastard for being so shameless. To borrow money, he would go to any lengths. But speaking of which, this bastard isn't stupid either. He knows how to take advantage of the situation. Not stupid, just too useless. With Yin Li's experience as a warning, no one dared to approach Zheng anymore. They were all afraid of being entangled in borrowing money. After waiting outside the Wanshou Palace for a quarter of an hour, Emperor Wen finally ordered everyone to enter. Everyone took their seats according to age and rank. Zheng originally wanted to take Shun Luoyan to a corner to hide, but was pulled between the 5th prince and the 8th prince by the chief eunuch. Great, since I can't hide, I might as well accept it. Emperor Wen and the Beihuan envoy group hadn't entered yet, and after everyone sat down, they began to whisper to each other. Zheng looked left and right, then zeroed in on the fifth prince. Fifth brother, can you lend me some more? I have no silver to lend you. The fifth prince extinguished Zheng's thoughts and immediately pretended to whisper with the fifth prince's consort. Zheng turned his head and focused on the eighth prince next to him. Before he could speak, the eighth prince turned his face away. Don't embarrass yourself, Shen Luoyin whispered, glaring at Zheng. You don't understand a thing. Zheng cursed silently in his heart and sat there quietly, not raising his head. Many people at the scene were chatting and laughing, but only Zheng and Shen Luoyin were ignored. Shen Luoyin felt uncomfortable looking at Zheng and was too lazy to talk to him. Zheng, on the other hand, didn't mind and was already thinking about where to sell those gifts. Make money, gather people, before heading to Shuo Bei. I still need to cultivate my own trusted aides. While lost in thought, Zheng's gaze fell on Shen Luoyin again. Don't look at me. Shen Luoyin glared fiercely, like a mother tiger. She really wanted to escape this stifling place. Damn. Zheng shook his head, extinguishing the thoughts in his mind. This girl is currently looking at him through tinted glasses. Although their marriage has been decided, she clearly hasn't accepted reality yet. And trying to develop her into a trusted aide is a bit risky. Forget it. Better go find my second sister-in-law. Sisters-in-law are better. The emperor has arrived. Just as Zheng was lost in thought, the chief eunuch suddenly shouted, Welcome, your majesty. Zheng stood up with everyone else to welcome Emperor Wen. After Emperor Wen sat down, he announced the entry of the Beihuan envoy group. As the chief eunuch shouted, the Beihuan envoy group, led by the national teacher band, strode in confidently. Zheng felt that these bastards weren't here for diplomacy, but rather for war. Seeing the Beihuan envoy group's arrogant demeanor, many hawkish figures gritted their teeth in anger. Emperor Wen's eyes also flashed with cold light as he struggled to suppress his anger, his gaze lingering on Banbu, unwilling to leave. 5 years ago, he personally led troops to Shuo Bei and fell in a Banbu's trap, resulting in being surrounded by Beihuan's heavy troops. Although Shan Nanzheng fought desperately to rescue him from being besieged, the morale of the Qian had already declined, and he was ultimately forced to cede 3 counties north of the Baishui River for peace. Now, seeing Banbu again, it was like meeting an enemy, and he felt especially resentful. The Qian Emperor, it's been 5 years, and your demeanor surpasses the past. Banbu stood firm, smiling at Emperor Wen. However, this smile was filled with sarcasm. Bold! Dukyu, Xiao Wanshou, slammed the table and shouted angrily. Why doesn't the Beihuan envoy group bow to our emperor upon their visit? Xiao Wanshou was a famous general of the Qian and a pillar of the hawkish faction in court. How could he not be furious at Banbu's disrespect? Bow. Banbu chuckled disdainfully. My Beihuan lads only bow to the strong. Why should a defeated general bow? Hearing Banbu's words, everyone couldn't help but explode with anger. Impudent. Eager to show off, Yinli also suddenly stood up, sternly saying, Father set this banquet to welcome you. Yet you are so arrogant and rude? National teacher, don't forget, this time Beihuan came to seek grain from our Qian. Seek grain? Bambu arrogantissimidet. This prince, you seem to not understand the situation. We have come to request grain from the Qian, not to beg. Banbu's words ignited everyone's anger once again. The national teacher is too disrespectful. Barbarians. This is a barbarian who doesn't understand etiquette. 5 years ago in the Battle of Shuo Bei, our Qian was not defeated. Your Majesty, I implore you to expel the Beihuan envoy group and prepare for war. Many people stood up, angrily staring at Banbu. Even several members of the peace faction stood up. The peace faction was not all traitors. They simply viewed issues from different angles. But when it involved the national dignity and Emperor Wen's face, they were still resolute. Su Shifu, though willing to mediate, didn't dare to stand out at this moment. Emperor Wen hadn't expressed his position yet. He still needed to observe. Shen Luoyin gently tugged at Zheng, signaling him to stand up and angrily denounce the Beihuan envoy group. If he didn't seize the opportunity to show off now, when would he? However, Zheng remained as steady as a mountain. After several tugs with no response, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but curse this spineless coward in her heart. Without any expectation from Yun Zheng, Shen Luoyin suddenly stood up, joining everyone in angrily denouncing the arrogant Beihuan envoy group. Emperor Wen sat quietly, his face showing no signs of emotion, but he was struggling to suppress his anger. If it weren't for the crown prince's treason causing instability in the court, he would have wanted to punish the Beihuan envoy group and directly expel them from the country. However, considering the consequences of such actions, he ultimately held back. After a long while, Emperor Wen slowly stood up and said solemnly, "If the national teacher doesn't even understand this bit of etiquette, then this banquet will end here." As he spoke, Emperor Wen prepared to leave, in the absence of being able to expel the Beihuan envoy group. This was his only way to preserve face and the dignity of the nation. "Wait," Bamboo called out to Emperor Wen with an arrogant smile. "If you want us to bow, that's not impossible, but we need to see if the Qian has that capability." Emperor Wen narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? Bamboo chuckled, pulling out an object from his body and displaying it publicly. Seeing the object in Bamboo's hand, Yun Zheng's pupils suddenly constricted. A magic cube. Chapter 15. Half a cup of tea is enough. Is this a damn ancient version of a Rubik's Cube? However, it's just the most basic 3 by 3 Rubik's Cube, made of jade. Looking at the object in Bamboo's hand, everyone was puzzled. Among the people of Daqian, except for Yun Zheng, no one had seen such an item before. Bamboo arrogantly scanned the crowd, having long heard that Daqian had a flourishing literary culture with many knowledgeable and talented individuals. Today, I, as the national teacher, will test you all with this object to see if anyone from Daqian can solve it. If Daqian has neither brave warriors nor learned scholars, why should I bow? Hearing Bamboo's words, everyone was confused. "Let me do it." Xiao Wancho was the first to rush forward, disdainfully snorting. "Such a trivial thing. I can crush it with one hand." Yun Zheng's face twitched as he looked at the old man, speechlessly. "Others want you to solve it, not break it." "General Xiao, you probably didn't understand my meaning," Bamboo mocked. "I want you to solve this object, not to smash it." "Solve it?" Xiao Wancho was puzzled. "How do I solve it?" "Simple." Bamboo grinned ominously. "This object has 6 sides and 6 colors. You just need to get the same colored jade stones on one side within half an hour without damaging the object. Is that all?" Xiao Wancho scoffed. "This is a child's trick. I can finish it in the blink of an eye." Saying that, Xiao Wancho disdainfully snatched the Rubik's Cube from Bamboo's hand and started fiddling with it. Bamboo watched Xiao Wancho with a mocking expression, waiting for a joke. Xiao Wancho fiddled hard, but after a long time, not to mention 6 sides, he couldn't even solve one side. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, wishing he could just break it apart and put it back together. Seeing this, Bamboo couldn't help but sneer. "General Xiao, you are a martial general. It's really not suitable for you to solve this. You should leave it to those clever scholars." "Nonsense," Xiao Wancho retorted, puffing out his chest. "I just haven't figured this thing out yet. I just need to explore a bit." Saying that, he quickly continued to piece it together. But this thing was like it had a spirit. As soon as he got some pieces together, others would go awry. Xiao Wancho fumbled and fumbled, still failing to solve even one side. "Your Highness, let me try." Yinli stepped forward with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Wancho was really struggling, he took the opportunity to find a way out and handed the Rubik's Cube to Yinli. Yinli took the Rubik's Cube and pretended to study it for a moment, then smiled at Bamboo. "To solve this object, it requires skill, right?" "Correct." Bamboo nodded. "This prince will show you that Daqian does have knowledgeable and talented individuals." Yinli snorted lightly and immediately started piecing it together. Yinli seemed indeed a bit better than Xiao Wancho. After a bit of fiddling, he actually managed to solve one side. Looking at the completed side, Yinli immediately smiled and held it up to Bamboo. "How about this?" Seeing the completed side, the ministers were instantly thrilled. The third prince is mighty. As expected of the third prince, truly talented. The third prince is both wise and brave, a model for us all. The third prince is impressive. Everyone praised Yun Li without reservation, especially the faction of the third prince. They were just short of jumping up and telling Emperor Wen that the third prince was so smart, he should be made crown prince immediately. Emperor Wen watched this and couldn't help but nod slightly. The third prince is indeed quite clever. He is capable of great things, but don't be too pleased too early. Third prince. Bamboo looked at Yunli with disdain, as if he were watching a monkey. You've only solved one side. There are still 5 sides left. The principle is the same. Yunli smiled proudly, having solved one side, thinking the remaining sides would be the same. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Watching Yunli continue to work on the Rubik's Cube, Yunjin couldn't help but shake his head secretly. What a foolish thing. If it's so easy to solve, why would anyone use it to challenge you? Do you really think you're some kind of genius? Just a flashy fool. Seeing Zheng shaking his head, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but hum softly. Are you jealous? Jealous of him? Zheng scoffed. He just can't solve it. You are jealous. Shen Luoyin huffed. If you can do it, then go ahead. If you can't, then don't sit here being envious and cursing others. Zheng's mouth twitched slightly as he said in disbelief. You don't like the third prince, do you? Huh. Shen Luoyin spat, her face full of resentment. The imperial family is the most heartless. I don't want to have anything to do with anyone from the royal family. Oh, this girl isn't stupid. She even knows that the imperial family is the most heartless? Yes, not bad. She might be a bit foolish, but at least she doesn't like the third prince. That's acceptable. While the two were whispering, Yunli began to sweat. Solving one side was indeed not difficult. But when he tried to solve the second side, he realized it was completely different. No matter what he did, he couldn't restore the second side. He even messed up the first side he had just completed. Seeing so many people staring at him, Yunli became increasingly anxious. The more anxious he got, the worse he performed. Now, if he gave up, it would be embarrassing. He could only stubbornly keep trying. Everyone noticed Yunli's odd expression and immediately became tense. Third prince, how is it? Bamboo looked at Yunli mockingly. It seems you can't solve this object after all. Who said that? Yunli stubbornly replied. Didn't you say half an hour? How long has it been? Just give this prince a bit more time, and I'll definitely solve it. Bamboo shook his head lightly and sneered with your skills. Even if I give you 10 days, you still won't be able to solve it. Nonsense. Yunli retorted, his neck stiffening, his face slightly flushed. I'll try. At this moment, someone from the Wenhua pavilion stood up. Yunli found a way out and handed the Rubik's Cube to him. However, soon, this person also struggled. Then the second prince stood up. But very quickly, the second prince also realized that this object seemed impossible to solve. One by one, people kept trying. As half an hour was about to pass, there was not even one person who had restored 2 sides. Bamboo shook his head and looked at Emperor One. It seems I was right. The great Dacian has neither brave warriors nor learned scholars. Such a Dacian emperor is truly unworthy of my respect. You. Emperor Wen's face turned ashen, trembling with anger. The ministers were also furious, glaring at Bamboo. To just casually bring a broken item to test our talents? Exactly. If you have the ability, let us compare poetry. In my view, this object is simply unsolvable. The national teacher is just deliberately creating difficulties for us. Yes, it must be like that. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that this object was unsolvable. Just then, Zheng slowly stood up, looking at Bamboo with disdain. To solve such a small thing, half an hour is unnecessary. Half a cup of tea is enough. As Zheng's voice rang out, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 16. Betting the Sixth Prince? Zheng? Useless? In an instant, a series of words flashed through everyone's minds. But all the words pointed to Zheng alone. What did he just say? He could solve this in half a tea's time? This useless person must be crazy. The entire court, with all its scholars and military officials, couldn't crack this item. Yet he claims he can do it in half a tea's time? If he wants attention, he shouldn't brag like this. Seeing everyone looking over, Shen Luoyin almost spat blood and quickly pulled Zheng down, signaling him to sit. This useless person is out of his mind. He doesn't stand up when he should be showing off, but he gets eager to show off when he shouldn't. Half a tea, even if he had half a year, he wouldn't be able to solve it. Sixth brother, sit down. The second prince's face suddenly darkened as he sternly reprimanded. This is a matter of state, not a time for your foolishness. Su Shifu glared at Zheng with a cold look. Sixth prince, so many people are watching. Don't speak carelessly. Although this isn't the court, it's still in front of the emperor. Speaking carelessly could lead to charges of deceiving the emperor. Right? Yunli nodded and said, today, In front of the Northern Huan envoy, if you commit the crime of deceiving the emperor, even third brother won't be able to protect you. At this moment, Yunli was almost crazily happy. They were planning to set this useless person up to provoke the Northern Huan envoy, hoping to take the opportunity to have him die without a burial place. As a result, before they could act, this useless person jumped out to seek death himself? Does he really think that if he goes to the north to die, Father Emperor won't punish him? Fool! Third brother, you are slandering me. Yunzheng feigned grievance as he looked at Yunli. Don't speak carelessly. Yunli glared at Yunzheng. How is third brother slandering you? The crime of deceiving the emperor you just committed is seen by everyone. Hearing Yunli's words, the supporters of the third prince nodded one after another. Deceiving the emperor in public is an unforgivable crime. This is a matter of state and cannot be taken lightly. Committing the crime of deceiving the emperor in front of the Northern Huan envoy adds another layer of punishment. Sixth Prince Yu. In an instant, everyone started to speak. Most were from the third prince's faction, but there were also supporters of other princes. Old Six, sit down. Emperor Wen glared fiercely at Yunzheng and said impatiently, if you keep speaking carelessly, I will definitely charge you with deceiving the emperor. As Emperor Wen's words rang out, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. The emperor was clearly protecting the sixth prince. This meant that the earlier incident would not be pursued, as long as he didn't speak carelessly again. Shen Luyan's heart jumped, and she pulled Yunzheng down again. However, Yunzheng still refused to sit and said seriously, Father Emperor, this item is nothing special. It will be easy for me to crack it. You, Emperor, Wen glared at him fiercely, secretly cursing this useless person for not knowing what was good for him. Yunli stared at Yunzheng and sighed pretentiously, Sixth brother, what can I say to third brother about you? Father Emperor originally didn't want to pursue this. Why are you being so unreasonable? Do you only feel satisfied if you're charged with deceiving the emperor? Third brother's words are wrong. Yunzheng shook his head. If I cannot crack it, that is the crime of deceiving the emperor. But if I can crack it within half a tea's time, how can that be called deceiving the emperor? Yunli was momentarily taken aback and snorted. Do you think this item is as simple as you think? So many people have spent so much time and still haven't pieced together two faces. Yet you think you can crack it in half a tea's time? Dream on. You don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. But that's fine. Charge him with the crime of deceiving the emperor and see how he handles it. Bamboo had been watching the show for a long time, secretly cursing the people of Qian for being scheming, but he shook his head in derision. In the Grand Qian, there are only those who speak carelessly. Hearing Bamboo's words, everyone turned their furious gazes toward Yunzheng. If he embarrasses himself, that's one thing, but don't let the Qian be embarrassed along with him. Shen Luoyan had tried to pull Yunzheng down several times with no response, so she simply gave up and didn't care about him anymore. The sooner the better. If he dies early, I won't have to marry him. Yunzheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. The national master is so confident that this prince cannot crack it? Of course. Bamboo confidently said, this item came from my hands. Even I cannot solve it in half a tea's time. Huh? Yunzheng was stunned, looking at Bamboo in disbelief. Damn, this guy can't quickly restore something he made himself? How did he even think to create this thing? Seeing Yunzheng's dumbfounded expression, Yunli couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This useless person is dumbfounded, right? This time, his bragging has backfired, hasn't it? He still wants to show off. He should take a good look in the mirror at what he looks like. Yunzheng, Emperor Wen's voice suddenly became stern as he shouted angrily. Sit down. Father Emperor, believe in your son. Yunzheng quietly looked at Emperor Wen and then said to Bamboo, National Master, since you say you cannot crack this item in half a tea's time, how about we make a bet? A bet? Bamboo laughed. How does the sixth prince want to bet? Emperor Wen, fearing that Yunzheng would use a state matter as a wager, immediately shouted angrily. Someone, take Yunzheng down. Wait. Bamboo raised his hand to stop Emperor Wen, Your Majesty. There is a saying in Qian, a ruler does not make idle promises. The sixth prince is a royal prince. What he says in public cannot be easily retracted, right? Emperor Wen was momentarily taken aback and suddenly found himself speechless. Yes, a ruler does not make idle promises. What the emperor's son says in public also cannot be easily retracted. Moreover, It was in front of the Northern Huan envoy. Emperor Wen was extremely angry and dismissed the guards who rushed in, giving Zheng a frosty glare before turning his head away. If this useless person dares to use state affairs as a wager, he will certainly be executed. Seeing this, Li and his faction couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Just want to see how Zheng would die. Sixth Prince, you can say how you want to bet. Banbu had a smile on his face, looking as if he had Zheng in the bag. Simple. Zheng said, if I cannot crack this item in half a tea's time, you all do not have to pay respects to Father Emperor today. As Zheng's words fell, Emperor Wen suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Li couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. This useless person dares to use this as a wager? He's doomed. Good. Banbu laughed heartily, even mocking, thank you, Sixth Prince. But don't be too quick to thank me. Zheng shook his head, but if I crack it within half a tea's time, not only must you pay respects to Father Emperor according to our court's customs, but you must also return the land south of the Baishui River to our country. Return the land? Banbu's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. Then he shook his head. The matter of paying respects can be agreed upon, Sixth Prince, but I cannot decide on the matter of returning the land. Aren't you confident? Zheng provoked. Banbu shook his head. No matter how confident I am, I can't wager our territory. Then let me add a bit more to the bet. Zheng smiled slightly. If I cannot crack it within half a tea's time, my head is yours. Do you dare to bet? Boom. As Zheng's words fell, everyone was shocked. He wants to wager his life? But soon, everyone reacted. If Zheng loses the bet, he will definitely die. Anyway, if it's death, what's the difference in giving his head to the Northern Huan envoy? This useless person is quite open-minded. Banbu thought for a moment. Bringing back the head of the Emperor's son would be a great achievement. It would also be a tremendous humiliation for the Qian. Good. Banbu readily agreed and laughed, saying, this head of the Sixth Prince is definitely going to be mine. Don't worry, Sixth Prince. Your head will surely hang by the banks of the Baishui River. It's a deal. As Zheng spoke, he directly went out to pick up the magic cube. Chapter 17. One more bet. Emperor Wen didn't want to look anymore and turned away. Under the gaze of everyone, Zheng examined the Rubik's Cube for a moment, then moved both hands simultaneously. Before anyone could react, Zheng had already stopped. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Zheng raised the Rubik's Cube high. Banbu's pupils suddenly shrank, staring blankly at the Rubik's Cube in Zheng's hand. Hardly believing his eyes. Impossible. How could it be so fast? Looking at the Rubik's Cube in Zheng's hand, the people of Qian were completely dumbfounded. Did he solve it? The crowd rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe the scene before them. However, the Rubik's Cube was still the same Rubik's Cube. It was just that all 6 faces were now the same color. He really solved it. It was definitely not what Zheng had said about half a tea time. It was just a few breaths and it was solved. Li and the other princes were completely stunned. How could this be possible? They had fumbled with it for a long time and had only managed to solve one face at most. How could this useless person solve it so quickly? Damn it. What on earth is going on? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heaven bless the Qian. Suddenly, Elder Zhang Huai knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, congratulations, Your Majesty. Having blazed that Qian. In an instant, the ministers all knelt down in unison. Su Shifu and Li were filled with hatred, but could only obediently follow suit. This was a great joy of reclaiming lost territory. They dared not refrain from kneeling to congratulate, or they would be asking for trouble. At this moment, Emperor Wen was still turned away from the crowd, unable to look at the result. The sudden shouts bewildered even Emperor Wen. He turned around abruptly, looking confused at everyone. Your Majesty, the 6th Prince has won. Elder Zhang Huai pointed at the Rubik's Cube with tears in his eyes, trembling with excitement. The lost territory from 5 years ago has returned. Zhang Huai was a staunch supporter of peace. However, he did not want to sell out the country. He just wanted Qian to be peaceful and for the people to be spared from the ravages of war. Now, having regained the lost territory from 5 years ago, how could he not be excited? 1-1? Emperor Wen's face twitched slightly as he struggled to control his emotions, disbelief in his eyes. In the next moment, he could no longer care about any imperial etiquette and hurriedly ran from the throne, snatching the Rubik's Cube from Zheng's hands, trembling all over. 6 faces, all back in place. It was solved. He really solved it. The 6th prince won. Good. Wonderful. Having blazed at Qian Emperor, one could no longer control his emotions. His lips quivering and his eyes slightly moist. The territory lost for 5 years was actually reclaimed in this way. Without a single soldier lost, Emperor would never dreamed he could regain that piece of land. Just then, Xiao Wanqiu strode up to Yun Zheng, slapping him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him down a notch. Yun Zheng's face darkened, just about to speak, but Xiao Wanqiu was already excitedly saying, "The 6th prince has made a death-defying decision to reclaim lost territory for our dynasty and avenge our millions of soldiers. Please allow this old minister to pay my respects." Saying this, Xiao Wanqiu actually bowed down. Not acceptable. Yun Zheng quickly helped Xiao Wanqiu up. "Your Excellency, you are overestimating me. I just happen to have played with this before and know how to solve it." "Impossible." Bamboo snapped back to attention, his face ashen. "This item came from my hands, and a Qian could never have it. This thing was made by me. How could Yun Zheng have ever played with it?" "National Master, you are too ignorant." Yun Zheng shook his head and smiled. "Do you know what this is called?" "This is called the Jade Linglong." Bamboo shouted. "This item was created by me during my observation of celestial phenomena. Today is its first appearance before the world." "Jade Linglong? I'll jade your face with Linglong." Yun Zheng thought wildly, shaking his head. "No, this item is called the Rubik's Cube." "Rubik's Cube?" Bamboo frowned. This was clearly his own crafted Jade Linglong. Yun Zheng smiled and continued, "To be honest, I, the prince, saw this item in an ancient text of our dynasty when I was 10 years old, and even made one out of wood when I was bored. Furthermore, the Rubik's Cube I played with has 16 squares on each face. Much more complicated than your thing. Make it up. After all, the maids and guards of Baibo Yuan have been dealt with. No one could verify it, so whatever he said was what it was." Hearing Yun Zheng's words, Bamboo's old face twitched. 16 squares? He made a 16-square Jade Linglong when he was 10? How could that be possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bamboo's eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth, "You must have just been lucky. Is that so?" Yun Zheng shook his head and smiled, his gaze falling on the dagger at Bamboo's waist. The civil and military officials of the Qian were not allowed to bring weapons into the palace. However, Bamboo and his companions, as envoys, were not restricted. "National Master, that dagger looks pretty good," Yun Zheng suddenly said, catching Bamboo off guard. After a brief daze, Bamboo proudly replied, "This is a precious dagger personally bestowed by the great Shan Yu of the Northern Huan. Not only does it look good, but it's also extremely sharp." "Oh," Yun Zheng's heart stirred, and he smiled. "National Master, let's use this dagger as a wager and have one more bet. How about that?" "Another bet." Hearing Yun Zheng's words, Emperor Wen immediately frowned at him. "6th Prince, today's banquet was to welcome the envoys from Northern Huan. We have already delayed for so long. Don't waste everyone's time any longer. Step down." Emperor Wen understood the principle of knowing when to stop, although he didn't know what else Yun Zheng wanted to bet on. Continuing to gamble could lead to losses. They had already gained enough benefits and had no need to continue betting. The Qian Emperor, the 6th Prince, as a prince. Shouldn't he keep his word? Bamboo sneered, bringing this phrase up again. Emperor Wen momentarily paused, nearly kicking Yun Zheng. This rascal, didn't he understand to know when to stop? Did he really think that solving a Jade Linglong made him invincible? Fine, let it be as the National Master says. Suppressing his anger, Emperor Wen gave Yun Zheng a warning look. 6th, gamble properly with the National Master. At this moment, Yun Zheng seemed to hear the hidden meaning in Emperor Wen's words. "If you dare to use national affairs as a wager, I will take your head." "Son obey." Yun Zheng slightly bowed. 6th Prince, how do you want to bet?" Bamboo looked at Yun Zheng with a forced smile. He was eager to regain his face. Yun Zheng actually gave him a chance. Yun Zheng looked at Emperor Wen. "Father, may I borrow this Rubik's Cube again?" Emperor Wen shot him an annoyed glare and handed the Rubik's Cube back to Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng turned to Bamboo, smiling. "Since the National Master says that I solved the Rubik's Cube by luck, let's use this Rubik's Cube to bet again. This time, I will close my eyes and solve the Rubik's Cube within half a tea time. If I win, all the daggers of the National Master and the envoys will be kept. If I lose, my head can be given to the National Master." As Yun Zheng's words fell, The hall fell silent. Chapter 18. Winning with eyes closed. Close your eyes. You want to solve this thing in just half a cup of tea's time? Crazy. Zheng must be insane. This useless fool, having won by sheer luck once, has become so arrogant. Emperor Wen was so angry that he shook all over, his eyes blazing as he glared at Zheng. Zheng was not even gambling with national affairs. Instead, he was betting his own head, and he wanted to solve the Rubik's Cube with his eyes closed. Why didn't he just say he could solve it with divine magic? This bastard. Does he want to die that badly? Emperor Wen was furious, and if it weren't for not wanting to lose face in front of the Beihuan envoy, he would have kicked him already. Shen Luoyin was also extremely frustrated. Originally, Zheng had helped the Qian recover lost territory through his gambling agreement, a tremendous achievement. Yet, this ignorant fool wanted to gamble again with the Beihuan national master, and he was betting his own head. Was he looking for death? Solving this thing with his eyes closed was impossible just to think about. Remembering how she had tried several times to pull Zheng back, but failed, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Forget it, forget it. It's hard to convince someone who is asking for death. She had tried to pull him back and had advised him. Since this fool insists on seeking death, let him be. If he dies, she wouldn't have to marry him anyway. Shen Luoyin thought angrily. At this moment, the happiest ones were Yun Li and his group. They were worried that Zheng would gain favor with Emperor when after achieving such a great merit. But now, Zheng was seeking his own death. Now, there would be a good show to watch. After a brief moment of distraction, Banbu readily agreed. If the sixth prince wants to gamble, this national master will accompany you. As he spoke, Banbu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Betting their dagger against the head of the Qian prince was not a loss. Zheng had ruined his good plans, and he was just thinking of getting rid of Zheng. Hearing Banbu's laughter, the Beihuan envoy group also followed suit and laughed. All right, then it's settled. Zheng handed the Rubik's Cube to Banbu. National Master, please scramble it so you can't say I cheated later. No problem. Banbu laughed. The sixth prince is indeed a gentleman. Gentleman? More like a fool. Shen Luoyin snorted in her heart. As they spoke, Banbu quickly scrambled the cube and then handed it to Zheng. Old Six. Emperor Wen suddenly called out, stopping Zheng, who was about to start solving the cube. With a frosty expression, he said, if you regret it now, I will not punish you, considering your previous merits. The warning in Emperor Wen's eyes was very intense. Sixth Prince, don't be too reckless. Sixth Brother, it's enough already. Now is not the time for you to show off. The ministers, who had come back to their senses, also urged him to stop. Father, don't worry. What the Beihuan barbarians learned is just superficial. Zheng remained unmoved, silently memorizing for a while, then suddenly closed his eyes. National Master, you can start the timer. As his voice fell, Zheng's hands began to move quickly. All right. Banbu laughed, his eyes fixed on Zheng's, preventing him from opening his eyes and cheating. Li desperately suppressed his impulse to laugh, cursing Zheng in his heart for being so arrogant. He must be crazy to seek the spotlight. He didn't even know his own surname anymore. Just as Li was laughing in his heart, Zheng's hand stopped. Then he raised the Rubik's Cube again. Looking at the cube in Zheng's hands, Banbu's expression changed drastically, almost causing him to fall to the ground. The people of the Qian were also stunned again. People kept rubbing their eyes hard, wanting to see if they were dreaming. However, everything before them clearly told them they were not dreaming. Shen Luoyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zheng. He solved it. He solved it again. Oh my. Although this time was slightly slower than before, it definitely took less than half a stick of incense. He could solve this thing so quickly even with his eyes closed. How skilled is he? National Master, do you believe what this prince says now? Zheng opened his eyes and smiled. I think the National Master must have learned a bit from my dynasty. But he doesn't realize he only learned a little, right? Hearing Zheng's words, Banbu's face turned from green to white, as if he had been slapped hard. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a way to do so. The facts were right in front of him. The thing he created. Zheng could solve with his eyes closed in less time than he did. Who would believe him if he said he didn't learn from others? Ha! A hearty laugh awakened the dazed crowd. Xiao Wanqiu stared at Banbu and laughed. National Master, you learned a bit of superficial knowledge from our dynasty. And now you come to our dynasty to show off the Rubik's Cube. Isn't that just ridiculous? Hearing Xiao Wanqiu's words, the crowd paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lord Yuhua is absolutely right. This disciple still wants to test the master. How can that not be ridiculous? National Master, Bei Huan has much more to learn. The words of Lord Yuhua made sense. Zheng won the gambling game again, and everyone was overjoyed. Only Yun Li and his faction had dark expressions but still forced smiles. Damn, this fool really can solve it with his eyes closed. Facing the laughter of the crowd, Bamboo was furious, roaring madly. Laugh all you want. There will be a time for you to cry. Can the meat we Bei Huan eat be returned to you? Dream on. If you have the ability, come and recapture the lost territory. Today, let you be happy first. Once we achieve our goal, we will make you cry. All right. Emperor Wen raised his hand to stop the crowd, glaring at Zheng. Then looking at Bamboo with a half-smile, National Master, are you willing to accept defeat? Bamboo hesitated slightly and gritted his teeth. The men of Bei Huan have always kept their word. Since I have bet with the Sixth Prince, I will naturally accept defeat. As he spoke, Bamboo took off his dagger and asked everyone to do the same. Although the Bei Huan envoy group was reluctant, Bamboo had spoken, so they had no choice but to obediently take off their daggers. Seeing their actions, everyone was overjoyed. They were worried that Bamboo would not acknowledge the bet. As long as he accepted defeat, the Qian could recover lost territory without bloodshed. Having blazed that Qian, soon, all the Bei Huan envoys had removed their daggers, and the palace guards hurried forward to collect the daggers from their hands. Wait, Emperor Wen called to the guard who was taking Bamboo's dagger. Bring it to me. The guard complied and respectfully presented Bamboo's dagger to Emperor Wen. Clang. Emperor Wen drew Bamboo's dagger and took a look, disdainfully saying, Bei Huan's treasured sword, just this. As he spoke, Emperor Wen handed it to Zheng. I see you like this dagger, so I will reward it to you. Thank you, father. Zheng joyfully accepted the curved dagger. Haha, he originally wanted this dagger. Unexpectedly, before he even asked, it was given to him. So satisfying. The purpose of this dagger is not to kill people. This is equivalent to Bamboo's token. After going to Shuo Bei, this dagger might come in handy. All right. Emperor Wen held back his urge to laugh out loud, waved his hand to the ministers and royal relatives, and said, after wasting so much time, we should receive the Bei Huan envoy group. After speaking, Emperor Wen patted Zheng heavily on the shoulder and quickly returned to his throne. As Emperor Wen resumed his position, everyone returned to their places. Although Zheng was happy in his heart, he was also somewhat troubled. Today, he really did show off, but trouble is coming next. Yun Li and the Bei Huan people must be wanting to kill themselves, right? We need to think of some ways to deal with it in advance. The Bei Huan envoy is here to meet the Emperor of Daqian. At this moment, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Secretariat called out loudly, understanding the situation very well. Everyone turned to look at Bamboo and the Bei Huan envoy. Looks like they've messed up this time. Bamboo's face twitched slightly as he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and knelt down. Bamboo, the National Master of Bei Huan, along with the Bei Huan envoy, pays respects to the Emperor of Daqian. Chapter 19. The 6 sons go to the northern pass. The ruler and his ministers ascend the mountain as Bamboo knelt down. The other members of the Northern Huan delegation followed suit. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to kneel now. If they tried to back out now, the matter of seeking food would be off the table. Seeing the people of Northern Huan kneeling on the ground, Emperor Wen couldn't help but feel delighted. 5 years. The Northern Huan national teacher, who almost captured him 5 years ago, was finally kneeling before him. This was a way to vent the anger from 5 years ago. The key was that he had regained lost territory. Even if he died now, he could face his ancestors with pride. Future historians would no longer label him as the emperor who lost territory. Emperor Wen was filled with emotion, deliberately delaying for a moment before slowly raising his hand and saying, Gentlemen envoys, no need for formalities. Serve them seats. Thank you, Emperor of Daqian. The members of Northern Huan slowly stood up, their faces not looking good. Bamboo shot a fierce glance at Zheng. Zheng curled his lips, inwardly cursing the old dog. Sooner or later, I will destroy your Northern Huan. Let us see if you dare to be fierce with me again. As the members of the Northern Huan delegation took their seats, Emperor Wen, in a great mood, immediately had people bring out wine and dishes. With today's joyous event, the atmosphere of the banquet was different. The people of Northern Huan wore frowns, while those from Qian were exceptionally happy. Even some from the faction of the third prince were pleased. The land that had been ceded was regained. As long as one wasn't a traitor, one should be happy. Halfway through the banquet, many people came to toast Zheng, especially those from the pro-war faction. No matter how useless Zheng had been before, today he was indeed the hero of Qian. After the banquet, Zheng thought Emperor Wen would summon him, but to his surprise, the emperor was overly happy, accidentally got drunk, and was soon helped back to the palace to rest. Zheng was also glad that no one called for him, so he didn't tea-chat much with others and quickly left with Shen Luoyin. After leaving the palace, Zheng took the initiative to offer to send Shen Luoyin home. Of course, his main purpose was to find her second sister-in-law, Yi. Watching Zheng's carriage disappear, Yinli couldn't help but look gloomy. Having lent over 10,000 taels of silver notes to Zheng and seeing him gain such prominence, he was filled with envy and resentment. This useless waste, having not seen him for a few days, had turned into a brilliant figure who regained lost territory. It was easy to see that this useless waste would receive a substantial reward. Regaining lost territory. This was an achievement that could be recorded in history. Moreover, it was achieved without the loss of a single soldier. How could there not be lavish rewards? If it were himself, it would definitely elevate him to the position of crown prince. How could this useless waste steal the limelight? Despicable. Truly despicable. On the way back, Yinli resentfully spoke to Su Shifu. The more he steals the limelight, the quicker he dies. Su Shifu shook his head lightly and said ominously, I was originally planning to set up a scheme to make him offend the Northern Huan delegation. But now it seems unnecessary. I estimate Bamboo is already hating that useless waste. Yin Li's face was frosty, filled with killing intent as he said, That's not enough. We must think of a way to crush this useless waste in the cradle. We cannot let him gain power. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Su Shifu said with a sinister smile, I have set a trap for this waste. As long as the Northern Huan people cooperate slightly, this waste will step into a situation from which he cannot recover. Yin Li's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly asked, What trap? Su Shifu's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, A trap of certain death. When Zheng sent Shen Luoyin back to the Shen family, it was already very late. Seeing that Shen Luoyin had returned safely, Mrs. Shen and the others finally felt at ease. Their greatest fear was that Shen Luoyin would be bullied while away. However, upon seeing Zheng, Mrs. Shen's mood immediately soured. Your Highness, Mrs. Shen simply greeted with a cold face and told her two daughters-in-law, All right, it's getting late. You all should rest early. After that, Mrs. Shen immediately walked into the inner room. Mother, wait. Shen Luoyin called out to Mrs. Shen. Don't you want to know what happened to us in the palace? I don't want to know, and I don't have the mood to know. Mrs. Shen replied without turning her head, heading straight into the room. Shen Luoyin was speechless and immediately said to her two sisters-in-law, You two talk to her first. I'll go find Mother to discuss something. After saying that, Shen Luoyin hurriedly chased after her mother. She couldn't wait to tell her mother about Zheng's impressive performance in the palace. Of course, most importantly, the Qian had regained lost territory. Arriving at Mrs. Shen's room, Shen Luoyin vividly recounted the events in the palace to her mother. He can do that? Mrs. Shen was surprised. Could it be that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse? I knew you would say that. Shen Luoyin smiled and said later, he even broke a puzzle, directly closing his eyes to solve it. It was amazing. Closing his eyes? Mrs. Shen was astonished, then scoffed. That's just some clever trick. Who cares what it is? Shen Luoyin said. He helped Qian regain face, and most importantly, he regained the land south of the Baishui River. Regaining face, yes, but regaining lost territory. Mrs. Shen shook her head, softly sighing. Your father said, Northern Huan is like a pack of wolves. The meat Northern Huan has swallowed won't be easy to spit out. Let's talk about regaining lost territory when it actually happens. Saying this, Mrs. Shen sighed again. What does it matter if they verbally agree? Things written in black and white are useless. Only when Northern Huan withdraws and Qian's soldiers enter can it truly be called regaining lost territory. While the mother and daughter were chatting, Zheng had also followed Yi to the back garden. Wei Shuang used the excuse of accompanying the children to go back to sleep. How about you do something for me? Zheng glanced around and said straightforwardly. Yi raised her eyebrows and smiled. Your Highness 6, you are too direct. When talking to smart people, there's no need to beat around the bush. Zheng smiled. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I will try my best to satisfy them. I really don't have any requests. Yi gently shook her head, but I need to consider whether your boat is worth boarding. Honestly, you have no choice. Zheng shook his head. You have two options, either work for me or report me to the emperor, saying that I am hiding my talents and plotting against him. Shen Luoyan is married to me. She is also your second sister-in-law. We are all in the same boat. I didn't expect you to be so domineering. Yi looked at him in surprise, then sighed. Are you afraid I will expose you? What do you think? Zheng looked at her with a mischievous smile. Yi bitterly smiled, silently sighing in her heart. Of course, he wasn't afraid of her exposing him. If she exposed him, she would definitely be accused of slandering the Prince of Treason. Therefore, Zheng was right. She truly had no choice. With a sigh, Yi directly said, Speak. What do you need me to do for you? Straightforward. Zheng smiled. I need you to hide your identity and spread rumors that I am a supporter of the Crown Prince, who has been hiding my talents. After the Crown Prince's failed coup, his confidant sent me a letter asking me to collaborate with Northern Huan to plot against Qian's throne. Listening to Zheng's words, Yi's pretty face couldn't help but twitch slightly. Your Highness 6, you are truly insidious. Yi understood that Zheng wanted to use the fact that no one believed he would rebel to set up other princes. Once this news spread, others would definitely think that it was the other princes slandering him. I'm just playing the role of the sixth. Zheng curled the corner of his mouth and instructed. Later, go get a stone statue and bury it in a place where it can easily be discovered, then carve some words on it. What should we carve? Yi asked. 6th son heads to the northern pass. All the lords ascend the mountain. Chapter 20. Crowned? Late at night, arriving at the residence arranged by Qian, Bamboo still could not swallow his anger. If it weren't for that 6th prince causing trouble today, the entire Qian would have been humiliated, and he would have successfully achieved his goal of intimidating Qian. Damn 6th prince. He actually turned the tables on them, making them feel very passive now. Truly despicable. I heard that this 6th prince of Qian is a good-for-nothing. How could he have such capability? Is it true that there are ancient texts in Qian that mention the Rubik's Cube? But that was clearly something I came up with by accident. Could it be that someone in Qian thought of it before me? Whoosh! Just as Bamboo was feeling frustrated, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. An assassin? Bamboo's expression changed, and he immediately opened the door to go out. As soon as he opened the door, the guard stationed outside approached him. National Master. Someone just shot an arrow over, and there was also a letter attached. The guard said, immediately presenting the feathered arrow and the letter. Where's he? Bamboo asked. Didn't he see him? The guard shook his head lightly. Got it, you can leave. Bamboo waved his hand lightly and returned to his room with the arrow and letter. Using the light in the room, Bamboo opened the letter in his hand. As Bamboo read the letter, he let out a sneer filled with disdain. These people in Qian, whether in military affairs, governance, or statecraft, are all incompetent. But when it comes to internal strife, each one is better than the last. Just when I had the thought of killing the 6th prince, someone from Qian came up with a plan for me. Moreover, they wrote the entire plan clearly. They even analyzed the pros and cons for him, saying that the 6th prince wanted to go to Shuo Bei, with the intent of reviving the morale of Qian's army with a heart set on certain death. Whether the 6th prince lives or dies in Shuo Bei would not benefit Beihuan at all. The analysis is indeed reasonable, but their cleverness is all directed at dealing with their own people. With such treacherous people in the court, how could Qian not fail? Well, Bamboo shook his head and smiled to himself. Since we have a common enemy, I shall lend you a helping hand. Bamboo raised his hand to burn the letter in his hand. However, after a moment's thought, he stopped. This letter is a handle. It is useful to keep it in my hands. I can't burn it. With that in mind, Bamboo immediately tucked the letter away. Meanwhile, the person who delivered the letter returned to the residence of the third prince. Is the task completed? Yunli asked with a cold face. It is done. The man in black replied respectfully. But did anyone see you? Yunli asked again. No. The man in black shook his head. Are you sure no one saw? Yunli was not reassured. Sure. I dare to guarantee with my head. The man in black said firmly. That's good. The third prince nodded in satisfaction, tossing a large gold ingot to the man in black. You may leave. Thank you for your reward, your highness. The man in black took the gold ingot, happily thanked him, and bowed as he exited the room. Just as he was leaving the room, a cold light suddenly swept across his neck. The man in black had no time to react before his head fell to the ground. Yunli glanced indifferently at the bleeding corpse and dispose of the body and clean up the floor. After saying that, Yunli stepped over the corpse and left the room. This matter must not leave any handles for anyone. In this world, only the dead won't leak secrets. The next day, someone from the palace came and made an exception for Zheng to attend the morning assembly. At this moment, the sky had not yet fully brightened. Looking at the dark sky outside the carriage, Zheng felt speechless. Morning assembly, my foot. If there are rewards, just give them directly. It's wasting my sleep. Luckily, it's not winter yet. In the dead of winter, he really wouldn't want to get up. When he arrived outside the hall for the morning assembly, many ministers had already gathered outside waiting to enter. Your Highness Sixth, you received a reward today. You must treat the old man to a drink. Yes. I didn't drink enough with His Highness Sixth last night. Your Highness Sixth, this is a great achievement in reclaiming lost territory. Surely there will be rewards. The achievements of His Highness Sixth are enough to be remembered in history. This time, many ministers in the court took the initiative to greet him. Dukyu, Xiao Wanqiu, even patted Zheng's shoulder heartily. Your Highness Sixth, who dares to say you are useless in the future? I will tear his mouth apart. Reclaiming lost territory is the wish of these old generals. At their age, they thought they would never see the day of reclaiming lost territory again, but unexpectedly, that land was reclaimed by Zheng in this way. Thank you, Dukyu. Thank you all. Zheng chuckled dryly, wanting to slap this old man unconscious. Old man, are you afraid I want to die fast enough? At this moment, Zheng just wanted to wear a sign, don't bother me. Looking at Zheng being surrounded by people, the other princes were extremely jealous. Su Shifu and Yunli both flashed a killing intent in their eyes, but they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Get close. The more people get close to Zheng, the faster he will die. Just wait and see. The good show has just begun. After chatting for a while, Emperor Wen summoned everyone to the hall. After paying respects to Emperor Wen, the ministers returned to their positions. Where's the sixth? Emperor Wen asked, looking around the hall. I am here. Zheng walked out from the corner at the back. The expression on Emperor Wen's face twitched, both angry and amused. Today is to reward you, not to reprimand you. Why are you hiding there? I didn't hide. Zheng chuckled dryly. Too embarrassed to say. I didn't know where to stand, so I. Hearing Zheng's words, the ministers couldn't help but laugh, and even Emperor Wen laughed along. Indeed, this is the first time Old Six is attending a formal morning assembly, so it's normal not to find a position. All right, just stand there and listen to the decree. Emperor Wen did not make things difficult for him, waved his hand to signal him to return to his position, and then said to the ministers, the sixth prince restored my face into Qian's face yesterday and helped the Qian reclaim lost territory without bloodshed. I wish to confer the title of King of Zhenbei to Old Six. What do you all think? Boom! As Emperor Wen's words fell, the entire court was stunned. Not to mention the ministers, even Zheng did not expect that Emperor Wen would actually consider conferring a title on him. It should be known that the Qian dynasty is different from the ancient ones he knows. Only the emperor's brothers can be conferred titles. Moreover, titles are conferred only after the previous emperor's death and the new emperor's ascension, to show the new emperor's favor towards his brothers, and also to comfort those princes who did not receive the throne. Furthermore, not every prince has the opportunity to be conferred title. The princes of the Qian have a very high status. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely not possible. Yes, this matter goes against the ancestral system. I hope Your Majesty thinks it over. Although the sixth prince has great merit, Conferring a title is indeed too much. Your Majesty, please reconsider. In an instant, many ministers stood up to oppose it. Even many who had previously taken the initiative to greet Zheng outside the hall stood up to oppose. Conferring a title is indeed too much. Even Zheng himself felt it was excessive. Emperor Wen frowned and scanned the ministers, asking, "Isn't the merit of reclaiming lost territory and maintaining the national integrity enough to confer a title? If you all have this capability, I will also make an exception to confer titles." Chapter 21, Don't force me to show my true skills. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Your Majesty, the sixth prince has indeed made great contributions. Su Shifu stepped forward. However, I believe that currently, Northern Huan has only verbally agreed to return the lost territories, and this matter has yet to be finalized. Even if Your Majesty intends to make an exception and confer the title of king upon the sixth prince, it can wait until this matter is conclusively settled. Lord Jinghua is right. Indeed, to say the least, we should at least wait until the agreement to return the lost territories is signed. Yes, it's too early to confer the title of king upon the sixth prince now. Everyone echoed in agreement. Is Father Emperor still not sober? At that moment, a voice muttering to itself broke the silence. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the last row. Emperor Wen's face twitched, both angry and amused, as he glared at Zheng in the corner. "What did you just say, Six?" "Huh?" Zheng suddenly looked up, feigning confusion as he looked at Emperor Wen and the others, then quickly put on a timid expression, stuttering, I didn't say anything. I woke up early today and just dozed off and was talking in my sleep. Yes, talking in my sleep." Seeing Zheng's demeanor, the officials could only stifle their laughter. Emperor Wen's face twitched slightly, but he didn't expose Zheng's lie, saying irritably, "If you haven't woken up yet, go back to sleep." Thank you, Father Emperor," Zheng said, dazedly walking towards the exit. Watching Zheng flee in a panic, everyone was stunned. Is he really going back to sleep? "Stop." Emperor Wen was both angry and amused. He called out, "You really think you could just leave?" This. Zheng turned around, his eyes wandering. "Go back to your seat." Emperor Wen shot him an annoyed glance, secretly cursing in his heart. This useless thing, having achieved such great merit, he hasn't even received any rewards. And he really thinks he can just walk away? Zheng forced a laugh and returned to his corner. Hopefully, this would deter Emperor Wen from making him a king. If there is a title to be conferred, let it wait until I leave the capital. He certainly didn't want to become a target. All right, let's hold off on the king title for now. Emperor Wen waved his hand and gave a subtle signal to Mu Shun beside him, proclaimed the edict. Yes. Mu Shun nodded and immediately began to announce the edict. His Majesty has decreed. Sixth Prince Zheng. Hearing Mu Shun proclaiming the edict, the court officials couldn't help but wipe their foreheads in cold sweat. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Emperor Wen had already prepared the edict. He never intended to make him a king. He only mentioned it to test everyone's reactions. However, no one knew why Emperor Wen suddenly chose to test them. Only Zheng was quietly pondering. Could it be that Emperor Wen received some kind of news? Did the rumors he had Yi spread reach Emperor Wen's ears? That was too fast, right? Damn, how extensive is my cheap father-s information network? Sixth Prince. It wasn't until Mu Shun called out again that Zheng snapped back to reality. Zheng looked up in confusion. What does Chief Steward Mu want with me? Upon hearing Zheng's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sixth prince, receiving so many rewards for the first time, was completely dumbfounded. Cough, cough. Mu Shun cleared his throat and reminded, "Sixth prince, it's time to receive the edict and express your gratitude." Zheng finally reacted and hurriedly ran out to receive the edict and express his thanks. Seeing Zheng in that state, everyone erupted into laughter again. After obediently receiving the edict and expressing his gratitude, Zheng retreated back into his corner and quietly opened the edict to check. He had been startled by Emperor Wen earlier and hadn't really heard what rewards he had received. Looking at it now, Zheng finally regained his senses. Not bad. 100,000 taels of gold, a pair of jade by 100 bolts of cloth, and 10 bolts of silk. All totaled, It was worth about 15,000 taels of gold. His military funds just increased a bit. How delightful. Emperor, when noticed Yun Zheng's small actions. But didn't he pursue the matter further? He continued, tomorrow is the official time to negotiate with the Northern Huan envoy about grain. What do you think? How much grain does Northern Huan want this time? Upon hearing Emperor Wen's words, everyone fell silent. Who knows? Northern Huan certainly wants as much as possible. It's not a matter of how much Northern Huan wants, but how much did Qian can give, and where did Qian's bottom line lies. That's the crux of the matter. Just as everyone was unsure how to speak, Xiao Wancho stepped forward, looking displeased, and said, just give them some grain to keep their people from starving. If they want more, then trade war horses for it. Xiao Wancho was a pro-war faction member, extremely unwilling to give Northern Huan grain. However, since Emperor Wen had decided against war, he couldn't say much. He was also well aware that going to war with Northern Huan at this time would be extremely unfavorable for the Qian. Perhaps Northern Huan's appetite is not limited to this. Emperor Wen sighed deeply, feeling extremely worried. Father Emperor, I believe that if Northern Huan is willing to sign the agreement to return our lost territories, it wouldn't hurt to give them a bit more grain. At this moment, the fourth Prince Yun Ting also stepped forward. His words instantly received the support of many. After all, the lost territories were more important. Emperor Wen thought for a moment and then looked at Yin Li. Third brother, what do you think? Yin Li knew Emperor Wen was testing him, thought for a moment, and immediately replied, I believe that in addition to what fourth brother said, we should also consider exchanging war horses and other scarce items with Northern Huan. Moreover, besides providing grain, we can also consider giving Northern Huan salt, iron, and other goods. This time, it's not just about seeking grain. We can also publicly declare it as a trade with Northern Huan to appease the people. Yin Li spoke at length. Many officials nodded along. The idea of trade was indeed good. Although it was self-deceiving, the common people wouldn't know that much. Emperor Wen appreciated Yin Li's suggestion and began to inquire about the opinions of the second and fifth princes. However, since they couldn't seize the initiative, what they could say had basically been covered by the third and fourth, leaving them with only a few words to respond. Just when everyone thought Emperor Wen would ask Yun Zheng for his opinion, he seemed to forget that Yun Zheng was also present in the court and directly began to inquire about Elder Zheng's opinion. Listening to the exchange between the emperor and officials, everyone couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The seventh and eighth princes were still underage and couldn't stand in court. Emperor Wen directly skipped over Yun Zheng, clearly indicating he had no intention of testing him. Not testing him meant that Emperor Wen had no intention of considering Yun Zheng as the crown prince. It seemed that even with Yun Zheng's great contributions, in Emperor Wen's eyes, he was merely lucky. He clearly lacked the talent to govern the country. Yun Zheng naturally understood Emperor Wen's meaning and felt indifferent. Whoever wants to be the crown prince can go ahead. He didn't want that. With military power in hand, even the crown prince would have to bow down to him. Let them fight amongst themselves. He was content to be the sixth prince. After inquiring about the officials, Emperor Wen already had a plan in mind. Taking advantage of Yun Zheng's presence, he had the Ministry of Rites choose an auspicious date on the spot to set the wedding date for Yun Zheng and Shun Luoyan. The wedding was set for the end of this month. There were still about 10 days left. The Northern Huan envoy probably wouldn't stay in the capital for long. Once they left, he could start preparing for Yun Zheng's wedding. The timing was still quite ample. Stepping out of the court, Yun Zheng felt the fresh air outside was incredibly refreshing. Sigh, the struggles in the court are really damn annoying. Yun Zheng sighed sincerely. Just as he was about to slip away, a eunuch chased after him. Your Highness, the Emperor is worried you might forget. So he specifically sent me to remind you not to forget to attend the court meeting on time tomorrow. Huh? Yun Zheng's face turned pale. Do I still need to go tomorrow? The eunuch chuckled awkwardly and replied, the Emperor said so. Damn, you guys can handle it yourselves. Why make me attend a pointless court meeting? Yun Zheng cursed inwardly. My precious sleep is gone again. What on earth does Emperor Wen mean by this? He can't be trying to prevent me from going to Shual Bay, right? Damn it. Don't push me to use my trump card. Chapter 22, Damascus Steel. When Yun Zheng got home, he first wanted to catch up on some sleep. Of course, catching up on sleep was just for show. He was actually lying in bed thinking about things. Before long, the newly hired maid, Zheng, came to call him, saying that someone from the palace had come to bestow rewards. Looking at the girl, Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, people rely on their appearance. Previously, this girl was dirty and looked just mediocre. Now that she was clean and dressed in new clothes, she suddenly seemed quite charming. However, this girl was only 16 and hadn't fully matured yet. Although Zheng thought he should indulge in the luxurious life of a prince, as a good young man of the new era, he couldn't possibly have any thoughts about this girl. Well, let us just wait and see. Suddenly, a thought popped into Zheng's mind. This thought startled him. Damn, I really am quite wicked. No, wait. Most likely, it's just the lingering spirit of that guy causing trouble. That's it. Zheng found himself a suitable excuse and then left the room with Zheng. Outside, the palace staff had already brought the rewards. Looking at the pile of items, Zheng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. If the sixth prince wanted to be a prince, he needed rewards too. Having military power alone wasn't enough. Once you had people, you also had to be able to support those people. After looking over the rewards and sending away the palace staff, Zheng instructed the housekeeper, take some fabric and make new clothes for everyone. When I marry Luo Yin, everyone should be wearing new clothes. The housekeeper was overjoyed and quickly bowed. I will thank His Highness on behalf of everyone. Zheng waved his hand, but secretly snorted. There must be someone arranged by Emperor One to monitor him in this house. The most suspicious one was this housekeeper. After some delays, it was already noon. After lunch, just as Zheng was preparing to go out with He, Shen Luo Yin unexpectedly brought Yi Zi to visit. What brings you here? Zheng looked at the two girls in surprise. Don't worry, we're not here to take the rewards your father gave you. Shen Luo Yin shot Zheng a glare. After last night's events, her opinion of Zheng had slightly changed, but only slightly. After all, Zheng was neither scholarly nor martial. He was ultimately still useless. Yi Zi looked helplessly at Shen Luo Yin and smiled. Someone from the palace notified His Highness about the wedding date with Luo Yin, and my mother asked me to come and see if there is anything His Highness needs help with. As she spoke, Yi Zi subtly winked at Zheng. Zheng suddenly realized. It must be that Yi Zi intentionally guided Madame Shen to come and help. This way, she could stay in his residence legitimately and be at his service anytime. Clever. At this moment, Zheng wanted to say, sister-in-law is the best. After thinking for a moment, Zheng immediately told Yi Zi, I don't know what to do at the moment, so how about this, sister-in-law? You stay in my residence for now, and I'll ask people from the Ministry of Rights later. That's fine. Yi Zi readily agreed. The two exchanged a tacit smile. And Zheng then said to the two, by the way, I was just about to go out for a stroll. Why don't you come with me? My father just rewarded me with a lot of wealth, so if you see anything you like, I can buy it for you. How rare. Shen Luo Yin snorted lightly, but didn't he refuse. Yi Zi naturally agreed with delight. Thus, Zheng took them out together. He also brought along some gifts he had received during the move to sell. Didn't he, the emperor, just reward you with 10,000 taels of gold? Are you really going to sell those things? On the way, Shen Luo Yin asked with a dark expression. Expenses are high. Zheng sighed. Just from the things the emperor sent this morning, I've already given away dozens of taels of silver. That's true. Yi Zi nodded slightly. Although the palace was helping with the wedding, as the sixth prince, there were indeed many expenses for receiving and sending guests. Zheng slightly nodded and continued. Sister-in-law, I have some gifts at home. Could you help me sell them for silver? Yi Zi was slightly taken aback and then teased. Aren't you afraid I'll embezzle them? I believe sister-in-law isn't that kind of person. Zheng said with a smile. Besides, I'm about to marry Luo Yin. What is mine is hers, right? You and Luo Yin have such a good relationship. You wouldn't embezzle her money, would you? Shen Luo Yin curled her lips and snorted. I think you're just afraid of losing face selling those things. That's why you're asking sister-in-law to help you. Ahem. Zheng coughed twice, pretending to be seen through. Yi Zi lightly glared at Shen Luo Yin, signaling her not to speak carelessly, and then nodded with a smile. Originally, my mother asked me to help, so since His Highness trusts me so much, I'll take care of this. Then thank you, sister-in-law. Zheng felt relieved, but the corner of his eye swept over He. Damn, I need to find an opportunity to test He enjoy me. Always being on guard like this ISNTA solution. Soon, the four found a shop, sold all the gifts, and received over 3,000 taels of silver. Just when they were aimlessly wandering around, a clanging sound of hammering iron suddenly reached their ears. Yin Zheng's heart stirred, and he immediately said to Shun Luo Yin, "Let us go check out the blacksmith shop." "What do you want to go to the blacksmith for?" Shun Luo Yin frowned. "Do you still want to forge weapons?" Yin Zheng nodded slightly. "After all, I'm someone who will go to the battlefield. I need a decent weapon, right? Gao-He, let the blacksmith make me a knife exactly like the one you have." "Okay." Gao-He nodded lightly. "Just forget it." Shun Luo Yin shook her head lightly. "With your strength, can you even wield a weapon? If you really went to the battlefield, it would make a difference whether you had a weapon or not." "What are you talking about?" Easy glared at Shun Luo Yin. "Isn't it fine for His Highness to prepare a decent weapon in advance to practice his skills for killing enemies? Do you really want to be a widow for the rest of your life?" Shun Luo Yin pouted, secretly thinking that what she said was the truth. With someone like Yin Zheng, who was weak and couldn't even lift a chicken, no matter what weapon he took to the battlefield, he was just going to his death. After secretly complaining in her heart, Shun Luo Yin looked at Yi Zi suspiciously. Why does she feel that sister-in-law is acting a bit strange today? But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was odd. Anyway, she just felt that she seemed a bit different from usual. Yin Zheng smiled and led them straight to the blacksmith shop. He didn't really want a weapon. He wanted to see the level of blacksmithing into Qian. He had already thought of something good. Damascus steel. Using this stuff to forge weapons and equip his soldiers that'd be like cutting through vegetables. However, that stuff is too hard. If relying on manpower to forge it, who knows how many blacksmiths would be needed to meet the demands of an army. It's a bit challenging. Forget it. Let us take a look first. Soon, they arrived at the blacksmith shop. Inside, several shirtless blacksmiths were forging farming tools. Each of them had bulging muscles, definitely muscle men. Next to the bellows, there was also a one-armed man working the bellows. Upon seeing the man at the bellows, Gao-He suddenly shouted in surprise. Comment dis-tu? Chapter 23. Blood-clothed army. Hearing Gao-He's voice, Du Bugué, who was pulling the bellows, turned his head to take a glance, and then said lightly, "You've got the wrong person." "No." Gao-He quickly stepped forward, confidently saying, "Back in the days in Shuo Bay, you performed archery in front of His Majesty and received his praise." "You've got the wrong person," Du Guiyuan said again, continuing to pull the bellows. Gao-He wanted to say more, but Yin Zheng stopped him. "Do you know this man?" Gao-He nodded. "He was originally the leader of the blood-clothed army." "Blood-clothed army?" Yin Zheng asked in confusion. "What is the blood-clothed army?" "You don't even know about the blood-clothed army?" Shun Luo Yin looked at Yin Zheng with disdain, unable to help but complain in her heart. Wasn't he the one shouting about going to Shuo Bay? How could he not know about the blood-clothed army? Yi Zi smiled and spoke. "The blood-clothed army is the most elite unit of the Northern Army. It is said that there are fewer than 500 men in the blood-clothed army, and the conditions for joining are extremely stringent. They've bathed in blood in every battle, hence the name blood-clothed army. Unfortunately, during the battle in Shuo Bay 5 years ago, the blood-clothed army suffered extremely heavy losses. Almost none survived. Since then, they have completely disappeared." Listening to Yi Zi's words, Yin Zheng's heart suddenly jumped. The Northern Army guarding Shuo Bay had a force of 200,000. To select fewer than 500 men from 200,000, one can imagine how elite the blood-clothed army was. This was the special forces of the Qian Dynasty. Yin Zheng looked intently at Du Guiyuan. "Since you're the leader of the blood-clothed army, why are you willing to live here making iron? Don't ask such stupid questions." Shun Luo Yin shot Yin Zheng a glare, pointing at Du Bugué's amputated arm. Yin Zheng paused slightly, shaking his head. "What I mean is, with Leader Du's achievements, he should have received quite a few rewards, right? He should continue to make a living by forging iron. What does that have to do with you? Go find a cool place to stay." Du Guiyuan snorted lightly, continuing to pull the bellows. "Leader Du, do not be rude." Gao-He quickly stopped Du Guiyuan. "This is the 6th prince of the current dynasty." "6th prince?" The several blacksmiths who were forging iron quickly stopped their work and knelt to pay their respects. "Commoners greet the 6th prince." Du Guiyuan looked at Yun Zheng and reluctantly knelt down. This commoner does not recognize the sixth prince and has been disrespectful. Please forgive me, sixth prince. He is now just a commoner and should kneel in respect. Those who do not know are not guilty. Everyone get up. Yun Zheng gently raised his hand and repeated the question from earlier. Du Guiyuan stood up but remained silent. It was a blacksmith beside him who answered for him. Your Highness may not know, but most of the compensation for Leader Du's brothers has been embezzled. Leader Du feels guilty toward the brothers of the blood-clothed army and has given all his rewards to the families of the fallen soldiers. Is that so? Yun Zheng suddenly understood. Praising Leader Du is benevolent. Du Guiyuan gently shook his head. Your Highness should just call me by my name. I am no longer the leader of the blood-clothed army. All right. Yun Zheng nodded lightly and stated straightforwardly. Forging iron is not suitable for you. You should be fighting on the battlefield. Come with me to Shual Bay. Shual Bay? Du Guiyuan's heart tightened, shaking his head. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. But this commoner is now just a useless person and can no longer go to the battlefield to fight. Useless person? Yun Zheng chuckled, coincidentally. I'm also a useless person, a good-for-nothing. Du Guiyuan was slightly stunned, looking at Yun Zheng in surprise. He had heard a bit about the current sixth prince being a useless person. However, how could the sixth prince admit in front of him that he was a good-for-nothing? This made him feel a bit incredulous. There was nothing strange about it. Yun Zheng smiled nonchalantly. To be honest, I'm going to Shual Bay just to die on the battlefield. You, this useless person, don't you want to die gloriously on the battlefield? We can accompany each other. Yun Zheng had also been a soldier before crossing over. He believed he could understand Du Guiyuan. How could such a fierce general not have the heart to die on the battlefield? Listening to Yun Zheng's words, Shen Luoyin nearly jumped up to smash his head. This bastard. He really wants to go to Shual Bay to die, doesn't he? He wants to make her live a life of a widow for him. Du Guiyuan was also taken aback by Yun Zheng's words, and after a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. To not hide from Your Highness. The battle 5 years ago not only broke this commoner's arm, but also shattered my courage. This commoner no longer has the courage to go back to the battlefield. Then go regain your courage. Yun Zheng shook his head, pointing at Yi Zi beside him. My sister-in-law's husband also died on the battlefield of Shual Bay. Last night, I asked her if she regretted not being able to see her husband for the last time. Guess how she answered? Huh. Shen Luoyin was surprised. Did Yun Zheng talk about this with his sister-in-law last night? Du Guiyuan looked desolate. This commoner is all ears. Yun Zheng took a deep breath and said softly. She said, the Green Mountains bury loyal bones everywhere. Why need to wrap the corpse in horse leather? As Yun Zheng's words fell, the hearts of the few people trembled sharply. Shen Luoyin carefully savored this line of poetry, then looked at her sister-in-law with admiration. She hadn't expected that her fragile second sister-in-law could write such magnificent verses. Her father and brothers were completely worthy of this line of poetry. I must ask my sister-in-law to tell me the complete poem later. Facing Shen Luoyin's admiring gaze, Yi Zi couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. This wasn't written by her at all. This was clearly written by her husband. This sixth prince is indeed hiding his talents. Just this one line of poetry shows that this sixth prince definitely has grand ambitions. Moreover, he is also a passionate man. No wonder he is so eager to go to Shual Bay. He truly has the heart to achieve merit in Shual Bay. He is even prepared to die on the battlefield. The Green Mountains bury loyal bones everywhere. Du Guiyuan murmured, repeatedly reciting this line of poetry. Unbeknownst to him, Du Bugui's eyes became slightly moist. After a long time, Du Guiyuan rubbed his eyes and bowed to Yi Zi. Thank you, madam. I can use this line of poetry you provided to honor the fallen soldiers of the blood-clothed army. They can rest in peace. Yi Zi's lips twitched slightly, giving Yun Zheng a reproachful look before saying, Leader Du is too kind. Leader Du is also a man of iron and blood. Even if he has lost an arm, he should not be buried here. Yes, Madam's line of poetry awakened this commoner. Du Guiyuan nodded heavily and immediately knelt before Yun Zheng. This commoner is willing to follow Your Highness to Shual Bay, even if I am smashed to pieces. I want to die gloriously on the battlefield. Get up. Yun Zheng helped Du Guiyuan up. handing him the banknotes he had just exchanged for gifts and the several hundred taels he had originally brought with him. Your Highness, this is unacceptable. Du Guiyuan quickly pushed it away. Take it. Zheng stuffed the banknotes into his hands. Consider it my compensation to them on behalf of my father. Since ancient times, corrupt officials have been unavoidable. How much of the compensation for the fallen soldiers can actually reach their families after being embezzled at various levels? Du Guiyuan fell silent for a moment, his eyes reddening as he said, "This commoner thanks your Highness on behalf of those fallen brothers." All right, no need to mention this. Zheng waved his hand. You go handle your matters. Just come find me at my residence later. Saying this, Zheng told Du Guiyuan the location of the residence and instructed the blacksmiths to forge a sword for him based on He's dagger before leading his people away. Chapter 24. The one who was trapped after instructing the blacksmiths to forge a suitable weapon for himself based on He's sword. Zheng left the address of his residence and departed with the three of them. On the way back, Shen Luoyin glanced at Zheng with a hint of unusual expression. It seems you do have some merits. Shen Luoyin rarely smiled in front of Zheng. I just don't want to disappoint those soldiers who sacrificed their lives for our Qian. Zheng gently shook his head and angrily said, Tomorrow during the morning court, I will report this matter to Father Emperor. I must urge him to investigate this matter strictly. Your Highness, you must not. He suddenly spoke up. Why not? Zheng turned to He. You're also part of the military. If your brother's compensation was embezzled, would you remain indifferent? Exactly. Shen Luoyin nodded emphatically, her gaze sharp as she said, embezzling the compensation of fallen soldiers deserves death. He shook his head seriously and said, Your Highness, this action will touch the interests of many people. At that time, your position in the court will become even more difficult. Hearing He's words, Zheng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Is He consider my situation? Is he gradually aligning with me? Interesting. It seems my fine steed was not given away for nothing. He does have a point. Easy also nodded. Since ancient times, corrupt officials have been dealt with endlessly. If the emperor investigates this matter, your Highness will have more enemies in the court. Zheng thought for a moment and said, Then I'll think about it some more. Although he said this, he had already made up his mind. This matter must be reported to Emperor 1, but it should be done privately. I've just made a name for myself, and there are too many people watching me. Emperor 1 has too many spies. Given the current situation, it's impossible to hide the fact that Du Guiyuan has joined my ranks from Emperor 1's ears. If I take the initiative to confess, it will prevent Emperor 1 from thinking I'm building my own power. Lost in thought, Zheng returned to his residence. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard someone from the residence say that the third prince had come. Zheng was secretly puzzled. What was this birdman doing at his residence? Is he trying to plot against me? Then I'll head back first. Shen Luoyin didn't want to be mocked by Yunli while greeting him, so she left directly. Zheng was speechless as he led He and Yi into the residence. Third brother, what brings you here? As soon as Zheng entered, he saw Yunli sitting there like a lord, with the maidservants of his residence attending to him. Sixth brother, I'm here to collect a debt. Yunli slightly raised his eyes, smiling insincerely as he said, Father Emperor rewarded you with so many things today. You should repay the over 10,000 taels of silver you owe your third brother. Come on, collecting a debt? You must be thinking too much. I never intended to repay you for borrowing your silver. Zheng pondered for a moment and immediately stepped forward. Third brother, let's not talk about the money right now. I have something extremely important to discuss with you. Want to collect a debt? Isn't that just walking right into your own trap? Yunli scoffed. What important matter could you possibly have? Repay the money first. It really is an important matter. Zheng completely ignored the topic of repayment, leaned closer to Yunli, and told him about Du Guiyuan. Then he sighed helplessly. I plan to mention this to Father Emperor during tomorrow's South Morning Court, but they all say I have no foundation and shouldn't offend people. So, I want to ask you, third brother, to bring it up during tomorrow's court listening to Zheng's words. Yunli's face turned almost green. Damn it. This bastard. You know it's offending people. Do you think I don't? Besides, many people in my faction might be involved too. If I bring this up in court, those people would hate me to death. Many who have attached themselves to me might turn against me. But Yunzheng already knew about this matter. Even if he didn't speak, the sixth brother would probably report it to Father Emperor privately. If he were to mention that he had already informed me, but I didn't report it, Father Emperor would definitely reprimand me. At this moment, Yunli wished he could slap himself. Why did he come to this useless person's place? This matter is serious. I'll go to the palace to find Father Emperor. Yunli stood up, not even bothering to greet anyone, and hurriedly left. He needed to quickly discuss strategies with Su Shifu. Watching Yunli rush out in a panic, a faint smile flashed across Yunzheng's face. Yizi suppressed her laughter, secretly thinking that this bastard is truly cunning. After leaving Yunzheng's residence, Yunli quickly arrived at Su Shifu's residence. When he told Su Shifu about the matter, Su Shifu immediately became tense. Seeing this, Yunli's heart jumped. Uncle. He suddenly realized that Su Shifu was the Minister of Revenue. The one who embezzled the most might very well be his maternal uncle. Cough cough, Su Shifu cleared his throat and changed the subject. Let us think about countermeasures for now. Yunli was so angry he was gasping for breath. Father Emperor has always been concerned about the campaign in Shuo Bay. Why would you touch the compensation for those fallen soldiers? Do you have a few brains? If this matter is investigated thoroughly, he would definitely suffer too. Upon hearing this, Su Shifu immediately became displeased and said irritably, if I don't touch those compensations, where will I get the silver to win people's hearts? Yunli was momentarily speechless. There is no point in discussing this now. Su Shifu's attitude softened. The emperor places great importance on the compensation for fallen soldiers. This matter must be reported. This is also your opportunity to win the emperor's favor. That is also true. Yunli nodded slightly, but then worriedly said, but if it gets investigated, let it be investigated. Su Shifu smiled nonchalantly, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Just find 2 scapegoats, and they won't trace it back to me. That's good. Yunli felt slightly relieved, thought for a moment, and then asked, can we use this matter to strike at fourth brother and his faction? Fourth brother, Yin Ting, is his biggest competitor. If he could use this matter to weaken fourth brother's power, that would be even better. Su Shifu thought for a moment and shook his head. For now, let us not act. Even if we use this matter to strike at fourth brother's power, the impact on him won't be significant. If we act, we must ensure it's a crippling blow. All right. Yunli nodded lightly and then asked, should I report the embezzlement matter to Father Emperor now? Why are you in such a hurry? Su Shifu glared at Yunli. Even if this matter needs to be reported, we must wait until I prepare first. If you report it without any preparation, are you looking to get yourself killed? Oh. Yunli glanced at his maternal uncle in frustration and frowned. I wonder if Bei Huan has started moving yet. I want to tear that useless person apart. As he mentioned Yunzheng, a fierce light flashed in Yunli's eyes. Su Shifu smiled confidently. Don't worry, Bamboo is a smart man. He knows what to do. Bei Huan must have already started moving. This time, that useless person will definitely die. Good. Yunli nodded fiercely, filled with resentment. Chapter 25. Is the old man going mad? At night, Emperor Wen was still in the imperial study. Due to the matter with the North Huan envoy, he had not favored any of his concubines recently. He simply had no mood for it. With thoughts of needing to negotiate grain supplies with the North Huan envoy the next day, Emperor Wen was so troubled that he couldn't sleep. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock came from outside. Come in. Emperor Wen wearily lifted his head. The shadow guard hurried in and whispered in the emperor's ear. Upon hearing the shadow guard's words, a murderous intent suddenly erupted in Emperor Wen's eyes. Is this matter absolutely certain? He asked with a frosty expression. The shadow guard gently nodded. Good courage. The murderous intent in Emperor Wen's eyes was evident. After the battle 5 years ago, he had strictly ordered all departments to ensure that the compensation for all fallen soldiers was distributed without fail. Anyone who dared to embezzle would not be tolerated. Who would have thought that someone would still dare to reach out? After forcing down his anger, Emperor Wen asked again, are you sure that the 6th prince has discussed this matter with the 3rd prince? Absolutely. The shadow guard nodded emphatically. All right, I understand. You may leave. Emperor Wen slightly nodded and waved his hand to dismiss the shadow guard. Once the shadow guard left, the cold light in Emperor Wen's eyes flickered again. 3rd prince, you better not disappoint me. As for the sixth prince, he has performed quite well. He even knows to compensate those soldiers on behalf of his father. Should I recall the people around the sixth prince? Emperor Wen murmured to himself, lost in thought. Before Emperor Wen could ponder for long, another shadow guard came to report urgent news. Listening to the shadow guard's words, Emperor Wen nearly slammed the table in anger. The shadow guard glanced at Emperor Wen and cautiously reported, "Currently, there are already many rumors about the sixth prince circulating in the imperial city. If not controlled, they are likely to spread quickly. They really are something. They can't even tolerate the sixth prince?" Emperor Wen was furious. Even his smile became particularly cold and fierce. Seeing the emperor's expression, the shadow guard hesitated to speak. Emperor Wen noticed the shadow guard's abnormality and sternly said, "Is there more news? Speak all at once. Don't stutter." The shadow guard's face turned pale as he stammered, I dare not say." "Speak." Emperor Wen's face darkened. "I pardon you." After a moment of hesitation, the shadow guard cautiously said, "This afternoon, someone unearthed a statue in the southern part of the city with some words on it." At this point, the shadow guard hesitated again, not daring to continue. "What words?" Emperor Wen shouted angrily, "If you don't speak, I'll charge you with treason." The shadow guard, intimidated by Emperor Wen's imposing presence, stuttered. The sixth prince went to the northern pass. The monarch and ministers all went up the mountain. With just a few simple words, it seemed the shadow guard had used all his strength. After saying these words, he was drenched in sweat. Hearing the shadow guard's words, Emperor Wen was immediately infuriated, breathing heavily. Before he could explode, Mu Shun suddenly rushed in a panic, whispering in Emperor Wen's ear. After speaking, Mu Shun presented a letter to Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen opened the letter and merely glanced at it before he could no longer control his murderous intent. With a crash, the furious Emperor Wen swept everything off the imperial desk and shouted angrily, "Notify everyone. The morning court is moved forward by half an hour. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Mu Shun and the shadow guard knelt in fear. Emperor Wen, unable to contain his rage, kicked Mu Shun over, roaring with killing intent. "Get out and deliver the message." Mu Shun did not dare to delay, scrambling out. "Knock, knock." Zheng was awakened by a series of urgent knocks. "Your Highness, someone from the palace is here," came the voice of the steward from outside. Zheng was speechless. What madness is this? Coming to find me in the middle of the night? Is it because of the embezzlement of the compensation funds? "You go prepare tea. I'll be there soon," Zheng instructed, quickly getting out of bed. Qian hurriedly came over. "Your Highness, let me help you get dressed." Enough. I could do it myself." Zheng stopped Qian and dressed himself. Soon, Zheng was dressed and came outside. Upon seeing Zheng, the palace eunuchs quickly bowed and said, "Sixth Prince, His Majesty has ordered the morning court to be moved forward by half an hour." "What nonsense is this? Half an hour earlier? What's going on? Intentionally not letting people sleep? Is it? All right, I understand." Zheng responded irritably and then asked, "Has something big happened?" "I'm not too sure," replied the messenger eunuch, "but judging by Steward Mu's expression, it doesn't seem like good news." "All right, thank you, eunuch." Zheng nodded and had the steward reward the messenger eunuch with a few taels of silver. "It seems that it's mostly due to the embezzlement of the compensation funds. Whatever. As long as my purpose is achieved, that's enough. Du Bugui is after all the leader of the blood-clothed army. Even if he lost an arm, he should still be considered a master, right? Spending a few thousand taels of silver to recruit such a talent is worth it." After sending off the messenger eunuch, Zheng returned to his room. Seeing that it was getting late, he was too lazy to sleep. When it was almost time, Zheng took a carriage to the palace for the morning court. Arriving outside the main hall, most people had already gathered. Emperor Wen suddenly announced that the morning court would be moved forward by half an hour, leaving everyone in a daze, and many started to gather and discuss. However, no one knew what exactly had happened. Only Su Shifu and Yunli exchanged smiles. As expected, their plan had succeeded. Even if Zheng did not die today, he would likely find himself imprisoned in the dungeon. Yunli glared at Zheng with malice, secretly laughing to himself. What a useless fool. That over 10,000 taels will be your burial money. Everyone waited outside the hall for a long time. But Emperor Wen did not call them in for quite some time. This unusual situation made everyone even more puzzled. However, everyone knew that this was definitely not good news. They just didn't know who was going to be unlucky this time. Just when everyone was anxious, Emperor Wen finally summoned everyone into the hall. Zheng followed the crowd in, sensibly finding a corner from yesterday to stand properly, then joined the others in bowing. In the past, Emperor Wen would have allowed everyone to rise by now. But today, for some unknown reason, Emperor Wen seemed to be in a frenzy, not allowing anyone to rise, making everyone even more anxious. This bowing lasted for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Until the old ministers like Zhang Huai could barely hold their position, did Emperor Wen finally speak. Rise. Emperor Wen's voice was cold, clearly suppressing his anger. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up, with a few old ministers almost falling over, fortunately being caught by those beside them. Sixth Prince, come out. Emperor Wen's furious shout startled everyone. Zheng himself was confused. What the hell? What's going on? Why is this old man going mad? Zheng cursed inwardly and slowly walked out from the corner. Emperor Wen held a letter in his hand, his gaze icy as he stared at Zheng, then said with a frosty expression, last night, members of the North Huan envoy were sneaking out and were discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Our dynasty suffered casualties, and that North Huan person was killed. This letter was found on that North Huan person. Mushan, read it out loud for everyone. Chapter 26. May His Majesty grant death to the sixth prince. Listening to Emperor Wen's words, the officials suddenly understood. Spy. Someone in the court was secretly colluding with Bei Huan. No wonder Emperor Wen was so furious. Someone was definitely going to be in trouble. Yunli and Su Shifu exchanged glances, secretly laughing in their hearts. As they expected, Bamboo was indeed acting according to plan. Yunli raised his eyes to glance at Zheng, laughing inwardly. Useless. This is the fate of those who dare to offend me. Zheng lowered his head, secretly relieved. Damn. Luckily, I made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, I would probably be doomed this time. Mu Shun bent over, took the letter from Emperor Wen's hand, and read it out loud in front of everyone, to His Highness the Sixth Prince. The content of the letter was quite simple. It was merely Bamboo notifying Zheng through the letter that he had cooperated with Zheng in performing that act at the previous welcoming banquet, and today, when discussing the grain request, he asked Zheng for support. If this matter succeeded, Bei Huan would surely offer a heavy reward. As Mu Shun read the contents, everyone's gaze fell on Zheng. Once Mu Shun finished reading, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. No wonder the sixth prince could solve that Rubik's Cube. It turned out to be premeditated. I'm afraid even the subsequent betting was prearranged. Certainly, recovering lost territory is a tremendous achievement. They probably anticipated that the sixth prince would be granted a title by His Majesty. Because of this, no wonder the sixth prince was so eager to go to Shual Bay. It turns out he was secretly colluding with Bei Huan. Once he went to Shual Bay, he would definitely work with Bei Huan to plot against our great Qian. What a clever scheme. The crowd debated heatedly, all of them glaring at Zheng with anger. They said it. The Rubik's Cube that so many smart people couldn't solve. This useless fellow managed to crack it quickly. It must be the case. Everything was prearranged. Your Majesty, this matter is suspicious. At that moment, Xiao Wancho suddenly stood up and bowed, saying, in the opinion of this old minister, Bei Huan is likely seeking revenge and deliberately framing the sixth prince. It is well known that the sixth prince has long resided in the Deep Palace. How could he have contacted someone from Bei Huan beforehand? Your words are misguided, Dukyu. Yuan Tsong immediately jumped out, raising his voice. Before the Bei Huan envoy arrived, the sixth prince had already moved out of the palace. It is not impossible for Bei Huan to send someone ahead of the envoy to contact the sixth prince in secret. Nonsense. Xiao Wancho scolded angrily. What about before that? When the sixth prince had not yet moved out of the palace, he was already determined to go to Shual Bay to die. Was he already in collusion with Bei Huan at that time? Not necessarily at that time. Su Shifu finally stood up. In my opinion, someone from Bei Huan arrived in the imperial city before the envoy, learned that the sixth prince was going to Shual Bay, and then approached him for cooperation. As soon as Su Shifu finished speaking, many people agreed with him. That makes sense. Duke Jing is right. As far as I know, the sixth prince has been boasting about going to Shual Bay everywhere. It shouldn't be difficult for someone from Beihuan to find out this news. Yes, there are even people in our court colluding with them. In an instant, everyone attacked Zheng. It seemed they had seen through everything. Faced with the remarks of the crowd, Xiao Wanqiu could not argue and could only advise Emperor Wen again. Firmly believing that Beihuan was deliberately framing the sixth prince in retaliation for Zheng embarrassing them. Although a few people in the court agreed with Xiao Wanqiu, the majority firmly believed that Zheng was colluding with Beihuan. Zheng slightly raised his eyes, silently remembering the faces of these people. His little notebook had just added a few more names. "Shut your mouth." At that moment, Emperor Wen suddenly shouted angrily. Only then did the crowd quiet down. "Lu, do you have anything to say?" Emperor Wen looked at Zheng with a cold gaze, questioning him coldly. Zheng gently shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. "Son, has nothing to say. So you admit it?" The cold light in Emperor Wen's eyes suddenly flashed. "Whether I admit it or not makes no difference." Zheng continued to smile bitterly. "I have no way to defend myself, nor can I prove my innocence, even if I do not admit it. Facing the ironclad evidence left by Beihuan, what can I say? Sixth Prince, you could defend yourself." Xiao Wanqiu reminded. "Did you not say that you solved that Rubik's Cube from an ancient book? Just take that ancient book out, and you can prove your innocence." This was Zheng's only chance to prove his innocence. As long as he could indeed show that he learned it from a book, he could prove he did not collude with Beihuan. "Yes," Emperor Wen nodded. "Take that ancient book out for me to see. This is something from many years ago." Zheng shook his head helplessly. "I only remember that the ancient book is called Wu, but I don't know where that book is now." Hearing Zheng's words, Xiao Wanqiu suddenly choked for a moment. "You can't even find the book? Just knowing a book title is useless. Can't you just make up a book title? A deadlock." This was a deadlock. After all, Zheng had been so useless before. Everyone had reason not to believe he had read that ancient book. In the absence of being able to prove his innocence, this situation would lead to his doom. Collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. Even if he is a prince, there is no doubt he must die. "Sixth brother, you have disappointed us too much," Yinli said hypocritically. "Father is so trusting of you, and the whole court does not believe you could commit treason. Yet you are actually collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country? Is this not hurting Father's feelings? Even if you hold grievances against Father, you should not engage in treason." As he spoke, Yinli put on a pained expression. The impact of Yun Li's last sentence was enormous. With one sentence, he directly pointed out Zheng's motive for treason. With motives with ironclad evidence, and Zheng unable to prove his innocence, this was indeed a deadlock. Listening to Yun Li's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The sixth prince had long been neglected and resentful towards Emperor Wen. It was entirely possible. Zheng looked at Yun Li coldly, but said nothing more. He understood in his heart that this was likely a scheme by Yun Li, the dog, in collusion with the Beihuan envoy to frame him. But he had no evidence, and saying anything would be useless. "Father, grant me a cup of poison." After a long time, Zheng sighed, his face filled with disappointment. He was also gambling. He was betting that the rumors he had Yazi spread had reached Emperor Wen's ears, and also betting that Emperor Wen would not easily grant him poison. If that old fool really lost his mind and decided to grant him poison, he could only hope for an opportunity to confront Bamboo directly, using that to buy some time. Seeing Zheng's despondent appearance, Emperor Wen fell into deep thought. After a moment, Emperor Wen raised his eyes to scan the officials. "Since Lu has already admitted guilt, what do you think should be done with him?" The crowd did not know what Emperor Wen was really thinking, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. In the end, it was Su Shifu who stood up first, speaking righteously. "Your Majesty, collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country, even if he is a prince, must not be forgiven. Please, Your Majesty, grant the sixth prince's request and give him poison to rectify the court. Please, Your Majesty, grant death to the sixth prince to rectify the court." In an instant, the vast majority of the ministers bowed and petitioned. Looking at these people, a killing intent quietly flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. Chapter 27. A gradual approach? The ministers were all making requests, but Emperor Wen remained silent for a long time. "Your Majesty, why not give the sixth prince a chance to confront the Northern Huan envoy directly?" At this moment, Xiao Wanqiu stepped forward again, making one last effort. The sixth prince has already admitted it. Is there still a need for confrontation? Su Shifu said sternly. Even if you give him a chance to confront the Northern Huan envoy, will the envoy admit it? Su Shifu's words received the agreement of most people, including Zheng. Even if there was such an opportunity, it would only delay the time. Bamboo would definitely not admit to framing himself, and might even make things worse. Su Shifu's remark left Xiao Wancho speechless. A military general like Xiao Wancho would certainly be at a disadvantage when arguing with civil officials. After a long silence, Xiao Wancho suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, after all, the sixth prince is a royal, and even if he is to be sentenced to death, it cannot be based solely on a letter. This old minister implores your Majesty to allow me to oversee this matter. I will certainly find out the truth. Looking at the kneeling and pleading Xiao Wancho, Zheng couldn't help but feel grateful. It was truly rare to have someone willing to help him at this time. The key was that he had little prior interaction with Xiao Wancho. They had only exchanged a few words when welcoming the Northern Huan envoy the night before. Although he was confident he could break the deadlock, he still noted this favor from Xiao Wancho. Please rise, General. Emperor Wen gestured for Mu Shun to help Xiao Wancho up and slightly nodded, saying, what the old general says makes sense. Even if we are to execute the sixth prince, we must first investigate this matter thoroughly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Father. Xiao Wancho and Zheng spoke simultaneously. Su Shifu and Yunli glared at Xiao Wancho with resentment, cursing him as an old thief in their hearts. However, they were not worried at all. They had already cleaned up all the loose ends. No matter how Xiao Wancho investigated, he would not find anything. As long as Xiao Wancho could not clear Zheng's name, Zheng would undoubtedly die. This was originally a deadlock. Emperor Wen shot a fierce glare at Zheng and said irritably, don't thank me. Thank General Xiao. Thank you, Dukyu. Zheng bowed. Xiao Wancho waved his hand and said earnestly, I am willing to believe in the prince this once. Thank you. Zheng said sincerely. All right, let this matter rest for now. Emperor Wen waved his hand and asked the ministers, is there anything else to report? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Yunli. However, after a long wait, Yunli did not step forward. Your Majesty, should we first detain the sixth prince? Su Shifu inquired with a bow. No hurry. Emperor Wen waved his hand. Let us talk after we meet with the Northern Huan envoy. Do you think I'm afraid he will run away? Su Shifu felt embarrassed and obediently withdrew. Zheng's heart stirred, and he began to think quietly. It seemed that his cheap father had received some rumors. Emperor Wen was acting. He also concluded that he was being framed. He intentionally staged this to see who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, he should have detained him and sent him to the dungeon first. At this moment, a eunuch came to report that the Northern Huan envoy had already requested an audience outside the palace. Announce them. Emperor Wen waved his hand and commanded the ministers. Regarding the sixth prince, no one is allowed to mention it in front of the Northern Huan envoy. I want to see how they conspire. The ministers responded in unison. Soon, the Northern Huan envoy entered the hall. Just like before, they walked in confidently. We pay our respects to the Emperor of Daqian. Bamboo placed his right hand over his heart and bowed according to Northern Huan protocol. Emperor Wen frowned and said unhappily, did the National Master forget our bet? I did not forget. Bamboo shook his head and said, the matter of bowing was only for the night before. It does not count today. Emperor Wen paused slightly, cursing this old man for taking advantage of the situation in his heart. Well, you have already bowed to me. Emperor Wen waved his hand and said indifferently, I have not been in a good mood lately, so let's not beat around the bush. National Master, just tell me how much grain Northern Huan want for Daqian? 3 million Dan. Bon replied directly. What? 3 million Dan? This is absolutely impossible. The grain has already been given to Northern Huan. What will Daqian eat? Besides, Daqian's annual tax grain is only about 8 million Dan. The ministers immediately protested vehemently. Zheng also secretly complained. 3 million Dan is equivalent to 3 billion jin of grain? What a beautiful dream. No, no. Bamboo shook his head and said with a smile. This National Master has heard that Daqian had a bumper harvest this year, with tax grain exceeding 30 million Dan. What we Northern Huan seeks is still less than 1/11 of that. As Bamboo's words fell, the expressions of the ministers changed dramatically. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Zheng. Although the amount of taxed grain was not a state secret, only high-ranking officials in the court and those close to the emperor would know it clearly. How could Bamboo know this so well? At this moment, almost everyone believed that it was Zheng who had leaked this information to Bamboo. Zheng was speechless and simply chose not to respond. Brilliant. Not giving himself a signal or hinting at helping. Just this point made his secret dealings with Northern Huan even more solid. One must admit, the person who set up this trap was truly sinister. Zheng's gaze quietly fell on Su Shifu and Yunli. He was most suspicious of these two men. Su Shifu secretly laughed in his heart, but wore a face of righteous anger. 3 million Dan is absolutely impossible. Emperor, Wen replied without hesitation. My dynasty can at most support Northern Huan with 500,000 Dan of grain. If a national master wants more, he can exchange it for war horses. The matter of war horses can be discussed later. Bamboo waved his hand and said with a smile, 3 million Dan of grain is really not much. Our Northern Huan has 600,000 iron cavalry, with each person consuming 1 dough of grain per day. Even if we are frugal, 3 million Dan will only last us 2 months at most. 600,000 iron cavalry. Hearing Bamboo's words, everyone's faces twitched violently. Threat. Bamboo was clearly threatening Dacian. The 600,000 iron cavalry of Northern Huan was certainly exaggerated. However, it was still possible to muster 30 or 40,000 cavalry. Although Dacian had 1 million troops, due to the scarcity of war horses, there were only over 100,000 cavalry. If the Northern Huan cavalry were to march south, Dacian would find it very hard to resist. Emperor Wen tightly clenched his fists, his face cold as he said, I will say it again. 3 million Dan of grain is absolutely impossible. If Northern Huan wants war, my Dacian will accompany you to the end. Yes. Xiao Wancho stood up, filled with killing intent, and said, although I am old, I can still lead the army into battle. This old minister implores your majesty to allow me to take command in battle. As Xiao Wancho stood up, many from the pro-war faction stepped forward to request a fight. Our Northern Huan has come sincerely to request grain support from Dacian. Bamboo smiled slightly and said, if Dacian thinks that giving 3 million Dan of grain in one go is too much, why not consider a gradual approach instead? A gradual approach? Emperor Wen raised his hand to stop the ministers who were asking to fight and asked, what kind of gradual approach? Bamboo smiled slightly and replied, we will sign an agreement with a month as the period. On the first day, Dacian will give us 2 Dan of grain, on the second day 4 Dan, on the third day 8 Dan, and thereafter, every day will be double the previous day, and so forth, providing enough grain for Northern Huan for a month. Chapter 28, adding my third brother's head. As Bamboo's words fell, Zheng's eyelids suddenly twitched. What the hell? The story of the chessboard and rice? Could this old dog Bamboo also be a time traveler? Or is there someone like him who has crossed over to Beihuan? At the same time, the ministers of the Qian couldn't help but calculate secretly. This doesn't seem too much. It's just 1 month, right? According to this method, at most, it would be a few 100,000 Dan of grain. Definitely much less than 3 million Dan. Emperor Wen was also silently calculating in his heart. However, the Dacian court had little mathematical concept. After calculating for a while, Emperor Wen felt this deal seemed quite cost-effective. Nevertheless, he was still a bit worried that this was a trap set by Bamboo. But no matter how he calculated, it didn't feel like a trap. Giving out grain like this didn't seem to require too much. Moreover, giving a little each day would reduce the Qian's pressure significantly. This proposal seems pretty good. Father, this move is indeed not bad. Yunli stepped forward and advised. I just calculated if we give out the grain like this. At most it would be 1 million Dan, and we still have a month, which could significantly reduce the pressure on our dynasty. Su Shifu also nodded. I believe this move is feasible. With their endorsement, the ministers began to echo their agreement. Your Majesty, no. At this moment, Elder Zhang Huai suddenly spoke up. I just calculated, if we proceed with this, the grain given by our dynasty would probably exceed 5 million Dan. How is that possible? Yunli shook his head and laughed. Elder Zhang, you must have made a mistake. 5 million Dan? How did you calculate that? Exactly. The second prince nodded in agreement. It's just 30 days. How could it be several million dan of grain? Elder Zheng, you must have miscalculated due to your age. Wrong. You all calculated incorrectly. Zhang Huai shook his head. This is a trap. It definitely requires more than 5 million dan. Zhang Huai was so anxious he was stamping his feet. And he told Emperor One, Your Majesty, I dare to guarantee with my life that I absolutely won't miscalculate. This is definitely a trap. Listening to Zhang Huai's words, Emperor Wen fell into deep thought. Indeed, he also felt it was a trap. He just couldn't figure it out. Zhang Huai was an old scholar, and he was even Emperor Wen's teacher when he was crown prince. While Zhang Huai might not be able to talk about governance and military matters, when it came to academic issues, he was an absolute authority. Moreover, Zhang Huai had even said he would guarantee with his life. Emperor Wen would definitely prefer to believe Zhang Huai. National Master, are you underestimating the capabilities of the Qian? Emperor Wen sneered. Do you think our people in the Qian can't even count? He underestimated the Qian. Bamboo smiled awkwardly. But this move could indeed reduce the Qian's pressure. Since you have seen through me, I won't beat around the bush. Let's sign the agreement as proposed, and I, Beihuan, can offer 5,000 warhorses in exchange. 5,000 warhorses? Upon hearing Bamboo's words, everyone's eyes lit up. 5,000 warhorses is no small number. The total annual output of warhorses from all the horse farms in Qian is less than 10,000. Exchanging 5,000 warhorses for 5 million dan of grain. Although Qian would be at a loss, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. At least it would be much more cost-effective than directly giving Beihuan 3 million dan of grain. 5,000 is still a bit low. After losing face earlier, Yinli immediately spoke up to seek presents. 10,000 would be more appropriate, right? Xiao Wancho rarely agreed. At least 10,000. Impossible. Bamboo rejected without thinking. At most 6,000. This is Beihuan's limit. 9,000. That is the Qian's bottom line. 7,000. No more. No. Let's both take a step back. 8,000. This. When it came to 8,000, Bamboo hesitated, seemingly tempted. Seeing this, Emperor Wen immediately seized the opportunity and said, Just 8,000 warhorses. If a national master agrees, we can sign the agreement right now. This. Bamboo was still hesitating. Seeing Bamboo's expression, Yunjin couldn't help but curse inwardly. This old guy is quite cunning. He knows that Qian lacks warhorses and deliberately shifts the focus of the conflict to the number of warhorses. Not a single person in the court has paid attention to how much grain is actually to be given away. This old fellow is calculating quite well, leading all the ministers step by step into his trap. Father, wait. Yunjung finally stood up, planning to teach Bamboo a lesson. Isn't this a chance to prove my innocence? Sixth brother, this is not your business. Step back. Yunli sternly reprimanded. Don't forget your own matters. Fourth brother Yunting also glared at Yunjung. This matter is not for you to interfere. I must interfere. Yunjung gently shook his head, his gaze falling on Bamboo again. National Master, you are so calculating. Oh, Bamboo smiled at Yunjung. What insight does His Highness have? As he spoke, Bamboo intentionally gave Yunjung a meaningful glance. Seeing the exchange of glances between the two, Yunli immediately petitioned Emperor Wen. Father, please expel sixth brother from the hall. We must not let him get involved with Beihuan. Shut up. Emperor Wen glared at Yunli. Let them finish speaking. I want to hear what they have to say. With Emperor Wen speaking, Yunli reluctantly stepped aside. Su Shifu secretly gestured to Yunli, signaling him not to say too much. After all, Yunjung had already entered a situation where he was bound to lose. No matter what, he could not prove his innocence. National Master, how about we make a bet? Yunjung stared at Bamboo, displaying a provocative expression. Oh, Bamboo said with great interest. Sixth brother wants to bet again? This National Master lost to sixth brother a few days ago and also wants to find an opportunity to bet again. He indeed wanted to bet with Yunjung again to redeem his previous humiliation. Of course, the premise was that Yunjung had the opportunity to gamble with him. Yunjung smiled and asked, If, according to what the National Master said, how much grain does our dynasty need to give to Beihuan on the 30th day? Bamboo avoided answering and instead asked, Does His Highness know? Do you think I know? Yunjung countered, Bamboo thought for a moment and smiled. You probably know about how much, but you definitely don't know the exact amount. He didn't believe Zheng could calculate the precise number. In the world, perhaps someone could calculate it, but without spending more than half a day. It would be absolutely impossible for anyone to figure out the exact number. Then let us bet on this. Zheng said seriously. If I can accurately state it, Bei Huan will unconditionally gift our dynasty 10,000 warhorses. Your Highness has quite the appetite. Bamboo chuckled and asked, Then what if you were wrong? Zheng smiled and said, Then I will give you my head. Ha! Bamboo laughed heartily, with a look of disdain. Sixth brother, to be blunt, your head is not worth 10,000 warhorses. The head of a useless prince, wanting to exchange for 10,000 warhorses? Dream on. Even if his head were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth that price. That does seem to be the case. Zheng rubbed his head and thought for a moment, then raised his hand to point at Li, grinning. Then let us add my third brother's head too. Chapter 29. Over 1 billion DNS? Upon hearing Zheng's words, Li's face turned green. Sixth brother. Li exclaimed in exasperation. How can you be so malicious? Even at death's door, you want to drag me down with you. Father, we absolutely cannot let sixth brother act recklessly. Ting chuckled and said, Third brother, just sacrifice a little. What if sixth brother wins the bet again? Exactly. The second prince nodded in agreement. We are all princes. If sixth brother dares to use his life as a wager, why don't you dare? Right? The fifth prince chimed in, eager for Li's downfall. In that moment, they suddenly found Zheng quite likable. Sixth brother is increasingly likable. Li was furious, gritting his teeth and shouting, Then why don't you all use your lives as bets? Because sixth brother didn't say so. Ting laughed defiantly. Li paused slightly and once again implored Emperor One. Father, sixth brother is deliberately trying to harm my life. He must not be allowed to act recklessly. Everyone shut up. Do you think the Bei Huan envoy hasn't seen enough of a joke? Emperor Wen glared at several of his sons and then turned to Zheng. Sixth brother, you must not act recklessly. This matter is absolutely impossible. I was just joking with third brother. Zheng smiled broadly, then became serious. If I lose, I will give you my head, plus the 300,000 DNS of grain you mentioned. As soon as Zheng said this, it naturally met with fierce opposition from the officials. Zheng already had suspicions of colluding with the enemy. Did this not mean giving Bei Huan 300,000 DNS of grain for free? Impossible. Your Majesty, Sixth Prince, is aiding Bei Huan. Sixth Prince, what are your true intentions? Sixth brother, if you want to die, don't scheme against our great Qian's grain. Despicable ambitions. Aside from few individuals, everyone jumped up in opposition. It doesn't matter. Emperor Wen insisted, 300,000 DNS of grain, I agree. Today, I will exchange 300,000 DNS of grain for a result. Upon hearing Emperor Wen's words, everyone suddenly realized. The emperor wanted to use 300,000 DNS of grain to buy peace of mind. National Master, the emperor has agreed. What about you? Zheng stared at Bamboo, wondering if the National Master dared to gamble. Why wouldn't I dare? Bamboo laughed confidently, but added, however, we need a written agreement to avoid Great Qian going back on its word. Good. Emperor Wen nodded and immediately had someone draft a betting contract. He even personally pressed the imperial seal onto the contract. Seeing this, Bamboo had no choice but to press his seal as well. Sixth Prince, you can speak now. Bamboo smiled broadly at Zheng, feeling assured of victory. Everyone listened closely. Zheng suddenly raised his voice on the 30th day. The amount of grain our dynasty needs to provide to Bei Huan is 1,737,001,820 DNS. It was quite a coincidence that Zheng had memorized the value of 2 to the 30th power. He remembered this set of numbers very clearly. Boom! As Zheng's voice fell, a thunderclap echoed in everyone's minds. Over 1 billion DNS? How did he calculate that? No matter how you calculate, it shouldn't be this much. When Zhang Huai calculated 500,000 DNS, they thought it was unbelievable. How could it be over 1 billion DNS? Deliberate. Zheng was doing this on purpose. He wanted to aid the enemy. Traitor! I advise your Majesty to execute this traitor. If your Majesty does not agree, I will crash to death in this great hall. 300,000 DNS of grain. Our dynasty loses 300,000 DNS of grain for nothing. Everyone was heartbroken, wishing they could tear Zheng to pieces. Some even began to wail uncontrollably. At this moment, Zheng was no longer the sixth prince, but a traitor colluding with the enemy to seize Great Qian's grain. Father, sixth brother harbors resentment against Great Qian and you. He is willing to die to help Beihuan deceive us out of 300,000 DNS of grain. Yin Li's face was filled with grief and anger, desperately trying to squeeze out tears. Stop wailing. Emperor Wen scolded the crowd. The national master of Beihuan hasn't even said what's right or wrong. What are you all crying about? Although Emperor Wen also felt that 1 billion DNS was too exaggerated. He did not believe that Zheng was truly willing to collude with Beihuan to seize Great Qian's grain. Zheng looked at Bamboo and smiled. National Master, am I correct? Wrong. Bamboo shook his head with a smile. Over 1 billion DNS? How did your Highness calculate that? Even if Beihuan had a big appetite, we couldn't possibly need that much grain. As soon as Bamboo said this, the officials were even more furious, nearly wanting to tear Zheng to pieces. Even Emperor Wen's gaze towards Zheng suddenly turned icy. Is that so? Zheng remainit unfazit. Mokimbambu. It doesn't matter if the national master doesn't admit it now. I can demonstrate the calculations for you right here. It's not difficult. Then let sixth prince calculate it. Bambu hufet koldi. He completely did not believe that Zheng could calculate such an accurate number in such a short time. Even if Zheng was right, the people of Great Qian would not believe it unless he showed them the specific calculation results. He bet that Zheng could not calculate. National master, you are truly shameless. Zheng gently shook his head. In that case, this prince will calculate it for you. Saying this, Zheng turned to Emperor Wen and said, Father, please prepare some more paper for me. Today, I will publicly expose this shameless man's tricks. Good. Emperor Wen waved his hand, and Mu Shun immediately commanded someone to start preparing paper and ink. He wanted to see how Zheng arrived at the figure of 1 billion DNS. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zheng began to calculate. Although Great Qian did not have exponents in mathematics, it did have multiples. Calculating with multiples was a bit troublesome, but it was clear. However, as a modern person, Zheng inherited that guy's memories but was still not used to writing with a brush. Even simple numbers were written crookedly. Damn it, I should go find 2 geese to pluck later. Zheng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Seeing these numbers, everyone felt both disdainful and confused. Were these symbols? It's like a ghost drawing. How could our Great Qian's prince even write poorly? No wonder sixth prince previously asked General Yuan to help him write invitations. I've read extensively, but I've never seen such symbols. Can this really be calculated? The crowd that gathered to look frowned. This is a number I learned from an ancient book called Gawu, which makes counting and calculating easier. Zheng briefly explained to everyone and continued to calculate. Fortunately, he was only writing numbers. If he had to write memorials or something, with handwriting this poor, his chief father would probably slap him twice on the spot. Looking at the numbers written by Zheng, Bamboo's heart tightened, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Damn it, Great Qian actually has someone who recognizes these numbers? If calculations are based on these numbers, finding the exact result wouldn't take much time at all. How could this happen? How could this waste recognize such numbers? He had calculated everything, but in the end, this waste of a sixth prince had thwarted his plans. This child repeatedly ruined his good plans. He must not be allowed to live. Watching Zheng calculate, Bamboo's murderous intent surged. However, to kill Zheng was a matter for later. For now, he still had to deal with the current situation. Sigh. If I miss one person, I lose everything. No need to calculate anymore. Before Zheng could finish calculating, Bamboo spoke up. Oh, Zheng raised his head. What does the national master mean? Doesn't the national master want to see the final calculation result? Facing Zheng's gaze, Bamboo's old face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Being exposed for lying in public as an envoy of a nation is not a glorious matter. Ahem. Bamboo coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Just now the national master made a mistake. The number calculated by the sixth prince is correct. This national master has lost. Chapter 30. You could have died. Bamboo tried hard to maintain his last bit of dignity. According to Zheng's speed, it wouldn't take long to calculate. By that time, admitting it would only solidify the accusation of him playing tricks. If he admitted it now, at least he could salvage some face. Upon hearing Bamboo's words, everyone was stunned. Once they regained their senses, the court erupted in chaos. What? It really requires that much? How is that possible? Even if Bamboo admitted it, many in Qian still wouldn't believe it. No one expected that such a small amount of grain would ultimately amount to a terrifying over 1 billion Dan on the last day. Over 1 billion Dan of grain would require the entire population of Qian to not eat or drink for a year to gather. Moreover, this was merely the amount needed for the last day. This was more than a trap. This was simply a bottomless pit. If a treaty was really signed, Qian would be finished. What a brilliant move by the national master. I truly admire it. Emperor Wen looked coldly at Bamboo, his anger rising. Now, how could he still not understand Bamboo's scheme? Bamboo had almost led Qian to sign an agreement that would spell disaster by shifting everyone's attention to the number of war horses. A wolf's ambition. His heart is worthy of execution. Even if the national master had great skills, he could not compare to the sixth prince. Bamboo shook his head with a bitter smile. The breadth of knowledge of the sixth prince is something I, Bamboo, have never seen in my life. Having such a great talent as the sixth prince is a blessing for Qian. Hearing Bamboo's words, a murderous intent suddenly flashed in Zheng's eyes. He was attempting to kill him with flattery. This old man, even in admitting defeat, he wants to undermine me. The national master is joking. Zheng stood up, shook his head and smiled. This prince is just lucky to have read that ancient book. I guess the national master has also read that ancient book, right? I haven't read it. Bamboo shook his head. These are deductions I made myself. Really? Zheng expressed disbelief, smiling meaningfully. National master, there's nothing shameful about secretly learning the ancient knowledge of Qian. Upon hearing this, Bamboo's old face twitched violently. He really hadn't read any ancient books. This knowledge was something he learned from a wise man from another country. But now, if he said he hadn't stolen it, no one in Qian would believe him. Now he found himself unable to defend himself. If the sixth prince said he had stolen it, then it must be stealing. Bamboo smiled self-deprecatingly, then asked, "Sixth prince, how did you calculate the specific number so quickly without paper and pen?" Zheng shook his head. This prince didn't calculate anything. I can only say the national master had bad luck. Bad luck? Bamboo looked at Zheng in confusion. What did he mean? Zheng smiled. When I first read that ancient book, I was very surprised. During my free time, I calculated similar problems according to what was described. And I happened to arrive at that number, and I had calculated it multiple times, so it left a deep impression on me. You clearly knew. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yunli yelled angrily. Did you have to wait until we all looked like fools to be happy? Yunli was furious. He never expected that a seemingly hopeless situation would be broken by Zheng. Now, Zheng had accomplished a great feat. They all seemed to have become a joke. Third brother, you are wronging me. Zheng gently shook his head. This number was calculated by me many years ago, although I am very familiar with it. Such a big matter, I had to confirm it in my mind several times, right? Yunli was momentarily speechless. Zheng's words were completely faultless. Even if Zheng had the intention of watching them make fools of themselves, with this explanation, no one could find fault with him. Enough. Emperor Wen stopped Yunli, then said to Bamboo, "National Master, my mood is very bad right now. The matter of grain will be discussed tomorrow." "No problem." Bamboo nodded lightly. "Just right. My mood is also very bad right now. Not suitable for discussing serious matters with others." He had exhausted his brain to set up a trap for Qian, only to have it easily seen through by Zheng. He also needed to go back and think about this. Alas, what a great situation. It was actually ruined by this useless prince. Does Qian really have such a miraculous ancient book? That's fine. Emperor Wen nodded slightly. Someone, send the envoys of Bei Huan back to rest. Wait. Bamboo suddenly spoke up. What else does the national master have? Emperor Wen asked unhappily. Bamboo shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have something here that I originally planned to give to you when leaving Qian's imperial city, but it seems there is no need to wait until then. Saying this, Bamboo took out the letter he had received the previous night. The deadlock he had set for Zheng had already been broken. There was no use in keeping this letter in his hands. Rather than keeping it, he might as well give it to Emperor Wan, causing more chaos within them. The more chaotic Qian is internally, the better it is for Bei Huan. Looking at the letter in Bamboo's hand, Yun Li's pupils suddenly constricted. Su Shifu's heart also tightened, but he quickly regained his composure and signaled to Yun Li not to worry. Yun Li had already cleaned up all traces. Even if Emperor Wan got this letter, he wouldn't be able to trace it back to them. Without waiting for Emperor Wan to give orders, Mu Shun quickly stepped forward to take the letter, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Emperor Wen's desk. Emperor Wen opened the letter, glanced roughly at it, then forcibly suppressed his anger and nodded. "Thank you. National Master, please take the envoys back to rest first." "Okay." Bamba nodded and immediately led the Bei Huan envoys away. Once the Bei Huan envoy group left, Emperor Wen's expression suddenly darkened. "Close the palace doors, light the lamps." Emperor Wen ordered with a frosty expression. "What?" Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. What does Emperor Wen mean by this? Is he afraid someone will run away? "Close the palace doors, light the lamps." Mushan shouted. Boom! With Mushan's voice, the heavy palace doors were slowly closed, leaving only a gap. Immediately after, a group of eunuchs and palace maids quickly lit lamps throughout the palace and then quickly exited through the reserve gap. Boom! Once all the eunuchs and palace maids had exited, the heavy doors were completely shut. Emperor Wen's unusual actions made everyone feel alarmed. Everyone knew that Emperor Wen must be seething with rage. Today, someone would definitely be in trouble. However, it definitely wouldn't be Zheng. Emperor Wen slowly stood up, his frosty gaze sweeping over everyone. Just now, who said they wanted to die in this palace? Everyone shuddered and lowered their heads in silence. "Returning to Your Majesty." It was Minister Yang. Xiao Wanqiu pointed to the head-down Minister of Revenue, Yang Ji. Old General Zhao's memory was quite good. Emperor Wen nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Yang Ji. "Your Majesty." Yang Ji was so scared that his liver quaked, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, wailing, "I failed to observe and misunderstood the sixth prince. I ask Your Majesty to punish me." Emperor Wen looked coldly at Yang Ji. "If I do not kill the sixth prince today, you will die in this palace, right? Those were your words, correct?" Yang Ji trembled all over, stammering yes. "That's good." Emperor Wen nodded slightly and then loudly inquired, "What do you all think? Should the sixth prince be killed?" Everyone was slightly taken aback and began to speak one after another. The sixth prince has seen through the treacherous plot of Bei Huan and has made great contributions to the Qian. He absolutely cannot be killed. Cannot be killed. The sixth prince definitely did not collude with the enemy. He cannot be killed. Not only should he not be killed, but he should also be rewarded. In an instant, everyone spoke up, even those like Yun Li and Su Shifu, who wished they could tear Zheng to pieces. Did not dare to say that Zheng should be killed at this moment. Look, everyone in the court believes that the sixth prince shouldn't be killed. Emperor Wen looked at Yang Ji and gently waved his hand, saying, "I grant your request. You may kill him." Chapter 31 Emperor Wen's Outburst Boom. As Emperor Wen's words fell, everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. The emperor was really going to let Yang Ji crash to his death in this great hall? Those with keen eyes could see that this was a case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. "Your Majesty, I am also unaware of the situation." Yang Ji, panicked, kept bowing and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life, spare my life. A gentleman should be trustworthy." A cold glint flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I am now giving you the opportunity to leave behind a noble reputation for dying to offer direct advice. When the axe falls upon you, you will be a treasonous minister and a rebel." Hearing the emperor's words, Yang Ji's face turned pale with fear, and he frantically cast pleading glances at Su Shifu and Yun Li. But the two were not fools. They knew that the emperor was using Yang Ji as an example and dared not stand up to plead for him at that moment. They pretended not to see and lowered their eyes to the ground. Yang Ji continued to plead, but unfortunately, the emperor had made up his mind. No one in the court dared to plead for Yang Ji. In the end, Yang Ji had no choice but to crash into a pillar in the great hall, causing his head to bleed profusely. In an instant, a strong smell of blood filled the hall. The emperor did not allow anyone to clean up the hall and handed the letter in his hand to Mu Shun, shouting, "Read the contents of this letter out loud for me." Mu Shun did not dare to be negligent. After carefully taking the letter, he began to read it aloud. The content of the letter was very simple. It merely analyzed the pros and cons and explained the reasons why Zheng must die. It also directly stated the strategy to deal with Zheng and instructed Ban Bu to cooperate. When Mu Shun finished reading, the emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "Mighty Qian has talented people. Such a deadlock is simply exquisite." Although the emperor was praising, everyone knew that he was absolutely furious at that moment. "Old Six, do you have nothing to say?" At this moment, the emperor suddenly turned to Zheng and asked, "Huh?" Zheng was slightly taken aback and then forced a smile. "I am honored that there are people working with the Northern Huan against me." "You should indeed feel honored." The emperor nodded slightly. "There are quite a few people trying to deal with you." "Huh?" Zheng feigned confusion while secretly laughing. It seemed that the emperor had indeed received the rumors he had Yefeng spread. "You may not know, but the capital is quite lively now." The emperor glanced at the officials, and since yesterday morning, there had been rumors in the city that Old Six was a remnant of the Crown Prince's faction, having been hiding in obscurity for many years, and that Old Six trip to Shuo Bay was to seize military power and plot rebellion. As the emperor's words fell, the officials were in an uproar. Just the night before, Zheng had helped the emperor and Qian regain face and had nominally recovered Qian's lost territory through a bet. And yet, such rumors emerged yesterday morning. How much do they despise the sixth prince's prominence? Yinli glared angrily at the second prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince. These fools, spreading such stupid rumors? This was clearly helping Old Six. No wonder Father only got angry upon learning of Old Six collusion and did not punish him. It turns out he already knew someone was framing Old Six. These three fools, if it weren't for their cleverness, Father might have directly imprisoned Old Six in the sky, prison upon learning of his collusion. Thus, there wouldn't have been any subsequent events. Clearly, it was these three fools who ruined their own good fortune. Facing Yin Li's gaze, the second prince and the others were equally furious. This bastard third brother was trying to smear them. This was clearly something he had people do. How dare he glare at them with wide eyes? He was acting quite well. "Father, these rumors were probably spread by third brother." The second prince took the initiative to stand up, directly pointing at Yinli. "You're talking nonsense." Yinli was furious. "This is definitely a rumor you spread. And you want to frame me? You want to kill me and Old Six together. A good plan to kill two birds with one stone. Third brother, don't slander." The second prince was enraged. "The night before last, before the banquet, you publicly said you would personally send Old Six on his way. Many people heard it." "Exactly." Yin Ting stood up and coldly snorted. "Not only can we testify, but many court officials can testify." Old Six was so frightened that he almost went to ask Father for poison wine. "Father, I can also testify." The fifth prince shouted. "The entire court knows that Old Six injured third brother's vital part. Third brother must want to take revenge on Old Six. In my opinion, the one who colluded with the Northern Huan envoy to frame Old Six is also third brother, right?" Yin Ting nodded vigorously. "We have no grievances with Old Six. How do we possibly frame him?" Yinli was furious, pointing at the three and shouting, "Slander. You are slandering." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the brothers began to fight among themselves. Yinli was at a disadvantage against the three of them in terms of momentum. The three continued to gain momentum, even pulling court officials to testify about what Yinli said the night before about sending Zheng on his way. They all knew this was an opportunity to bring down Yinli. If it didn't bring him down, he would bring them down by eliminating this formidable opponent. The three could slowly compete for the crown prince position. Watching the four of them bicker, Zheng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Keep biting, keep biting. The more you bite each other, the less energy you have to stir up trouble for me. Whoever bites the other to death, I will be happy. Emperor Wen quietly watched the four argue, having no intention of stopping them. Su Shifu was frantically signaling to Yinli, but Yinli, caught up in the argument, couldn't see. Su Shifu was anxious but didn't dare to remind them. "Bring them a cup of tea." Finally, Emperor Wen spoke. As the emperor's voice rang out, The four arguing finally realized something was wrong. They quietly looked at the emperor, and seeing him expressionless, they suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and all closed their mouths. Your son has been disrespectful in court. Please punish me, father. Yunli knelt down, bowing his head in fear. The second prince and the other saw this and quickly knelt down to plead guilty as well. You're not arguing anymore? I was enjoying the lively scene. Emperor Wen surprisingly did not explode in anger, but simply asked lightly. The four did not dare to respond and buried their heads tightly. Enough, all of you get up. Emperor Wen, unusually calm, seemed to have no intention of punishing them. The more he acted this way, the more frightened the four became. Not daring to get up. Get up. I still have something to say. The emperor urged the four to rise again. The four hesitated for a moment, trembling as they stood up and retreated to their positions. Just stand here, don't return to your seats. The emperor stopped the four and slowly walked down from the throne, smiling as he said to the court officials, "Let me tell you all a curious thing. Yesterday afternoon, someone dug up a statue in the south of the city, and that statue actually has a divine message on it. Guess what it is?" Under the emperor's gaze, the officials felt a chill run down their spines and did not dare to respond. They all understood that the emperor was not without anger. He just hadn't erupted yet. When he did, it would certainly be a thunderous rage. It would probably be no less than when he learned of the crown prince's conspiracy. Haven't you all heard? The emperor scanned the crowd again. Well, let me tell you. As the emperor spoke, he walked directly in front of his four sons. Boom! The emperor kicked the second prince over, then immediately kicked the third prince, followed by the fourth and fifth princes. Father, please calm your anger. I know my wrongs. The four were terrified and quickly turned to kneel properly. Knowing your wrongs? You are all innocent. It is I who am guilty. Emperor Wen's long-suppressed anger finally erupted completely as he kicked at the four men furiously, roaring with rage. Sixth son, go to Baiguan. All of you go up the mountain. Why don't you tell me where you plan to send me and all the civil and military officials? Should I issue an order right now to change the location of the imperial tomb? Chapter 32. Settling scores after Autumn Emperor Wen finally erupted. Completely disregarding the dignity of the emperor, it confronted his four sons with punches and kicks in front of the entire court. The four were terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Even though their bodies ached, they dared not cry out. Witnessing the scene before them, the courtiers were all stunned. No one expected Emperor Wen to be so furious. However, it was not difficult to understand. The sixth prince had gone to the northern border, and all the ministers had gone up the mountain. These four princes had gone to great lengths to harm the sixth prince. Zheng buried his head deeply, trying hard to suppress his laughter. The effect was something he and T even anticipated. He had to thank those who colluded with Bei Huan to frame him. If it weren't for this mess, Emperor Wen wouldn't have been angry enough to beat his four sons in front of the court. This left no face for the four princes at all. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Seeing Emperor Wen nearly out of breath with rage, Mu Shun quickly stepped forward to support him, his face filled with panic as he advised, Your Majesty, take care of your health. Please calm down. Take care of your health. The courtiers came to their senses and quickly knelt down. Zheng was speechless and had no choice but to kneel as well. After venting his anger, Emperor Wen finally felt a bit better. Still not calming down, he roared, just because the sixth prince recently gained some recognition and rewards. You all are so eager to frame him? Tell me, how has the sixth prince obstructed your paths? The four were scared to death, shaking their heads desperately but dare not speak. I can tell you directly in front of the entire court and the sixth prince today that the sixth prince will absolutely not be made crown prince. Emperor Wen shouted angrily, then looked at Zheng. Sixth prince, do you have any objections? No. Zheng shook his head sincerely, saying as a son, I am neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts. I have only relied on luck to achieve some merit. I would never dare covet the position of crown prince. Stop spouting nonsense. It has nothing to do with your talent or lack thereof. Emperor Wen glared at Zheng. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Your mother's status determines that you cannot be made crown prince. You have no foundation whatsoever. If you were to inherit the throne, our Dakian would surely fall into internal chaos. Emperor Wen was truly furious today, directly laying it all out in front of his sons. At the same time, he was warning Yun Li and the others that Zheng could not be made crown prince and to stop plotting against him. Zheng pretended to be dejected and nodded. Although I do not possess great talent, I am not a fool. I understand this reasoning. That's good to understand. Emperor Wen sighed lightly. This is the will of heaven. Don't blame your father. I understand. Zheng nodded again. Emperor Wen nodded in appreciation and then glared at the other kneeling sons. All of you, get up. Third prince, stay kneeling. Kneel properly. Yin Li's heart trembled suddenly, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The others stood up, and the second prince and the others shot a resentful glance at Yin Li, wishing they could strangle this bastard. He had plotted against the sixth prince, causing them all to suffer misfortune. This self-destructive bastard. He deserved to keep kneeling. Do you know why I want you to keep kneeling? Emperor Wen looked down at Yin Li. Yin Li, anxious and trembling, cried out, Father, I'm wronged. I really didn't T-frame the sixth brother. I even lent over 10,000 taels of silver to the sixth brother the night before last, hoping to reconcile with him. How could I? I didn't T-mention that. Emperor Wen was furious, kicking Yin Li down again, then looked at Zheng. Zheng's eyelids twitched, feeling speechless inside. What are you looking at me for? I'm a victim, okay? Yes, I'm the victim. Zheng told himself confidently. Emperor Wen withdrew his gaze and looked back at Yin Li, who had knelt again, angrily shouting, I ask you. You clearly know that the compensation for the soldiers who were injured or died in the Battle of Shuo Bay has been embezzled. Why didn't you report it? What? Hearing Emperor Wen's words, Xiao Wanxiu suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. Is what your majesty said true? We will discuss this matter later. Emperor Wen signaled for Xiao Wanxiu to return to his place, coldly glaring at Yin Li. Today in court, I repeatedly gave you opportunities, waiting for you to report this matter. Why didn't you report it? So that's it. Yin Li felt a bit relieved in his heart, and quickly said with a worried expression, I knew that reporting this matter would surely enrage father. So I wanted to wait until the matter of Bei Huan requesting grain was over before reporting it to avoid making Bei Huan laugh at us. Your Majesty, I also know about this matter. Su Shifu quickly stood up and bowed. Yesterday, the third prince came to find me upon learning of this. And it was I who suggested that the third prince wait until the matter of Bei Huan requesting grain was over before reporting it. Is that so? Emperor Wen's expression softened slightly. I have sinned. Su Shifu quickly bowed and pleaded guilty. You are indeed guilty. Emperor Wen coldly swept his gaze over Su Shifu, returning to his throne with Mu Shun's support, and said with a face full of frost, I said 5 years ago that those soldiers who bled and sacrificed for our Dacian are heroes. Whoever dares to touch their compensation, I will dare to touch their head. After saying this, Emperor Wen shouted angrily again, Xiao Wanxiu, Yu Fu, listen to the decree. Xiao Wanxiu and Yu Fu hurriedly stepped forward to listen to the decree. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice are to jointly investigate this case. Anyone who embezzles the compensation for those soldiers, whether they are nobles or minor officials, shall be dealt with severely according to the law. Upon hearing the Emperor's decree, the courtiers were filled with fear. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice jointly investigating this case. Emperor Wen did not trust the Ministry of Justice and wanted Minister Xiao Wanxiu to participate as well, because Emperor Wen knew that Xiao Wanxiu would not show mercy to anyone who embezzled the soldiers' compensation. After Xiao Wanxiu and Yu Fu received the decree, Emperor Wen spoke again in a deep voice, Minister of Revenue Su Shifu, knowing yet not reporting, 1 year's salary shall be deducted. Third Prince Yin Li, same punishment. Kneel in the ancestral temple for 3 days. The two did not dare to be negligent and quickly accepted the decree. Looking at the Emperor's dark expression, Zheng couldn't help but nod slightly. Although this father of his wasn't a great ruler, he wasn't a foolish one either. At least, in terms of treating those soldiers who bled and sacrificed for Dacian, he was doing well. It's just that the punishment for Su Shifu and Yin Li was a bit too light. While Zheng was lost in thought, Emperor Wen looked over. Sixth Prince, do you suspect that your third brother is framing you? So you deliberately used his head as a wager to scare him? Zheng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Yes, it was pointless to deny such an obvious matter. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Emperor Wen took a deep breath. I permit you to slap your third brother twice in front of the entire court today. What? Zheng was stunned, looking at Emperor Wen in disbelief. Father, it really wasn't me. Li cried out with a face full of grievance. Shut up. Emperor Wen silenced Li, glaring at Zheng. What are you afraid of? This is what I permit you to do. Can he eat you? Zheng chuckled awkwardly. Father, isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Emperor Wen said impatiently. I just can't stand seeing you like this. Father has misunderstood. Zheng smiled sheepishly. I'm weak and have no strength in my hands. Slapping my third brother wouldn't hurt at all. How about I kick my third brother's vital parts instead? Chapter 33. The Imperial Sword. As Zheng's words fell, everyone's face twitched violently. Li nearly jumped up and cursed. Ha! Once they regained their senses, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Who would have thought that the sixth prince was so mischievous? Kicking Li in the groin once wasn't enough. He wanted to do it a second time, and he wanted Emperor Wen's permission for that. Wasn't he that ridiculous? Listening to the laughter around him, Zheng remained silent. He understood that Emperor Wen wanted to resolve the conflict between him and Li. What he said about giving 2 slaps implied, your grievances end here. If he truly slapped Li, it would probably be a different story. Cough, cough. Emperor Wen was also amused by Zheng's words. After clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, he shook his head and said, Let's forget it then. Your third brother can't handle you messing with him like this. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen continued, How about this when you get married? Let your third brother prepare a generous gift for you. If it's not generous enough, I'll give him 2 slaps on your behalf. As he spoke, Emperor Wen cast a meaningful glance at Li. Realizing what was happening, Li quickly declared in front of everyone, I will definitely prepare a generous gift for my 6th younger brother. All right, then I'll thank my third brother in advance. Zheng readily agreed. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. It's only right. Li repeatedly waved his hands, forcing a smile. This matter was settled. Emperor Wen scanned the crowd and, with a stern expression, said, Whoever is plotting against the 6th prince, I have my suspicions. I don't want to pursue this any further. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Wen's words were undoubtedly a warning to his 4 sons and their followers. The crowd dared not be careless and responded in unison. After warning everyone, Emperor Wen turned to Zheng and said, Starting tomorrow, you don't need to attend court anymore. Thank you, Father. Zheng was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Looking at Zheng's delighted expression, Emperor Wen couldn't help but feel speechless. Only he would be happy about not attending court. Your Majesty, this matter is perhaps not appropriate. Zhang Huai bowed and said, Various signs indicate that the master of the Northern Huan is looking at the same ancient book as His Highness the Sixth. Bamboo is likely to use tricks again. With His Highness the Sixth here, we can avoid being deceived by Bamboo again. Zhang Huai's words gained much agreement from others. Once was a coincidence, but twice could not be called a coincidence anymore. Bamboo was cunning, and they indeed needed to be cautious. Look at your lack of vigilance. Emperor Wen glared at everyone. We almost suffered a huge loss today. Do you not have even this little bit of awareness? For the subsequent negotiations, let us not beat around the bush with him. By your reasoning, should I entrust the matter of requesting grain from Northern Huan entirely to the 6th? After being reprimanded by Emperor Wen, everyone dared not speak further. Emperor Wen's gaze fell on Zheng again. You have made great contributions today, and I just rewarded you yesterday, so I want to reward you again today. I remember your merits. When you get married, I will reward you together. Thank you, Father. Zheng nodded, suddenly remembering something, and quickly said, Father, I have one more thing I hope you will agree to. Speak. Emperor Wen waved his hand. Zheng said, I went to the blacksmith shop in the city yesterday, and suddenly thought that the ancient book I saw contains a method for forging a very high-strength steel. And I want to try. Just handle it as you see fit. Emperor Wen interrupted him with a wave of his hand, impatiently saying, I'm already too bothered every day. You want to bother me with such trivial matters? Zheng scratched his head. I just didn't want to be said. Afraid others will say you're plotting rebellion? Emperor Wen guessed Zheng's next words, saying unkindly, You? What do you have to plot? If you really succeeded in rebellion, even if I died, I would crawl out of my grave to congratulate you. Zheng was speechless. If he said that, wouldn't he have to succeed in rebellion before Emperor Wen died? The thought of Emperor Wen crawling out of his grave to congratulate him was quite creepy. All right, just handle it as you see fit. Emperor Wen glared at him and said, Today, in front of all the officials, I will permit you one thing. In the future, if anyone besides me says you're plotting rebellion, you can just slap him. If anyone is not convinced, let him come to find me. What? Such a good thing? Zheng never expected to receive such unexpected rewards and immediately expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. Damn, in the future, if I see someone I dislike, I can just provoke them into saying I'm plotting rebellion. Then I can slap them hard. This is the imperial sword. Listening to Emperor Wen's words, the ministers couldn't help but feel a bitter smile in their hearts. In the future, if anyone wanted to harm Zheng, the charge of rebellion was off the table. If there is nothing else, let us end it here for today. Emperor Wen stood up, tiredly saying, I'm exhausted and need to rest well. After saying this, Emperor Wen walked to the back. Your Majesty, the ministers quickly bowed. After taking a few steps, Emperor Wen stopped again, turned back to look at Yang Ji, who was still lying in a pool of blood, to see if he was dead. If he was dead, take him to the Imperial Medical Office. After finishing, Emperor Wen quickly left. He was genuinely too angry today. He needed to find a beauty to vent his frustrations. Sigh. The position of Crown Prince needs to be settled early. Otherwise, these brothers might end up fighting to the death. If this continues, they might be close to turning against each other. After Emperor Wen left, everyone finally bowed. The guards also finally opened the heavy palace doors. Yang Ji was quite tough. When Mu Shun had someone check, he still had breath. So Mu Shun quickly had someone take Yang Ji to the Imperial Medical Office. Sixth Prince. Just as Zheng walked a short distance, Zhang Huai chased after him. Elder Zhang, what do you need me for? Zheng turned to look at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai said with a smile, Today, I saw your method of counting, and I think it's excellent. I would like to ask you to teach me. If I can learn it at my age, I will certainly petition the Emperor to promote it nationwide in our great Qian. At that time, all the scholars in the world will be your students. Hearing Zhang Huai's words, Zheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Did this old man really not understand, or was he trying to harm him? If all the scholars in the world became his students, wouldn't that attract countless eyes on him? By then, even Emperor Wen might believe he had conditions for rebellion. This is indeed easy to learn. Even children can master it. Zheng smiled slightly and said, How about this? I will organize those calculation methods and present them to Father Emperor, and after he reviews them, we can discuss it. What do you think? All right. Zhang Huai repeatedly agreed. While the two were talking, Xiao Wanqiu quickly approached. Sixth Prince, you have won 10,000 war horses for our army, and I am immensely grateful. Xiao Wanqiu said with a grateful expression. I must first investigate the corruption case, and once this matter is settled, I hope to invite the Sixth Prince for a few drinks. Please do come. Your words are too much, Dukyu. Zheng smiled and said, I also have to thank Dukyu. When no one in the court believed in me, you were willing to help me clear my name. I believe in the Sixth Prince. Xiao Wanqiu laughed heartily and then reminded, the Sixth Prince disrupted Ban Bu's good plans today. So be extra cautious and beware of Northern Huan sending assassins. Zheng's eyelids twitched and he bowed. Thank you, Dukyu, for the reminder. Chapter 34. Despicable and shameless. Back at home, Zheng received good news. Duke Guyuan had arrived, bringing along two brothers, Zuorun and Yu Shizhong. Both of them had once been members of the blood-clothed army and were among the few remaining intact members. Upon learning that Duke Guyuan was heading back to the northern frontier, the two decided to join him. Naturally, Zheng welcomed their addition with open arms. Damn it, these are all part of my original team. Since they are here, they might as well stay. Zheng chuckled and asked, by the way, how are your skills? How about a match against Gao, He, and Zhoumi? Under your command, they replied, and the two had no objections. Gao He and Zhoumi exchanged glances, feeling a bit despondent. At Zheng's request, the four engaged in a simple competition, resulting in Gao He and Zhoumi being thoroughly defeated. Great! Zheng clapped his hands and said with a grin, I offended the North Huan National Master today, and the Duke of Yu reminded me to be careful of assassins sent by North Huan. So, from now on, You two will accompany me whenever I go out. Understood. They immediately agreed. However, Gao He and Zhou looked somewhat dejected. Gao He, Zhou Zheng turned to them from now on. The security of the manor will be fully your responsibility, including the scheduling and training of the guards. Yes, they replied cheerfully. Fortunately, the sixth prince did not neglect them due to the arrival of Zhuorun and Yu Shizhou. This is a big deal, so you two must not be careless. Zheng reminded them seriously. If North Huan's spies infiltrate the manor, even if I spare you, my father will not spare you. We understand. The two nodded solemnly. Once that was settled, Zheng also informed Du Guyuan and the others about Emperor Wen's order to investigate the embezzlement of relief funds. The three were delighted, thinking that Zheng had reported this to Emperor Wen, and they repeatedly thanked him, which made Zheng feel quite pleased. After that, Zheng finally asked Yi how the sale of those gifts was going. All sold, Yi replied, we received a total of 150,000 taels of silver. What? Zheng was taken aback. You sold everything? Yi blinked and said, didn't your Highness say to sell everything? Zheng feigned exasperation. I meant to sell some to get some silver, not all of it. It's only been half a day. How could you sell everything? Yi replied. I happen to know a wealthy merchant, so I had him come to the manor to collect them. Zheng's face darkened, and he glared at the steward. Why didn't you stop her? The steward replied aggrievedly. This was your Highness's order. I didn't dare to stop it. Zheng looked at the two in disbelief, then waved his hand. Forget it. If it's all sold, it's sold. Steward, have Gao He take you to the blacksmith shop where Leader Du used to work, and lease that shop in Leader Du's name. The blacksmith shop? The steward was confused. Your Highness, why do you want to buy a blacksmith shop? Just go lease it first. Zheng waved his hand. Also, keep everyone at the blacksmith shop. I'll be going there in the afternoon for something. All right. The steward reluctantly agreed and went to handle it. Once the steward and Gao He left, Zheng took Yi to the backyard. Are you crazy? As soon as they entered the backyard, Yi glared at Zheng. At this time, you're still leasing a blacksmith shop? In someone else's name? You really want to make it seem like you have rebellious intentions, don't you? It's fine, Zheng smiled. I've already talked to my father about it. You talked about it? Yi was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zheng with admiration. You really are cunning. She understood why Zheng wanted the steward to lease the blacksmith shop under Du Guyuan's name. He was deliberately making it seem as though he had rebellious intentions. So the steward would report this to Emperor Wen. Next, it would depend on how Gao He performed. He was forcing Gao He to choose between him and Emperor Wen. Zheng chuckled and teased. You acted well in front of the steward just now. Your Highness did well too. Yi giggled. They had actually discussed this beforehand. Selling all the gifts would inevitably raise suspicion. By having Yi act as if she misunderstood Zheng's intentions, it would appear much more natural. Even if others suspected that Yi had sold everything intentionally, they would only think she was standing up for Shan Luoyan and trying to get back at Zheng. Zheng smiled and sincerely remarked, if only my father would betroth you to me. Compared to the fierce and arrogant Shan Luoyan, he preferred the wise and virtuous Yi. Hearing Zheng's words, Yi's face instantly flushed red, and she angrily said, Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. I've been widowed for many years. If this gets out, I won't be able to live. I was just saying. Zheng laughed and tilted his head to ask, You've been widowed for many years. It must have been tough, right? Have you ever thought about remarrying? Yi's face turned even redder, and she replied crossly, Your Highness, if you have important matters to discuss, please stick to the topic. Don't tease me, a widow. I'm not teasing you. Zheng shook his head. I heard that on the day of your marriage to Luoyan's second brother, he was ordered to go to war right after. So all these years Your Highness. Yi interrupted him sharply. I am a fourth-rank honored consort personally conferred by His Majesty. Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had forgotten about this. After the battle in the northern frontier, the Shen family had produced 3 noble ladies personally conferred by Emperor Wen. Lady Shen was a second-rank lady, Wei Shuang a third-rank lady, and Yi a fourth-rank honor consort. The Qian Dynasty did not restrict women from remarrying. Some regions even encouraged widowed women to remarry. However, those who were conferred titles like them were not allowed to remarry. Any man who dared to have an affair with these titled ladies would face death if caught. Sigh. Such a beautiful widow, what a pity. After regaining his composure, Zheng instructed Yi, I'll find an excuse for you to manage some affairs in the manor. Keep an eye on the people in the manor and see if there are any suspicious individuals. I understand. Yi nodded gently and then asked, Are you really worried that North Huan will try to assassinate you? Most likely. Zheng nodded. Yi frowned and asked curiously, What did you do to provoke North Huan? Zheng shrugged. Not much, just publicly exposed the national master of North Huan's plot. Saying this, he recounted the events that had taken place in court. After listening to Zheng, Yi was completely stunned. So many things had happened in court today. The things he had asked her to do before had taken effect so quickly, and it even led Emperor Wen to disregard his royal dignity and publicly beat up his 4 brothers. After a long time, Yi finally came back to her senses, filled with emotion as she said, If you went to the northern frontier, you might really succeed in rebellion. Of course, Zheng blinked. If I succeed in rebellion, I'll definitely revoke your title as a 4th-rank honored consort. Yi was momentarily speechless and couldn't help but glare at him in annoyance. If your highness has no other matters, I'll take my leave. If we stay here too long, others will start to suspect us. It's fine. Zheng laughed nonchalantly. Even if they suspect us, they'll just think we're having an affair. Yi glared at Zheng angrily and directly opened the door to walk out. After leaving the study, Yi felt both angry and amused. She really hadn't noticed before. This so-called useless 6th prince not only had great ambitions, but also had quite a bit of lust. He hadn't even gotten to shun Luoyin yet, and already dared to set his sights on her. Cunning and deceitful, despicable and shameless. Chapter 35. Beware of His Highness the 6th Prince's whip. After lunch, while the steward was busy with something, He quietly pulled Zheng aside. Your Highness, you should tell people that the blacksmith shop was bought by you as a gift for Commander Du. He said seriously, looking around. Why? Zheng pretended to be confused. I clearly bought it for myself. Your Highness. He was anxious. You bought a blacksmith shop in Commander Du's name? If this gets to His Majesty's ears, he might think you have rebellious intentions. Impossible. Zheng shook his head and smiled. Father definitely won't believe such things. How could I possibly rebel? Your Highness, the mind of the ruler is hard to fathom. He earnestly advised. Is it? The corners of Zheng's mouth curled up as he finally asked. You're one of those monitoring me for father, right? Hearing Zheng's words, He's eyelids suddenly twitched. When he came back to his senses, he quickly shook his head to deny it. Not just you, but the steward too, right? Zheng's smile was particularly radiant. Actually, the matter of the pension funds being embezzled wasn't something I told father. I only mentioned it to 3rd brother, but he kept it from being reported. Today in court, father was furious about it and punished 3rd brother to kneel at the Grand Temple for 3 days. Tell me, how did father know about this when neither I nor 3rd brother mentioned it? Listening to Zheng, He's expression suddenly changed. Zheng quietly looked at He and then said, I'm very happy that you can tell me these things. You're a smart person. You can think it over and give me an answer. After saying this, Zheng patted He's shoulder and left. Watching Zheng's departing figure, He suddenly felt a jolt of fear. He realized that the matter of the blacksmith shop might be Zheng testing him and the steward. The 6 princes' thoughts were far more intricate than they imagined. After that, Zheng took Du Guiyuan and a few others to the blacksmith shop. Your Highness, what are you buying this blacksmith shop for? Du Guiyuan asked, puzzled. Buying a blacksmith shop, of course, is for blacksmithing. Zheng smiled and said, I saw a method of forging high-strength steel in an ancient book and wanted to see if I could make it. Du Guiyuan and the others were dumbfounded. He really bought a blacksmith shop to forge steel? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Zheng directly told the blacksmiths the forging methods he remembered, noting there were several ways to forge Damascus steel. However, without modern equipment, it was unrealistic to forge large quantities of steel. Folding and twisting techniques should be more feasible, with twisting being the most reliable. After explaining the methods, Zheng had the blacksmiths start trying to forge twisted steel. With his small frame, he naturally couldn't do it himself and could only guide from the side. Without modern equipment, it was indeed troublesome to work on this. They encountered difficulties at almost every step. Zheng also thought alongside them to find solutions. After working until dark, they finally managed to produce a piece of steel ingot fused together. However, there was still a lot of work to do afterward. Zheng planned to continue, but someone from the manor came to report that Zhang Huai had arrived. Zhang Huai? Zheng was suspicious. What is this old man here for again? Forget it. Since Zhang Huai was already here, he couldn't just leave him hanging. Although Zhang Huai didn't have much real power, his prestige was high. Moreover, this old man was also the mentor of Emperor One. All right, everyone go back and rest. We'll continue this early tomorrow. After instructing the blacksmiths, Zheng hurried back. Upon returning to the manor, he saw Zhang Huai studying something. The staff around didn't dare to disturb him. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Zheng stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, you're finally back. Zhang Huai stood up hurriedly, his face full of worry. After I returned today, I kept pondering the algorithm you mentioned, but no matter how I calculated, it didn't add up. It has made me lose my appetite. Please help me see where the problem is. Zheng was speechless, looking at Zhang Huai with a wry smile. This old man was truly a pedant. Just this little thing made him lose his appetite? How about this? Let's go to the study. Zheng smiled. By the time we finish calculating, it should be about mealtime. So soon? Zhang Huai was surprised. It's not difficult, Zheng chuckled. All right, let's hurry to the study. Zhang Huai was overjoyed and quickly pulled Zheng towards the study, as if afraid he would run away. Seeing this, Zheng couldn't help but smile inwardly. If this old man were in modern times, he would probably be a professor utterly focused on academic pursuits. He wasn't a bad person and was knowledgeable, but a bit pedantic. This old man was also one of the core figures of the peace faction. Upon arriving at the study, Zheng began teaching Zhang Huai how to calculate. The core difficulties were simply the multiplication table and carrying over. Fortunately, although this old man was pedantic, he had a knack for research, and after about 15 minutes, he understood these two core issues. Zheng wrote down the multiplication table for 2 on the side and let the old man calculate it himself. He stood by to point out any mistakes. Just as Zhang Huai was deeply engrossed in calculating, a sudden commotion came from outside. Zheng frowned slightly. Who the hell is that? Daring to cause a ruckus in my 6th Prince's manor? It wouldn't be those guys from 3rd Brother-S faction, would it? Just as Zheng was about to go out and check, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Bang! Then the study door was kicked open. Shen Luoyan stood at the door with an angry face, her eyes blazing as she stared at Zheng. Shen Luoyan was furious. She had just heard that rumors were spreading in the city that Zheng was going to rebel in the northern territories. After learning about this, she rushed to tell Zheng. But as soon as she entered, she heard that Zheng had acquired a blacksmith shop. Usually this wouldn't matter, but now, combined with those rumors and his acquisition of the blacksmith shop, it was very likely that someone would accuse him of treason. If things went bad, Emperor One might think the Shun family was instigating him to rebel. This was practically pushing the Shun family into the fire pit. Looking at the furious Shen Luoyan, Zheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Damn it, has this girl taken crazy pills? At this moment, the steward hurriedly brought Gao He and a few others. Looking terrified as he said, Your Highness, Elder Zhang, I really couldn't stop the 6th Prince's consort. All right, you all go down first. Zheng waved his hand, then turned to Shen Luoyan, puzzled, and asked, What are you doing? What am I doing? How dare you ask me what I'm doing? Shen Luoyan angrily walked up to Zheng and shouted, Do you know that there are already people spreading rumors in the city that you are going to rebel in the northern territories? At this time, you still go and acquire a blacksmith shop to forge weapons? Do you want to make it clear that you're rebelling? If you want to die, don't drag our Shun family down with you. Shen Luoyan didn't care that Zhang Huai was still present and launched a tirade at Zheng. Zhang Huai came back to his senses and quickly waved his hands. Your Highness's consort, you can't talk like that. Be careful, or His Highness might whip you. He whipped me? Shen Luoyan was furious. Let him try. Your Highness's consort, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhang Huai said, his eyes bulging, and spoke seriously. Today in court, His Majesty told all the officials that besides himself, anyone who dares to accuse His Highness of treason can be whipped by His Highness directly. If anyone is unconvinced they can go to His Majesty. Chapter 36. Gao He returns home. Shen Luoyin was stunned. What is going on? The emperor personally approved it. And apart from the emperor, who can say he is rebelling without getting punished? What is happening? Before Shen Luoyin could react, Zhang Huai cheerfully said, as for the matter of the blacksmith shop, His Highness has already mentioned it in today's court meeting. So the sixth prince's consort need not scare herself anymore. Huh? Shen Luoyin was dumbfounded. He even told his father about this? So, did I really overthink it? Zhang Gelao, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Shen Luoyin looked at Zhang Huai suspiciously. What kind of talk is this? Zhang Huai seemed insulted. I have lived my life with integrity, and have I ever told a lie? This matter is known by all the civil and military officials in the court. The sixth prince's consort can easily ask someone to verify it. Shen Luoyin's momentum suddenly weakened. It's not that I don't trust Zhang Gelao. I just feel. Never mind, never mind. Yin Zheng waved his hand. Zhang Gelao, don't mind her. We're already counting for 20 days ahead. Don't let her disturb us. Let us continue. Zhang Huai quickly nodded. Right. Don't delay our business. Saying this, Zhang Huai immediately lowered his head and continued to calculate. Shen Luoyin looked at Zhang Huai and Yun Zheng, a bit dazed. What are these two doing? Why does it feel like Zhang Huai is following Yun Zheng's instructions? Isn't that backwards? What are you looking at? Yun Zheng shot a dark look at Shen Luoyin, pointing at the study door. Hurry up and fix the door for me. After that, Yun Zheng continued to help Zhang Huai correct his mistakes. This girl, how foolish. It's like practicing martial arts has made her brain dull. Alas, sister-in-law is still better. At this moment, Yun Zheng couldn't help but feel a heartfelt emotion. Shen Luoyin automatically ignored the door-fixing comment and curiously leaned in to see what the two were studying. Looking at the numbers Zhang Huai wrote down, Shen Luoyin was also very curious. She originally wanted to ask, but seeing Zhang Huai so focused, she felt embarrassed to interrupt. This is wrong. 2 8s make 16. Carry 1 forward. It should be adding 1 to the previous position. Yes, I was careless and forgot to add it. Here, I forgot to carry over again. Next, Yin Zheng patiently pointed out corrections to Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai also humbly accepted Yun Zheng's corrections. Shen Luoyin watched in astonishment. What's going on? Is Yun Zheng teaching Zhang Huai? But Zhang Huai is the grand scholar of the Wenhua Pavilion. Even Emperor Wen had once asked Zhang Huai to be his teacher, and now he needs Yun Zheng to teach him? After a while, Zhang Huai finally calculated the amount of grain needed for the 30th day. Just as Yun Zheng said, not a single number was off. Looking at the series of numbers, Zhang Huai was shocked himself. Just a bit of doubling. In just 30 days, how could such a terrifying number be achieved? Even though he already knew the result in advance, Zhang Huai was still stunned. After a long time, Zhang Huai shook his sleeve and respectfully bowed to Yun Zheng. Your Highness is truly talented. I am in deep admiration. I had thought it would be at most 5 million, nearly causing Qian to fall into an irretrievable situation. Zhang Gelao is being too modest. Yun Zheng quickly supported Zhang Huai. What you've learned is the great way. What I've learned is just some tricks. No. Zhang Huai repeatedly waved his hands. These numbers and calculation methods are simple and easy to understand, greatly beneficial for calculations and counting. This method can definitely be compiled into a book. Listening to Zhang Huai, Shen Luoyin was completely bewildered. Something that looks like a scribble can be compiled into a book? At this moment, Exan Sheng came in and said that dinner was ready, inviting them to have their evening meal. With the question that had been on his mind resolved, Zhang Huai suddenly felt hungry and quickly followed Yun Zheng and Shen Luoyin to the dining room. During the meal, Zhang Huai abandoned the dining etiquette of eating in silence and animatedly told Shen Luoyin and Yi Zi about today's South events in the court. Yun Zheng was even described by this old man as a hero who turned the tide. This old man had no filter, even mentioning how Emperor Wen publicly beat the 4 princes. Even Yi Zi, who already knew some of it, was taken aback, let alone Shen Luoyin, who was completely unaware. At first, it was just Shen Luoyin and Yi Zi listening. Later, Du Guiyuan and others rushed in, and when they heard how Yun Zheng bravely fought against the North Huan's master and helped the Qian win 1,000 warhorses, everyone applauded in excitement. For the duration of the meal, it was all this old man talking. Zheng couldn't help but feel that this old man should really be telling stories. It would be a waste of talent otherwise. After the meal, Zheng asked Zhang Hui to sit for a while and have a cup of tea, while he ran to the study to write down the counting method and the multiplication table, asking Zhang Hui to present it to Emperor Wen the next day. This way, he wouldn't need to make another trip to the palace. After Zhang Hui left with the Qian's mathematical enlightenment textbook, everyone was still immersed in the enormous shock and hadn't regained their senses. All right, you all don't need to eat, right? Zheng glared at Du Guiyuan and the others. Hurry up and go eat. Prompted by Zheng, everyone finally reacted and hurried to the dining area to eat. So, from now on, apart from the emperor, no one can say you were plotting rebellion? Shen Luoyan looked at Zheng blankly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Luckily, she hadn't reported Zheng for mentioning going to Shoubei to rebel. Otherwise, Emperor Wen would definitely think those rumors were spread by the Shun family. If that were the case, the Shun family would absolutely face a fate of complete annihilation. Zheng lightly nodded, a smirk on his face as he looked at Shen Luoyan. So, you need to be careful from now on. Don't forget, you still owe me a slap. Shen Luoyan paused slightly, glancing at Zheng with a guilty conscience, feeling secretly annoyed. Clearly, with just 2 fingers, she could crush this weakling. So why is he so assertive? All right. Yi smiled at Shen Luoyan. It's getting late. You should go back. After all, you and His Highness are not married yet. It's not appropriate to stay overnight. Also, go back and tell your mother about today as court events, so she doesn't worry. Look at me. I forgot about this. Shen Luoyan slapped her forehead. Standing up, I need to hurry back and tell my mom about this. Otherwise, she will be so worried. After saying that, Shen Luoyan rushed out in a hurry. Don't forget to help me fix the study door. Zheng called out mischievously to Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan paused slightly, coming back to her senses, glared fiercely at Zheng, and then quickly ran out. Looking at Shen Luoyan's hurried appearance, Zheng couldn't help but shake his head lightly. She completely lacks the demeanor of a refined lady. Yi chuckled. Luoyan has practiced martial arts since childhood, so her temperament is indeed a bit hasty. By the way, is her martial art good? Zheng asked curiously. Not too bad. Yi chuckled lightly, then changed the topic. However, there should be no one around His Highness who can match her. Zheng's expression changed slightly. This girl is that powerful? Is Yi reminding him not to provoke Shen Luoyan? Otherwise, if she really hits him, there will be no one to protect him? Zheng stole a glance at Yi, sincerely feeling. Sister-in-law has a much better temperament. Yi's face twitched slightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks. I'm going to be busy. Yi glared at Zheng in annoyance and quickly left. Zheng smirked, walking back to the study. That night, he found Zheng and confessed that he was an informant for Emperor Wen. Apart from him, he could only confirm that the steward was also an informant for Emperor Wen. Today, when I went to the blacksmith shop, the housekeeper reported this matter to the people of Emperor Wen. It was also for this reason that he reminded Zheng. You didn't let me down. Zheng nodded in appreciation and instructed. The defense tasks of the mansion are now entrusted to you and Zhou, so you can pay more attention to the people in the mansion discreetly. I understand. Chapter 37. That's a snow goose, not a goose. For Zheng, not having to attend the morning court was definitely a good thing. Waking up naturally felt quite nice. After finishing breakfast, Zheng hurried to the blacksmith shop. At noon, he didn't return to the mansion for lunch, instead having someone buy some food and ate with everyone at the blacksmith shop before continuing to guide them in forging. He had often watched a foreign show called Knife-Making Competition and was a fervent fan, spending a lot of time researching the techniques for forging Damascus steel. However, although he understood the craft, hand-forging Damascus steel was still not simple. Just the process of fusion welding was quite challenging. They managed to forge some steel bars, but after several twists, they ended up cracking. Zheng had to analyze the reasons repeatedly and improve the processes. Just as they were busy in the blacksmith shop, he suddenly rode in at a gallop. Seeing He's hurried appearance, Zheng knew it was not good news. Your Highness, someone from the palace has come. The Emperor urgently summons you to the palace. He jumped off his horse and said anxiously, Damn, what now? Another urgent summons? It wouldn't be that Ban Bu has caused some trouble again, would it? You all keep trying, Don't worry about messing up. After instructing a few blacksmiths, Zheng quickly left. Upon returning to the mansion, the carriage sent by Emperor Wen was already waiting for him. Feeling frustrated, Zheng climbed onto the carriage heading for the palace. What does father want to see me for? On the way, Zheng asked the person who came to fetch him. I don't know, my lord. Fine. If you don't know, you don't know. Can I still eat? Before long, Zheng arrived at the palace. Guided by the eunuchs, they kept going deeper into the inner palace. Huh? Aren't we going to the main hall for the morning court? What's going on? Finally, Zheng followed the eunuch to the imperial garden. Just as they reached the entrance of the garden, Zheng saw several half-grown white geese in the pond. Looking at those white geese, Zheng's thoughts were stirred again. He had been so focused on forging Damascus steel these past 2 days that he had forgotten about the goose feathers. He still needed to have someone find him some goose feathers. Otherwise, his writing would be all crooked and make him a laughingstock. Deep in the imperial garden, Zheng finally saw Emperor Wen in a pavilion. Also having tea with him was Zheng Huai. Got it. I understand now. It must be about that counting matter. I have seen father and elder Zheng. Zheng stepped into the pavilion and saluted the two. Emperor Wen was holding the paper he had given to Zheng Huai the night before. He slightly nodded and then raised his eyes to ask, "Is this all written by you?" "Yes," Zheng nodded. "Look at what you've written." Emperor Wen suddenly slammed the paper down on the table and reprimanded sternly. "As a prince, your handwriting is worse than that of a child. Aren't you embarrassed?" Being reprimanded as soon as he arrived, Zheng couldn't help but feel speechless. "Is it my fault? I've never used a brush before." He wanted to write well. "Give me a fountain pen first." Zheng silently complained in his heart and cautiously replied, "My handwriting is indeed a bit poor. I will definitely practice harder in the future." "Practice? Nonsense." Emperor Wen glared at him. "It's been over 20 years, and you still haven't shown any improvement. What were you doing all day in the Bibo courtyard?" Zheng was speechless. Has he gone mad? Is he taking out his frustrations from Beihuan on me? Summoning him to the palace just to scold him? Seeing Zheng rendered speechless, Zheng Huai quickly stepped in to help, smiling and saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Sixth Prince's handwriting is indeed not good-looking. But these numbers and calculations are incredibly clever. It doesn't matter how nice the handwriting is if what's written is useless." Hearing Zheng Huai's words, Zheng couldn't help but give a secret thumbs up. "Look, this is the imperial teacher. Just look at how high his speaking level is." With Zheng Huai's support, Emperor Wen's expression finally improved a little. "Well, Elder Zhang's words do have some merit." Emperor Wen nodded slightly, and then asked Zheng, "Is this all the counting methods you found in that book?" "Got it. Now, this is the main point. He was just trying to find a fault. He wanted to find something to intimidate me right away, but when it came to this matter, I would be eager to please him and would spill everything I knew. Truly a ruler's cunning." Zheng secretly cursed in his heart and replied, "There are indeed some more. However, those are a bit complex, and I didn't quite understand them myself, so I didn't write them down." "No problem." Emperor Wen waved his hand. "You write them all down, and I will have people research them. If we want to promote them nationwide, we need to have a proper format. Once it's done, I will reward you." Saying this, Emperor Wen immediately called for the 4 treasures of the study to be brought over. Zheng secretly laughed. "Slap me once, then give me a sweet date." This trick is indeed played slickly by this old man. Soon, the palace maid brought the 4 treasures of the study and thoughtfully ground the ink beside him. Looking at the brush, Zheng pondered secretly. Writing that terrible handwriting in front of Emperor Wen would surely make him scold me badly. "What? Do I still have to ask you to write?" Seeing Zheng not moving, Emperor Wen couldn't help but show an unhappy expression. "My handwriting is ugly, and I'm afraid it would offend Father's eyes." Zheng glanced at Emperor Wen and continued, "Actually, when I wrote in the Bibo courtyard, I used another kind of pen. The characters written with that pen might look better." Emperor Wen frowned slightly, implying that he wanted to go back and get his pen, right? "No need." Zheng hurriedly waved his hand. "When I just entered, I saw several geese in the pond outside the garden. If father could have someone bring me a few long feathers from those geese, that would be fine." "Geese?" Emperor Wen showed a puzzled expression. "Where did the geese come from in the imperial garden?" Zheng replied, "Just in the pond at the entrance of the imperial garden. I saw them just now." As Zheng's words fell, Both Emperor Wen and Zheng Huai froze simultaneously. After a moment, Zheng Huai looked at him with a strange expression, his old face twitching. Even the nearby palace maids and eunuchs buried their heads deeply, looking like they were struggling to hold back their laughter. Emperor Wen's face fluctuated between dark and bright, raising one hand and then extending a leg. It seemed he was hesitating about whether to slap him or kick him. Zheng was confused. Are they crazy? It's just the geese from the Imperial Garden. Can't they pluck a feather? It's not like plucking a few goose feathers would be a great disrespect to Emperor Wen, right? Sigh. Forget it. Serving a king is like serving a tiger. If they don't want to pluck them, then don't. Zheng picked up the brush and smiled apologetically. It was my oversight. I shouldn't have thought of plucking the feathers from the geese raised by father. I'll just use this brush. Saying that, Zheng dipped the brush in ink, preparing to write. Nonsense. Emperor Wen's face kept twitching as he angrily scolded. That is a snow goose presented by a foreign country. Not a goose. Chapter 38. Bamboo comes to the door, huh? Zheng was dumbfounded. Is that a snow goose? It looks just like a goose. He thought it was just an underdeveloped goose. Ha! Zheng Huai couldn't hold back any longer, laughing as he comforted Emperor Wen. Your Majesty, the sixth prince has been in the palace for a long time and doesn't recognize a goose. Mistaking that snow goose for a goose is understandable. The corner of Emperor Wen's mouth twitched slightly as he shot a glare at Zheng, then sat down, both amused and exasperated. He instructed the eunuch beside him, Go, pluck a few long feathers from a goose. No, from a snow goose. After saying this, Emperor Wen couldn't help but laugh at himself, realizing he had been led astray by this rascal. He should spend more time outside. Emperor Wen glared at Zheng again, saying, Today, in front of me and Elder Zheng, mistaking a snow goose for a goose is fine. But if you had said that in front of all the officials, I will be embarrassed for you. Zheng chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, Your son will definitely go out more in the future. Damn, mistaking a goose for a snow goose is a bit embarrassing, but it could be worse. It's better than mistaking a mouse for a duck, right? Before long, the eunuch brought over a few long feathers. Zheng picked one that was a bit longer, made some adjustments, and started writing on paper. Old thing, didn't you want me to write? Fine, I'll write it out. Functions, equations, high-order equations. I'll write them all for you. Anyway, I said I don't even understand them myself. Let us see if you can figure it out. Zheng felt a deep resentment as he wrote. Although the snow goose feathers weren't as good as a fountain pen, they were much easier to use, and the numbers and words he wrote looked much better. Emperor Wen watched and was secretly astonished. The sixth prince can really use feathers as a pen, and it's obviously much more convenient. What has this rascal been doing in the Baibo courtyard all this time? How did he come up with such strange things? Your Majesty, this item is very useful. Zheng Huai, after observing for a while, suddenly said excitedly to Emperor Wen, It can be used to write. What else could it be used for? Emperor Wen frowned and said, Although this item can write, the characters lack charm and are a disgrace to culture. Your Majesty should think more long-term. Zheng Huai shook his head gently and said seriously, Using this item as a pen can save a lot of expenses for students from poor families, allowing the impoverished common people to also read and write. Your Highness is seeking benefits for the students from humble backgrounds. Hearing his mentor praise his son, Emperor Wen felt secretly pleased. It's worth noting that Zheng Huai had often criticized Zheng in front of him for lacking the demeanor of a prince, which was a disgrace to the royal family. Although Emperor Wen was happy, he disdainfully said, Just a clever trick, not worthy of the grand occasion. Zheng Huai waved his hand and said with a smile, Regardless of how clever it is, as long as it benefits the country and the people, it is good. Once this pen is out, all the students from humble backgrounds will thank the sixth prince. There is some truth to that. Emperor Wen nodded slightly and asked Zheng, How did you come up with the idea of using this item as a pen? This. Zheng's mind raced. Then he lowered his head and said, My previous pens were often damaged or lost. I didn't dare to ask anyone for them. Once, I accidentally found a feather in the courtyard, so he deliberately left the latter part unsaid. Just enough to garner sympathy. If I can gain benefits, great. If not, I can at least gloss over this matter. Hearing Zheng's words, Emperor Wen's face twitched slightly. After a long silence, he sighed softly I've been too neglectful of you. Then, there was no further discussion. He didn't mention compensating Zheng, which made Zheng feel a bit frustrated. With a feather pen, Zheng wrote quickly. Before long, he finished. He didn't write much, just about one sheet of paper, with annotations, and then stopped. Writing any more Wu helped him figure it out. This should be enough for them to study for many years. Emperor Wen couldn't understand these things, so he handed them to Zhang Huai, ordering the people in Wenhua Pavilion to study these topics, and, once thoroughly understood, to write them down. These things are truly profound. Zhang Huai couldn't understand them either, but didn't diminish this old scholar's interest. Sixth Prince. I'm not sure what to ask at this moment, so in the future, if I have troubles, I hope you won't hesitate to offer guidance. You flatter me. Elder Zhang. Zheng quickly waved his hand, saying that many things I don't understand myself, but as long as I know it, I will definitely share it. Thank you, Sixth Prince. Zhang Huai stood up with a smile, saying, Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. I need to gather everyone to study this. All right. Emperor Wen knew the nature of this old scholar and didn't keep him. He then told Zheng, I want to keep you for dinner. Please see Elder Zhang off, and you can discuss these matters along the way. Your son obeys. Zheng bowed in agreement, but was secretly complaining. Damn, they're just letting me go like this? A little reward of gold or silver would be nice. Sigh. My attempt at garnering sympathy failed. Not only did I not gain anything, but I didn't even get a meal. What a loss. As he walked out of the palace, Zheng asked Zhang Huai, Has the matter of food supplies for Beihuan been settled? It has been settled. Zhang Huai said with a wry smile, Our dynasty will supply Beihuan with 300,000 dan of grain, and in return, Beihuan will give us 10,000 warhorses and return our lost territories. Huh? Zheng's face darkened. Warhorses and lost territories were things they were supposed to give us anyway. These two items were supposed to be won in the gamble. This way, doesn't it mean we're giving Beihuan 300,000 dan of grain for free? That said, it's not that easy. Zhang Huai shook his head and sighed. As long as we can get the warhorses and recover the lost territories, it's a great fortune for our dynasty. Beihuan's military strength is currently very strong, and our dynasty has just experienced the Crown Prince's rebellion. Waging war with Beihuan would bring no benefit to our dynasty. Zhang Huai was a staunch advocate for peace. This wasn't because he was a traitor. His perspective on problems was different from that of the war hawks like Xiao Wanqiu. They all wanted what was best for Daqian, but their methods differed. Zheng was speechless, unsure of what to say. He wanted to lead the 20,000 troops of the Northern Army into battle, but unfortunately, it was obvious that Emperor Wen would never give him such power. Forget it. The capital has been established, and it's pointless to say anything. Moreover, there is no need to say anything. It's better to develop quietly and successfully reach Xubei before discussing it. After seeing Elder Zhang out of the palace, Zheng took the carriage that came to pick him up and headed back. Before he even returned to his residence, he saw a crowd gathered around the gate from a distance. What's going on? Could it be that someone is causing trouble in my residence? Zheng urged the driver to speed up. Soon, he arrived at the entrance. What is happening? Why is everyone blocking the door? Zheng lifted the curtain of the carriage and got down. Upon seeing Zheng, the crowd slightly parted. Looking at the person surrounded by the crowd, Zheng's heart suddenly jumped. Bamboo. Chapter 39. Mathematician? What is this old man doing at his own residence? No wonder so many people are gathered at the door. Not letting him in. This is the national teacher of Beihuan. Letting him in would only give others an excuse. Looking at Bamboo, Du Guiyuan and Zuoren seemed to be ready to spit fire. If it weren't for the fact that Bamboo came to Qian in the capacity of an envoy, they might have chopped him to pieces on the spot. 5 years ago, if it weren't for Bamboo's schemes, Qian wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. The Blood Cloak army wouldn't have been completely dispersed. The three of them stared at Bamboo, eager to behead him in revenge for their brothers. However, compared to them, Bamboo and his attendant looked calm and unconcerned. It seemed they completely disregarded Du Guiyuan and the others. They were confident that these people wouldn't dare to touch them. That's why Bamboo dared to come with just one attendant. Your Highness the Sixth, you have finally returned, Bamboo said with a smile as he looked at Zheng. If you hadn't come back, these people in your residence would have torn me to shreds. The national teacher is joking. Zheng said slowly as he stepped forward with a smile. The national teacher is the chief envoy of the Beihuan mission. Even during wartime, envoys are not harmed, let alone now. Your Highness is much more magnanimous than these people in your residence, Banbu said with a half-smile as he glanced at Du Guyuan and the others. We are leaving the imperial city of Qian tomorrow. Before I leave, I specially came to visit your Highness. Surely, your Highness wouldn't let me just stand at the door? Of course not. Our Qian is a land of etiquette. Zheng smiled, waved his hand at the crowd, and urged them to step aside quickly. Your Highness, you must not. He hurriedly stopped him, concerned about the sensitive identity of the national teacher of Beihuan. He feared that he might try to trap the prince again. Hearing He's words, everyone nodded. Although Emperor Wen did not believe that the sixth prince would rebel, who knew what Banbu was up to? Once this old dog was allowed in, many things would become unclear. It doesn't matter. Zheng smiled dismissively. Father Emperor knows that the national teacher of Beihuan is not a good person. He won't easily fall for his tricks. Hearing Zheng publicly say that he was not a good person, Bambu's face couldn't help but twitch slightly. Noticing this, Zheng immediately pretended to be embarrassed. National teacher, I am a straightforward person and tend to speak directly. Please don't take it to heart. Bambu's face twitched again, and he forced a smile, saying, Your Highness is not straightforward. You are a cunning and treacherous person. Compared to the national teacher, I am far behind. Zheng shook his head with a smile, glaring at He and the others, urging them to step aside quickly, lest the national teacher say that the Qian prince doesn't understand the etiquette of receiving guests. Zheng spoke again, and only then did the crowd reluctantly step aside. National teacher, please. Zheng invited Banbu into the residence. He wanted to see what this old schemer was up to. Your Highness the Sixth, please. Banbu said politely, walking alongside Zheng into the residence. Soon, the two sat down inside. Everyone knew that Zheng was incapable of defending himself, and He and the others were worried that Banbu and his guard might suddenly attack Zheng, so they specially followed in to protect him. What is the national teacher here for today? Once seated, Zheng got straight to the point. Banbu wasted no time either, stating directly, Since I entered Qian as an envoy, I have lost your Highness 3 times in gambling, and I am truly unwilling. Tomorrow we will leave the imperial city of Qian to return to Beihuan, and before I leave, I would like to gamble with your Highness one more time. Is that all? Zheng shook his head with a smile. In my view, it was the national teacher who won, and I lost. Oh, Banbu was puzzled. Why does your Highness say this? Is your Highness insulting me? Zheng shook his head and sighed. According to our wager, Beihuan was supposed to give the Qian something, but in the end, the Qian had to pay 300,000 Dan of grain in exchange. If that's not losing, what is? Banbu paused slightly, then quickly understood Zheng's meaning. He was dissatisfied with the agreement between Beihuan and Qian. Your Highness is mistaken. Banbu laughed, saying arrogantly, If it weren't for the 2 rounds of gambling with your Highness, Beihuan would not have given anything. And Qian would still have to provide Beihuan 300,000 Dan of grain. Banbu's words made everyone grit their teeth. The implication was clear. Beihuan demanded grain, and Qian did not dare to refuse. If it weren't for their identities being inappropriate to interject, they would have jumped up to curse Banbu as ancestors. Perhaps. Zheng sighed lightly and looked at Banbu. What does the national teacher want to gamble on? Since her Highness is good at calculations, let's use that as the topic. Banbu said with a smile, I have a question here. If your Highness can solve it, it counts as your Highness winning. If not, then it counts as me winning. How about it? As he spoke, Banbu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zheng. Oh, another math problem? Is this old man a mathematician for Beihuan? Speaking of which, this old man has suffered losses 3 times. Why is he still daring to come to me to gamble? This problem must not be simple, right? Zheng was puzzled in his heart as he took the paper and began to read. A big horse eats 100 bundles of grass in a day. A medium horse eats 30 bundles, and 2 ponies eat a total of 1 bundle in a day. Question: how many of each type of horse are there? After a glance, Zheng instantly understood where the trap lay. 3 unknowns, 2 relationships. The answer is not fixed. There are multiple answers. No wonder this old schemer dared to come back to gamble with him. It turns out he planned to dig a pit for himself with the multiple answers. Zheng just skimmed through it and immediately returned the paper to Bamboo. See off the guest. Zheng waved his hand at the steward. What does your highness mean? Bamboo frowned. Does your highness know that you can't solve it and are afraid to gamble? Is this a provocation? Old schemer. Zheng snorted coldly in his heart and said indifferently, such a simple problem. I can't be bothered to gamble with the national teacher. Besides, the national teacher has nothing to stake. Bamboo was momentarily speechless and pondered for a moment, then began searching his body. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything to use as a stake. Stop looking. Zheng glanced at Bamboo coldly. Other than your head, there's nothing on you that I would want. But as the chief envoy of Beihuan, I certainly wouldn't want your head. Bamboo frowned and thought for a moment before asking, then what does your highness want? What would make you willing to gamble? Chapter 40. Forgetful Bamboo's question really caught Zheng off guard. Betting? Sure. The key is, what is the wager? There are only 2 of them. They don't seem to have anything valuable on them. Or should they run back naked? That would indeed humiliate Beihuan. But what good would it do for him? Zheng pondered for a moment and smiled as he asked Bamboo, how many people and horses did the Beihuan delegation bring this time? Bamboo was puzzled. Why was he asking this? Could it be that he wanted to bet on the lives of the entire Beihuan delegation? If Zheng really did that, he would be delighted, because he knew that if they made such a bet, even if he lost, Daqian wouldn't dare take their lives. Otherwise, they would have to face the wrath of the Beihuan cavalry. Thinking this way, Bamboo immediately answered with a smile, our Beihuan delegation, including accompanying guards, has over 300 people and over 600 horses. They came in a hurry to Daqian, so each person has 2 horses. In fact, this was not a secret. The Emperor of Daqian should be well aware of their numbers. Upon hearing Bamboo's words, Zheng's heart suddenly stirred. Over 600 horses? That is a good prize. The only wager he could actually obtain that caught his eye seemed to be those 600 horses. The horses ridden by the Beihuan delegation wouldn't be too shabby, right? If the national teacher really wanted to bet, then let us use those 600 horses as the wager. Zheng said lazily. The 6th prince's appetite is quite big. Bamboo squinted his eyes. What is the prince's wager? Of course it's my head. Zheng smiled and said, I know the national teacher must hate me to death, so I'm giving you a fair chance to take my head. Heads again. Hearing Zheng's words, everyone in the mansion immediately became worried. However, Zheng is a prince. If Zheng decided to use this as a wager, they couldn't stop him. Bamboo thought for a moment and quickly agreed, all right, I'll take that bet. Zheng had spoiled his plans multiple times, and he indeed wanted Zheng's head. This question seemed simple at first glance, but it was actually very difficult. He believed that Zheng should be able to come up with an answer, but there was no way Zheng could solve all the answers. He hadn't even realized the intricacies of this question. He foolishly thought it was a very simple question. Prepare the writing tools. Zheng didn't hesitate and directly ordered someone to prepare the writing tools. He was extremely distrustful of Bamboo's character. He needed to leave behind evidence. Bamboo shared this sentiment and readily agreed. Soon, Zheng had Yi draft the betting contract. Your Highness, think twice. Yi hesitated to hand the contract to Zheng for his signature. This was a bit too big. If Beihuan lost, it would only be a loss of over 600 fine horses. But if Zheng lost, he would lose everything. Your Highness, think again. The steward and others followed suit in persuading him. There was still room to back out since the contract hadn't been signed yet. Once the contract was signed, there would be no turning back. Don't worry. This question is very simple. Zheng smiled confidently, directly took the contract from Yi's hands, quickly signed his name, pressed his handprint, and handed the contract to Bamboo. Bamboo laughed heartily and quickly followed suit, signing and pressing his handprint as well. Both of them looked as if they were certain of victory. Your Highness seems to be quite confident. Bamboo looked at Zheng with a smile. Zheng smiled ambiguously. Wasn't he the national teacher also confident? Bamboo laughed heartily. Since we are both so confident, why don't we add a little more to the wager? Oh. Zheng became interested. What does the national teacher want to add? Bamboo grinned. I've heard that the 6th prince is about to get married. If I win, then the 6th prince's princess will also belong to me. How about that? You shameless old thief. Yi could no longer hold back and angrily scolded him. Impossible. Zheng shook his head without thinking. Bamboo sneered. Aren't you confident? Don't you dare bet on this? Zheng shook his head. Although I'm useless, I would bet my woman with others. This isn't about whether I dare to bet. It's a matter of principle. Hearing Zheng's words, Yizi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Zheng's words hit home for her. Daring to bet and being able to offer something as a bet are two different matters. Bamboo pondered for a moment and then pointed at Yizi. Then I want her. Yizi's eyes glinted coldly as she glared at Bamboo. That is also not possible. Zheng shook his head again. She is my sister-in-law, not a wager. If the national teacher wants to raise the stakes, he can choose something that belongs to me. For example, my residence or the wealth within it. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Yizi finally felt relieved. She was genuinely worried that Zheng would agree in a moment of enthusiasm. Bamboo thought for a moment. Then let us add 100,000 taels of silver. All right. Zheng readily agreed this time. If I win, I want the national teacher to publicly slap himself twice and perform the master ceremony for me. And in the future, if he meets me again, he must treat me with respect as a master. A master ceremony? He wants to humiliate himself. If he really performed the master ceremony, it would be equivalent to directly admitting that he had stolen knowledge from Dakian. Seeing that Bamboo was still hesitating, Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Seeing how cowardly the national teacher is, let us increase the difficulty a bit. Huh? Bamboo was puzzled, looking at Zheng in confusion. Zheng smiled confidently. Let us set a time limit of 1 incense stick. If I can't solve this question within that time, I will be the one who loses. How about that? 1 incense stick's time? Everyone's expressions changed, and they all exchanged glances. Bamboo had come prepared. How could he possibly give Zheng an easy question? No matter how confident he was, he shouldn't be so reckless. Bamboo, however, was secretly delighted. Dream on if you think you can solve this question in 1 incense stick's time. In 1 incense stick's time, Zheng would be lucky to write down one answer. But there are several answers to this question. As long as Zheng doesn't write them all out completely, he would lose. I'm sure to win. Bamboo laughed loudly, readily agreeing. Good. Your Highness, let someone light the incense. Not in a hurry. Zheng shook his head and smiled. To be honest, I don't trust the national teacher's character. So let us do this. While I'm solving the question, the national teacher should also write down your answer on paper, so there's no chance of you denying it if you lose. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Upon hearing this, Bamboo's face turned slightly red. He knew Zheng was referring to what had happened yesterday when he had tried to cheat. Although he eventually admitted it, he did indeed have thoughts of cheating at first. All right, let it be as the 6th prince says. Good. Someone light the incense. Chapter 41. The fool has no right to speak, although everyone wanted to stop him. They couldn't. Soon, Qian lit the incense. Bamboo hid aside to write the answers, his bodyguard watching closely, as if afraid someone would come and steal a glance at the answers. Zheng smiled and took out his feather pen, starting to calculate amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. Yizi glanced at the feather pen in Zheng's hand in surprise, then moved closer to him, watching him solve the problems with curiosity. Terms like X and Y were completely foreign to her. All she saw was Zheng writing quickly. Y 100-5x. 3 before long. Zheng had set up the equation. Next came the substitution. He substituted from 1 to 20, one after the other. In just a few minutes, he obtained 6 answers. Looking at the 6 answers Zheng had come up with, Yizi instantly understood. No wonder Bamboo was so confident. It turned out there were so many answers. Truly worthy of being the national master of Beihuan. What a clever calculation. Just as Yizi was verifying these answers in her mind, Zheng had already put down his feather pen, smiling as he said, National Master, we can reveal the answers now. At this moment, the incense had only burned a little over halfway. Bamboo was surprised and suddenly stood up. You've calculated the answers so quickly? Bamboo was slightly distracted, then smiled. 6th Prince, this incense has only burned for less than half. Are you sure you don't want to calculate a bit more? I don't want to win through unfair means. No need. Zheng sneered. Beating a disciple is no different than beating a child. Beating a child? This was the first time Bamboo had heard such a phrase, but after a moment's thought, He understood. So arrogant. Bamboo chuckled. Sixth prince. Are you sure you want to reveal the answers now? Of course. Zheng nodded with a smile. Such a simple question doesn't require much time. Huh? Bamboo laughed out loud. It's simple indeed, but I fear the sixth prince hasn't grasped the key. He believed Zheng must have gotten the answer, but in reality, Zheng had only obtained one answer, and this question had many answers. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and reveal the answers. Zheng rubbed his head and turned to the steward. What are you still doing here? Quickly find a place to settle our horses. The steward was momentarily taken aback, not knowing what to say. The answers haven't even been revealed yet. Sixth prince, you're too early to be happy. Bamboo laufet heartily. This question has a total of 4 answers. Huh. Saying this, Bamboo publicly displayed his answers. What? There are actually 4 answers? It's over. The sixth prince is truly in a perilous situation this time. I knew he must have had bad intentions. What to do now? What to do? This old thief is cunning. Quickly notify the emperor. As Bamboo's answers were revealed, those who were far away began to wail. For answers, Bamboo was clearly prepared. The sixth prince was too overconfident and fell for Bamboo's trick. What to do now? In the dimness, the room had already begun to echo with low sobs. Xian Sheng's eyes were filled with tears, thinking about whether to die together with the sixth prince. Looking at Bamboo's answers, Zheng and Yi were both stunned. How could there be 4? Yi asked Zheng in astonishment. How would I know? Zheng replied, feeling both amused and helpless. Only 4 answers? This old sly fox. He hasn't even figured out the problem himself, and still dares to test me. Hearing their words, the steward, who initially had a glimmer of hope, was completely in despair. The steward no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly ran outside. He needed to quickly inform the emperor. If the emperor came, the sixth prince might still have a chance to survive. Watching the steward run around in a panic, Bamboo laughed even more loudly. Sixth prince, stop dawdling and hurry up and reveal your answers. Today, I will make sure you lose convincingly. National Master, what are you laughing at? Zheng glared at Bamboo with a dark expression. This National Master is laughing at how foolish the sixth prince is. Bamboo laughed smugly. Does the sixth prince really think this question would be so simple? You are too arrogant, and arrogance comes with a price. Well said. Zheng nodded slightly. Arrogance indeed comes with a price. As he spoke, Zheng slowly revealed his answers. As Bamboo looked at the answers Zheng displayed, he suddenly froze. The next moment, Bamboo's laughter came to an abrupt halt. 6 answers? Zheng actually wrote out 6 answers? Looking at the answers displayed by Zheng, the servants in the residence were also stunned. What was going on? What was this situation? However, soon everyone fell back into sadness. Bamboo's answers were 4, while Zheng's answers were 6. It was obvious that Zheng must have made a mistake. This wasn't a matter of how many answers there were to determine the win or loss. Your Highness, Qian Sheng cried out sorrowfully, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down her face. I am saved by your Highness. I wish to die together with you. Even in the underworld, I will still serve you. Saying this, the little girl couldn't help but cry again. Hearing Qian Sheng's words, Zheng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the heck? I'm not even dead yet. Is it really necessary? But to be fair, the fact that this girl could say such words made it worth it for him to be good to her. She's much better than those fools in Bibo Courtyard. Just as Zheng was lost in thought, Du Guiyuan and a few others rushed over, surrounding Zheng. Whoever wants the sixth prince's life must step over our corpses first. Du Guiyuan's eyes were like knives, filled with killing intent as he glared at Bamboo and his bodyguards. Although he only had one arm, Du Guiyuan's aura was still formidable. Yes, Gao he nodded heavily, drawing his dagger and preparing to fight to the death. Back off. Zheng suddenly stood up, speaking irritably. Who said this prince is lost? The others were momentarily stunned. Was the prince trying to play tricks? Sixth prince, losing means losing. Bamboo sneered. This question has only 4 answers, yet you wrote 6. No need to verify. It's clear you've lost. A dignified prince of the Qian. Are you still going to cheat in public? This prince does not cheat. Zheng scoffed. Pushing aside Du Guiyuan, who was blocking him, and walking forward, you should verify first before you speak. You haven't even figured out the problem yourself. Yet you have the audacity to embarrass yourself? Don't talk nonsense. Bamboo's bodyguard sneered. The question posed by the National Master. How could the National Master not know the answer? The fool has no right to speak. Zheng disdainfully glanced at the bodyguard, impatiently urging, National Master, hurry up and verify my answers. I'm still waiting for you to pay your respects as a master. All right, I will let you lose convincingly. Bamboo coldly snorted and immediately began to compare the answers. The 4 answers he wrote were all present in Zheng's responses. He only needed to verify the remaining 2 answers. Bamboo quickly calculated, but as he was doing so, his expression grew serious. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Bamboo's forehead. Chapter 42. Defeat of Bamboo. The 2 answers were not difficult to verify. Just a simple addition would suffice. When Bamboo finished verifying the extra 2 answers, he was utterly shocked. That's right. These 2 answers were indeed correct. This question really has 6 answers? How could this be? He had clearly calculated it carefully. How could there be 6 answers? Impossible, impossible. Bamboo wiped the sweat from his forehead in a flurry and started calculating again. Seeing Bamboo like this, Du Guiyuan and the others were suddenly stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the 6th prince was right? Did Bamboo miscalculate? As everyone was in shock, Yi helped the still-dazed Sheng up and chuckled. Silly girl, don't cry, the 6th prince won. She has already calculated it. All 6 of Zheng's answers are correct. Even if Bamboo calculates 100 times, they will still be correct. The prince won? Sheng stared blankly at Yi, unable to believe her ears. How did the prince win again? While the 2 were talking, Bamboo fell to the ground. That's right. Those extra 2 answers from Zheng were indeed correct. How could this be? How could this be? Bamboo sat on the ground foolishly, as if he had lost his soul. National Master. The guards, seeing this, rushed forward to help him up, anxiously asking, his answers are wrong, right? They are. Aren't they? Even though he already had an answer in his heart, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Bamboo slightly opened his mouth, wanted to say that Zheng calculated incorrectly, but with the answers right there, it was useless no matter how much he denied it. He lost again. Bamboo's face was filled with despondency, and he almost cried. The trap he had meticulously designed ended up ensnaring himself. Since coming to Dakian, he had lost all 4 bets against Zheng. Even this question, which he thought was incredibly complex, Zheng managed to solve in such a short time. Moreover, his answers were even more comprehensive than Bamboo's. Just as Zheng said, he hadn't even calculated this problem correctly himself. Lost. Hearing Bamboo's words, the guard's expression suddenly changed. The earlier momentum completely vanished, leaving only a face full of grief and anger. Lost again, and so thoroughly. This princess said, don't think that just because you've learned a bit of arithmetic from my Dakian, you can consider yourself impressive. Zheng looked up at the dazed Bamboo and said with a smile, there is still a difference between a teacher and a student. Hearing Zheng's words, everyone swept away the previous gloom and burst into laughter. The 6th prince is right. Learning a bit of superficial knowledge and daring to show off in my Dakian? Haha, you just stepped on your own foot. National Master, shouldn't you quickly pay respect to the prince? A mere barbarian thinks he can compare wits with my Dakian. The laughter grew louder, but Bamboo's face turned the color of liver. Bamboo wanted to say he hadn't stolen knowledge. This problem was clearly inspired by him while observing the warhorses eating fodder. Then, he spent a long time calculating 4 answers. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Zheng calculated answers that he hadn't even figured out in such a short time. The difference was clear, no matter how much he denied it. Others would only think he couldn't take the loss. National Master, you want to go back on your word, will you? Zheng sat down with a smile, raising his hand to stop the continuous laughter from the crowd. Bamboo was momentarily speechless, his eyes fixed on Zheng. National Master, we're leaving. The guard pulled Bamboo, speaking fiercely, if we want to leave, let us see who dares to stop us in Dakian. First ask my Beihuan Iron Cavalry if they agree. Seeing Beihuan trying to act tough, Du Guiyuan directly snatched the knife from Gao He's hand. Willing to gamble, but not willing to lose? Du Guiyuan stood there with the knife in one arm, glaring frostily at the 2. Thinking you can just leave like this? Let's see if my knife agrees. Looking for death, Bamboo's guard immediately drew his sword in response. Put away, Bamboo shouted angrily, gritting his teeth. I, a man of Beihuan, will honor the bet. Don't let Dakian see our Beihuan as a joke. National Master. The guard was furious. You are our national master. How can you? Shut up, Bamboo shouted angrily, clenching his fists tightly. He also wanted to act tough. But now is not the time to do so. If he acted tough now, he might not get Dakian's food supplies. Without that food, Beihuan would not survive this winter. After a long time, Bamboo took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his fists. The humiliation of today would be repaid tenfold in the future. Bamboo thought fiercely in his heart while raising his hand. Slap, slap. Bamboo gave himself 2 resounding slaps across the face. Thud. In the next moment, Bamboo knelt before Zheng, suppressing the anger in his heart, and respectfully knocked his head 3 times. Seeing Bamboo's actions, everyone was taken aback. Didn't he expect Bamboo to actually honor the bet? Zheng looked at Bamboo, a flash of killing intent quietly passing through his eyes, able to endure what others cannot. This Bamboo is definitely a character. If there were to be a war with Beihuan in the future, this person would surely be a formidable opponent. However, Zheng ultimately restrained his killing intent. Killing Bamboo now would bring no benefit to him. Get up. Zheng slightly raised his hand. National Master, remember, the next time you see this prince, you must pay your respects again. Rest assured, 6 Prince. I, a man of Beihuan, will honor the bet. Bamboo gritted his teeth and said, forcing down his anger as he stood up. Good. This is the demeanor a national master of Beihuan should have. Zheng nodded slightly, slowly standing up, and instructed He, call the guards and servants from the residence to come with me to lead the horses. Yes. He loudly accepted the order, his face blooming with a smile. Over 600 Beihuan horses. Even if those horses were poor, it was still a huge fortune. Moreover, how poor could the horses ridden by the Beihuan delegation be? Seeing the excited faces of the Dakian people, the guard couldn't help but flash a cold glint in his eyes. Let us go, Bamboo growled, slowly walking out. The guard glared fiercely at everyone before following. At this moment, it was already dark outside. National Master, are we really going to give those horses to the Dakian people? The guard asked unwillingly. What else can we do? Bamboo suppressed his anger and growled. It's written in black and white. If we don't give even this number of horses, do you think the Dakian people will still believe we will give them 10,000 war horses in that land? The guard was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. Then how do we go back? After a long time, the guard asked unwillingly again. This is a matter for Dakian. It's not for you to worry about. Bamboo gently shook his head, already having a plan in mind. They were still the Beihuan delegation. Even if they lost those horses, wouldn't Dakian still have to send people to escort them back to Beihuan? Once back in Beihuan, they would find a way to make Dakian pay the price. Chapter 43. Bamboo spits blood that night. Emperor Wen was in good spirits. After having an early dinner, he went to Consort Shu's palace. Regardless of everything, the issue of food supply for Beihuan had finally been resolved. Although it was a bit frustrating, at least the Qian had managed to gain some benefits, which was much better than simply handing over 300,000 dan of grain to Beihuan for nothing. After being troubled for so long, it was time to relax properly. Consort Shu had given birth to Yun Li for Emperor Wen when she was just 17, and now she was already 43. However, she had taken good care of herself. Not only did she have a natural charm, but she was also skilled in the arts of intimacy, making Emperor Wen very comfortable every time, which led him to shower her with affection. Now that the crown prince had been executed for treason and the empress had no other offspring, it was only a matter of time before she was deposed. Consort Shu had long coveted the position of empress and was doing everything she could to win Emperor Wen's favor. Under Consort Shu's flirtation, Emperor Wen could no longer contain himself. Just as he was preparing to engage in an intimate encounter with Consort Shu, a sudden anxious voice from outside interrupted him. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Something big? Emperor Wen, in high spirits, asked irritably through the door. What now? Mu Shun replied urgently. News from the 6th Prince's residence. The 6th Prince has once again gambled his life against the Beihuan national master and lost. The 6th Prince's life is in danger. What? Emperor Wen's face changed drastically, instantly losing interest. He could no longer care about spending time with Consort Shu and hastily dressed himself. With such a significant matter at hand, Consort Shu dared not keep him any longer. She quickly got up to help him with his clothes and thoughtfully said, "Your Majesty, hurry and take a look. Don't delay important matters." Emperor Wen, with a grim expression, nodded. Once he was dressed, he immediately left. Quick, to the sixth prince's residence. His anxious voice echoed outside. After sending off Emperor Wen, Consort Shu quickly summoned her maid and instructed her to notify the third prince, Zheng, that Yin Li's life was in imminent danger and to quickly discuss countermeasures with Duke Jinghua. Yes, the maid hurriedly took her leave, leaving Consort Shu's palace. Emperor Wen rushed towards the sixth prince's residence. Before he could exit the palace, a palace guard hurriedly caught up with him. "Your Majesty, urgent news." "I know." Emperor Wen roared angrily. "You ride quickly to the sixth prince's residence and tell Banbu that if he dares to harm my son, I will ensure he remains in Qian forever." Huh? The guard was momentarily taken aback, confused by Emperor Wen's words. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up!" Emperor Wen shouted, pulling aside the curtain of the carriage with a dark expression. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The guard quickly bowed. "It's not Banbu who is trying to harm the sixth prince. It's the sixth prince who is leading people to the inn where the Beihuan diplomatic mission is staying, intending to take all their horses." "What?" Emperor Wen was shocked and shouted angrily. "What the hell is going on? How can it be that one moment Banbu wants to kill the sixth prince, and the next moment the sixth prince wants to take the Beihuan diplomatic mission's horses?" "Your Majesty, I don't know either," the guard said anxiously. "It was reported by the city patrol, and they have already sent someone to the inn." "This bastard, what is he doing?" Emperor Wen roared, immediately ordering, "Quick, go to the inn." "At the inn, Your Highness, you can't act recklessly." The small official at the inn pleaded in panic. "If you clash with the Beihuan diplomatic mission, I will lose my head. Please, Your Highness, don't make it difficult for me. What does this have to do with you?" Zheng glared at the small official. "The Beihuan national master hasn't said anything. Why do you get to stop me? Get out of the way, or I'll take you down myself." Saying this, Zheng signaled Gao he to pull the small official aside and directly led his men into the inn stable. "Hurry, take all the horses." "Your Highness, there are still horses belonging to the inn. Who cares whose they are? Just take them all." Inside the stable, Zheng didn't care whose horses they were. He just wanted to take them first. Better to mistakenly take than to miss out. He could always return the inn's horses later if needed. Seeing their horses being taken away, the Beihuan people were furious, their teeth clenched, wishing they could tear Zheng apart. "Stop looking!" Banbu, in a fit of anger, shouted. "No one is allowed to stop them. Let them take them. We Beihuan men accept our losses." After saying this, Banbu stormed back to his room. Since he lost, what more was there to say? The written agreement was clear. Once he lost the bet, those horses no longer belonged to Beihuan. Out of sight, out of mind. Watching the scene would only make him angrier. Back in his room, Banbu took out the feathered arrow that had brought the previous letter. Leaving that arrow and the letter behind was just a whim. Now, the letter would come in handy. This feathered arrow should also be useful. Before long, someone reported that the city patrol had arrived. Zheng was delighted when he heard this. Just in time, he could use more people to help him take the horses. Zheng quickly went out, and before the city patrol could say a word, he eagerly called, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and help me take the horses." "Your Highness, you must not act recklessly," the leading general said with a dark face. "Your Highness's actions are undoubtedly robbery. Please stop immediately. I've already reported to the Emperor. If you continue." Before the leading general could finish, Zheng slammed the gambling contract he signed with Banbu into his hands. "Take a good look. These horses are all mine." The general was momentarily taken aback, quickly opening the contract to read by the torchlight. Once he understood the contents of the contract, his face twitched violently. "Your Highness, won the bet?" The general looked at Zheng in astonishment, cautiously returning the contract to him. "Of course. If I hadn't won, would the Beihuan diplomatic mission's people just stand by and watch while I took their horses?" Zheng shot a glance at the general and hurriedly called for help to take the horses. The general hesitated slightly, but seeing that the Beihuan people were indeed not stopping them, he steeled himself to let his men help take the horses. With the addition of the city patrol, the speed of taking the horses increased significantly. Before long, not a single horse was left in the stable. watching the Qian people take all their horses away. The Beihuan people were livid, their faces pale with anger. Zheng mounted a tall horse and cupped his hands towards the inn. This generous gift from the national master. I shall accept it first. When the national master departs tomorrow, I want to be seeing him off. Hearing Zheng's words, Bamboo trembled with rage. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly opened the door and stepped out, saying bitterly, "Sixth Prince, take care. Our Beihuan warhorses are fierce. You are weak. So be careful not to fall off the horse. You don't need to worry about that. National Master." Zheng waved his hand and grinned. "I also have a question for you. National Master, shall we gamble again?" "Good." Bamboo gritted his teeth and said, "I would like to hear what question you have." Zheng smiled. "You can listen, but does the National Master have anything to wager? You can't possibly wager your tattered clothes, can you?" "You." Bamboo was momentarily at a loss for words. He realized he had been tricked by Zheng. Zheng had never intended to gamble with him again. He was deliberately rubbing salt in his wounds. In an instant, Bamboo's blood surged. Bamboo tried hard to suppress the rising blood, but he couldn't hold it back. Puffed. Bamboo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 44, Don't mention the palace to me. This old man has a pretty small mind. Zheng thought to himself, waving his hand to signal everyone to leave. Unfortunately, Bamboo really had nothing left to gamble with. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind betting with Bamboo again. With Bamboo's level of math, at best, he was just an elementary school student. Just throwing him a function problem would be enough for him to calculate for a lifetime. Just as Zheng was lost in thought, a long dragon suddenly lit up in the distance. "The Emperor has arrived." With a loud shout, everyone's expressions changed, and they hurriedly dismounted to welcome Emperor One. Soon, 2 rows of well-equipped Imperial Guards escorted Emperor Wen's carriage forward. Mushan lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Emperor Wen stepped down with a dark expression. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed in unison. "Old Six, get out here." Emperor Wen shouted angrily, startling everyone. Zheng felt speechless and slowly stepped out from the crowd to greet his father. "What do you want?" Emperor Wen glared with wide eyes, angrily demanding. "Who gave you the guts to come here and lead the horses of the Beihuan envoy?" "Father, I just came to lead my own horse," Zheng said with a wronged look at Emperor Wen, then presented the gambling contract. Mushan quickly took the contract and handed it to Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen took the contract and gave it a quick glance, his eyelids suddenly twitching. "So you won again?" The anger on Emperor Wen's face instantly faded by half. "Yes." Zheng nodded. "Although Master Bamboo is willing to bet and accept defeat, I'm afraid they might run away on horseback early tomorrow morning. So I came to lead the horses overnight." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wen's face twitched. He was still worried about the Beihuan envoy running away. He was quite considerate. The frost on Emperor Wen's face melted away, and after thinking for a moment, he called over an Imperial Guard commander, Zhou Dai, and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Dai took the order and immediately summoned a team of Imperial Guards, whispering to them for a while. Moments later, Zhou Dai led a team of Imperial Guards to charge into Zheng's group with torches. Everyone thought Emperor Wen was going to punish them, and their faces turned pale with fear. However, these Imperial Guards did not arrest anyone. They merely inspected the horses. Some even swept the torches in front of the horses' eyes. After a while, Zhou Dai emerged from the crowd and whispered to Emperor Wen, "Your Majesty, these horses are basically excellent war horses." Emperor Wen nodded slightly, signaling Zhou Dai to step down. Zhou Dai complied and called back the Imperial Guards. Emperor Wen raised his eyes to scan Zheng and the others, then casually asked, "Is the city guard commander here?" "I am." The city guard commander immediately jogged out. Emperor Wen fixed his gaze on this general and sternly said, "Immediately send these horses to the Shenwu army. If even one is missing, I'll take your head." "What the hell? Sending these horses to the Shenwu army?" Zheng's face turned green. So, he was helping the Shenwu army? Zheng was unwilling to let the fruits of his victory be snatched away and tentatively said, "Father, these horses are what I want." "And then what?" Emperor Wen's face suddenly collapsed. "What do you need so many horses for? You have only a few people at your residence. Do you have a place to keep these horses? Should I assign you 500 or 600 Yulin guards to help you raise a cavalry to rebel?" Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words and muttered, "I wouldn't dare." Damn it. Talking about rebellion. This old man is determined to rob his horses. Don't be ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good. Emperor Wen glared at Zheng and said, the cavalry of the 6 guards of the imperial city adds up to no more than 5,000. What do you think others will think if you raise 5 or 600 cavalry? I didn't plan to raise cavalry. Zheng pretended to look wronged. I was hoping to sell them for some silver to prepare for my wedding. You dare. Emperor Wen's eyes bulged like copper bells, exuding an overwhelming aura. War horses are scarce in our dynasty, and as a prince, you dare to privately sell war horses? Zheng was momentarily speechless, realizing that this old man was planning to rob him under the guise of righteousness. Moreover, the reason for the robbery was completely irrefutable. Enough. Look at your pathetic self. Emperor Wen shot Zheng a glare. I know these horses are what you want. Here's the deal. You can pick 20 good horses first, and the rest will be sent to the Shenwu army. Huh. Slap me and give me a sweet date. 20 horses? You really are generous. Even darker than a brigade commander. This guy probably wants me to thank him. Although Zheng was extremely displeased, since Emperor Wen had said it this way, he could only let He and the others quickly select the horses. Damn it, after all this effort, I'm just making clothes for others. Watching Zheng direct people to select horses, a subtle smile flashed across Emperor Wen's face. You little rascal, do you think I won't deal with you? Disturbing my enjoyment. These hundreds of excellent war horses will be treated as your apology. Emperor Wen came up with a grandiose reason for himself. Not long after, He and the others selected 20 excellent war horses. Father, then, I will take my leave first. Zheng just wanted to slip away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, even these 20 horses would be taken by Emperor Wen. What's the rush? Emperor Wen shot him a glare. I'll go back to your 6 princes' residence with you, and later you can tell me about your gambling agreement. Huh? Zheng was surprised. Father, aren't you going back to the palace? You better not mention the palace to me. Emperor Wen's face suddenly twisted, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. This old man, is he having a fit? Li had kneeled in the Taimao temple all day, and his knees hurt terribly. He was very angry and found everyone in the residence displeasing. Until he received news from the concubine Shu's people, Li's anger suddenly dissipated, and he pushed away the 3rd prince's consort, who was still massaging his legs, hurriedly taking a few people out of the residence. Li did not go directly to the 6th prince's residence, but headed for the Jingwood Duke's residence. Good news. This is a tremendous piece of good news. Upon learning that Zheng's life was in danger, Su Shifu immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Nonsense. This prince didn't know this was good news? Li secretly cursed in his heart and asked, what should I do now? Su Shifu pondered for a moment and quickly said, take advantage of the other princes not having received the news yet. Hurry to that useless prince's residence. At this time, being the first to comfort the emperor will easily win his favor. Good. Li immediately stood up. I'll go right now. Wait. Su Shifu stopped Li and instructed. No matter what grievances you have with Zheng, don't say a bad word about him at this time, even if you have to squeeze out a few tears. I understand. I still have this measure. Iwunli nudda. Then I'll go ahead. After saying that, Li hurriedly made his way to Zheng's residence, secretly laughing all the way. This old 6, this useless fellow, won a few times against Bamboo and became complacent. Now I don't even need to do anything. It's just a pity I can't personally send this useless fellow on his way. Chapter 45. Changing the lanterns. Emperor Wen was on his way to Zheng's residence, and there was no way Zheng could stop him. After instructing the city guard to send horses to the divine martial army, Emperor Wen, in a good mood, ordered his carriage to the 6th prince's residence. However, amid his joy, Emperor Wen began to worry. What should he reward the 6th prince with? He had already received a few hundred excellent war horses, and not giving him a reward seemed inappropriate. But the rewards for the 6th prince's previous achievements had not yet been distributed, and now he had achieved again. At that moment, he didn't know how to reward him. Just as Emperor Wen was troubled, Mu Shun came up, reporting to the emperor through the curtain of the carriage, Your Majesty. Just now a messenger from the relay station reported that His Highness the 6th Prince made Bamboo so angry that he spat blood, and they are asking whether to send the imperial physician to check on him. What? Emperor Wen suddenly lifted the curtain. The sixth prince could make that old thief Banbu spit blood? Yes. Mushan nodded. Quickly tell me what happened, so I can also be happy. Emperor Wen said excitedly, his smile particularly radiant. In the battle in the north, he had also been so angry that he spat blood. The sixth prince was avenging him today. Seeing Emperor Wen so pleased, Mushan couldn't help but pause slightly. Great. It seems there was no need to invite the imperial physician after all. The specific situation the old servant was not clear about. Mushan smiled. Shall I send someone to ask? No need. Let the sixth prince tell me later. Emperor Wen waved his hand and then frowned. The sixth prince has achieved success continuously these days. Mushan, give me some advice. How should I reward the sixth prince? The old servant doesn't know. Mushan immediately replied. He dared not speak carelessly on such matters. Emperor Wen glared at Mushan. If I ask you to speak, then speak. Mushan chuckled awkwardly. And after a moment of thought, he tentatively suggested, how about rewarding the sixth prince with an official position? An official position? Emperor Wen frowned. The sixth prince's accomplishments relied entirely on the ancient texts he studied. When it came to civil and military affairs, the sixth prince really couldn't manage. Moreover, he had just said yesterday that the sixth prince didn't need to attend court meetings, and now giving him an official position to participate in state affairs was really inappropriate. Forget the official position. Emperor Wen waved his hand. The sixth prince is not cut out for that. Then, Mushan paused slightly, smiling bitterly. The old servant doesn't know. All right, I'll think of something myself. Emperor Wen didn't want to make things difficult for Mushan and let the curtain fall. This was really a headache. This rascal. A delegation from Beihuan came to visit and made him achieve great merits 3 times. Was he trying to make me pay off the rewards I owe him for the past 20 years? All the way, Emperor Wen was both happy and troubled. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know what to reward the sixth prince with. Forget it. I'll ask the sixth prince later to see if he has any desired rewards. Before long, they arrived at the sixth prince's residence. As Emperor Wen got off the carriage and was about to enter the residence, he stopped at the door. Change the lanterns at the entrance. Emperor Wen instructed Zheng. After all, this is the sixth prince's residence. Don't make it look so shabby. Make it bright and cheerful. Yes, Zheng replied. But inwardly he couldn't help but complain. This old man is also quite ostentatious. Upon entering the residence, Emperor Wen intentionally cast a glance at the steward, almost kicking him away several times. The sixth prince clearly won the bet, yet he still said the sixth prince's life was in danger. He was in high spirits, but it was interrupted. Rumors spread without understanding the situation. Forget it. Just use this excuse to transfer him away from the sixth prince. Emperor Wen made up his mind and entered the residence under everyone's respectful welcome. Quickly tell me, what was your bet about? As soon as Emperor Wen sat down, he eagerly inquired. Say what? Zheng inwardly complained, I haven't even eaten yet. He then suggested, it's rare for Father Emperor to come to my place. Shall I have someone prepare food and drink for you? And we can eat and talk. Emperor Wen wasn't hungry, but thinking of Banbu being so angered by Zheng that he spat blood made him feel great, and he nodded, that's fine. Seeing Emperor Wen agree, the servants in the residence immediately began preparing food and drink. While waiting for the food to be served, Emperor Wen went to the front courtyard and ordered the 3 of Du Guiyuan to be called in. Just as Zheng was about to follow, Emperor Wen waved his hand. You don't need to come. I'll talk to them alone. Yes. Zheng stopped, secretly praying that this old man wouldn't dig a hole for him. He had just been tricked out of a few hundred excellent warhorses. And if this old man also took away Du Guiyuan and the others, he would really spit blood. Commonez du Guiyuan, zu Ren, Yu Shizong, pays respect to your majesty. In the front courtyard, Du Guiyuan and the 3 knelt on the ground to bow to Emperor Wen. Get up. Emperor Wen waved his hand lightly and then fixed his gaze on Du Guiyuan. General Du, do you still remember me? The commoner dares not forget, Du Guiyuan respectfully replied. Seeing Du Guiyuan, who had lost his former vigor, Emperor Wen couldn't help but frown slightly and then looked up at Zheng and Yu Shizong. So you two are also soldiers of the blood-clothed army? Yes. The 2 nodded quickly. Emperor Wen's sharp gaze swept over the 3 of them, and he asked softly, are you 3 feeling disheartened and unwilling to serve to Qian anymore? The commoners dare not. The 3 quickly shook their heads. Do you dare not? Haven't you all left the army? Emperor Wen sighed lightly. I already know about your matters. I will give you justice. And I will also give justice to those soldiers who bled and sacrificed for the Qian. Your Majesty is wise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three knelt down again in unison. Emperor Wen silently pondered for a moment, and then sighed softly. Since you are unwilling to remain in the army, I want to make things difficult for you. You can stay in the sixth prince's residence to serve the sixth prince. Yes. The three quickly agreed. Just as they were speaking, Yunli hurriedly brought people to Yun Zheng's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw the servants changing the lanterns at Yun Zheng's residence. Yun Li's heart leaped with joy. Was the sixth prince dead? Were they hanging white lanterns? Seeing Yun Li, the servant who was changing the lanterns quickly climbed down to greet him. Greetings, third prince. What are you doing? Yun Li asked, looking at the lanterns just taken down. The servant quickly replied, the emperor instructed us to change the lanterns. Did Father Emperor personally instruct this? Yun Li's heart soared with joy. It seemed that the sixth prince was really dead. Yun Li immediately put on a grieving expression and hurriedly ran into the residence. As soon as he entered the front courtyard, he saw Emperor Wen and the three kneeling in front of him. Father Emperor was punishing the people of the sixth prince's residence for their inadequate protection. The sixth prince was really dead. Yun Li couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart, squeezed out a few drops of tears, stumbled forward, and pretended to cry out, Father Emperor, please accept my condolences. Chapter 46 Morning? Yun Li's sudden remark left Emperor Wen and Mu Shun completely bewildered. The three still kneeling on the ground, Du Guiyuan and his companions, also looked dumbfounded. They wanted to raise their heads to see which fool was shouting in front of Emperor Wen, but they didn't dare to. Emperor Wen stared blankly at the stumbling Yun Li rushing over, his face twitching. Mu Shun knew it was bad and quickly gestured frantically at Yun Li. However, Yun Li was currently focused on Emperor Wen and couldn't see Mu Shun's signals. Yun Li still didn't understand what was going on. Seeing Emperor Wen staring at him in a daze, he thought Emperor Wen was overcome with grief. Finally, Yun Li reached Emperor Wen's side and squeezed out a few drops of tears, wailing, Father, the sixth brother has met with misfortune. We are all very sad. But as the ruler of a nation, you must take care of your holy body. Hearing Yun Li's words, Du Guiyuan and the others were stunned. Has this prince lost his mind? The sixth prince is alive and well, and Emperor Wen is quite happy. Why is he suddenly here, mourning and telling Emperor Wen to take care of his health? Mu Shun helplessly glanced at Yun Li, wanting to remind him, but seeing Emperor Wen's strange expression, he didn't dare to speak. Father, please say something. Don't scare your son. Yun Li continued to wail, looking very concerned. Speak. Emperor Wen's face kept twitching, and he was filled with rage. I will speak now. Slap. In a fit of anger, Emperor Wen slapped Yun Li hard across the face, roaring uncontrollably, unfilial son. Do you really wish for the sixth to die? The slap was not light, and Yun Li was sent reeling, seeing stars. He fell to the ground with a thud, wailing, Father, I don't want anything to happen to the sixth brother. But once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. Please don't let your anger harm yourself. Before Yun Li could finish, Yun Zheng rushed out from the room upon hearing the commotion. Yun Li's voice abruptly stopped, staring blankly at Yun Zheng. The sixth brother is not dead? Damn, what is going on? The sixth brother is clearly alive, so why is father asking someone to change the lanterns? Yun Li was completely confused. He finally understood why that slap had landed on his face. What to do? What should I do now? Yun Li's mind raced, desperately thinking of a countermeasure. Looking at Yun Li, who was trembling like a leaf, Emperor Wen's anger flared up again as he shouted, The sixth has risen from the dead. Are you going to invite someone to perform a ritual for him? Yun Zheng's face twitched, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. He could only hold it in. This idiot. He hasn't even died yet. Is he so eager to come and mourn? Your son. Yun Li stammered, scared and unsure what to say. Emperor Wen was panting with rage, and after a long time, he shouted with a pale face, Immediately go to the ancestral hall and kneel. Kneel there tonight too. Your son obeys. Yun Li trembled all over as he got up, bowing his body, and slowly retreated. After leaving Yun Zheng's residence, Yun Li was so angry he almost spat blood. He came all the way here at night just to receive a slap? Before, he only had to kneel in the ancestral hall during the day, and now he has to kneel there at night too. It's all Su Shifu's terrible idea. Yunli cursed incessantly in his heart, almost directly cursing Su Shifu's ancestors. Inside the residence, after driving Yunli away, Emperor Wen was still furious. With Mu Shun and Yun Zheng's comforting, Emperor Wen finally calmed down. After dismissing Du Guiyuan and the others, Emperor Wen was supported by Mu Shun into the room. At this time, several dishes had already been laid out on the table. Emperor Wen plopped down, no longer waiting for anyone to pour wine, and directly grabbed the wine jug, gulping down several mouthfuls. Your Majesty, your health is important, Mu Shun cautiously reminded. Important my ass. Emperor Wen's anger flared up again, and he smashed the wine jug to pieces, gasping with rage. I will be killed by this unfilial son sooner or later. With Emperor Wen's outburst, everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Mu Shun quickly waved to the servants from Yun Zheng's residence, signaling them to clean up the mess. Your Majesty, please calm down. Mu Shun cautiously smiled. The third prince may have heard the news and mistakenly thought the sixth prince lost the gamble, fearing that your Majesty would be overly saddened. So he came to comfort you. Hearing Mu Shun speak well of Yunli, Yun Zheng's heart couldn't help but stir. Could this fool be on the side of the third prince? Emperor Wen immediately darkened his face and asked, who spread the news that the sixth lost the gamble and might lose his life? Hearing Emperor Wen's words, the steward's heart trembled, and he suddenly knelt down, replying, Your Majesty, I thought the sixth prince lost the gamble and was afraid something would happen to him. So, even such a trivial matter can be mistaken. What use are you? Emperor Wen waved his hand impatiently, ordering, drag him away, 30 strokes of the rod. Expel him from the sixth prince's residence. Yun Zheng was overjoyed in his heart, but still pretended to plead. Father, the steward was just overly worried about my safety. That's why. Before Yun Zheng could finish, Emperor Wen shot him a fierce glare. Yun Zheng promptly shut his mouth, but he was secretly delighted. This was a great opportunity to remove the eyes and ears Emperor Wen had placed beside him, which was beyond his expectations. Go ahead, beat him to death if you want. After a short while, the steward was dragged away by the imperial guards. Soon, screams from the steward could be heard outside. After venting his anger, Emperor Wen finally felt a bit better, but he had no intention of eating or drinking anymore, directly asking Yun Zheng about their gambling agreement. Yun Zheng truthfully explained and even brought out the paper with the calculations. Emperor Wen couldn't understand the calculation process, but he could see whether the answer was right or wrong. After looking for a long time, Emperor Wen couldn't help but nod. Such a simple question actually had multiple answers. This bamboo is quite clever. Yun Zheng chuckled, rarely showing a smug expression in front of Emperor Wen. He had only learned the basics, not even enough to be considered that. Emperor Wen slightly raised his eyes and asked, does this calculation appear on the paper you wrote to Elder Zhang? Yes, Yun Zheng nodded, adding that there were even more complicated ones. Is that so? Emperor Wen instructed Mu Shun to keep that paper, then glared at Yun Zheng. If you dare to gamble with someone's life again, I will first give you a cup of poison, at least leaving you with a complete corpse. Yun Zheng laughed awkwardly and quickly agreed. Afterwards, Emperor Wen asked about other matters. Upon learning that Banbu had publicly slapped himself twice and had even bowed to Yun Zheng as a disciple, Emperor Wen finally swept away his previous anger and burst into hearty laughter. After clarifying how Banbu had been angered to the point of spitting blood, Emperor Wen was even more delighted. After laughing, Emperor Wen said with a smile, tonight, not only did you help our court obtain hundreds of war horses, but you also vented my anger. Speak, what reward do you want? Reward? Yun Zheng was slightly taken aback, unsure how to respond. This question from Emperor Wen truly stumped him. He did want military power, but he couldn't bring himself to mention it. As for other rewards, he wasn't particularly interested either. Chapter 47, The Authority of the Private Army. After a moment of silence, Yun Zheng decided to pose the question to Emperor Wen. The son originally just wanted to dampen Banbu's arrogance, without intending to ask for a reward. Yun Zheng put on a naive expression. Emperor Wen glanced at him and fell into silent contemplation. After a long while, Emperor Wen seemed to have made up his mind and said solemnly, how about this? I grant you the authority over the private army. Boom! With Emperor Wen's words, everyone was taken aback. Yun Zheng stared blankly at Emperor Wen, feeling both surprised and delighted. The private army. This was a privilege reserved for the crown prince and princes. This old man actually granted him the authority over the private army? Damn, could it be that this old man has seen through something and is deliberately testing him? Zheng's mind raced as he contemplated whether to accept. Of course, he wanted the power over the private army, but he had to be wary of his crafty father setting a trap for him. One wrong step could cost him his head. Stunned, seeing Zheng standing there in a daze, Emperor Wen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zheng decided to retreat to advance, shaking his head repeatedly. This is not appropriate, son. I absolutely dare not take the private army. I also don't understand military training. Enough. Emperor Wen interrupted Zheng. Aren't you just afraid of people saying you are plotting rebellion? Zheng lowered his head in silence. I'm just afraid you're testing me. Being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. I grant you a private army of 100. Emperor Wen looked at Zheng lightly. If you can successfully plot rebellion with 100 soldiers, I would willingly give the throne to you. Zheng still kept his head down, deliberately not responding. 100 soldiers? 500 men? That was indeed a bit lacking. But even a mosquito is meat. Of course, in the era of cold weapons, it was definitely impossible to rebel with 500 private soldiers. But it was more than enough for self-defense. Seeing Zheng's cowardly appearance, Emperor Wen couldn't help but shake his head and instructed the guards. Call Du Guyuan and the other two in. The guard complied. Soon, Du Guyuan and the others were brought in. Greetings, Your Majesty. The three hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Emperor Wen waved his hand lightly. With your talents, it's too much of a waste to only serve as guards. I have granted the 6th prince a private army of 100, and this 100 soldiers will be trained by you for him. Understood. Although the three were somewhat confused, they immediately accepted the order. All right, I will have someone notify the Ministry of Works. Armor and weapons. You can send someone to collect them tomorrow. Emperor Wen stood up and patted Zheng on the shoulder. Remember, only 100. If you dare to recruit more men, don't blame me for not considering our father-son relationship. Saying this, Emperor Wen walked out. Zheng pretended to be stunned for a moment before chasing after him. Son will see father off. Emperor Wen nodded lightly, but did not speak. It wasn't until he got into the carriage that Emperor Wen lifted the curtain to look at Zheng. I am not afraid of you plotting rebellion, and I believe you don't have that capability. The intention behind this, you should comprehend on your own. Zheng nodded, standing in place to respectfully see Emperor Wen off. Inside the carriage, Emperor Wen shook his head and sighed. After walking several meters, Emperor Wen lifted the curtain again to look back, only to see Zheng still standing there, looking somewhat foolish. Alas, Emperor Wen sighed again, mumbling to himself, I hope these 500 soldiers will never be needed. Until Emperor Wen and his entourage completely disappeared from sight, Zheng slowly raised his head, revealing a bitter smile. This old man is really forcing me to reveal my true power. After being put in this situation by Emperor Wen, Zheng found that he couldn't enjoy his dinner that night. He casually ate something and returned to his room to think about countermeasures. Knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, came Yizi's voice. Zheng got up and quickly opened the door. Your Highness seems unhappy. Yizi entered and immediately began to ask curiously. Zheng shot her a glance. Do you think I should be happy? Of course you should be happy. Yizi nodded. This is a special favor from His Majesty. Favor? Zheng shook his head with a bitter smile. It is a favor, but it's a bit excessive. I wonder if this old man suddenly became paternalistic. Why would he give me such a favor? I would rather not have this favor. Zheng rubbed his head in frustration. Seeing Zheng's worried expression, Yizi suddenly felt an impulse to take off her shoes and hit him in the face. Look, is this something a person would say? If someone else were granted the privilege of a private army, they would probably be overjoyed. Yet here you are looking worried. Is he afraid he can't support these 500 soldiers? Zheng shook his head, looking meaningfully at Yizi. If it were you, would you rather have these 500 soldiers or go to the north? Huh? Yizi's heart jolted, exclaiming, Your Highness means that His Majesty doesn't want you to go to the north. Zheng shot her a glance. If he wanted me to go to the north, why would he give me 500 soldiers? He had been secretly pleased before, but once he figured out the key point, He immediately felt that 500 soldiers were not appealing anymore. I'm the one who wants to go to the north to gain military power. What do I need 500 soldiers for? This. Yi was momentarily stunned, speechless. Exactly. Zheng's ultimate goal was to go to the north. As long as he went to the north, he would have 3,000 troops. Everyone knows how to choose between 3,000 and 500. Then this is a bit troublesome. Now, Yi also began to worry. What use is it to keep Zheng in the imperial city and give him 500 private soldiers? Can he really succeed in rebellion with just 500 soldiers? Staying in the imperial city, Zheng would never be able to fully unleash his potential. This is indeed troublesome. Zheng rubbed his head in frustration. This damn achievement has turned into a bad thing. What a pain. Yi thought for a moment and then asked, could it be that His Majesty is giving you 500 soldiers as your personal guards for going to the north to protect your safety? Are you stupid? Zheng shot her a glance. If my father really had that in mind, he would just directly transfer troops from the 6 guards in the imperial city to fill my private army. Why let me recruit a private army? By the time I train the soldiers, it will be too late to go to the north. This. Yi was left speechless. It seems that this reasoning is indeed correct. After a moment of silence, Yi asked again, so what do you plan to do next? What else can I do? Zheng shrugged. First recruit the private soldiers. I'm preparing to make a big move. This heavy paternal love is really unbearable. A big move? Yi tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. Don't worry about that for now. Zheng waved his hand. Since my father has granted me the authority over the private army, I still need to use it. Tomorrow, help me find a place nearby to station the soldiers. I assume I don't need to tell you the specific requirements? I understand. It just needs to be a place for both garrison and training. Yi thought for a moment and then said, finding such a place is easy, but finding one near your residence might be difficult. In fact, it would be feasible for 500 soldiers to stay in Zheng's residence, albeit a bit cramped. However, if they needed to train, that wouldn't work, especially since they would need to train cavalry and archery. In a smaller area, the horses wouldn't even have room to run. So how could they talk about cavalry? Let's search for it first. If we can't find it, we'll think of something else. Zheng rubbed his head, feeling extremely frustrated. Chapter 48. The Sixth Prince is still hesitant. The next day, during the morning court, Emperor Wen officially announced his decision to grant Zheng the power to privately recruit troops. Unsurprisingly, this decision was met with opposition from the majority of the officials. Private recruitment of troops was a privilege reserved for the crown prince and princes. Zheng was nothing. Why should he have the power to privately recruit troops? However, no amount of opposition from the officials could change Emperor Wen's mind. After the court session, Consort Shu hurriedly found Su Shifu. The emperor's action made her feel a significant threat. Although Emperor Wen had previously stated in court that he would never make Zheng the crown prince, who knew if he might change his mind? Since Emperor Wen had even granted Zheng the power to privately recruit troops, it was not impossible that he could name Zheng as the crown prince. Seeing the anxious Consort Shu, Su Shifu chuckled. No need to worry. This is actually a good thing for us. A good thing? Consort Shu was furious. How can this be a good thing? Of course it's a good thing. Su Sifu Lauget Lai Di. Rest assured, His Majesty would never make that useless fool the crown prince. The emperor is compensating him. Compared to Consort Shu, Su Shifu was much more experienced. He had noticed the intricacies of the situation even before the court session ended. Compensating? Consort Shu pondered for a moment, frowning. Even if it's a compensation, it's still isn't a good thing. This means His Majesty is starting to pay attention to that useless fool. Attention is one thing. It's merely a little more concern. Su Shifu shook his head and smiled. Since His Majesty has granted him the power to privately recruit troops, he definitely won't send him to the northern frontier anymore. This gives us plenty of opportunities to deal with him slowly. Consort Shu was slightly taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. Because of that useless Zheng, Yunli was still kneeling in the ancestral temple. With old grievances and new hatred, she would never let Zheng off the hook. What should we do now? Consort Shu said hatefully. We need to think of a way to deal with that useless fool. Let us take it slow for now. Su Shifu shook his head. Zheng has just accomplished so much. He is currently at the peak of his momentum. If we take action against him now, it will easily backfire. Consort Shu thought for a moment and nodded gently. Meanwhile, Zheng also brought people to the Ministry of Works Armory. The staff at the ministry had already been informed by Emperor One and had prepared 500 sets of armor and weapons. Scale armor? Zheng frowned at the armor in front of him. This scale armor was quite heavy, made of iron plates covering soft leather. Each set weighed at least 30 pounds. Seeing Zheng's expression, the storekeeper quickly said, "Your Highness, this is personally instructed by His Majesty. This scale armor is already second-class armor. Even the Feather Forest Guards wear scale armor. As for first-class armor, only generals are qualified to wear it. How could a mere 500 troops expect to wear first-class armor?" Zheng waved his hand, shaking his head. "No need for scale armor. This scale armor is too valuable. Just give me 500 sets of leather armor." What? The storekeeper was stunned, and Du Guiyuan and the other two were completely dumbfounded. "You don't want scale armor, but leather armor? Isn't this crazy? What do you mean what? Hurry up and switch to leather armor." Zheng waved his hand. Du Guiyuan and the other two wanted to stop him, but Zheng gently shook his head at them. The storekeeper was naturally overjoyed with Zheng's request and quickly called for people to bring 500 sets of leather armor, even helping Zheng load them onto their carts. On the way back, Du Guiyuan and the other two kept looking at Zheng with strange expressions, unsure whether they were thinking he was foolish or something else. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Zheng asked with a smile. "Perhaps your Highness has other considerations?" Du Guiyuan forcé the smile. "Not wanting scale armor, but leather armor. Isn't that foolish?" Zheng chuckled and then asked, "You three have fought many battles against the Beihuang people in the northern frontier. Let me ask you, what armor do the Beihuang cavalry primarily wear?" "Of course, it's leather armor," Zheng replied. "But the Beihuang cavalry uses leather armor out of necessity. They lack armor, and some soldiers don't even have leather armor." Zheng smiled and asked again, "What is the terrifying aspect of the Beihuang cavalry?" "The Beihuang cavalry moves like the wind, excels in long-distance raids, and always manages to strike unexpectedly at our weak defenses." The three couldn't help but reminisce about the Beihuang cavalry, which was their nightmare. The blood-clothed army had almost been completely wiped out due to being surrounded by the Beihuang cavalry. If it weren't for Du Guiyuan fighting to break through with the remnants, they would have all died in the northern frontier. "Exactly," Zheng smiled. "If you dress soldiers in scale armor weighing dozens of pounds, can they still make long-distance raids? Can horses keep up with that stamina? Don't underestimate the weight of those 10 or so pounds in a long-distance raid. This weight is a challenge for both man and horse." Listening to Zheng's words, the three fell into deep thought. "Your Highness is right." Du Guiyuan nodded slightly. "However, your Highness could have the troops wear scale armor for training and switch to leather armor when they reach the northern frontier. Wouldn't that be ideal?" Zhuorun and Zheng also nodded in agreement. "This makes sense." Zheng nodded slightly, but then shook his head with a bitter smile. "But we don't have the time to train the troops slowly." He needed the troops to form combat effectiveness quickly. How could they learn to run when they hadn't even learned to crawl? Did they think they could conduct heavy training in a crash course? That was absurd. The three were momentarily stunned, suddenly understanding Zheng's point. Yes, these were privately recruited troops, not seasoned veterans. Heavy training would leave the troops unprepared, and they would likely be sent to the northern frontier without having learned anything. At that point, they would only be going to their deaths on the battlefield. "Your Highness is brilliant. It is our oversight." Du Guiyuan immediately apologized to Zheng. "Your Highness has long resided in the palace, but can see so much. I admire you." Zhuorun looked at Zheng with some surprise. This sixth prince clearly had extensive knowledge of military tactics. How could he be the useless fool others claimed he was? "Stop flattering." Zheng smiled at Zhuorun and then instructed, "I'll leave the recruitment of troops to you. The military pay should be based on the standards of the left and right garrison. You must quickly gather the men. Your Highness can rest assured." Du Guiyuan patted his chest and said, "Within 3 days, we will definitely recruit 500 soldiers." "No, it's 497. Zheng shook his head. "Including you three, that makes 500. We must be cautious. We cannot give anyone a chance to catch us off guard." Du Guiyuan realized and quickly nodded. While they were transporting the armor back, Emperor Wen also received news from the Ministry Works, wanting leather armor instead of scale armor. Emperor Wen was surprised and then shook his head with a sigh. The sixth prince is still hesitant. He is ultimately afraid of being accused of treason. Chapter 49. Not only good-looking, but also very hard. The Northern Huan envoy had left, and Yun Zheng's wedding day was not far off. That afternoon, the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent people to help Yun Zheng arrange his residence. As for how to arrange it, Yun Zheng didn't understand and didn't worry about it, taking advantage of the fact that the original steward had been dealt with by Emperor Wen. Yun Zheng also took the opportunity to let Yi Zi temporarily act as the steward for a while, making it convenient to continue investigating the people in the residence. He entrusted the recruitment of soldiers to do Gui Yuan and the others, so Yun Zheng felt at ease. Moreover, he couldn't pay too much attention to this matter. The less he cared, the more Emperor Wen would be at ease with him. In the following 2 days, Yun Zheng was busy coming and going from morning to night. Since Yu Shizhong and Zhuarun were to follow Du Guiyuan to recruit soldiers, the people protecting Yun Zheng had changed back to Gao He and Zhou Mi. Now that Gao He was loyal, and Zhou Mi's suspicions had been cleared, he no longer had to be on guard against the two of them all the time. Clang, clang, clang. In a blacksmith shop, several blacksmiths were hammering away tirelessly. Yun Zheng secretly prayed that this time it wouldn't crack again. They had been working on such a small piece of Damascus steel for several days, and they had lost count of how many times they had failed. This time was the most promising for success. The tip of the spear was almost finished being hammered, and so far it had not cracked. Under Yun Zheng's tense gaze, the spear tip was finally forged and reached the most important quenching stage. To quench it, Yun Zheng extravagantly obtained some rapeseed oil. Although it couldn't compare to professional quenching oil, it was still less risky than using water. Once the quenching was complete, Yun Zheng immediately ran over to check the spear tip with several sweaty blacksmiths. "Your Highness, it's done. It's finally done," confirming there were no cracks. The group cheered joyfully. "Very good. Your Highness will reward you handsomely." Yun Zheng was also overjoyed and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and sharpen the edge." The blacksmiths didn't dare to slack off. As soon as the spear tip cooled down, they immediately began the sharpening work. Several blacksmiths took turns sharpening it, and after half an hour, they finally completed it. Looking at the shining spear tip, Yun Zheng felt a surge of pride. The craftsmanship issue was resolved. As long as they could produce it on a large scale, when faced with those broken weapons from Northern Huan, Wu Ti, they'd be cut in half in no time. In his excitement, Yun Zheng prepared to proceed to the final step, acid etching. Without a specialized etching solution, he used white vinegar as a substitute. As the etching progressed, the patterns on the spear tip gradually emerged. What beautiful patterns! Is this the pattern steel that your Highness mentioned? The name is indeed fitting. So beautiful. A group of people surrounded the blacksmith shop, marveling, with Gao He and Zhou Mi's eyes sparkling. If a knife were made from this steel, it would definitely be extremely beautiful. They would probably be reluctant to use it to cut anything. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Yun Zheng couldn't help but curl his lip. A bunch of unknowledgeable guys. What is this? If only they had modern equipment. Otherwise, I could make you a feather pattern, and that would be truly beautiful. Once I'm free from Emperor Wen's control, I must get a feather pattern tang knife. Yun Zheng secretly made up his mind. Just then, a sudden sound of hoofbeats came from outside. Yun Zheng looked up and saw Shen Luoyin riding in at full speed. Although Shen Luoyin was not in military attire, there was a certain heroism about her when she was on horseback. This woman, she looks best when galloping on horseback. Arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Shen Luoyin dismounted with a graceful flip, which made Yun Zheng feel quite displeased. "Show off. You're really here?" Shen Luoyin stood at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, looking speechlessly at the dusty Yun Zheng. To be honest, Yun Zheng did look a bit disheveled right now, although he hadn't done any work himself. The blacksmith shop was dusty and hot, and sweat mixed with dust clung to his face, making him look dirty. "What brings you here?" Yun Zheng wiped the dust off his face and asked with a smile. Shen Luoyin huffed lightly and said, "I just went to your residence and heard people say our sixth prince spends all day forging iron. I didn't believe it, so I came to take a look." "Forging iron? I'm developing a technology tree. You know nothing." Yun Zheng inwardly complained and asked casually, "How is your family preparing? Is there anything I can help with? Huh. You still remember to ask. Shen Luoyin looked at Zheng with annoyance. I thought the sixth prince had forgotten about our wedding. I've never seen someone like this. Emperor once specially approved him to privately recruit 500 household soldiers. Yet he doesn't care about the recruitment at all. Their wedding date is less than half a month away, and he is equally indifferent to the preparations on both sides. Spending all day here forging iron? What? Does he want to build up his strength by forging iron? Zheng scratched his nose. I haven't forgotten, just busy. Shen Luoyin rolled her eyes. You're just busy. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Shen Luoyin suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on Gao He's hand. Shen Luoyin was slightly surprised and quickly stepped forward to snatch the spear tip from Gao He's hand. This spear tip is so beautiful. Shen Luoyin lovingly caressed the spear tip, looking at it as if it were her lover. Zheng was certain that this woman liked this spear tip far more than she liked him. Your Highness, this is the patterned steel that His Highness taught us to forge. A blacksmith said with a smile to Shen Luoyin. He taught you? Shen Luoyin looked at the blacksmith in astonishment. Yes, it was His Highness who taught us to forge it, another blacksmith chimed in. The sixth prince has been with us these past few days, and to create this patterned steel, he has really worked hard. Oh, sixth prince, your ability to win people's hearts has improved. Shen Luoyin raised an eyebrow at Zheng. Are they afraid? I think you've been out fooling around these days. Fooling around? Zheng stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. I really should go visit a brothel to understand the people's sentiments. As a modern person who had crossed over to an ancient world, he must check the public sentiment. Go quickly. Don't say I'm stopping you. Shen Luoyin said nonchalantly, then put down the spear tip, half smiling. I'm just afraid the sixth prince is weak, just like the spear tip, looking good but not useful. A mere embroidered pillow. What the heck? An embroidered pillow? I'll show you whether the spear tip is just for looks or if it's useful. Zheng got angry and directly called someone to hold the spear tip, while having Gao He chop at it with a saber. Clang! Gao He struck down with his saber, and it broke into two pieces. The edge of the spear tip only had a slight scratch, almost completely unharmed. Seeing the scene, not only Shen Luoyin but even Gao He and the others were shocked. This patterned steel, is this hard? Did you see that? Zheng raised an eyebrow at Shen Luoyin. This spear is not only good-looking, but also very hard. Chapter 50. The death anniversary. Not only is it good-looking, but it's also very sturdy. This is the truth. However, to Shen Luoyin, it always felt a bit off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Soon, Shen Luoyin pushed aside the distractions in her mind and focused entirely on the gun's tip. Zheng smiled and asked again, do you want to personally verify this gun of mine? No need. Shen Luoyin gently shook her head, quickly stepping forward to remove the gun tip. She rarely showed a smile to Zheng, saying, this gun tip is a gift for me. You are quite generous. Zheng laughed in surprise and teased. Do you know how to use a gun? Don't I? Shen Luoyin huffed lightly, proudly stating, ask your two guards. Before Zheng could inquire, Gao He spoke up. The sixth prince's consort should be skilled in using a spear. General Shen made a name for himself with the Shen family spear techniques in the past. The Shen family spear? I didn't know about that. Zheng pondered for a moment, then extended his hand toward Shen Luoyin. First, get it back to me. Later, I'll have them forge you a long spear made entirely of this patterned steel. Female bodyguard. This equipment must be top-notch. Really? Shen Luoyin was half skeptical. Zheng nodded with a smile. As long as you can handle it. You think I'm like you? Shen Luoyin glanced at Zheng disdainfully, proudly saying, I could handle my father's eye-catching spear when I was 13. My father's spear weighs 40 pounds. Is that true? Zheng was astonished. Is this girl actually a strong little girl? I've practiced martial arts since I was young. Do you think I'm as weak as you? Shen Luoyin huffed, looking down on Zheng again. Show off. Zheng silently complained in his heart and smiled. No matter how impressive you are, you still ended up marrying someone as weak as me, didn't you? You. Shen Luoyin was instantly speechless, only able to glare at Zheng in anger. Zheng was unfazed, taking out 100 taels silver note to reward a few blacksmiths and instructing them to forge a weapon for Gao He using patterned steel. Zhou Mi, watching enviously, tentatively asked, Your Highness, can I also? Then make it too. Zheng instructed the blacksmiths. Since they're part of the team, There's no harm in equipping them well. And mine. Shen Luoyin immediately spoke up, afraid that her long spear would be forgotten. Zheng nodded and, seeing that it was getting late, took the group to leave. Before they departed, Zheng intended to instruct the blacksmiths to keep the patterned steel a secret. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Doing so would imply something he didn't want to convey. These blacksmiths had a good relationship with Du Guiyuan. He could just have Du Guiyuan privately inform them later. No need to make it public. Upon returning home, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs were still busy arranging the residence for Zheng. Repairs were being made where necessary, and renovations were underway. The entire residence was bustling with activity. Yi, the temporary housekeeper, was also doing a good job organizing everything in an orderly fashion. It wasn't until Shen Luoyin and Yi began chatting that Zheng learned tomorrow was the death anniversary of Shen Luoyin's father and brothers. That's not right. Zheng furrowed his brows, looking at the two women in confusion. Their death anniversary should have been over a month ago, right? The Battle of Shoubei ended more than 5 years ago. Shen Luoyin's father and brothers had fallen before the battle ended. How could their death anniversary be tomorrow? Hearing Zheng's question, the two women immediately grew somber. Gao He, noticing the change, hurriedly exchanged glances with Zheng. Huh? Zheng was puzzled. Was there some hidden story here? After a long silence, Yi sighed softly. Your Highness may not know, but they launched a surprise attack on the Northern Huan King's court with a lone battalion, which infuriated the Northern Huan Chanyu. After they fell in battle, the Northern Huan Chanyu ordered his iron cavalry to trample their remains into mud. Their graves are all honorary graves, so their death anniversary is calculated based on the time their remains were buried with honors and their souls returned home. This. Zheng paused slightly. Apologizing, I'm sorry, I hadn't heard about this. He only knew that Shan Nan and his sons died heroically. He didn't realize it was so tragic. No wonder Gao, he was signaling him. Sigh. This grudge could only be avenged when he went to Shoubei. It's fine. I know your Highness didn't know about this. Yi forced a smile. Then, should I also go pay respects to General Shun and the others tomorrow? Zheng asked again. Yi repeated. According to the customs, your Highness and Luoyin are not yet married, so you're not required to go. Then I'll go anyway. Zheng sighed lightly. If it's not mandatory, it also means it's permissible. Whether to go or not is up to the individual. After all, there is future father-in-law and brother-in-law. He should pay his respects. Hearing Zheng say he would go, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but slightly raise her eyes. Her red lips moved as if to refuse. But after hesitating for a long time, she ultimately did not refuse. Seeing that the two women were in low spirits, Zheng proactively changed the subject, asking Yi about the progress of Du Guiyuan and the others in recruiting soldiers. The recruitment progress for Du Guiyuan and the others was quite smooth. After all, the wages Zheng provided were generous enough. Moreover, no one thought that this sixth prince was truly intent on heading to Shoubei. They only considered it a show for him so there was hardly any concern about being killed in battle. In such a situation, the recruitment center was exceptionally busy. With more people, Du Guiyuan and the others naturally raised their standards. It was precisely because of their high standards that they had yet to fill the ranks. Have the locations for the barracks and training grounds been selected? Zheng asked again. Your Highness, there really aren't any suitable locations near this residence, Yi replied. The nearest place is over by Cat Ear Mountain in the south of the city. That area used to be a government quarry and also where many prisoners did forced labor. It's spacious enough, and the abandoned houses can be repaired to serve as barracks. It's just a bit far from your residence, over 20 miles. Zheng thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's choose the Cat Ear Mountain area. Over 20 miles isn't too far. Besides, he doesn't expect these newly recruited to do much for him right now. Having a suitable place for their training is enough. All right. Yi nodded lightly, but she added, this matter requires your Highness to report to the Emperor. Although the quarry has been abandoned, it still belongs to the government. And if we occupy it directly, it may invite criticism. Zheng nodded slightly. Okay, I'll report to my father later. After finalizing the camp arrangements, the two chatted for a while longer. Shen Luoyin didn't say much. Most of the time, it was Zheng and Yi talking. Listening to their conversation, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but frown secretly. Why does it feel like her sister-in-law has really become his housekeeper? Later, Yi arranged the affairs of the residence. And after dinner, she followed Shen Luoyin back to the Shen family. Tomorrow, she also needed to prepare for the memorial for her father and deceased husband. Chapter 51. The look in a person's eyes can't be hidden back home. Shen Luoyin felt increasingly uneasy. After pondering silently for a while, she knocked on Yi's door. At that moment, Yi was just about to go to bed. Why aren't you sleeping yet? We're going to pay respect to your father-in-law and your brother early tomorrow morning. Yi welcomed Shen Luoyin in, smiling as she asked. Shen Luoyin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sister-in-law, I can't shake the feeling that something is off between you and Zheng. Huh? This girl has noticed? Yi thought secretly, looking at Shen Luoyin with a teasing expression. I mean, you aren't jealous because you see me spending all my time at the Six Princes' residence. Are you? Jealous? Shen Luoyin jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. What are you thinking? How could I be jealous of that soft-footed shrimp? Although Yi was Shen Luoyin's sister-in-law, their relationship was more like best friends. Shen Luoyin spoke without any reservations in front of Yi. Soft-footed shrimp? Yi was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Did you just call him a good-for-nothing? Shen Luoyin paused slightly, feeling frustrated. Now that he's achieved 3 victories against the North Huan's national teacher and the story has spread, if I still call him a good-for-nothing, even my mother would scold me. Even if Zheng doesn't accomplish anything in the future, just based on his 3 victories against the national teacher, as long as it's not someone intentionally belittling him, no one would call him a good-for-nothing anymore. Although Zheng relied on luck, he still accomplished something significant. If anyone calls Zheng a good-for-nothing again, others would directly ask, do you have such achievements? Are you even less capable than a good-for-nothing? How would you respond? Yi chuckled, using the Six Princes' words, your awareness is pretty good. Shen Luoyin pouted and urged, you still haven't answered my question. There's nothing to answer. Yi smiled with her lips pressed together, you're not jealous. So what should I answer? I just feel that your relationship is a bit off. Shen Luoyin frowned. Look, you now obey him completely, doing whatever he says. If others didn't know, they would really think you've become his housekeeper. Then what do you think I should do? Yi said with a bitter smile. He is the 6th prince, and you are his wife. Whether you ridicule him or oppose him, that's your marital business. But if I were to act like you, it would be disrespectful to the 6th prince. This, Shen Luoyin was speechless. Her sister-in-law's words seemed to make sense. Seeing Shen Luoyin's expression, Yi couldn't help but shake her head secretly. If it weren't for this girl's carefree personality and lack of tact, she would really want to tell this silly girl that her husband was actually a tiger that devours people without spitting out bones. Once she leaves the confines of the imperial city, she would know how terrifying her husband really is. Actually, the 6th prince is not a bad person. Yi took Shen Luoyin's hand. Look, although he is a prince, he doesn't act like one, and he isn't arrogant like other princes. Marrying such a prince may not be a bad thing. Shen Luoyin pouted and snorted lightly. If it weren't for the emperor's arranged marriage, I wouldn't want to marry this soft-footed shrimp who can't even lift a chicken. She had practiced martial arts since childhood and liked wielding swords and spears. She wanted to marry a hero, just like her father and 2 brothers. Yi sighed with a smile. Not everyone in this world is strong just because they have brute force. Sometimes, wisdom is more important than brute strength. He doesn't have wisdom either. Shen Luoyin rolled her eyes. You don't think he won against the North Huan national teacher a few times, just because of what he read in that ancient book, do you? Yi secretly laughed, lowering her head and saying nothing. Seeing that her sister-in-law seemed to agree with her, Shen Luoyin continued. The only thing I currently admire about him is the pattern steel he created. As she spoke of the pattern steel, Shen Luoyin excitedly told her sister-in-law how amazing it was and began to fantasize about scenes where she wielded the indestructible divine weapon to kill everyone. When she got excited, Shen Luoyin blurted out everything they had discussed at the blacksmith shop. You mean he asked you to personally try that spear? Is it hard? Yi's face turned red, looking at this silly girl who was still in the dark with a strange expression. Yes. Shen Luoyin nodded, feeling frustrated. I should have tried it myself. Who knows if that guard's knife had problems to begin with. Cough, cough. Yi akardi kafud lightly, tentatively asking. Your mother probably hasn't talked to you about those matters between men and women, has she? In the great Qian Dynasty, before a woman gets married, her mother or female elders would talk to her about such matters to prevent her from being clueless on her wedding night. Why will my mother tell me about that? Shen Luoyan was confused. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi was instantly speechless. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned closer to Shen Luoyan's ear and whispered. The next day, Yunzheng arrived early at the Shun family with 2 guards. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that Shen Luoyan's gaze towards him was unusual. The look in a person's eyes can't be hidden. He felt that Shen Luoyan was now looking at him as if she wanted to stab him. What's up with this girl this early in the morning? Yunzheng thought wickedly to himself. Could it be that her period came? The Shun family had prepared everything needed. And after a bit of tidying up, the family servants and maids had also gathered. Your Highness is not good at riding, so it's better to take a carriage. Upon reaching the entrance, Madame Shun invited Yunzheng to get into the carriage. After Yunzheng's 3 victories against the North Huan national teacher, Madame Shun's attitude towards him also began to soften. Although it wasn't warm, it was much better than before. No need, Yunzheng waved his hand. I'm going to the north soon, so practicing riding more isn't a bad thing. Your Highness is overthinking. Madame Shun shook her head. With your Highness's achievements against the North Huan national teacher, the Emperor wouldn't want to let you go to the north. Yunzheng shook his head, seriously saying, the matter of my going to the north was decreed by my father in front of the entire court. I understand the principle of a ruler's word being unbreakable. Madame Shun was momentarily taken aback, almost wanting to slap him. This foolish child who speaks without thinking. The Emperor had already granted him the authority to privately recruit troops, and he still hadn't realized it? Did he think it was wise to announce that the Emperor had decreed this in public? Was he afraid that the millions of people in the imperial city didn't know the Emperor had issued this decree? Madame Shun wanted to remind him, but with so many people around, she couldn't say much. She could only let Yunzheng ride his horse while calling her second daughter-in-law, Yi Zi, to join her in the carriage. You're at the 6th prince's residence now, so later you should quietly remind him not to talk about the Emperor's decree to go to the north. Inside the carriage, Madame Shun whispered to her daughter-in-law. Okay. Yi Zi nodded lightly, but secretly smiled bitterly. Is this what Yunzheng calls a big move? Does he want everyone in the imperial city to know that the Emperor previously decreed for him to go to the north? Then, by letting the masses pressure the Emperor, force him to go to the north. He's playing with fire. Isn't he afraid that his father will give him a good beating once he finds out? This brat is indeed cunning. Chapter 52. Assassination. The tomb of Shen Nanzheng and his 2 sons is located outside the city, on the large Jianshan mountain. They set out early in the morning and took an hour and a half to arrive. The tombs of the 3 are closely situated together, with Shen Nanjing's tomb slightly ahead and his 2 sons' tombs slightly behind. It looks as if his 2 sons are following their father into battle. Looking at the name of Shen Nanzheng on the tombstone, Yunzheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Shen Nanjing ultimately died in the northern expedition. Without needing to be instructed by Madame Shun, the family servants and maids began to place various offerings in front of the tombstones of the 3. Seeing the graves of the 3, Madame Shun's eyes began to moisten. Although the 3 had been dead for 5 years, every time she thought about their fate of being left with no bones to bury, her heart ached. After a long time, Madame Shun lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them in front of the 3 graves, then knelt before Shen Nanjing's grave, her lips moving silently. Yunzheng speculated that Madame Shun was most likely expressing her grievances about Emperor Wen's neglect of the Shun family, lamenting their isolation. At this moment, Wei Shuang and Yi Zi also lit incense. Wei Shuang held her daughter's hand, helping her light the incense. It was only when the servants of the Shun family brought 3 incense sticks that Yunzheng realized it was time for him and Shen Luoyan to pay their respects. While they were focused on lighting the incense, Shen Luoyan shot Yunzheng a fierce glare, leaving him confused. This girl must have her period, Yunzheng secretly grumbled. When Yunzheng approached Shen Nanjing's grave, preparing to kneel in tribute, Madame Shun stopped him, saying, Your Highness and Luoyan are not yet married. It is already commendable that you can come to pay respects to the deceased husband. Your Highness is of utmost importance. You must not perform such a gesture. What the hell? Is there really such a saying? Or is Madame Shun feeling unworthy to have me as her son-in-law? thus stopping me from kneeling in front of Shen Nanjun? Forget it. If I don't kneel, then I won't. All right, let's follow the wishes of the mother-in-law. Yun Zheng nodded gently, holding the incense with both hands, and solemnly said, "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will soon head to the north. Even if it costs me my life, I will take a few heads of the northern Huan people to avenge you." Yun Zheng rarely spoke with such fervor. However, upon hearing his words, Madame Shun was so enraged she almost spat blood. She had never seen someone so foolish. Was he afraid the whole world wouldn't know he was going to the north? Yun Zheng didn't care about that. After speaking, he bowed with the incense. As he prepared to bow again, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the nearby woods, heading straight for Yun Zheng. "Assassins, protect His Highness!" Gao He and Zhou Mi shouted simultaneously and quickly leaped forward. At that moment, Shen Luoyin suddenly pulled the still unaware Yun Zheng behind her, and, with a swift movement, caught the incoming arrow. What the hell? Yun Zheng's eyes widened in shock. Is this even possible? Damn, he had only heard Yi Zi mention that this girl was formidable, but he never expected her to be this strong. Although it was slightly easier than catching a bullet with bare hands, in his view, it was still practically impossible. Yet Shen Luoyin accomplished it. Damn, I've hit the jackpot. I must get this girl under my control. If I can't win her over, I'll have to bet her. Seeing that Yun Zheng was unharmed, Gao He and Zhou Mi finally felt a bit relieved. "Chase!" Madame Shun shouted angrily, leading the charge. "Watch over Nian Ci." Wei Shuang instructed Shen Luoyin and immediately followed suit. Great! Another martial artist. It was only after the two women ran out that Gao He and Zhou Mi realized what was happening and hurriedly followed. Although Madame Shun was nearing 50, her speed was even faster than that of Gao He and Zhou Mi, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed into the dense forest. Shen Luoyin didn't pursue. Instead, she scanned her surroundings with a cold gaze. "Quickly investigate and see if there are any more assassins around," Shen Luoyin commanded, and several servants and maids from the Shun family quickly rushed out. Their movements were swift, clearly indicating they had undergone training. Yun Zheng was somewhat dumbfounded. Damn, even the servants and maids of the Shen family are martial artists? Damn, this entire family is filled with martial artists? No wonder Shen Luoyin always mocked him for being weak. A girl raised in such an environment would definitely admire those skilled in combat. He must seem like a weakling in her eyes. "Aren't you going to the north? Are you scared now?" Shen Luoyin turned her head, looking at Yun Zheng disdainfully, who was still in a daze. Yun Zheng came back to his senses, secretly laughing at himself. "I'm not scared by the assassins. I'm scared by you guys. This girl's sudden display of skill is truly frightening. It's a good thing I have the identity of a prince. Otherwise, I might have been beaten up by her by now. Is your hand okay?" Yun Zheng ignored Shen Luoyin's disdainful look and turned his concern to her hand. "That arrow can't hurt me." Shen Luoyin raised her neck proudly like a swan. You're impressive." Yun Zheng sincerely nodded. "Teach me a couple of moves later." He genuinely wanted to learn martial arts. The martial arts in this world seemed much more powerful than he had imagined. Although the chances of becoming a master like Shen Luoyin were slim, since he was going to the battlefield, he still needed to practice. Even if he could get a bit stronger, it would provide more security on the battlefield. He now believed that Shen Luoyin could truly wield a spear forged from patterned steel. I'll personally help you design a spear later." "Teach you?" Shen Luoyin pouted. "Do you think you have the talent for martial arts? I can't be bothered to waste my time." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was immediately at a loss for words. While they were talking, Madame Shun and the others returned. Seeing the empty-handed group, Shen Luoyin frowned. "Didn't he catch anyone?" "No." Madame Shun's expression was not good as she said, "The mountains are high and the woods are dense. When we chased after them, the assassins had already vanished without a trace. However, we found signs that the assassins were lying in wait over there. They must have known that His Highness would come here today and had set up an ambush in advance." Hearing Madame Shun's words, Yi Zi's face suddenly grew serious. If they knew in advance that His Highness would come today, it must be someone from His Highness's residence. Yi Zi looked at Yun Zheng. "There might be spies in your Highness's residence. Don't say such things lightly." Madame Shun shot Yi Zi a glare. "Many people know about the marriage between His Highness and Luoyin, as long as they know about your father-in-law's death anniversary. Isn't hard to guess that His Highness would come here today. This girl, by saying this, was clearly implying that other princes had arranged spies in Zheng's residence. If this got out, wouldn't he be giving people a reason to talk? While they were speaking, Madame Shun took the arrow from Shun Luoyan's hand and examined it closely. This is our dynasty's standard feathered arrow. A cold glint flashed in Madame Shun's eyes. Standard feathered arrow? A cold glimmer passed through Zheng's eyes. So it really could be assassins sent by the other princes? Zheng took the feathered arrow, turned, and handed it to He. Quickly go to the palace and report to the emperor that this prince has been attacked. And give this arrow to the emperor. Yes. He didn't dare to be slow and immediately took the arrow, mounted his horse. Chapter 53. Benefactor? The third prince's residence. After kneeling for 3 days at the Grand Ancestral Hall, Yinli was still recuperating. During the last 2 days, aside from eating and using the restroom, he spent almost all his time kneeling in the Grand Ancestral Hall. His knees were already bleeding from kneeling. Thinking about his recent misfortunes, Yinli was filled with anger. Just as his fury had nowhere to go, someone from the palace came to deliver a message, saying that Emperor Wen urgently summoned him to the palace. After delivering the message, the eunuch whispered, "Your Highness." The sixth prince was attacked while accompanying the Shun family to pay respects to the late Shun, Nanzheng, and his son. The emperor is currently very angry, so you must be careful. What? The sixth prince was attacked? Damn it. Could father suspect that I sent someone to do it? Yin Li's heart raced, and he quickly pulled out 100 taels of silver notes to give to the messenger eunuch, thanking him. Your Highness is too kind. The eunuch replied with a smile as he accepted the silver notes. Yin Li didn't have time to say more to the eunuch and hurried to the palace. Cursing under his breath, he had just knelt in the Grand Ancestral Hall for 3 days, and he still hadn't recovered. The sixth prince being attacked had nothing to do with him. Filled with anxiety, Yin Li arrived at the study. At that moment, Emperor Wen was sitting there with a grim expression, and on the desk was the feathered arrow used to assassinate Yinzheng. As soon as Yin Li entered, he felt an unusual chill in the study. Son, pays respects to father. Yin Li knelt down in fear and unease. When he touched the wound on his knee, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Bang! Emperor Wen slammed the desk and stood up, directly grabbing the feathered arrow and throwing it in front of Yin Li, his eyes fixed on him. Father, I'm wronged. Yin Li shivered and cried out. The sixth brother's attack has nothing to do with me. However, as soon as he said this, Yin Li regretted it. He wished he could slap himself. Before Emperor Wen even asked, he had already confessed, which was practically admitting guilt. As expected, Emperor Wen immediately seized on the flaw in Yin Li's words and shouted angrily. Still say it wasn't you? I haven't even asked and you've confessed. Song. Yin Li had no words to express his feelings and cried out in anguish. Father, this matter truly has nothing to do with me. It was the eunuch who came to deliver the message who told me about this. Yin Li no longer cared about anything else and directly threw the messenger eunuch under the bus. Is that so? Emperor Wen's gaze turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What great audacity! You dare to spread such words. These eunuchs, do they even have the audacity to relay what they say every day? If father doesn't believe me, he can call that eunuch to confront me. Yin Li had rarely been so tough. After all, he had already sold out that eunuch, so it didn't matter if he sold him out completely. Let's hope so. Emperor Wen snorted coldly, his face filled with frost. This matter better have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yin Li raised his head and swore. If this matter is related to me, even if father grants me death, I will have no complaints. Good. Remember your words. Emperor Wen warned with a glance at Yin Li. Just then, Mu Shun hurried in and whispered in Emperor Wen's ear. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen waved his hand toward Yin Li. You may return. I have already ordered people to search near Dejia Mountain. This matter better have nothing to do with you. Son takes his leave. Yin Li painfully got up, cursing under his breath. Once Yin Li left, Emperor Wen furrowed his brows and asked, Are you sure it was a retaliation from Beihuan? I didn't catch the person, so I can't be sure. Mu Shun quickly shook his head and continued. But that day, the national teacher of Beihuan publicly said that someone shot that letter to his residence with an arrow. I suspect that the arrow used that day is very likely this one. If Banbu ordered this arrow to kill the sixth prince, it would not only avenge the 3 battles and 3 defeats, but also make the emperor suspicious of other princes. This is indeed a brilliant move. Listening to Mu Shun's words, Emperor Wen also fell into silent contemplation. If it weren't for Mu Shun's reminder, he might have almost forgotten about this. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Wen instructed Mu Shun, send someone to inform the sixth prince that the person who tried to assassinate him was likely arranged by Banbu, and tell him not to think too much. Mu Shun accepted the order and bowed to leave. Wait, Emperor Wen suddenly called out to Mu Shun, his face filled with frost. Bring that dog who just went to deliver the message to the third prince to me. Yes. Bam Busrevenge. In the sixth prince's residence, Yunzheng had already received the message sent by Emperor Wen. Yunzheng pondered for a while and then nodded slightly. This matter is not impossible. Undoubtedly, Banbu definitely won his life. With over 300 people in the Beihuan delegation, Banbu had quietly left 1 or 2 behind, and the others would probably not be easy to detect. However, as long as the person wasn't caught, Yunli would have suspicion. Whatever. After all, he and Yunli were already at odds. This debt would also be placed on his head. After thinking for a while, Yunzheng then instructed Yi Zi, conduct a thorough investigation of the people in the residence. Anyone who is suspicious must be replaced. It was also a good opportunity to openly check the people in the residence. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such an opportunity. All right. Yi Zi nodded lightly. Shen Luoyan raised her eyes slightly, looking dissatisfied at Yunzheng. You're getting more and more accustomed to ordering my sister around. Look at how you say it. Yunzheng smiled. My sister is temporarily acting as the steward of this residence. If I don't talk to my sister about these things, who else should I speak to? I actually want to talk to you, but you wouldn't help me with these things. Just as well. Shen Luoyan pouted. Besides, I'm your benefactor now. Why do you have to order me around? All right. So now you're starting to consider yourself as my benefactor. Fine. Benefactor. Yunzheng shrugged. I'll give you a gun as a gift for being my benefactor, just as... Before Yunzheng could finish his sentence, a cold glint shot from Shen Luoyan's eyes. You better not mention that broken thing again. Yunzheng was speechless and looked at Shen Luoyan with a black line on his face. This girl really was moody. Why was she so capricious? I offered her a gun, and she wasn't happy? Didn't she want it herself? Now, I became a broken thing? Yi Zi chuckled and stood up. You two take your time chatting. I have to go busy myself. After saying that, Yi Zi decisively left. Yunzheng looked at Shen Luoyan with a puzzled expression. What is going on with you? When I went to your house this morning, I noticed your gaze towards me was off. What is the matter? Shen Luoyan's gaze was sharp, glaring at Yunzheng. Do you think I don't know what you meant by what you said yesterday? Yesterday's words? Yunzheng recalled quietly. Soon, he remembered what she was referring to. Yunzheng grinned mischievously and asked with interest. Did you figure out yourself? Or did someone tell you? What? You still have a nerve to ask? Shameless. Shen Luoyan's forehead twitched with anger, tightly clenching her fists. Shameless? Yunzheng grinned. Not only do I have teeth, but they're also very white. Chapter 54. Have the royalties been paid? That night, Yunzheng immersed himself in his study, personally designing a long spear for Shen Luoyan. As he got into it, he thought about whether he should also have new weapons made for his guards. Their current standard weapons were not suitable for light cavalry use. After pondering for a while, Yunzheng decided against this idea. Forget it. Those thoughts can wait until he goes to Shuo Bei to implement them. It's better to keep a low profile while in the imperial city. In the morning, Yunzheng handed the blueprints to the blacksmith shop and specified the dimensions. After the assassination attempt the day before, the number of guards accompanying him had increased from 2 to 4. He had originally wanted Shen Luoyan to be his personal guard, but proud Shen Luoyan would never agree to that, right? Stop. Just as Yunzheng was about to head to Cat Ear Mountain, he suddenly called a halt to his guards. Before the guards could figure out what was happening, Yunzheng swiftly dismounted and blocked 2 elegantly dressed young men. The 2 were about to scold him, but immediately backed down upon seeing the guards behind Yunzheng. What do you want, young master? The 2 looked at Yunzheng nervously. Don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble. Yunzheng first reassured them and then pointed at the wooden cube in their hands, asking, Where did you get that thing? Oh, you mean this magic cube? The tall, thin young man suddenly realized and smiled, pointing to the end of the street. There's a shop called Pingyashuan over on West Street that sells them. If you want to buy this cube, you'd better hurry. Many people are fighting to buy them. If you wait too long, there won't be any left. All right, thanks, Zheng said, and quickly mounted his horse. Damn, it's only been a few days, and someone has already made a magic cube and is selling it? Which bastard dares to infringe on my copyright? Have the royalties been paid? This guy has quite the business acumen. I need to see who this genius is. Soon, they arrived at Pingyashuan on West Street. Wow. At this moment, the area outside Pingyashuan was packed with people. Moreover, judging by their clothing, most were likely wealthy, with a few ordinary-looking ones probably being servants from rich households. Your Highness, should we drive these people away? He asked in a low voice. No need. Let us just watch for now. Zheng shook his head with a smile. It's normal business for others. Why should we drive them away? Go find out how much they're selling the magic cubes for. Yes. He complied. Before long, He found out the price. One magic cube cost 20 taels of silver. The type with 16 squares that Zheng mentioned actually sells for 100 taels each. And there's no bargaining at all. Upon hearing He's report, Zheng couldn't help but gasp. Damn, these unscrupulous merchants. Just a few pieces of wood put together, and they dare to sell it for so much? A fourth-order cube selling for 100 taels? If they managed to create a sixth-order cube, wouldn't it sell for over 1,000 taels? This is simply highway robbery. No way. I have to meet this unscrupulous merchant. The owner of Pingyashuan must have some connections with officials in the court. Otherwise, it would be possible for them to have the magic cube ready for sale so quickly. Zheng was curious but didn't follow the crowd to join in the rush. He just watched from a distance. After about a quarter of an hour, all the magic cubes at Pingyashuan were sold out. Those who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't were all pounding their chests in frustration. At that moment, the shopkeeper called out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patronage. The magic cubes have all been sold out. To show our gratitude, our shop is now accepting reservations. Those who want to buy a magic cube only need to leave half the deposit and register. When our magic cubes arrive, you can come to pick them up and pay the other half." Listening to the shopkeeper's words, Zheng was even more astonished. This unscrupulous merchant, they even thought of taking reservations? Truly shameless. The third-order cubes are not difficult to make, and once the magic cube becomes popular, many people will surely follow suit and replicate it. By then, the price of the magic cube will surely plummet. But this unscrupulous merchant has locked in the price in advance through this method. Even if the price drops later, they can simply forego the other half of the payment and still make a profit. Impressive. Just as Zheng was secretly amazed, the crowd was already in an uproar. Everyone rushed to pay and register, as if afraid their money would go unspent, resembling people in his previous world scrambling to buy a certain smartphone. After another 15 minutes or so of chaos, the crowd outside Pingyashuan finally began to disperse. Let us go. Only then did Zheng lead his guards towards Pingyashuan. As soon as the shopkeeper saw Zheng enter, he immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, are you here to buy a magic cube? I'm terribly sorry, but our magic cubes are sold out. However, our shop is accepting reservations." "I'm not here to buy a magic cube." Zheng gently shook his head. "I just want to ask, is this shop yours?" The shopkeeper chuckled, saying, "You jest. Young master, I'm just a shopkeeper here. The owner is someone else." Sure enough, Zheng smiled inwardly and got straight to the point. "I want to meet your owner." Huh? Upon hearing Zheng's words, the shopkeeper immediately furrowed his brow. "Our owner is too busy and may not have time to meet you, young master. If you don't mind, you can leave your name, and I will relay it to the owner." Bold. He's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Quickly tell your owner that the sixth prince wants to see him. Tell him to come quickly and not keep the sixth prince waiting." Zheng was very pleased with He's performance. Look at this. This is a competent subordinate. He can think of what the boss is thinking and is anxious for the boss. The words the boss can't say, he directly says for him. Must promote. Sixth prince? Upon hearing He's words, the shopkeeper's eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "I'm just a commoner. No need for the formalities." Zheng stopped the shopkeeper. "Quickly go call your owner." "Thank you, sixth prince." The shopkeeper straightened up, but then showed a distressed expression. What are you still dawdling for? Zheng frowned at the shopkeeper. You're not going to say your owner isn't in the imperial city, are you? No, no. The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, cautiously saying, replying to the sixth prince, our owner is indeed busy, and he has a bad temper. If I go find him now, I'm afraid I'll be driven out. Oh, Zheng became interested, thought for a moment, and said, then you take me to him. I'll go personally. He surely won't drive me out. He wanted to see what kind of person the owner of Pinyashuan was. All right, the shopkeeper repeatedly agreed. Chapter 55, Jiangsu really empty. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was quite large, and the sound of sawing would echoed from within. The shopkeeper knocked on the courtyard door, and the servant who opened it said, quick, notify the young master. Just say that His Highness the Sixth Prince has come to visit. His Highness the Sixth Prince? The servant's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, please wait, Your Highness. I will go inform him right away. Zheng waved his hand, signaling the servant to hurry. The servant, not daring to delay, rushed inside to convey the message. Before long, a very irritable voice came from within the courtyard. Go, tell him that the young master is not here. Just hearing the name His Highness the Sixth Prince makes me angry. You all listen clearly. If anyone dares to mention those 3 words in front of me again, I will deduct a month's wages. Go when I tell you to, stop with the nonsense. It seemed to confirm the shopkeeper's words. The temper of the master was indeed quite bad. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he had a strong prejudice against Zheng. Zheng felt that this person was deliberately speaking loudly, just for him to hear. Soon, the servant ran out with a look of panic on his face and mustered the courage to say, Your Highness, my young master said he is not here. Hearing the servant's words, Zheng and the 4 guards simultaneously had a black line on their faces. If your young master is not here, how can he still talk to you? This master is quite a character, and so is this servant. If he doesn't see His Highness, then His Highness will go see him. Zheng lightly waved his hand at the servant, signaling him to lead the way. Seeing Zheng's words, the servant nearly cried, Your Highness, please don't make it difficult for me. I really can't. Lead the way. He suddenly bellowed, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at the servant. The servant was intimidated by He's imposing aura and hesitated for a long time before reluctantly leading Zheng inside with a mournful expression. Don't worry. Whatever your young master deducts from your wages, I will make it up to you. Zheng reassured the servant. Thank you, Your Highness. The servant forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Under the servant's lead, they arrived at the backyard. At this moment, the backyard was bustling with activity. Dozens of workers were sawing and planing wood, while others were assembling cubes. The entire backyard was as busy as a small processing factory. Among this group of people, a round figure stood out prominently. This person was very fat, weighing at least 250 to 60 pounds by rough estimate. However, his clothing was clearly different from that of the other workers. Although he was covered in dust, it was evident that the fabric of his clothes was very good. Likely silk. This must be their master, right? Zansu. Just as Zheng was lost in thought, Zhou suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Which one is Jiangsu? Zheng turned to ask Zhou. The fattest one. Zhou said as he raised his hand to point at the chubby man who was sitting there assembling a cube. Do you know him? Zheng looked at Zhou in surprise. Zhou nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. This is the grandson of Elder Zheng, a well-known good-for-nothing. Elder Zheng has always been ashamed to have such an unlearned grandson. The grandson of Zheng Huai? A good-for-nothing? Zheng was taken aback. This guy's reputation is somewhat similar to mine. Zhang Su. Looking at his size, he should indeed be quite empty. However, to say he is unlearned, that shouldn't be the case, right? Someone so adept at seizing business opportunities couldn't possibly be unlearned. Just then, Jiangsu suddenly slammed the unfinished cube he was holding to the ground with a bang, cursing loudly. Where does this dog shit smell come from? Who the hell brought dog shit in here? It was obvious that Jiangsu was indirectly cursing at someone. He's face changed, and he shouted angrily, How dare you? Jiangsu, insult His Highness the Sixth Prince. Who the hell are you? Jiangsu stood up, looking down his nose at He. Don't put on airs in front of me. Which ear of yours heard me insult His Highness? Gao Yi's face turned cold, angrily saying, "You clearly just said." Zhang Su's face, full of fat, shook as he said with his nose held high, "I just asked who brought the dog shit in." "What? Do you want to say His Highness is dog shit?" "You." Gao Yi was momentarily speechless. Yin Zheng raised his hand to stop Gao Yi, sizing up the pile of fat in front of him. "I say, I haven't even met you. I shouldn't have offended you, right? You seem to have a great prejudice against me. You are His Highness, right?" Zhang Su slightly cupped his hands and said with an unhappy expression, "This commoner is too fat to properly salute. I hope His Highness can bear with it." "Got it. It seems this guy really has a prejudice against me. Speaking of which, my relationship with Zhang Huai is fine. Why does he hold such a grudge against me?" "No matter." Yin Zheng waved his hand generously and said with a half smile, "Since you find me so unpleasant, why are you still using the cubes I created to make money? This isn't something you made." Zhang Su rolled his eyes. "This was made by the national master of Beihuan, okay? Is it?" Yin Zheng smiled. "Then the name of this cube was definitely given by me, right?" "Aye." Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, then immediately held his neck high and said, "I call this a mold cube. Mold isn't a mold. What's wrong with that?" "Damn, this guy can still argue." Yin Zheng looked at Zhang Su with interest and smiled. "Don't get cocky with me. If you can't sell these cubes because others don't know how to play with them after the novelty wears off, then you're in trouble. It doesn't matter." Zhang Su rudely picked his nose. "Anyway, I've already made a lot of money." "Oh, quite arrogant, huh?" Yin Zheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Looks like I can only ask Elder Zhang to come and have a chat. Your Highness, you don't need to use my grandfather to pressure me." Zhang Su hup fet lai di. "I've already been kicked out by my grandfather. What difference does it make if he comes? Can he kick me out again?" Saying that, Zhang Su put on a look of indifference, as if he were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "Kicked out of the house." Yin Zheng was slightly taken aback and curiously asked, "What terrible thing did you do that made Elder Zhang kick you out?" "Huh, Your Highness, that's a good question." Zhang Su looked at Yin Zheng with deep grievances. "Isn't this all thanks to Your Highness?" "Thanks to me?" Yin Zheng was directly confused by Zhang Su's words. How is it being kicked out of the house related to him? Is this blaming a spatula for not having rice to cook? Blaming the earth for not having gravity when one can't defecate? Isn't this nonsense? I say, you should speak with a clear conscience. Yin Zheng frowned at Zhang Su. "I didn't even know Elder Zhang had a grandson like you before, and I've never said anything bad about you in front of Elder Zhang. Your being kicked out of the house has nothing to do with me." Chapter 56. Those who gave birth to me are my parents. Those who understand me are Your Highness. Under Yin Zheng's questioning, Zhang Su finally revealed the reason. To say that Zhang Su was driven out of his home was indeed a bit unjust. Originally, Yin Zheng was known as a useless prince, and every time Zhang Huai punished his unworthy grandson Zhang Su would use Yin Zheng as a shield, saying things like the sixth prince, being a prince, is neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts. Although Zhang Huai was furious, he really couldn't find a way to refute this brat. However, ever since the Beihuan envoy arrived in the imperial city, Yin Zheng shone brightly and transformed from a useless prince into a hero of the Qian. With this, Zhang Huai found Zhang Su even more displeasing, often comparing him to Yin Zheng. Zhang Huai would say that while the sixth prince might not be accomplished in literature or martial arts, he had brought great honor to Emperor Wan during the Beihuan envoy's visit, while Zhang Su, this good-for-nothing, would probably never bring any glory to himself even until the day he enters the coffin. This single sentence had been nagged by Zhang Huai and Zhang Su's ear almost every day recently. During a moment of frustration, Zhang Su retorted a few words back at Zhang Huai. This ignited Zhang Huai's long-suppressed anger. Not only did Zhang Huai harshly reprimand Zhang Su, but in a fit of rage, he also drove him out of the house, saying that keeping him in the Zhang family would only bring shame to the family and disgrace their ancestors. This was the fundamental reason why Zhang Su held a grudge against Yin Zheng. Having clarified the reason, Yin Zheng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Zhang Su felt wronged, but he felt wronged too. He hadn't done anything, yet he had to endure such a significant prejudice from Zhang Su. This was simply the Qian version of ease and justice. Amidst the laughter, Yin Zheng curiously asked, "By the way, did you make this Rubik's Cube? Or did your workers make it?" "Of course, I made it myself." Zhang Su snapped like the. I just wanted to make a Rubik's Cube to show that old man that making such a trivial thing is nothing remarkable. Yin Zheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Being able to make it is useless. You have to be able to solve it. Zhang Su stuttered slightly, then stubbornly said, of course. I can solve it. Such a trivial thing. Solving it is a piece of cake. Yin Zheng smiled and instructed Gao He, go give me a 16-grid Rubik's Cube. Why should I? Zhang Su instantly blew up, shouting with a voice like a broken gong. Everything here belongs to me. If your highness wants it, pay with silver. Yin Zheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. This prince is just robbing you openly. If you don't like it, go report me. Zhang Su didn't expect Yin Zheng to be so shameless, actually intending to rob him outright. He wanted to stop him but felt powerless, so he could only mutter, what kind of broken prince, not caring about royal dignity at all. What did you say? Yin Zheng shot him a sideways glance. Nothing. Zhang Su hope fet. I said, your highness is a prince. I can't afford to offend you, so do as you please. Zhang Su's resentment ran deep. Yet he found himself powerless against Yin Zheng. This feeling made Zhang Su very uncomfortable. Soon, Gao Yi brought over a 4x4 Rubik's Cube from the pile of completed cubes. Yin Zheng took the cube and said to Zhang Su, come walk around with this prince in your courtyard. No time. Zhang Su refused without thinking, your highness. Can't you see I'm busy? You are a prince, with no worries about food and clothing. I've been driven out of my home. You can't expect me to just sit around and starve to death. Can you? Starve to death? You go starve. This businessman probably made thousands of taels today, thanks to the Rubik's Cube. Still starving? Hurry up and go. Yin Zheng urged impatiently, if you don't leave. I can have someone escort you out. Hearing Yin Zheng's words, Zhang Su became furious and started panting heavily. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Zhang Su ultimately compromised. Just as Gao He and the others were about to follow, Yin Zheng raised his hand to stop them. Yin Zheng aimlessly strolled with Zhang Su in the courtyard, playing with the 4x4 Rubik's Cube in his hands. In just 4 or 5 minutes, Yin Zheng managed to solve the scrambled cube. I'm not robbing your things. I'm returning it to you. Yin Zheng handed the solved cube back to Zhang Su. Zhang Su's eyelids twitched as he looked at the cube in surprise. You solved it so quickly? Although Zhang Su was shocked, he still refused to admit defeat. Huffing, isn't it just practice makes perfect? If I play with it longer, I can solve it too. Yin Zheng shook his head and smiled. If I didn't teach you, you probably wouldn't have had the chance. Zhang Su pouted, clearly unconvinced. Yin Zheng didn't mind and continued. Elder Zheng is the grand scholar of the Wenhua Pavilion, and the Zheng family is full of talented individuals. Someone like you, who is uneducated and unskilled, must have been looked down upon in the Zheng family, right? Yeah, I'm uneducated and just waiting to die. Zhang Su directly admitted. Not forgetting to mock. Aren't you just depending on luck after reading an ancient book to thwart the Bei Huan national teacher a few times? What's there to be proud of? Zhang Su completely disregarded Yin Zheng, the prince. So what if others said he was disrespectful to the sixth prince? At most, he would just get a beating. Could they kill him? Yin Zheng smiled nonchalantly. I don't think you're uneducated. On the contrary, you're smarter than many people. You probably just have no interest in studying or doing scholarly work. That sounds somewhat nice. Zhang Su rarely looked at Yin Zheng more closely and suddenly changed the topic. Don't think that just because you said that, I will like you. Get lost. I'm a man. Who cares if you like me? Yin Zheng laughed and scolded, then asked, are those things in your shop all made by you? Zhang Su nodded, then said gloomily, that old man says those are mere tricks, frivolous and unworthy. A disgrace to culture. Mia tricks. Yin Zheng laughed out loud. There's so many tricks in this world. Aren't people all born through tricks? Huh. Hearing Yin Zheng's words, Zhang Su's eyes suddenly lit up. After a moment, Zhang Su suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, people are indeed born through tricks. Next time that old man says my work is mere tricks, I'll tell him just this. Ha ha. Yin Zheng's face darkened. Aren't you afraid Elder Zhang will hit you? Let him hit me. I don't care. It's not like I haven't been hit before. Zhang Su was unconcerned. Yin Zheng secretly chuckled, then said seriously, a man doesn't necessarily have to be a general or a minister. I think you are very good at business and could very likely become the richest merchant in the world. The richest merchant in the world? Zhang Su was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled as he incredulously asked, "Does your Highness really think I can become the richest merchant in the world?" "Of course." Zheng nodded seriously. "You are very talented, but your talent lies in business, not in studying or scholarly work." "Very talented." Zheng's words instantly excited Zhang Su. For the first time in many years, someone had said he was talented. In his excitement, Zhang Su grasped Zheng's hand and tearfully exclaimed, "Those who gave birth to me are my parents. Those who understand me are your Highness. A kindred spirit. Your Highness is my kindred spirit." Ah! Zheng looked at Zhang Su with a dark expression. This guy, does he really need to be this excited? But Zhang Su didn't care, continuing to say, "Your Highness's words have opened my mind. I've made up my mind. I want to become the richest merchant in the world and control the wealth of the world. I will no longer let my grandfather say, 'I'm just living off others and uneducated.' I will no longer let him say, 'I disgrace the Zheng family,' that I can't even face our ancestors when I go to the underworld." As he spoke passionately, Zhang Su even squatted down and started to cry loudly. His chubby hands kept wiping away tears, which made Zheng feel a mix of emotions. It seemed that this guy usually faced a lot of disdain. Chapter 57. A bottle of chili oil. Zheng's words successfully helped Zhang Su find his target. Zhang Su changed his previous attitude towards Zheng and became incredibly enthusiastic. The rapid shift in Zhang Su's attitude caught Zheng off guard. At noon, Zhang Su insisted on taking Zheng to the best restaurant in the imperial city. He wanted to treat this kindred spirit well. "Your Highness, after all these years, I've finally met someone who understands me. You have no idea how I've been living all these years. Just because I can't excel in scholarship, poetry, and music, everything I do is wrong." In the restaurant, Zhang Su drank while lamenting to Zheng. When he spoke of his emotions, his eyes turned red. Zheng could understand Zhang Su. His grandfather was a grand scholar at the Wenhua Pavilion and also the imperial tutor. Growing up in such a family, not being able to read or achieve academically was the greatest sin. Zhang Su took a sip of wine and said, "To be honest, Your Highness, around the 15th of every month, I don't dare come here. If I have to pass by here on my way somewhere else, I take a detour." "Why?" Zheng was puzzled. "You don't seem like someone who is timid or afraid of trouble." This guy previously dared to insult Zheng indirectly, yet he was so afraid of this place. This wasn't a matter of being timid or bold. Zhang Su asked bitterly, "Do you know where it is if you turn right and walk 100 paces from the exit of this restaurant?" Zheng shook his head. "I rarely go out of the palace, so I really don't know." Zhang Su revealed a lewd smile. "That's the biggest and most famous brothel in the imperial city, the Qian Garden." Qian Garden? Zheng's expression darkened. What was there to avoid about a brothel? "Were you afraid of Zhang Lao?" No. Zhang Su waved his hands repeatedly, showing a look of deep grievance. "That Qian Garden is just sick. I mean, why do they have to hold some ridiculous poetry meeting on the 15th of every month?" "A poetry meeting?" Zheng suddenly understood and teased. "So you take a detour because you can't excel at poetry and literature?" "Yeah." Zhang Su nodded lightly and said gloomily, "If any good work comes out of the Qian Garden's poetry meeting and reaches my grandfather's ears, that old man won't ask for context and will scold me right away." "Is that so?" Zheng chuckled, teasing. "So do you hate the Qian Garden as much as you inexplicably hated me before?" Speaking of this, Zhang Su couldn't help but turn red and chuckled awkwardly. "Usually, I quite like the Qian Garden. Your Highness, you might not know, but the women in the Qian Garden are all like jade, looking like celestial beings. When it comes to bed, each one is a spirit that drains one's essence." That feeling, Zhang Su gradually lost himself in his thoughts. When he talked about the women of Qian Garden, he was animated, his chubby face squishing his eyes into a narrow slit. With such a look, he appeared even more lewd. Ahem! Until Gao He, who was standing nearby, gently coughed. Zhang Su realized something was off. "Haha, I got carried away." Zhang Su chuckled and continued to reminisce. If the Qian Garden didn't hold any poetry meetings, that would be even better. No need to hide. What is there to be afraid of? Zheng smiled and said, "You may not excel in poetry, but you have a business mind. Just think, if you slap down 1,000 taels of silver notes there, wouldn't everyone treat you like an ancestor?" Upon hearing Zheng's words, Zhang Su suddenly froze. After a moment of thought, he became excited and said with a beaming face, "Your Highness's words are like a sudden enlightenment for me. I made up my mind. I will attend the poetry meeting in a couple of days. I'll call over a dozen girls to serve me, lying there like a lord, making those pretentious scholars envious. Wah, your Highness is indeed exceptionally clever. Your talent is truly rare in the world." Zhang Su was so excited that he was flailing his arms, showering Yun Zheng with compliments. However, Yun Zheng had a black line on his face. This guy wouldn't really go through with it, would he? If Zhang Golao found out that this idea came from him, who knows if Zhang Golao would come to his 6th Prince's residence with a knife. Ahem. Yun Zheng interrupted the overly excited Zhang Su. "Let us not talk about the poetry meeting for now. Let us discuss some serious matters." "Serious matters?" Zhang Su asked, puzzled. "What serious matters can we have together?" Yun Zheng paused slightly. "Damn. So it turns out that when these two useless princes from the imperial city get together, all they can do is engage in nonsense?" Zhang Su noticed Yun Zheng's expression was off and chuckled awkwardly. "Your Highness, you say?" Yun Zheng gave him a speechless glance and said, "You should have heard Zhang Golao mention it. I've read an ancient book called Wu, which recorded many strange skills. If we could make those things, we could definitely make a fortune." As soon as Zhang Su heard this, he patted his chest and said, "Your Highness, just leave it to me. I may not be good at other things, but I'm great at tinkering with those things. The money we earn will be split between us." Sound good? It's no wonder this guy has a knack for business. He understood the idea of collaboration before Yun Zheng even mentioned it. Since Zhang Su had proposed it, Yun Zheng also agreed. Just as the two were getting into the conversation, several people walked up to the 2nd floor of the restaurant. "Old Fourth, Yun Ting?" Yun Zheng frowned slightly, not expecting to run into Old Fourth while out for a meal. Seeing Yun Zheng, Yun Ting was also momentarily taken aback. When he saw Yun Zheng sitting together drinking with the useless Zhang Su, a sneer appeared on his face. These two infamous useless princes actually gathered together? Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Old Sixth, what a coincidence. Yun Ting greeted sarcastically, stepping towards Yun Zheng. "Yeah, fourth brother. What a coincidence." Yun Zheng smiled at Yun Ting. "Fourth brother, after being beaten by father, are your injuries any better?" Upon hearing Yun Zheng's words, Yun Ting's expression suddenly darkened. Wasn't it slapping him in the face to mention that he had been beaten by Emperor when in public? "Old Sixth, you've been favored lately, and your courage seems to have grown quite a bit." Yun Ting looked at Yun Zheng with an unfriendly expression. In the past, if he had looked at Yun Zheng like this, Yun Zheng would have been scared into apologizing long ago. However, now Yun Zheng didn't care. "Fourth brother, you really misunderstood me." Yun Zheng shook his head and said seriously, "I was just concerned about fourth brother." "Concerned?" Yun Ting clenched his fists and said with an unfriendly expression, "You seem quite pleased with yourself lately. Should I be concerned about you? I truly care about fourth brother." Yun Zheng said earnestly, "To be honest, the ancient book I read recorded a type of chili oil that specializes in treating bruises. I was thinking, if fourth brother's injury hasn't healed, I could come up with a way to make a bottle of chili oil for you." Chapter 58. Understanding the People's Sentiment Chili Oil? Yun Ting was puzzled, not knowing what this thing was. What a mess. Yun Ting coldly snorted, looking at Yun Zheng with a warning expression. "I know you just achieved merit and are enjoying favor now, but you better know your position. You may be proud now, but when Father Emperor forgets you after a while..." Yun Ting didn't say the latter part, but the meaning was obvious. "Fourth brother, are you confused again?" Yun Zheng slowly stood up and walked in front of Yun Ting, staring at him intently, making Yun Ting feel a bit uneasy. "What are you doing? Stay away from me." Yun Ting snapped impatiently. "Sigh. I'm just trying to remember fourth brother's appearance and demeanor." Yun Zheng wrinkled his nose and sighed. "Appearance? Demeanor?" Yun Ting's forehead twitched and he coldly asked, "What? Do you want to kill me? Isn't appearance and demeanor meant for the dead?" This bastard, relying on his recent accomplishments and being favored, he even dared to talk to me like this? "Fourth brother, why do you say that?" Yun Zheng looked at Yun Ting innocently. "Has fourth brother forgotten? Father Emperor issued an edict that I must go to Shuo Bay after my wedding. I want to remember fourth brother's appearance and demeanor first. In case I die in Shuo Bay, I can reminisce about fourth brother in the underworld." Yun Ting's face twitched slightly. Why did this sound so creepy? Who the hell cares if he remembers? Don't mention appearance and demeanor to me again. Yun Ting's forehead twitched. His face dark. Appearance and demeanor are meant for the dead. Huh? Yun Zheng pretended to be surprised, then put on a bashful look. Fourth brother. My literary talent is lacking. I don't really understand these things. Please don't take it to heart. Anyway, it means just that. Seeing Yun Zheng speak so sincerely, Yun Ting's expression softened slightly, and he sourly said, Father Emperor is currently favoring you greatly. How could he bear to send you to Shuaobei? Fourth brother, don't comfort me. Yun Zheng gently shook his head. This matter is an imperial decree. If I don't go to Shuaobei, wouldn't that be disobeying the edict? Stop pretending to be confused. Yun Ting coldly snorted. I'm afraid Father Emperor will issue another decree by then, preventing you from going to Shuaobei. Yun Ting was extremely jealous of Yun Zheng at this moment. Heaven knows how this useless person could have such good luck. Just by reading a broken ancient book, he achieved merit 3 times in a few days. How could such good fortune not fall on himself? Since it's an imperial decree, how could it be changed at will? Yun Zheng gently shook his head. Fourth brother, I understand. Father Emperor gave me the authority to recruit private soldiers, intending for those people to be my personal guards and accompany me to Shuaobei. This. Yun Ting was momentarily stunned, starting to think. If he said that, it seemed to make some sense. Could it be that Father Emperor was really determined to send Sixth Brother to Shuaobei? Sixth Brother, don't think too much. Yun Ting patted Yun Zheng's shoulder, pretending to be affectionate. You are about to get married. It's better to focus on the wedding first. When he said this, Yun Ting suddenly paused. What's going on? Wasn't he here to suppress Sixth Brother's recent arrogance? Why was he comforting him instead? Thank you. Fourth Brother. Yun Zheng nodded and enthusiastically said, Fourth Brother, why don't you join us for dinner? Opportunities to eat with Fourth Brother are few and far between. No. Yun Ting waved his hand. You all eat. We'll go to the other side. Saying that, Yun Ting called a few people to go to the other side. He was embarrassed to eat with these 2 useless people. If Sixth Brother said something similar about remembering his appearance and demeanor again, it would make him feel uneasy. As soon as they sat down, a few people curiously began to ask Yun Ting, Fourth Prince, did the Emperor really issue an edict for Sixth Prince to go to Shuaobei? Shuaobei is currently a place of turmoil. Isn't Sixth Prince going there courting death? Yeah, I heard that Sixth Prince made the Grand Master of Bei Huan so angry he spat blood. If Sixth Prince goes to Shuaobei, Bei Huan will definitely do everything possible to take his life. The few people were very curious and kept discussing. Although their voices were not loud, the people around heard them clearly. Suddenly, more people began to discuss this matter. Yun Zheng smirked, laughing inwardly. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use these people's mouths to spread the news. He aimed to use public opinion to force Emperor One to send him to Shuaobei. Sixth Prince, are you really going to Shuaobei? At this moment, Zansu Guieli Inguit this is Father Emperor's edict. Yun Zheng nodded seriously. Forget about this matter. Let us continue discussing the collaboration. Saying this, Yun Zheng began to talk to Zhang Su about the collaboration again. Zhang Su scratched his head, secretly suspicious. Wasn't he going to Shuaobei? Why was he still partnering with him in business? Did he want to earn more money to leave more inheritance for Shen Luoyin? In the next 2 days, Yun Zheng practiced martial arts in a manner in the morning and then spent time with Zhang Su in the afternoon. After 2 days, Yun Zheng and Zhang Su created quite a few interesting things. The Qian Dynasty's disdain for peculiar skills was unparalleled compared to ancient China. Many toys that existed in ancient China were absent in the Qian Dynasty. However, Yun Zheng was cautious and only made some trivial and frivolous items. Things like kites, Waro Road, Jianzi, shuttlecock, and Kuju, kickball, were all made. Although Zhang Su was getting round, he was indeed a hands-on expert. Many things made by Yun Zheng were improved by him, making them even more useful. Zhang Su also followed Yun Zheng's suggestion to produce multiple items at once and sell them. After all, most of the things they made had low technical content and were very easy to replicate. They could only make a fortune when others didn't have them. Once others replicated them, they wouldn't earn much anymore. In Yun Zheng's words, if you want to eat, you have to be the first to take a big bite. Just as Yun Zheng was about to leave, Zhang Su stopped him. I'm going to Qian Garden for a poetry meeting tonight. Do you want to come along? Your Highness? Zhang Su blinked his eyes hard, wearing a lewd smile. After spending these 2 days together, Zhang Su realized that Yun Zheng was just his liking. Unknowingly, Zhang Su had come to regard Yun Zheng as his best friend. Yun Zheng hesitated slightly. I'm about to get married. Isn't it inappropriate to go to a brothel? Hey, what is wrong with that? Zhang Su waved his hand, seriously saying, Your Highness has been secluded in the palace for too long. You need to understand the people's sentiments and learn about the hardships of the common folk. Damn, this guy actually dared to say what I wanted to say? This guy is clearly not unlearned. He.S. a genius. Cough, cough. Yun Zheng cleared his throat, nodded. Your words make sense. I indeed should go understand the people's sentiments and also appreciate the talents of our Dacian scholars. Right. Zhang Su nodded repeatedly. Chapter 59. Miaoina, young Master Zheng, what wind blew you here today? After not seeing you for a few days. The girls here have been thinking about you to the point they can hardly eat. Do you want to call Hanyue or Yuxiang tonight? As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the Qian Garden, they were warmly welcomed by the madam. It was clear that Zhang Su was a regular here. Zhang Su, if this guy keeps playing like this, he's going to become even more of a phony. 1 or 2 girls isn't enough. Zhang Su glared at the madam and waved his hand grandly, saying, First, bring me 10 girls. Huh? The madam was slightly taken aback, noticing that there were exactly 4 people in Zhang Su's group. She quickly responded with a smile. All right, no problem. I'll call 4 girls over. 10. Zhang Su emphasized, gesturing with his hand, and arranged for 10 for my friend here too. Yun Zheng nearly kicked him in the leg. This guy is really going to call for 10? Does he think he has you in? I'll just let it go. Yun Zheng clapped his hands and quietly advised. You should tone it down a bit. No way. Zhang Su sniffed and said quietly, I'm here to make people envious tonight. Hearing this, Yun Zheng was speechless. The madam was stunned for a while before she regained her composure and asked Yun Zheng, This young master looks unfamiliar. What should I call you? Just call me young Master Lu. Yun Zheng waved his hand. After all, he was still a prince. When visiting a brothel, one must keep a low profile. Wait. He was here incognito. Yun Zheng found himself a perfect excuse. The madam didn't think too much about it and said apologetically, Young Master Zhang and Lu, I'm really sorry, but we're holding a poetry gathering tonight, and the girls. Before the madam could finish her sentence, Zhang Su slapped a banknote of 10,000 taels into her hand. 10,000 taels? The madam's eyes widened. Once she regained her senses, she excitedly shouted, Girls, time to entertain our guests. Young Master Zhang, Young Master Lu, please go to the Tianzi number 1 room upstairs. No need. Zhang Su waved his hand. Just find a prominent spot for me upstairs and have the girls come to serve. As for this young Master Lu, I just need to sit next to you. Yun Zheng interrupted Zhang Su, saying seriously, I'm mainly here to enjoy the poetry gathering. Right. Zhang Su suddenly realized and nodded. With the banknote paving the way, nothing seemed to be a problem. Soon, the madam arranged 2 large reclining chairs for them on the 2nd floor, and a group of beautiful girls brought fruits and fine wine to serve them. The 2 lay back like lords, not even needing to lift a finger to drink. I absolutely love the ancient times. Yun Zheng sincerely thought to himself. However, he was afraid he would also become a conspicuous figure in the eyes of others today. Yun Zheng took a sip of the fine wine offered by a courtesan and tilted his head to ask Zhang Su, by the way, what are the benefits of winning at this poetry gathering? Not much benefit, Zhang Su shrugged. Just a prize of 1,000 taels and the title of the Qian Garden's flower champion. Of course, some people just participate to gain fame and recognition. As he spoke, Zhang Su pointed to several pieces of calligraphy hanging in the corridor, which were the poems left by those so-called talented scholars. Only the best poems from the monthly gatherings could be displayed there. Who judges the quality of these poems? Yun Zheng asked again. The flower champion of Qian Garden, Miaoyin. Zhang Su deeply? Huh? Yun Zheng was taken aback. You let the flower champion judge the quality of the poems? Isn't that a bit too casual? Seeing Yun Zheng's confusion, Zhang Su quickly explained. Though Miaoyin is a courtesan, she sells her art, not her body. She is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also skilled in singing, dancing, chess, painting, calligraphy, poetry, and more. Truly a talented beauty. Because of this, she is pursued by countless scholars and gentlemen. Even though she sells her art and not her body, many people take pride in being her guest. Every poetry gathering is hosted by Miaoyin, who provides the topic for the poems. In terms of poetry, everyone has their own standards. Although Miaoyin ultimately judges which poem is the best, everyone is actually judging as well. After listening to Zhang Su's explanation, Zheng was astonished. So, Miaoyin is a top star in the Qian Dynasty? While the two were talking, more people arrived to participate in the poetry gathering. There were not only young talents, but also many middle-aged scholars. The two conspicuous figures, Zheng and Zhang Su, sat in the most eye-catching spot on the second floor, surrounded by beautiful girls serving them, making it hard for anyone to ignore them. As they enjoyed the service of 10 beauties, many people cast envious, jealous, and hateful glances at them. Of course, there were also some disdainful looks. However, all the gazes directed at Zhang Su were seen as jealousy. Young Master Liu, your move is truly masterful. Just look at those so-called talented scholars. They must be dying of jealousy right now. Zhang Su laughed heartily, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Were those scholars? Aren't they just left watching them enjoy? Keep a low profile. Zheng shot a dark look at Zhang Su, warning him to be careful they might come up and beat him. Zhang Su was unfazed, casually pulling a girl into his arms, teasing her while enjoying the offerings from the girls beside him. The way he acted was just asking for trouble. Oh, isn't that Zhang Gulao's useless grandson? What right do you have to participate in the poetry gathering? Brother, you must have mistaken someone. Zhang Gulao is the foremost scholar of our dynasty, knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. How could his grandson be useless? Hey, he truly is. This rich family must have a pit too, right? Under everyone's gaze, such frivolity was simply disgraceful. Soon, someone downstairs recognized Zhang Su. Naturally, there was no shortage of mockery and ridicule directed at him. Since Zhang Su was here today, he was not afraid of being laughed at. Hearing the voices from below, Zhang Su waved his hand like a lord and said, "Go, see which dogs are barking. Give them a plate of meat to quiet them down." Zhang Su deliberately raised his voice so those downstairs could hear him clearly. Many people below were so angry they were gritting their teeth. Watching the expressions of those people, Zhang Su laughed with delight, provoking even more disdainful glances. Ding dong. At that moment, a clear sound of a guqin suddenly rang out in Chuanfang Garden. As the music played, the scene instantly quieted down. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the guqin, many people showed expressions of intoxication. Zheng didn't understand music much. He couldn't judge whether the guqin was played well or not, but the sound was quite pleasant. As the song ended, and everyone was still savoring the music, a woman wearing a purple veil slowly walked from the back courtyard to the temporary stage set up downstairs. Chapter 60. Poetry Gathering. This is Miaoyin. Zhang Su suddenly sat up as if he had been injected with adrenaline, staring intently at Miaoyin. It seems Zhang Su is also a fan of Miaoyin. Is this Miaoyin? Zheng frowned. Didn't you say she was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy? With that veil on, how can you see her face? Of course I can't see it. Zhang Su said matter-of-factly. Then how do you know she's as beautiful as a heavenly fairy? Zheng's expression darkened. Because others said so, Zhang Su squinted his eyes, continuously glancing at Miaoyin. Those who had the fortune to be her guests all said she was breathtakingly beautiful, even more so than the fairies in the sky. Damn, he really thought Miaoyin was stunning. Turns out it was all just hype. This Miaoyin really knows how to market herself. While Zheng was frantically complaining, Miaoyin had already begun speaking. Her opening remarks were nothing more than thanking everyone for their support and so on. Zheng still had no idea what Miaoyin looked like. However, her voice was indeed enchanting. Just listening to her voice gave a tingling sensation all over. Hopefully, she's not some voice-acting freak. Zheng thought to himself, Miaoyin, please hurry and give us a topic. Yes, please hurry. What does it matter what the topic is? With your poetry skills, can you even catch Miaoyin's eye? This young master is fully prepared today. The top prize belongs to me. What a big boast. If I hadn't come, you might have had a chance to win first place, but since I'm here, you all have no opportunity. As soon as Miaoyin finished her opening remarks, the group of talented scholars in the audience began to argue. Looking at their expressions, Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Talented scholars? More like jackals. Sixth young master. Look, this is the character of these so-called talented scholars. Zhang Su disdainfully glanced at those arguing scholars and then introduced. The one jumping the most is Meng Guangbai, the son of the grand historian Meng Ruowang. The one opposing him is Wang Xian, the grandson of the director of the National Academy, Wang Xian. Zhang Su whispered to Zheng about the most energetic person downstairs. Goodness, they all come from impressive backgrounds. The worst among them is the son of a fifth-rank official. No wonder they're so lively. As everyone continued to argue, Miaoying stepped in to calm them down. Everyone, please stop arguing. I will give the topic now. Miaoying's voice was captivating, instantly silencing the crowd. Please, Miss Miaoying, hurry and give us the topic. Wang Xian bowed, looking full of confidence. Please wait a moment. I will give the topic right away. Miaoying chuckled lightly before saying sweetly, Yesterday, I heard that our sixth prince will soon head to the northern border. I dare to request everyone to compose a poem on the theme of war and battle. Hearing Miaoying's words, Zhang Su instinctively looked at Zheng. Zheng was also slightly stunned. What the hell? The gossip has reached me? Has this matter already spread? Ha! What a good opportunity. Maybe I can find a chance to stir things up today. Zheng silently pondered for a moment and then quietly asked Zhang Su, Do you want to be this Miss Miaoying's guest? Of course I do. Zhang Su nodded vigorously, but soon looked dejected. But with the little knowledge I have, I can't even compose a poem on the spot, let alone write an article. Zheng lightly gestured and whispered, Come here. Zhang Su looked at Zheng with suspicion, but quickly leaned in. As Zheng spoke softly, Zhang Su's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you write this poem? Zhang Su looked at Zheng in astonishment. Of course not. Zheng whispered. It was written by Shanlian's second sister-in-law. I just copied it. Oh, I see. Zhang Su suddenly understood. I knew it. We're both useless. Zhang Su realized he misspoke halfway through and quickly corrected himself. I meant, our knowledge is about the same. He. All right. Zheng waved his hand. Quickly memorize it and shock these people later. Zhang Su nodded vigorously, just about to remember it, but his face stiffened, and he had to shamelessly lean in again, awkwardly saying, Sixth young master, can you say it again? I forgot. Zheng was momentarily speechless. This guy really isn't cut out for studying. I just told him, and he forgot so quickly. Zheng helplessly had to repeat it in his ear again. While the two were whispering, someone in the audience had already begun to compose a poem. However, the poem was not really a poem at all. It was just a few meaningless lines forced together for the sake of rhyme. Not to mention Miaoying, even the people on site were shaking their heads. The person felt embarrassed and sat down blushing. Then, another person began to compose poetry. It was slightly better than the previous one, but still not good. The audience was filled with laughter and boos. After more than 10 poems that had no highlights, seeing that this group couldn't produce a decent poem, Zhang Su suddenly stood up, laughing arrogantly. You guys still dare to compose poetry? Hurry and get lost. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Hearing Zhang Su's words, the crowd below instantly erupted in anger. They had long looked down on Zhang Su. This guy actually dared to slander them? Zhang Su, you useless piece of trash. How dare you speak here? Wang Xian looked at Zhang Su with disdain. I heard that you were kicked out of your home by Elder Zhang because you were too useless. If I were you, I'd find a place to hide instead of embarrassing myself here. Exactly. Meng Guangbai waved his fan lightly and sneered. How about we give you a chance to perform? You don't even have to compose a poem. If you can put together a few coherent sentences, we'll consider you the winner. How about that? As Wang Xian's words fell, the audience burst into laughter. Many knew how capable Zhang Su was. A person considered a disgrace by Elder Zhang could have any talent? Asking him to compose poetry? That would be asking for trouble. Zhang Su remained unfazed, saying nonchalantly, This young master has been low-key for so long. Today I must be high-profile. Hearing Zhang Su's words, the crowd erupted in laughter again. Wang Xian and Meng Guangbai laughing even harder. Everyone, listen up. Zhang Su suddenly shouted to quiet everyone down, then loudly declared, The steed gallops with a white jade saddle. After the battlefield, the moonlight is cold. On the city walls. Zhang Su's voice abruptly stopped as he looked helplessly at Zheng, who was still half reclining. Damn, He forgot. Zheng's expression darkened, and he quickly reminded him in a low voice. The sound of iron drums still echoes on the city wall, the golden sword in the box still stained with blood. Huh? Zhang Su didn't hear clearly and quickly signaled for Zheng to speak louder. Speak louder? Are you kidding me? If I speak louder, won't everyone know this poem wasn't written by you? Chapter 61. Do your own thing. In fact, even if Zheng didn't speak loudly, everyone knew that this poem was not written by Zhang Su. Which poet would be looking around while composing their work? It was clear that he had forgotten the lines halfway through and was obviously copying someone else's poem. Ha! Meng Guangbai burst into laughter. Zhang Su, you really are a loser. You can't even remember someone else's poem. What else can you do? Zhang Su, feeling embarrassed, quickly puffed up his eyes and angrily shouted, I can do your mother. Bring her here and try. As Zhang Su's curse echoed, everyone was momentarily stunned. All present were talented scholars. Who would have thought someone would utter such vulgar words in public? Meng Guangbai was infuriated, pointing at Zhang Su and roaring shame. You are the disgrace of the Zhang family. How could Elder Zhang have a grandson like you? Meng Guangbai's words received agreement from the crowd. What does it matter to you? Having been exposed, Zhang Su simply let go of himself, grumpily telling Meng Guangbai, if you're not satisfied, come up and bite me. I'll sit on you and squash you like a cockroach. Zheng had a face full of black lines, nearly laughing out loud. This guy was truly something else. In terms of poetry, 100 Zhangzus wouldn't stand a chance against Meng Guangbai. But when it came to cursing, Meng Guangbai could only bow down. Meng Guangbai was furious but couldn't do anything to Zhang Su, so he could only shout for downstairs about how Zhang Su disgraced literature. Zhang Su, on the other hand, acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, completely ignoring him. Everyone, let's continue the poetry gathering. Miao Yin spoke up to regain control of the situation, smilingly saying, today is a poetry gathering, not a street fight. As Miao Yin's voice rang out, the scene gradually quieted down. Zhang Su initially wanted to retort to Miao Yin, but after hesitating for a long time, he couldn't bring himself to curse at his goddess, only feeling frustrated as he downed a cup of wine. You can't even remember this? Zheng looked at Zhang Su with a black line on his face. That's why I'm not cut out for writing. Zhang Su said gloomily, laughing bitterly. Come on, it's not a big deal. Zheng smiled nonchalantly. Someone is angrier than you. That's enough. As he spoke, Zheng pointed at the furious Meng Guangbai. Zhang Su thought for a moment and then nodded with a smile. While the two were talking, Wang Xian had already stood up. Iron hooves thunder across the snowy plains, soared energy like a rainbow against the sky. Forgetting life and death, fearless at heart. Blood stains on iron armor, the drums sound. As Wang Xian finished reciting, the audience couldn't help but savor the lines. After a moment, several people beside Wang Xian were the first to applaud. Good poem. What a fearless heart that forgets life and death. This is the iron-blooded man of our great Qian. Young Master Wang's poem is stirring and unrestrained. I admire young Master Wang's talent. For a time, praises and flattery resounded. Even Miao Yin on stage couldn't help but nod slightly. Although this poem wasn't particularly stunning, being able to compose it in such a short time was a testament to quick wit. Seeing Miao Yin nodding repeatedly, Wang Xian became even more pleased. Pretending to be modest as he said, a spontaneous work. I apologize for the lack of quality. Though he claimed it was a lack of quality, the expression on his face clearly showed he was confident of victory. Indeed, it was a lack of quality. At this moment, Meng Guangbai stood up again, looking disdainful. Oh, Wang Xian, with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, said, then I would like to hear young Master Meng's masterpiece. As you wish. Meng Guangbai raised his eyebrows and smiled, pondering for a moment before reciting a poem with great bravado. Gold spears and iron horses, the battle is not yet over. Brave men sacrifice themselves for the country's grievances. In the future, when I hear the wolf smoke rise again, a cold sword shall cross 19 states. As this poem came out, the audience was shocked. Wang Xian's face twitched slightly as he glared at Meng Guangbai with resentment. What a cold sword crossing 19 states. Good poem, good poem. This poem surpasses young Master Wang's. Just based on that line, a cold sword crossing 19 states. It could make Meng Guangbai the champion of the day. This poem would surely make young Master Meng famous throughout the world. For a time, cheers of approval filled the air. Meow also nodded continuously, seemingly very fond of this poem. You all flatter me. This is also a spontaneous work, not worthy of such praise. Meng Guangbai bowed to the crowd, looking very pleased with himself. You bastard! Zhang Su shot a discontented glance at Meng Guangbai, then leaned closer to Yunzheng. Your Highness, don't you remember the other poems written by Madame Yizi? Actually, I remember too. Yunzheng shook his head, pretending to be slightly drunk, while also downing another cup of wine. Your Highness, you mustn't drink anymore. If you drink more, you'll forget. Zhang Su hurriedly stopped Yunzheng. While you're still sober, quickly recite the poems and take down that bastard Meng Guangbai's arrogance. I can't stand that bastard being so pleased with himself. Yunzheng's gaze was somewhat unfocused, feeling speechless. You really are a learning slacker. If only your memory were a bit better. Could you let that bird be so pleased? Fine, I'll do it myself. Having good poems would help spread the news of his journey to the north even further. In the end, the big move still had to be made by himself. Yunzheng secretly smiled bitterly, swaying as he stood up, looking proudly at Meng Guangbai. Daring to show off your trivial skills in front of me. The crowd gasped at Yunzheng's words. Such a fine piece of work. And this person dared to say Meng Guangbai's was trivial? What audacity! Meng Guangbai coldly snorted. Someone who mingles with a slacker like Zhang Su dares to come out and make a fuss. Don't learn from Zhang Su and forget even what you copied. As soon as Meng Guangbai finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Young Master Meng, why bother with a drunkard? This guy looks obviously drunk, spouting nonsense here. That drunkard. Lie down quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. The crowd laughed uproariously. Which person with a bit of talent would mix with Zhang Su? This person was just a drunkard talking nonsense. Your father, Meng Ruoang, has some talent, but as for you, Yunzheng hiccuped, looking dazedly at Meng Guangbai. There's a saying, a full jar of water makes no sound, but a half-full jar clinks loudly, and that S. Just you. Yunzheng appeared drunk, causing Zhang Su to silently groan. Your Highness, you shouldn't speak so confidently. You're already drunk. Can you remember? If you forget the poems you copied, we will be utterly humiliated today. Just a mouthful of nonsense, merely a drunken buffoon. Meng Guangbai said disdainfully, teasing if you have the ability, recite a poem on the spot. If not, lie down there and keep drinking your horse urine. Meng Guangbai's words immediately drew another round of laughter from the crowd. All right. Yunzheng held onto the railing upstairs, drunkenly shouting, then you better perk up your ears and listen. Meng Guangbai curled his lip, looking disdainful. He didn't believe someone who mingled with Zhang Su could have any talent, not to mention a drunkard. Yunzheng took a deep breath under the gaze of the crowd, popped a grape into his mouth, then raised a cup of wine, tilting his head back and downing it in one go. Zhang Su frantically signaled Yunzheng with his eyes, secretly anxious. Your Highness, don't drink anymore. If you drink more, you'll really forget the poems you copied. Yunzheng ignored Zhang Su's gaze, letting the wine cup fall from his hand. Beautiful grapes and fine wine. In a nightlight cup wanting to drink, the Peepa urges, drunkenly lying on the battlefield. Do not laugh. How many have returned from the ancient battles? Chapter 62. The Son of Heaven guards the national gate. The king dies for the country. As Yunzheng's voice fell, the scene suddenly fell silent. Fine wine and night-glowing cups, wishing to drink, the Peepa urges on horseback. Drunk on the battlefield. Do not laugh. How many return from ancient wars? Many people close their eyes, savoring the poem. Unlike the boldness and generosity of the poems by Meng Guangbai and Wang Xian, this poem conveyed a more carefree and unrestrained attitude, a sense of indifference towards life and death. The line drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many return from ancient wars? Drew applause from many. Good poem. This is truly a good poem. Carefree and unrestrained, wild and natural. How many return from ancient wars? Indeed, in ancient battles, how many can return safely? In my opinion, this poem is more carefree than bold. Meng Gongzi's line about the sword's frostiness across 19 states is even more imposing. Not at all. Meng Gongzi's poem, while imposing, can only be considered somewhat balanced in couplets. This young man's poem has excellent couplets and rich imagery. In no time, everyone began to argue. Some felt Meng Guangbai's poem was more impressive, but the vast majority believed that Yun Zheng's poem surpassed the others in both imagery and couplets. Hearing these discussions, Meng Guangbai grew anxious. A drunkard's poem actually outshined his? Where would that leave his face? Miao Yin, who rarely spoke, looked up at the floor with a hint of astonishment. How should I address this young master? Miao Yin asked courteously. Yun Zheng swayed his head, drowsily saying, I am. Seeing Yun Zheng about to reveal his true identity, Zhang Su quickly stepped forward to interrupt. This is my friend. Miss Miao Yin can just call him Lu Gongzi. Yun Zheng secretly nodded. This guy has a good eye. Little girl Miao Yin has met Lu Gongzi. Miao Yin slightly bowed and continued, in my opinion. The poem that Zhang Gongzi just recited was also composed by Lu Gongzi, right? Yes. So what? Yun Zheng continued to pretend to be drunk. He decided to keep up the act. The next part would be his performance. He had to lead these fools into the pit. A hint of delight appeared in Miao Yin's eyes as she said, the poem just now was only recited halfway by Zhang Gongzi. Could you please recite the entire poem? Since you want to hear it, I shall recite it for you. Yun Zheng leaned on Zhang Su, pretending to be unsteady, and loudly proclaimed, the steed with a white jade saddle, after the battle on the sandy field. The moonlight is cold. The sound of iron drums still echoes from the city. The golden sword in the box, blood not yet dried. The sound of iron drums. The golden sword in the box. Miao Yin murmured, repeatedly savoring the poem. The others followed suit. As the last two lines emerged, the imagery of the battlefield instantly came to life. After a long while, Miao Yin bowed towards Yun Zheng from afar. Lu Gongzi's literary talent is remarkable. I admire you greatly. Both of your poems are excellent works. Excellent works? Yun Zheng self-deprecatingly laughed. What use is poetry? Such poems come to me easily. But what good are they? Can poetry drive off enemies? Arrogant. Meng Guangbai snorted. If it comes so easily, then come up with another one. Let us see. Meng Guangbai completely ignored the fact that Yun Zheng was drunk. He just wanted to make this arrogant drunkard look foolish. Meng Guangbai's words received agreement from most people. Exactly. Though there is talent, it is too arrogant. Do you really think that just because you can compose a couple of poems, you can look down on everyone? Others are just drunk and speaking nonsense. It cannot be taken seriously. Everyone shook their heads. Such poetry could come so easily. If it could, wouldn't they, who couldn't even write a single poem, be worthless? This person was clearly drunk, babbling nonsense. Long clouds over Qinghai, dark snow mountains. A lonely city gazes towards a northern pass. 100 battles in yellow sand wear golden armor. Unless the bandits are defeated, one shall not return. Just then, Yun Zheng's drunken voice rang out again. Boom! As they heard Yun Zheng's voice, the scene fell silent again. Everyone stared blankly at Yun Zheng, hardly daring to believe their ears. Especially the line, 100 battles in yellow sand wear golden armor. Unless the bandits are defeated, one shall not return. Made their blood boil. This was his third poem. In such a short time, this person had composed 3 poems, and in a drunken state. Each one was an outstanding work. Impressive, truly impressive. Tonight's champion must be this Lu Gongzi. With these 3 poems, all other poetry dimmed in comparison. So ultimately, we are all lacking in talent. In an instant, everyone felt emotional. Meng Guangbai's face turned the color of pig liver. He had asked him to compose another poem, and he really did. And it was a powerful masterpiece. How could this be compared? Miao Yin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yun Zheng. Lu Gongzi is exceptionally talented. I admire you greatly. Great talent? Merely a case of no illness, and yet still whining. Yun Zheng continued to act drunk, angrily scolding. You all are here reciting poetry, merely fantasizing about the battlefield. A true man of passion should take up the pen and join the army, fighting bloodily to the end against the enemy. The 6th prince is a royal, yet he does not hesitate to go to the northern front to die. What about you? While you are here reciting poetry, who among you truly thinks about going to the battlefield? Hearing Yun Zheng's furious rebuke, the scene fell silent. Many people lowered their heads, beginning to reflect. Miao Yin's face, hidden beneath her veil, also flushed red. Only Zhang Su looked at Yun Zheng with admiration, secretly thinking that the 6th prince was indeed shameless. putting gold on his own face without blushing. He spoke so loudly. Impressive. It seems I need to learn from the sixth prince in terms of face. Do you think the sixth prince truly wants to go to battle? Just as everyone was secretly feeling embarrassed, an unharmonious voice rang out. Zheng looked up. Who else could it be but Meng Guangbai? Do you think the sixth prince is just joking? Zheng, with a dazed look, shouted emphatically this matter. The current Holy One has indeed issued a decree. The sixth prince is to go to the northern front after the wedding. Do you think the decree is child's play? Though Zheng appeared drunk, he was inwardly excited. Kulme, hurry and debate with me. This is just the opportunity. One need to let this matter spread far and wide. Meng Guangbai, unaware of Zheng's thoughts and not recognizing the sixth prince before him, merely scoffed. The Holy One can issue a decree for the sixth prince to go to the northern front. But he can also issue a decree for him not to go. The sixth prince recently fought thrice against the northern Huan's master, making him vomit blood. How could the Holy One bear to send the sixth prince to the northern front? Listening to Meng Guangbai's words, many people nodded in agreement. A prince going to battle? How is that possible? Exactly. Moreover, it's that sixth prince who is lacking in both civil and military abilities. I say, even if they send the sixth prince to the northern front, it would just be to casually earn some military merit in return, right? It might just be for show. Brother, you can't speak such nonsense. People whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. No one believed that the Wen Emperor would truly send the sixth prince to the northern front. Zheng secretly chuckled, but his expression suddenly turned grim. Nonsense. The current Holy One is wise and martial. 5 years ago, he led an expedition against the northern Huan. Do you think the Holy One is just going there for show? Zheng leaned on Zhang Su, looking down at everyone with an angry glare. Have you all not heard? The Son of Heaven guards the national gate. The king dies for the country. Chapter 63, I just plagiarize your poems. Zheng's furious voice echoed continuously in the Orchid Pavilion, lingering on. The emperor guards the national gate? The king dies for the country? The crowd exchanged glances, truly taken aback. Who the hell said that? Before they could recover, Zheng once again pretended to be drunk and shouted, in these troubled times, His Majesty should not lead the army personally. The sixth prince going to Shuan North is, after all, going to battle on behalf of his father. The sixth prince may not be adept in literature or martial arts, but he is not afraid of death. Everyone dies eventually, some heavier than mountains, some lighter than feathers. Even if the sixth prince dies in battle, his death can still inspire the morale of our Shuan North army. If the death of the sixth prince can make you reflect, can ignite the blood of our Qian men, then even if he dies, it will be a meaningful death. At that moment, Zheng was like a master orator. Each sentence was powerful and resonant. If it weren't for his drunken appearance, others might have worshipped him. Even though he was talking nonsense, many present felt a surge of passion. Yes, everyone dies, whether heavier than mountains or lighter than feathers. Young Master Lu's words are like a wake-up call. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled scholar bowed to the crowd, and, as if awakening from a dream, he said, I have no face to waste time here, everyone. Farewell. After saying that, the scholar left directly. Your Majesty is wise. Long live the sixth prince. Another person stood up after hearing young Master Lu's words. I too feel the urge to fight for my country. I will enlist tomorrow. Although young Master Lu's words may be drunken ramblings, they have greatly benefited me. Thank you. Young Master Lu. After speaking, this person deeply bowed to Zheng and left in a hurry. What the hell? Are they so enlightened? Do I really have the potential of a master orator? With the departure of these two, more and more people left the scene. The originally lively poetry gathering suddenly became desolate. Seeing that there were hardly any people left, Gao He and Zhou hurriedly went forward to support Zheng and said to Zhang Su, Young Master Zhang, our young master is drunk. We must take him back to rest. Excuse us. Saying this, the two supported Zheng and walked downstairs. Together. Zhang Su came back to his senses and quickly followed. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Miao Yin came up. Young Master Lu, please wait the prize for this poetry gathering. My young master wants to go back to rest. Gao He waved his hand. If you want to give a prize, just give it to young Master Zhang. No. Zhang Su shook his head repeatedly. Wait until young Master Lu wakes up tomorrow before coming to collect the prize. Since he said that, Gao Yi didn't say more, and followed Zhou Mi in supporting Yun Zheng as they left. Yun Zheng, supported by the two, laughed drunkenly while loudly reciting poetry. Famed for being a strong man, I cannot be selfish. Sacrificing my life for the nation's plight, I view death as a return home. Ha ha, viewing death as a return home. What joy is there in life? What pain in death? Joy and sorrow all return to dust. Yun Zheng seemed truly drunk, endlessly rambling. Listening to his drunken words, those who remained at the scene couldn't help but complain. Some even nearly jumped up to curse Yun Zheng's ancestors. Just leave already. And still reciting poetry. 3 verses aren't enough. You want a 4th? Do you want us to live? Under the gazes of those who wanted to lash out, a few figures gradually disappeared. In the room, Yun Zheng no longer felt any drunkenness. Yizi had also been called to the room. Did you write all these poems? After hearing Yun Zheng's recount, Yizi was taken aback, looking at Yun Zheng in disbelief. In less than 2 incense sticks time, you wrote 4 poems? And each one is a masterpiece. This talent is truly shocking. It wasn't me. Yun Zheng shook his head and smiled. It was you who wrote them. I just plagiarized your poems. How is that possible? When did I? Yizi instinctively began to respond, but halfway through, he suddenly realized these poems were clearly all his, but he had claimed them as his own to continue the facade of being a talentless person. All right, you are really something. Yizi was both amused and annoyed. If others ask me to write poetry and I can't, how will you explain it? Good. Not having written a single poem, yet becoming a talented woman. He was clearly trying to roast himself. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way for you. Yun Zheng winked. Otherwise, why do you think I called you here? What do you mean? Yizi looked at him in confusion. Don't you get it? Yun Zheng chuckled. I'm going to write a dozen poems for you to keep as a backup. Dozen? Yizi was stunned, staring at Yun Zheng blankly. A dozen poems? Are you sure you really haven't drunk too much? Yun Zheng replied. If you think a dozen isn't enough, I can write more for you, but too many at once. I'm afraid you won't remember. Yizi was slightly taken aback. A dozen isn't enough? More? My goodness, are you really not drunk? Yizi stared for a long time before laughing and saying, Then you write 10 poems first. If you do too many at once, I really am afraid I won't remember. All right. Yun Zheng readily agreed, took out his quill, and began to write. Under Yizi's watchful gaze, Yun Zheng quickly started to write. 1 poem, 2 poems, 1 poem after another appeared, with hardly any pauses in between. Yizi watched Yun Zheng in a daze, his expression changing from shock to numbness, and eventually, an unusual light sparkled in his eyes. For ordinary people, writing a single poem is already extremely difficult. Yet, he was writing one after another, all of them poems about military life at the borders. She didn't know whether these poems were pre-written by Yun Zheng, or if he was composing them on the spot. But regardless of which it was enough to prove the 6th prince's talent. Such talent, such character, has been hidden for years, just to go to Shuan North. If this child successfully goes to Shuan North, he will surely stir the winds and clouds in the world. Before long, over 10 poems were completed. Some were quatrains, others regulated verse. It was not difficult at all. He just casually modified the works of great poets in his mind to become the poetry of the Qian Dynasty. Take these and memorize them. Yun Zheng handed the paper with the over 10 poems to Yizi. If you're afraid you won't remember, you can also transcribe them. But this paper must be burned before dawn. Yizi took the paper, savoring each poem while nodding in admiration. Any one of these over 10 poems would be regarded as a top-notch masterpiece. Some stirred the blood, while others evoked deep sorrow. Yizi put away the paper, looking at Yun Zheng with admiration. If the prince doesn't go to Shuan North, he could also become a great literary figure of our time. Cut it out. Yun Zheng rolled his eyes at her. I'd rather be 100 captains than just a scholar. In this era, having military power is the true way to greatness. Everything else is nonsense. Yizi's heart trembled suddenly. All right, you're already spouting poetry like that. Chapter 64. The Emperor's Fury. Have you heard? Last night, at the poetry gathering in the Garden of Blossoms, a young master produced 4 excellent poems in less than 2 incense sticks time, leaving everyone else at the gathering in the shadows. How come I haven't heard about it? I heard that this loom master even scolded everyone for their pointless lamentations. Yes, yes, loom master was passionate and praised the sixth prince's expedition to the north. People inevitably die, some heavier than mountains, some lighter than feathers. That loom master's words captured the tragic heroism of the sixth prince's journey to the north. The current emperor is truly wise, unprecedented in history. The next day, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. In every street and alley, groups of 3 to 5 people gathered excitedly discussing the events of last night's gathering. Along with Zheng's 4 poems, news spread that the sixth prince was about to head north, willing to die to boost the morale of the army. Zheng's actions received high praise from the people of the imperial city. However, within the palace, Emperor One was in a furious rage. Investigate. Find that bastard with the surname Liu. Emperor One was furious, overturning the imperial desk. That bastard was passionately helping him and the sixth prince earn fame. But this bastard's words undoubtedly put their father-son relationship on the fire. Now, the whole city was praising them, lauding the emperor's wisdom and the sixth prince's passionate spirit. If he didn't allow the sixth prince to go north, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule for the world? How could he silence the voices of the people? Bastard. This bastard. The more Emperor One thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could flay that bastard alive. Just then, a palace guard came to report, "Your Majesty, Elder Zheng requests an audience." Zheng Huai. Emperor One frowned. After pondering for a moment, he tried to suppress his anger and said solemnly, "Announce him." Soon, Zheng Huai was brought in. "Your Majesty, this old minister is guilty. I am guilty." As soon as Zheng Huai entered, he knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. This action completely bewildered Emperor One. Zheng Huai had always been self-disciplined. What crime could he possibly have? "Please rise, elder." Regaining his senses, Emperor One hurriedly had people help Zheng Huai up and offered him a seat. However, Zheng Huai refused to sit, weeping. "I am deeply ashamed, unworthy to sit. I humbly request your Majesty to punish me." Emperor One was speechless and confused, asking, "Elder, please tell me, what exactly is your crime?" "I'm utterly baffled." Zheng Huai, full of shame, said, "I have not been strict in governing my family. My unworthy grandson Zhang Su. I don't know how he ended up with the sixth prince. That scoundrel spends every day leading the sixth prince in researching lewd tricks, even taking him to the brothels, bringing shame to the royal dignity. Just this matter?" Emperor One was unconcerned, chuckling. "Zhang Su taking the sixth prince to a brothel is indeed not good. You should discipline him later, and I will also reprimand the sixth prince. As for the lewd tricks you mentioned, didn't you say a few days ago that as long as they benefit the country and the people, any lewd tricks are good? That's different." Zheng Huai was deeply ashamed. The lewd tricks that scoundrel led the sixth prince to research were all frivolous things. He is going to ruin the sixth prince. Is that so? Emperor One thought for a moment and laughed again. Losing oneself in frivolities is indeed not good. Then, I will summon the sixth prince to the palace later and give him a good scolding. You shouldn't take it to heart. Don't let it affect your health. What a small matter. This old man, for such trivial things, is making such a fuss. It makes one think he is doing something that angers heaven and the people. Just as Emperor One was personally helping Zheng Huai sit down, Mu Shun rushed in, about to speak, but glanced at Zheng Huai and hesitated. Emperor One frowned, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't stutter." Mu Shun forced a smile and then said, "Your Majesty, the person who composed poems at the Garden of Blossoms last night seems to know Elder Zheng's grandson, Zhang Su." "What?" Emperor Wen's expression changed. Seeing this, Zheng Huai immediately sighed. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. That scoundrel Zhang Su took the sixth prince to the Garden of Blossoms last night, and that shameless thing even called for 10 courtesans to serve them." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wen's face twitched violently. He called for 10 courtesans? This bastard, is he not afraid of dying under a woman's belly? After a brief silence, he immediately instructed Mu Shun, "Go, ask Zhang Su who that poet was." Just as Mu Shun was about to comply, Zheng Huai asked in astonishment, "Your Majesty, do you not know who the person who composed 4 excellent poems last night was?" "How would I know?" Emperor Wen said irritably. "If I had known, I I would have had that bastard brought to the palace and slapped him twice. No need, no need. Zhang Huai waved his hands repeatedly, although the poems the sixth prince composed were all plagiarized from the Yi family's daughter. The sixth prince publicly refuted those talented individuals, maintaining the emperor's dignity, which is commendable. Zhang Huai continued to persuade, completely unaware that Emperor Wen's expression had turned extremely ugly. The sixth prince? The poet was the sixth prince? The sixth prince was the bastard he wanted to find? Emperor Wen clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth and asking, "Elder, are you saying that the person who composed 4 excellent poems last night is the sixth prince?" "Yes, it is indeed the sixth prince." Zhang Huai nodded lightly, but looked at Emperor Wen in confusion. Even if the sixth prince plagiarized the Yi family's poems, the emperor need not be this angry, right? Could it be that the emperor was angry because Zhang Su and the sixth prince called for 10 courtesans? Well, that is indeed possible. Bastard. This bastard. Emperor Wen's fury erupted suddenly, and he shouted angrily at Mu Shun. "Go, summon the sixth prince to the palace." Yes, Mu Shun was not like Zhang Huai. He knew exactly where Emperor Wen's anger lay and hurriedly ran out. "Stop." Suddenly, Emperor Wen angrily called Mu Shun back. Mu Shun hurriedly stopped, cautiously turning around, waiting for Emperor Wen's further instructions. Emperor Wen's anger surged, but he tried to calm himself down. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen shook his head. "No need to summon the sixth prince to the palace. Send someone to inform the sixth prince and several princes that tomorrow I will go hunting in the South Garden, and they must all accompany me. Also, let the sixth prince be sure to bring Shun Luoyin and Yizi." "Yes." Mu Shun bowed and accepted the order before carefully withdrawing. Once Mu Shun left, Zhang Huai again comforted. "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so angry. I've inquired clearly. The sixth prince was drunk at the Garden of Blossoms last night. Although that scoundrel Zhang Su called for 10 courtesans, the sixth prince did nothing." Listening to Zhang Huai, Emperor Wen couldn't help but be enraged. 10 courtesans? He actually hoped those 2 bastards would indulge with those 10 courtesans. What was he doing composing poems? Even if he composed poems, why did he have to say those words? Bastard. This bastard. After drinking a few drops of horse urine, he forgot who he was. Chapter 65. The Tigress in the Afternoon. Yun Zheng went to find Zhang Su as usual. Just as he arrived at Zhang Su's courtyard, a commotion erupted from inside with sounds of chaos. "Help! Someone's being killed." Hearing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but pause for a moment. Was that Zhang Su's voice? Had something happened to him? "Quick, let's go see." Yun Zheng quickly called Gao He and the others to rush into the courtyard. As they burst into the inner yard, they saw a bruised and battered Zhang Su crying out for help as he fled. Despite his hefty frame, he was surprisingly quick on his feet when it came to escaping. "Sixth prince, save me." Upon seeing Yun Zheng, Zhang Su rushed over as if he had seen a savior. "You bastard! You think you can escape?" An angry voice rang out behind Zhang Su. Immediately after, a pink figure appeared, chasing after him. That was Shun Luoyin. Yun Zheng was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at Shun Luoyin, who was wielding a stick and pursuing Zhang Su. Coming back to his senses, Yun Zheng hurriedly dashed forward, positioning himself between Shun Luoyin and Zhang Su. "What are you doing?" Yun Zheng looked at Shun Luoyin, both amused and exasperated. "Get out of my way." Shun Luoyin showed no respect for Yun Zheng's royal status, pointing the stick at him. "Once I deal with this bastard, I'll settle accounts with you." Yun Zheng's expression darkened. From the sound of it, she still wanted to hit him. Zhang Su hid behind Yun Zheng, wailing, "Miss Shun, I really didn't do anything with the sixth prince at the Qiofang Garden. I was just accompanying him to understand the people's sentiments. Still dare to say you did nothing?" Shun Luoyin's eyes burned with fury. "If you hadn't taken him to Qiofang Garden, would he have gotten drunk and said all those ridiculous things? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be called Shun Luoyin." Saying this, the enraged Shun Luoyin lunged towards Zhang Su once more. "Sixth prince, save me." Zhang Su was genuinely frightened and immediately turned to Yun Zheng for help. Seeing this, Yun Zheng quickly rushed over and grabbed Shun Luoyin, trying to reason with her. All right, if you keep hitting him, someone might get seriously hurt." Suddenly being hugged by Yun Zheng, Shun Luoyin froze for a moment. After a brief lapse, She forcefully struggled, flipping Zheng onto the ground. Your Highness! He and the others hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Don't mind me. Stop her quickly. Zheng shouted. The four didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed to block Shen Luoyan. However, she was incensed and immediately attacked them. Although the four were from the Yulin Guards, they were no match for Shen Luoyan, who had trained since childhood. In just a few breaths, all four were knocked to the ground. Shen Luoyan didn't even glance at them and picked up the stick again to charge at Jiangsu. Have you had enough? Zheng's face suddenly fell, and he shouted angrily. Most of the time, Zheng had a good temper because he felt that many issues couldn't be resolved by anger. Moreover, one should know when to hold back. But there were indeed people in this world who were all bark and no bite. He despised those who saved their good temper for outsiders while showing their bad temper to their own family. But today, Shen Luoyan coming to cause trouble for Jiangsu and attacking him and his guards cross his line. Zheng's sudden outburst made Shen Luoyan pause slightly, and the stick she was about to swing at Jiangsu stopped in midair. Zheng got up and quickly walked out, snatching the stick from Shen Luoyan's hands and tossing it aside. That's enough. This is my mess with Qiofang Garden. What are you chasing Jiangsu for? Do you want me to give you a knife to chop both of us up together? Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glare at Zheng. Who am I doing this for? I really want to chop both of you up. Shen Luoyan was genuinely angry this time. With the ruckus Zheng caused at Qiofang Garden, now everyone in the imperial city knew that Emperor Wen had decreed for him to marry and then go to Shui. He had gained a good reputation, with everyone praising his bravery and fearlessness. But in reality, with his current state, going to Shui would only lead to his demise. How could this not anger her? Not only was she angry, but Madame Shen was also furious, stomping her feet in anger. Thankfully, this was something Zheng said himself. If it had come from someone else, she would have really wanted to chop that bastard into pieces. I wasn't drunk, was I? Zheng shot back at Shen Luoyan, feeling that things had gotten to this point, so it was what it was. What good is it to make a fuss here? Tomorrow, my father is going hunting in the Southern Garden and specifically sent someone to inform me to bring you along. If not, you can go see my father tomorrow and ask him to cancel our marriage. You think I don't want to cancel it? You think I want to marry you? Shen Luoyan's eyes reddened. If it weren't for your father's decree, I wouldn't even look at you if I were blind. With that, she angrily turned to leave. Watching Shen Luoyan's retreating figure, Zheng felt helpless. Remember to go with me to the Southern Garden tomorrow, he reminded her again. Shen Luoyan walked out in silence, filled with rage. Just as she reached the courtyard door, she suddenly stopped. The more she looked at the courtyard door, the more displeased she became, and she kicked it open, smashing it to pieces before storming off. Seeing the shattered door, Jiangsu shivered. He swallowed hard, his face paling. Sixth Prince, your fiancée, really is a tigress, a fierce character. A tigress? She truly was a fierce character. Damn it. Thankfully, he still had the title of prince as a shield. Otherwise, he would genuinely suspect that she might beat him up. Sighing, Zheng rubbed his head. She really was a fierce character. Jiangsu nodded lightly, reflecting on how hard it must be for the sixth prince. After a moment of silent contemplation, Jiangsu asked with a worried expression, Sixth Prince, have we caused a big mess? It's fine. Zheng shook his head with a smile. If trouble arises, it's my trouble. It has nothing to do with you. By the way, how's your injury? Do you need to go to the doctor? It's nothing, it's nothing. Jiangsu laughed it off. I'm thick-skinned and can take a beating. If it gets worse, I'll go to the doctor, but don't push it. Zheng reminded Jiangsu again and said, I need to handle some personal matters, so I won't mess around with those things today. Okay. Jiangsu nodded. Your Highness, hurry and go persuade the sixth princess. I see your anger isn't going to subside anytime soon. All right, I'll take my leave then. After waving goodbye to Jiangsu, Zheng left with He and the others. Sigh. Shen Luoyan's reaction was much more intense than he had imagined. Today was just Shen Luoyan's outburst. Tomorrow, going to the Southern Garden to hunt, he was sure to be scolded mercilessly by his old man. And as for Madame Shen, she was probably fuming as well. Forget it. He definitely couldn't persuade Madame Shen. It would only make things worse. He should go find Ez and have her talk to Madame Shen. It's essential for Madame Shen to know some things. Otherwise, if the Shen family continued to cause a scene, it might lead to big problems. Chapter 66. Madame Shen's shock in the evening. Yizi hurried back to the Shun family. As soon as she entered, she sensed that the atmosphere in the house was quite off. "Where's my mother-in-law?" Yizi asked her sister-in-law Wei Shuang. Wei Shuang sighed and said, "Mother-in-law and Luo Yin are in the backyard training. They're both in a bad mood. I'll go find her." After a brief chat with Wei Shuang, Yizi quickly made her way to the backyard. Before she even entered, she heard the sounds of weapons clashing. When she stepped into the backyard, she saw Shun Luo Yin and her mother sparring. It seemed that they were both extremely angry and were venting their frustrations through this practice. Upon seeing Yizi, the mother and daughter finally stopped. "Is that reckless brat the one who sent you back to persuade us?" Madame Shun threw aside the spear she was holding and asked irritably. Yizi was taken aback. "Is that how you refer to Yunzheng now? It seems like you're quite angry. Can't a daughter-in-law come back to see you?" Yizi similed. "I haven't been home for a few days, and it feels like I'm an outsider." "Who dares to say you're an outsider?" Madame Shin glared at Yizi and sighed again. "I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at that reckless brat." "I know," Yizi said lightly. "I can see you're in a bad mood. How about I accompany you for a walk to lighten your spirits?" "All right." Madame Shin nodded and called to Shun Luo Yin. "Come on, let's walk with your sister-in-law." Just as Shun Luo Yin was about to agree, Yizi shook her head and said, "You should reflect on your actions first. You're an adult now. How can you be so reckless? Fortunately, His Highness has a good temper. If it were another prince, your actions today would have been enough to warrant punishment." Shun Luo Yin paused slightly, unwillingly saying, "I didn't hit him, so I'm already being lenient." Madame Shun looked at her second daughter-in-law with confusion, then turned to Shun Luo Yin and said, "You really need to change that temper of yours. You take a break. I'll go for a walk with your sister-in-law." She had already noticed that Yizi wanted to talk to her privately. Although she didn't know what Yizi meant, she still complied with her wishes. Soon, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked out of the backyard and arrived at Yizi's room. "What do you want to say to me?" As soon as they entered, Madame Shin asked. Yizi smiled and pulled out a folded piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Madame Shun. Madame Shun took the paper suspiciously and opened it, only to find it filled with poems written by Yizi. She glanced at it briefly, lacking the mood to appreciate the poems, and reproached, "I told you. Why would you let that brat see these things? This isn't written by me." Yizi shook her head with a smile. "It's written by that brat you mentioned. Are you trying to help him deceive me?" Madame Shun glared at Yizi. Luo Yin already clarified when she went to find that fool Zhang Su. Yunzheng admitted himself that he copied your poems. Yizi blinked and smiled. "Isn't it possible he just said that on purpose?" Madame Shun frowned. The girl clearly had ulterior motives. Madame Shun pondered silently for a moment, then asked with confusion, "What exactly do you want to say?" Yizi smiled brightly and said, "I want to tell you that these poems, including the 4 famous ones circulating outside, are all his own work. Moreover, he wasn't drunk last night. He was just pretending to be." As she spoke, Yizi's voice became softer. Meanwhile, Madame Shin's expression grew increasingly vivid. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Various emotions continuously played across her face. After a long moment of astonishment, Madame Shun finally regained her senses. "You're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you?" Yizi shook her head and lowered her voice. "Think about it. The 6th prince has no foundation. Would it be better for him to stay in the imperial city or go to Shuobei, where he has more opportunities?" Upon hearing this, Madame Shun fell into deep thought again. Logically speaking, if Yunzheng were a great talent, it would be better for him to go to Shuobei. Unfortunately, Yunzheng was just a prince with no accomplishments in either literature or martial arts. Going to Shuobei seemed like a death sentence. Madame Shun considered this and shared her thoughts with her daughter-in-law. "You're underestimating him." Yizi shook her head and smiled. "His martial arts may not be impressive, but his intelligence far surpasses mine. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly stay in his residence for so long?" As she spoke, Yizi lowered her voice again and revealed the matter of Yunzheng asking her to spread rumors and deal with the statue. After hearing Yizi's words, Madame Shun was once again engulfed in shock. She never expected that Yunzheng had secretly done so much. Moreover, this brat had already started making Yizi do things for him without them even realizing it. After a long time, Madame Shin finally managed to regain her composure. "If what you say is true, this child is too terrifying." Madame Shin frowned. A person who has been able to endure for so many years and has deceived everyone. His scheming mind and cunning nature are truly unimaginable. Yi nodded in agreement, then said, "What I've mentioned is just the tip of the iceberg, or rather, just what he wants me to know. To put it this way, after being by his side for so long and doing so much for him, I still can't see through him." Madame Shen contemplated for a moment, then said with worry, "This may not be a good thing for our Shun family. According to Yi, if Zheng went to Shuabei, he might plot a rebellion at any moment. Throughout history, there have been countless rebels, but how many have truly succeeded? If Zheng's rebellion failed, the Shun family would certainly be implicated. It was to be a good thing, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing either." Yi nodded slightly. "The most important thing is that we have no choice." "No choice." Madame Shun paused slightly, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Yes, the Shun family has no room for choice. From the moment the emperor arranged the marriage, the Shun family lost all options. Moreover, even if they went to inform Emperor Wen that Zheng was plotting a rebellion, Emperor Wen wouldn't believe it. Instead, he would think the Shun family was slandering Zheng. It seems we are bound to this ship." Madame Shun chuckled self-deprecatingly, then said, "Don't mention this to Luo Yin. You know her temper. She can't keep secrets. That's why I wanted to talk to you alone." Yi smiled and said, "Even though I've told you, you can pretend to know nothing. Just restrain Luo Yin when necessary, and don't let her act recklessly. If your attitude towards him changes too quickly, it might raise other suspicions." Madame Shen agreed and then asked, "Did he tell you this too?" "Yes." Yi nodded. "He thinks things through far more comprehensively than I do. Only if he can smoothly reach Shuabei can we see his true, terrifying side." "Is that so?" Madame Shen looked at her daughter-in-law with surprise, her heart filled with shock. Although Yi's martial arts were lacking, her intelligence was the highest in the Shun family. Since she said so, it was clear how extraordinary Zheng was. Chapter 67. Appearance and Smile in the Evening, the Imperial Study. Since there would be a hunt the next day, Emperor Wen did not favor any concubine tonight. Of course, he wasn't in the mood for it either. "Have you found out?" Emperor Wen leaned against the bed in the Imperial Study, resting, while two palace maids squatted on the floor to massage his legs, and Mu Shun stood by respectfully. "I have found out," Mu Shun replied. "The matter originated from the son of the grand historian, Meng Ruoang, Meng Guangbai." "Meng Guangbai?" Emperor Wen frowned. "What exactly happened?" Mu Shun explained. The sixth prince, after getting drunk and composing poetry, angrily criticized those who attended the poetry gathering, saying they were just moaning without cause. He also mentioned his intention to go to Shuabei, which raised Meng Guangbai's doubts. The sixth prince angrily refuted Meng Guangbai, which led to subsequent events. Doubt? Emperor Wen narrowed his eyes. What did Meng Guangbai doubt? Mu Shun cautiously glanced at Emperor Wen before saying, "Meng Guangbai doubted that your majesty only sent the sixth prince to Shuabei as a pretext, or that he was just sending the sixth prince to Shuabei to gain military merit. In short, he believed your majesty was reluctant to send the sixth prince to Shuabei. The sixth prince was probably infuriated, which led to the later events." "I see." A cold glint flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. Damn Meng Guangbai. If it weren't for his ruckus and doubts, how could there be so many issues? The more Emperor Wen thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately ordered Mu Shun, "Instruct Meng Ruoang to properly discipline his son. Tell him that if he can't manage his son well, I will take care of it for him." By the end, Emperor Wen's words carried a clear hint of malice. Mu Shun nodded and tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, now that the sixth prince's trip to Shuabei is known to everyone, what should we do?" "What to do? How would I know what to do?" Emperor Wen glared at Mu Shun irritably. "Now the whole city knows I decreed that the sixth prince goes to Shuabei, and they say I am wise and mighty, that he, the sixth prince, is not afraid of death. If I don't let him go to Shuabei, how will the people view me?" Mentioning this matter made Emperor Wen feel a surge of anger. If this matter hadn't spread, it would have been fine. But now, it had reached a point where everyone knew. He wanted to control public opinion, but couldn't. They had already been elevated to the heavens. Either they stay up there, or they come crashing down and shatter into pieces. The next morning, Shen Luoyan reluctantly came to meet with Zheng and the others. She was indeed interested in the hunt. However, she did not want to see Zheng at all. If it weren't for Emperor Wen's special instructions, she wouldn't want to go at all. Shen Luoyan was dressed in a sporty outfit and carried a bow and arrow. She looked somewhat like a female general. In contrast, Yun Zheng and Yi Zi were dressed more casually. With Yun Zheng's small frame, even pulling a two-stone bow was a struggle, let alone hunting. Yi Zi was slightly better than Yun Zheng, but not by much. Yun Zheng knew that Emperor Wen specifically asked him to bring Yi Zi today, likely to assess her poetic talent. Therefore, Yun Zheng had prepared more than 10 poems for Yi Zi, either themed around hunting or scenery. He didn't know how Emperor Wen would evaluate Yi Zi, so he could only prepare as much as possible in advance, and if necessary. Yi Zi could make some last-minute adjustments. Shen Luoyan's anger was still apparent. Her intent to glare at Yun Zheng was hard to hide. After a simple preparation, the group took a few guards and headed to the South Garden. The South Garden, also known as the South Garden Hunting Ground, was the royal hunting ground, exclusively for the royal family. When they arrived at the entrance of the South Garden, most of the other princes had already arrived, except for Emperor Wen and the 8th and 9th princes who were still in the palace. Sixth brother, father asked us to come for the hunt. And you don't even bring a bow, an arrow? The 6th prince didn't bring them. His princess did. Anyway, the 6th prince struggles to pull a bow. So father specially asked the 6th prince's princess to come, likely wanting her to hunt in place of the 6th prince. 6th brother, I heard you made quite a stir in the flower gathering garden the other day. I didn't expect that someone who has hardly left the imperial city could write so many poems about the battlefield. I say, 6th brother, whose poems did you copy? Tell 3rd brother, and I'll copy a few tomorrow. As soon as Yun Zheng arrived, he was met with the cold mockery of several princes. This situation was entirely within Yun Zheng's expectations. He secretly shook his head. These idiots, they're princes after all. Why spend all day mocking a nobody like me? Their attempts to gain attention were so lowbrow. While feeling exasperated, Yun Zheng rode forward to the group and kept staring at them, making them uncomfortable. What are you staring at? Yun Li glared at Yun Zheng, scolding him. Yun Zheng grinned. 4th brother knows. 4th? The 3 princes instinctively looked at Yun Ting. Yun Ting's face twitched slightly, darkly saying, he wants to remember your appearances and smiles, so he can miss you when he gets to the underworld. Appearance and smile? The 3's lips twitched slightly as they glared at Yun Zheng. Alas! Yun Zheng feigned a sigh, saying, actually, I really don't want to part with my 4 elder brothers. When I go to Shuabei, I want to take 1 elder brother with me. That way, if I die in Shuabei, there will be an elder brother to help carry my coffin back. I wonder if father would agree. Take someone to Shuabei? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's words, the others felt a sharp pang in their hearts. Who would want to go to Shuabei with him? This was the time to compete for the crown prince position. Going to Shuabei would mean losing any chance at the throne. While they were cursing him in their hearts, Yun Zheng continued to stare at them, seemingly contemplating whom to take with him to Shuabei. 6th brother, don't say such things. Yun Ting said darkly, and even if you did, father wouldn't he agree. Who knows? Yun Zheng rubbed his nose. At worst, I'll charge in a battle. And the brother who goes with me to Shuabei can just wait to carry my coffin back. There's no real danger. Father might just agree. This bastard. Hearing Yun Zheng's words, the others nearly wanted to kick him off his horse. This brat was currently in favor. If he really made such a request, father might actually agree. The 2nd prince nudged Yun Li beside him. Your 3rd brother is closest to you and even lent you money. You can take him with you. Right. Yun Ting and the 5th prince immediately nodded in agreement. Why don't you go? Yun Li glared at the others. Stop fanning the flames here. The 2nd prince laughed. We're not fanning the flames. We're stating facts. Besides, 3rd brother, didn't you say you would personally send 6th brother off? This is perfect. You send him off and then bring him back. Yes. Yun Ting clapped and laughed. We wouldn't dare compete with 3rd brother for this. The 5th prince added, as an older brother, you should go bring your younger brother back. That should be the 2nd brother. Yun Li snorted. After the crown prince committed suicide, the 2nd brother is our eldest brother now. How could I compete with him? The alliance of the 4 instantly shattered, and they began to bicker among themselves. Yun Zheng watched with a smile, silently cursing these 4 idiots. Just as the 4 were bickering, dust suddenly rose in the distance, followed by a flutter of banners appearing in everyone's view. It wasn't until Emperor Wen arrived that the 4 finally shut their mouths, but the looks they exchanged were filled with tension. Chapter 68. A tiger father and no dog daughter? The Emperor Wen's carriage arrived. Along with him were the 8th and 9th princes, as well as the 2 concubines, Xu Fei and Liang Fei. The fact that the emperor was hunting without the empress immediately made everyone realize that her influence was waning, and it was only a matter of time before she would be deposed. The emperor had likely refrained from doing so, yet, because the turmoil surrounding the crown prince had just settled. Bringing up the topic of the empress's deposition now might cause more trouble. As soon as the emperor arrived, he shot a displeased glance at Zheng. Once everyone had finished their greetings, he allowed them to enter the southern garden. After finding a suitable position, the palace maids and eunuchs immediately set up the canopy, arranged low tables, and brought out various fruits and fine wines. This was not hunting at all. It was clearly a large picnic. After everything was ready, the emperor finally sat down under the canopy, with Xu Fei and Liang Fei sitting beside him. 6th, didn't I tell you to prepare for the hunt? Why didn't you even bring a bow and arrow? The emperor's gaze fell on Zheng, revealing his displeasure. Damn, is this old man starting to prepare to deal with me? Zheng thought to himself, forcing a smile, replying to Father Emperor, I am weak and not skilled in archery. This won't do. The emperor stared at Zheng. You are my appointed General Tiger Lai, the one who will lead my troops to the northern front. If you can't even shoot an arrow, how will you not embarrass me in front of the Bei Huan people on the battlefield? Sure enough, it has come. Zheng silently groaned. Forget it. When I was doing my own thing, I thought of this moment. Will be. Thinking this, Zheng boldly said, I will practice diligently and strive not to embarrass Father Emperor. Practice diligently? The emperor squinted. Your practice consists of hanging around with Zhang Su all day, getting into idle pursuits? Zheng was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Seeing Zheng being targeted by the emperor, Yun Li and the others could hardly contain their joy. Finally, it was the 6th prince's turn to be unlucky. Previously, the 4 of them had been publicly beaten by the emperor, and the 6th prince must have relished their misfortune. Now, it was finally their turn to revel in his plight. Seeing that Zheng was silent, the emperor shot him another glare. Get out of the way. I will deal with you later. Zheng obediently stepped aside, lowering his head and remaining silent. Watching Zheng's cowardly demeanor, Shen Luoyin couldn't help but feel angry. Wasn't he eloquent when he was at the Orchid Pavilion the other day? Didn't he make everyone else feel ashamed? Why was he so timid now? Bring it up. At this moment, the emperor waved gently at Mushan. Mushan complied, quickly calling for someone to bring a long box from a carriage. The box was exquisite, and just looking at it made it clear that the contents were extraordinary. The eyes of several princes fell on the box, filled with curiosity. Today, I will not participate in the hunt, the emperor said, glancing at the princes. Inside this box is a treasure. Whoever among you kills the most prey today will receive it as a reward. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the princes instantly became secretly excited. As they had expected, today's hunt might very well determine the future of the crown prince position. Father Emperor, I also want to participate in the hunt. At this moment, the 8th prince suddenly stepped forward. I want to participate too. The 9th prince followed suit. Oh, the emperor frowned slightly. You two are still minors. For today's hunt, I had someone place several fierce beasts in the southern garden yesterday. If you go hunting, it will be easy for you to be attacked by those beasts. I think it would be best if you didn't participate. One is only 13 years old, and the other is only 11. They really don't have the strength. I'm not afraid. The 2 shouted simultaneously. Hearing this, the emperor fell into hesitation. Liang Fei, seeing this, immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, since the 8th prince and the 9th prince both want to participate, then let them. With accompanying guards, they should not encounter any danger. Liang Fei was the biological mother of the 8th prince and, aside from Xu Fei, was the most favored concubine. Naturally, she wanted her son to have a chance to show off. After pondering for a moment, the emperor nodded and said, In that case, you two may participate. Since you are still minors, I will count double for whatever you hunt. Thank you, Father Emperor. The 2 princes were instantly overjoyed. Zheng watched from the side, secretly rolling his eyes. 2 little rascals. They haven't even grown up yet, and they want to show off? 6th, the emperor looked at Zheng again. Open your eyes and see. Even your 8th and 9th brothers can hunt. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm deeply ashamed. Please punish me, Father Emperor. Zheng replied sincerely. We'll discuss punishment later. The emperor snorted coldly, and then said to Shen Luoyan, since the sixth prince lacks hunting ability, I allow you to help him. Whatever you hunt will count as his. Thank you, your majesty. Shen Luoyan happily agreed. Finally, she could hold her head high. Don't be too quick to thank me. The emperor raised his hand to stop her. You and the sixth prince will soon be husband and wife. One's honor is everyone's honor. One's loss is everyone's loss. If you help the sixth prince win the hunt, I will naturally reward him. But if you fail, whatever punishment I give him will also be given to you. Do you have any objections? I dare not. Although Shen Luoyan had a bad temper, she did not dare to act recklessly in front of the emperor. You can choose to refuse. The emperor shook his head. If you refuse, I will only punish the sixth prince and not you. Hearing the emperor's words, Zheng felt that something was off. What is this old man trying to do? Why does it feel like he wants to set a trap for Shen Luoyan? Just as Zheng was pondering, Shen Luoyan had already agreed. I am willing to help sixth prince hunt. If we fail to win the hunt, I willingly accept punishment alongside sixth prince. Very good. The emperor seemed quite satisfied with Shen Luoyan's response, smiling as he said, Your father, Shen Nanzheng, is a formidable general. I believe that a tiger father does not have a dog daughter. Do not disappoint me. Yes. Shen Luoyan accepted the order, feeling confident. Compared to the others, she might not match up to the other princes, but when it came to hunting, she believed she could definitely win. She would thoroughly crush the arrogance of these princes. After finishing with Shen Luoyan, the emperor turned to Zheng with a stern face. Go hunting with the sixth prince's consort. If you lack the strength to draw a bow and shoot an arrow, help the sixth prince's consort drag the prey. At the very least, help her pick up arrows. Yes, Zheng replied, but he already understood. The old man wanted to send him away to test Yizi alone. Hopefully, the poems he prepared for Yizi last night would come in handy. All right, everyone go hunt. The emperor waved his hand and reminded everyone. There are many rare birds in this southern garden that I like. You must keep your eyes wide open. Do not shoot those rare birds. Your Majesty, the princes are hunting. How can they have time to distinguish those rare birds? Mu Shun chuckled and suggested. Why not have your Majesty order the princes not to shoot flying birds, to avoid accidentally harming the rare birds you like? The emperor thought for a moment and nodded. That works. Then do not shoot flying birds. After giving his orders, the emperor instructed them to return before noon. Everyone accepted their orders and hurried into the forest with their guards. Chapter 69. See through, keep up with me. Don't hold me back. Shen Luoyan charged ahead, not forgetting to glare back at Zheng. Enough, don't look at me. Don't miss the prey. Zheng rolled his eyes at her, feeling a wave of frustration. This old woman really knows how to test her sons, to see who is suitable to be the crown prince. But she shouldn't drag me into it. Anyway, I don't even have a chance to be the crown prince. If you want to get rid of me, can't you find a better excuse? Why make me hunt? Luckily, I've been practicing horseback riding a lot lately. Otherwise, I would worry about falling off the horse. With a belly full of resentment, Zheng followed closely behind Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan, already fuming, had no intention of paying attention to Zheng. Her phoenix eyes scanned left and right, constantly searching for traces of prey. However, after running over 10 miles, they hadn't even seen a shadow of any prey. Something's not right. Zheng frowned slightly. They had come this far, yet not a single prey in sight. This is the South Garden, a place designated for royal hunting. How could there be so little prey? Could it be that those beasts, released by the emperor, scared all the prey away? No, that can't be. Even if they were scared, they shouldn't be this completely absent. There is definitely something wrong. This South Garden has no prey at all. To be precise, there are no prey running on the ground. His crafty father must have cleared the area in advance. He and Mu Shun coordinated to prevent these princes from shooting flying birds. After all, the South Garden is so vast. Clearing the ground is easy, but they can't stop the birds from flying here. Realizing this, Zheng suddenly understood. This hunting competition isn't about who kills more prey. It's about who is more honest. His cheap old man has clearly begun to consider reinstating the crown prince. Just as Zheng was lost in thought, Shen Luoyan suddenly spotted something in the nearby woods. Eager to hunt, Shen Luoyan rushed into the forest. Sure enough, she found a spotted deer in the woods. But unfortunately, This spotted deer had already been shot, an arrow still embedded in its neck. From the looks of the deer, it was evident that it had just been killed not long ago. Zheng followed her into the woods and frowned upon seeing the dead deer. There's prey? Could it be that my guess was wrong? Or? Zheng thought for a moment and realized again. Damn it, this is a trap set by the Emperor. This must have been prepared by the Emperor in advance. It's just to see who will claim the already killed prey for themselves. This is also a kind of test. Damn, this old man is really cunning. Zheng muttered to himself. Those who can sit on the throne are indeed not easy to deal with. They dig one pit after another. What did you say? Shen Luoyin turned back and glared at Zheng with annoyance. Zheng came back to his senses and immediately said solemnly, I said, this is not prey we killed. We don't want it. Your Highness, this isn't good, right? Zhomi frowned and said, we haven't found any prey for so long. And now we encounter a ready-made one. We could just pretend it's our kill. No one will know. No way. Zheng refused without thinking. The Emperor has already specially allowed Luoyin to help me hunt. If I do such a thing, I would really lose all face. But if we lose, both you and the sixth prince's wife will be punished. Zhomi persuaded again. The other guards also started to persuade him. After all, no one knows that this spotted deer was not killed by them. Now is not the time to worry about face. When they lose the hunting competition, they will suffer. No. Zheng rejected again, forbidding anyone from saying that they would claim the deer as their own, or else they would receive 50 lashes upon returning. Hearing Zheng's words, the guards were instantly speechless but did not dare to say anything further. Not bad, you still have some backbone. Shen Luoyin glanced at Zheng with a rare look of respect, then immediately mounted her horse and continued searching for prey. I will hunt based on my own ability. I don't want prey that isn't killed by me. Saying this, Shen Luoyin charged out of the woods. Zheng secretly approved and immediately followed her. This girl is fierce and not very clever, but her character is pretty good. The group continued searching for prey. However, after searching for a long time, they still hadn't found any signs of living creatures, but they did discover 2 more recently killed prey. Shen Luoyin and Zheng still insisted on not taking them and continued to look for prey. Time passed second by second. As noon approached, they had still found nothing. With no prey in sight, Shen Luoyin started to feel anxious. She had the skill to shoot arrows, but there was no prey for her to kill. It's all your fault. Shen Luoyin began to vent her frustration on Zheng. What does this have to do with me? Zheng said innocently. It's not my fault there are no prey, is it? Why don't you go complain to the Emperor about this? It's because you're so unlucky that we can't find any prey. Shen Luoyin glared at Zheng with bulging eyes, looking fierce. Zheng felt a headache coming on and retorted, why don't you say your killing aura is too strong and scare the prey away? It's just that you're too unlucky. Shen Luoyin shouted unreasonably. Maybe we're too many people, and the sound of our horses scared the prey away. Gao he reminded. Shen Luoyin thought for a moment and quickly nodded, saying, you guys stay here to protect him. I'll go find the prey myself. I don't believe I can't find any prey. Without waiting for them to respond, Shen Luoyin galloped away. Watching Shen Luoyin's retreating figure, Zheng couldn't help but smile helplessly. With such a big pit dug by the Emperor, it would be strange if you could find any living creatures. Your Highness, let's go bring those dead prey back. As soon as Shen Luoyin left, Zhomi began to persuade again. Yes, Your Highness. This is not the time to be high-minded. If we lose this competition, the Emperor will surely punish you and the sixth prince's wife severely. Your Highness, there's not much time left. This is your last chance to win. The others disregarded Zheng's previous warnings and began to persuade him. Shut up. Zheng rarely got angry. I've said it before, we don't want prey that isn't killed by us. Do your ears have fur growing in them? Do you really want to get 50 lashes? Seeing Zheng get angry, the others finally fell silent, albeit reluctantly. They instinctively looked up at the sky. There was at most half an hour left until noon. Unless the sixth prince's wife discovered a large group of prey, they were bound to lose. The group felt anxious, but since Zheng insisted, they had no choice but to follow along and worry. Zheng silently observed the others, secretly nodding. Not bad. You still know to think for me. You haven't let down my usual kindness towards you. Chapter 70. Adding fuel to the fire. The group waited in place for a while, until Shen Luoyin returned on horseback, carrying 2 spotted deer and several wild rabbits. Seeing so much game brought back by Shen Luoyin, the guards immediately turned their worries into joy, quickly riding forward to help her transfer the game from her horse to theirs. Yin Zheng felt a surge of unease and frowned tightly at Shen Luoyin. "What are you looking at?" Shen Luoyin rode her horse up to Yin Zheng and said, "I told you you're a jinx. Do you believe it now?" Yin Zheng's frown deepened at her words, and he sternly ordered the guards, "Throw all the game away. Not even one should be kept. Are you crazy?" Shen Luoyin exploded with anger. "I worked hard to catch these. Who are you to make them throw it away? If you want to be punished, don't drag me down with you. Do you think I'm a fool?" Yin Zheng's expression suddenly darkened. "We've searched for so long and found no living game. And you come back with so much in such a short time? Do you think the game was just waiting there for you to shoot? Jealousy, that's what this is, jealousy." Shen Luoyin retorted, "Is it just because I called you a jinx? I don't have time to argue with you." Yin Zheng rarely wore a cold expression and said sternly, "I'll say it again, throw away all this game immediately. Otherwise, when we get to father, I'll say these were not killed by you." He truly wanted to warn her that this was a trap, but he hadn't fully gained the trust of these guards yet. He didn't know if they would report him for seeing through the traps set by the emperor. Moreover, he was worried that Shen Luoyin couldn't keep her mouth shut. He couldn't let Emperor Wen know he had seen through everything, or many of his actions would raise suspicion. At this critical moment, he didn't want any problems. Shen Luoyin was furious, no longer caring about Yin Zheng's identity, and angrily shouted, "You're useless. You're just a waste. You can't catch any game and are jealous that I caught some. I may be useless, but I'm not a fool." Yin Zheng glared at Shen Luoyin. "Look for yourself. Which of these games is bleeding? In such a short time, has the blood already congealed?" Faced with Yin Zheng's question, Shen Luoyin suddenly paused. Yes, none of these games were shot by her. At first, she could adhere to her principles, but as time passed, she feared not catching enough game and being punished alongside Yin Zheng. She also didn't want to disappoint Emperor Wen, who praised her father. Shen Nanjing's daughter not catching a single game would be a disgrace to her father. So she had gathered all the discovered game. "Throw it away," Yin Zheng suddenly shouted. The guards looked at each other reluctantly and began to discard the game from their horses. "Go back." Yin Zheng glared at them and signaled everyone to hurry back. "Yin Zheng, you're a bastard. A bastard." Shen Luoyin shouted in anger, shaking with fury. Yin Zheng couldn't be bothered to say more and rode back. Shen Luoyin walked at the back of the group. Just as they were nearing the place where Emperor Wen was, a group of people appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was the third Prince Yin Li and his entourage. Unlike Yin Zheng's empty-handed group, Yin Li's team had a bountiful haul. Each of them had their horses laden with game, and one horse even carried a bear weighing hundreds of pounds. "Hey, sixth brother, what is going on with you guys?" Yin Li rode up beside Yin Zheng, looking at them with a teasing smile. With so many game in the southern park, you didn't catch even one?" "Bad luck," Yin Zheng replied, casually, cursing the idiot inwardly. "Let you be proud first. There will be a time for you to cry. Bad luck." Yun Li lauga fartili. Mocking, "I think it's your archery skills that are lacking. By the way, father specially allowed your sixth princess to help you hunt. And you still didn't catch any game? Didn't father say, a tiger father does not breed a dog daughter?" Third prince. Shen Luoyin gritted her teeth and looked at Yin Li. "You can insult me, but you cannot insult my father." "My dear sister, you've misunderstood me." Yin Li said playfully, "I guess it's not that you're useless. You've been with sixth brother for too long, and you got infected by him." Shen Luoyin paused slightly, angrily turning her head away, cursing Yin Zheng in her heart, dying for face and suffering in silence. If he had brought back those game, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. With a knife at his throat, he still clung to his ridiculous principles. Yin Zheng looked up at Yin Li and said, "Come back and gloat when you've won." "Hey, are you angry?" Yin Li laughed mockingly. "Sixth brother, why don't you kneel down for me, and I'll have someone split 2 pieces of game for you. At least you'll have something to report to father." Yin Zheng rolled his eyes and smiled. "Third brother, are you so sure that even if you give me 2 pieces of game, you could still win?" "Of course." Yin Li confidently huffed. "I have 18 pieces of game here. Even if I give you 2, I still win. Is that so?" Yin Zheng blinked and said, "Since third brother is so confident, how about we make a bet?" "What do you want to bet?" Yunli sneered. "What? Do you want to wager your worthless head?" "Not at all." Yunzheng shook his head with a smile. "I'd dare to offer my head, but you wouldn't dare to take it, would you?" "Of course not." Yunli disdainfully scoffed. "I wouldn't want your head. It's so worthless, I wouldn't even want it as a chamber pot." Of course, he definitely wouldn't dare to take it. If Yunzheng really bet his head, he wouldn't bet. He didn't want to win the bet, but not get the reward. "Let us bet 50,000 taels of silver." Yunzheng said seriously, "If third brother takes first place, I'll give you 50,000 taels. If you don't take first place, then you'll give me 50,000 taels. What do you say?" "Okay, you better keep your word." Yunli confidently agreed without a second thought. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word." Yunzheng nodded and then grinned. "Third brother, my luck has been a bit good recently, so you better be careful." Yunli was unconcerned, coldly snorting. "Your luck won't always be this good. Get ready to prepare 50,000 taels. If you dare to default, I'll tell father." I won't." Yunzheng waved his hands repeatedly. "I may not have other merits, but I'm willing to bet and accept the loss." "That's best." Yunli glanced at Yunzheng mockingly, confidently leading his men away. "What an idiot." Yunzheng secretly cursed, but a wicked smile appeared on his face. This bet was just the right opportunity to add fuel to this idiot's fire. Let this idiot suffer even more severe beatings. Chapter 71. Those who are bold will thrive, while those who are timid will starve. Soon, Yunzheng and the others returned to the location of the royal carriage. When they came back, the other princes had already returned, each of them with a bountiful haul. The ground was filled with various sizes of game. Even the 13-year-old 8th prince had quite a few trophies in front of him. Apart from Yunzheng, only the 11-year-old 9th prince came back empty-handed. Seeing Yunzheng and his group return with empty hands, everyone burst into laughter. "Sixth brother, how come you didn't catch a single animal? That doesn't make sense. Your sister-in-law helped you. How did you still end up with nothing?" "I guess sixth brother is too proud to let his sister-in-law take action. I suspect it's because brother 6 has a kind heart and can't bear to kill." The crowd chimed in with one joke after another. Although the 6 princes restrained themselves in front of Emperor 1, the teasing tone was still quite evident. Even the little brat, 8th prince, joined in the fun. Yunzheng couldn't be bothered with them, and simply raised his eyes to look at Yi Zi. When their gazes met, and he saw Yi Zi slightly nodding, Yunzheng felt relieved. It seemed that Yi Zi had passed the poetry challenge. At this moment, Yi Zi was also very puzzled. She could understand that Yunzheng couldn't catch any game, but she was well aware of Shen Luoyan's abilities. The emperor had even granted Shen Luoyan permission to help Yunzheng hunt. How could they still come back empty-handed? "Sixth brother, what happened?" Emperor Wen glared at Yunzheng. "The southern garden is so vast, and you didn't catch a single animal? What on earth did you do?" Hearing Emperor Wen's words, everyone displayed expressions of amusement, having previously shown Yunzheng their performance. Now it was their turn to see Yunzheng's performance. They hoped that the emperor would publicly chastise Yunzheng. However, with Yunzheng's weak frame, they were unsure if he could withstand it. Yunzheng lowered his head and said, "My son is incompetent." "I know you're incompetent," Emperor Wen said sternly. "That's why I specifically granted permission for the 6th prince's wife to help you. But why did you still not bring back a single animal? Did you go sightseeing?" Emperor Wen appeared very angry. Yunzheng secretly sighed. This old man really knows how to put on a show. Of course, this old man might also be temporarily venting his anger on himself to avoid bottling it up. Yunzheng feigned a cautious demeanor, replying softly, "We had bad luck and didn't encounter any game." Upon hearing Yunzheng's words, the group of princes burst into laughter again. "In such a large southern garden, you didn't encounter any game? Sixth brother, when did you learn a lie? If you didn't try your best, just admit it. Don't cover it up. That's a crime of deceiving the emperor." The crowd laughed uncontrollably, with Yunli even beginning to assign a crime to Yunzheng. The empress also nodded along. "Yunzheng, don't lie in front of your father. Although the emperor is generous, this crime of deceiving the emperor cannot be forgiven." Seeing Yunzheng being tormented by everyone, Shen Luoyan felt furious. She knew this would be the result. Even if they brought back a little less game, it wouldn't have been like this. "That damn bastard. He deserves it. Shen Luoyan silently cursed and then bent down to reply, Your Majesty, we didn't go sightseeing. We really looked for game. But Sixth Prince was too proud and wouldn't let me help him. So we didn't catch anything. Really? Emperor Wen narrowed his eyes and said with an unfriendly tone, Sixth brother, are you deliberately trying to get your wife punished along with you? My son is willing to accept punishment. Zheng bowed again. Good. Willing to accept punishment is fine. Emperor Wen nodded, scolding, Now go aside. I will deal with you later. Zheng complied, obediently retreating to Yi Zi's side with Shen Luoyan. What's going on? Yi Zi vispitted, filled with confusion as she inquired about Zheng and Shen Luoyan. Don't mention it. Shen Luoyan replied irritably, casting an angry glare at Zheng. Zheng was unbothered, secretly signaling Yi Zi to relax and watch the show. Huh? Yi Zi was puzzled, secretly wondering. Could it be that Zheng had a backup plan? Why was he still so calm now? Just as Yi Zi was in doubt, Emperor Wen slowly stood up. Looking at the game in front of his sons, he nodded continuously. Not bad. Each of you hasn't disappointed me. While nodding, Emperor Wen walked past the various princes' game and instructed Mu Shun, quickly have someone tally up the number of game each prince has caught. Yes. Mu Shun complied and immediately called for someone to start the tally. As Emperor Wen walked, he nodded, appearing satisfied with each prince. Finally, he stopped in front of Eighth Prince. Eighth Prince, at such a young age, you managed to hunt so many animals. I am very pleased. Emperor Wen smiled at his still juvenile son, hands clasped behind his back. However, Zheng noticed that the hands clasped behind Emperor Wen's back kept changing shapes. Sometimes they formed a fist, sometimes they were open, and sometimes they took on the shape of a claw. One hand tightly gripped the wrist of the other hand, clearly trying to suppress the urge to hit someone. But Eighth Prince remained blissfully unaware. After being praised by Emperor Wen, he quickly bowed, humbly saying, My archery skills are still not as good as my several brothers. I need to practice more. Seeing Eighth Prince's demeanor, Zheng couldn't help but silently curse this idiot. A kid so small dared to bring back so much game. Is it really true that the bold thrive while the timid starve? Is he afraid others won? Know he cheated? Still grinning here. Just wait until he gets slapped in the face. Let us see if he is still grinning. Not bad. Not arrogant or impatient. Emperor Wen praised Eighth Prince and then said to Ninth Prince, Although you didn't catch any game, you are still young, so I won't blame you. In the future, practice your riding and archery more. Don't be like your sixth brother. Just looking at him makes me angry. Yes. Ninth Prince quickly agreed. Good. Emperor Wen nodded and returned to his seat, waiting for the tally results. Your Majesty, this child, Zheng, really doesn't inspire confidence. The Empress leaned closer to Emperor Wen, sighing, This child can't even kill a rabbit. How can he go to battle? Your Majesty, it's better not to send him to Shual Bay. I really can't rest easy about this child. Emperor Wen nodded slightly and said, However, there are currently no battles in Shual Bay. Letting this worthless child go to train is not necessarily a bad thing. Who can say for sure? The Empress sighed. In Shual Bay, winter will soon arrive. Although our dynasty has provided food to Bei Huan, we can't guarantee they won raid. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wen nodded again, silently contemplating. At this moment, Mu Shun had already tallied up the number of game caught by each prince. Your Majesty, the second prince caught 13 animals. The third prince caught 18. Chapter 72. Afraid of getting too beaten up, Mu Shun reported one by one. Besides the eighth prince, everyone else's number of prey exceeded 10. Yunli stood out with a total of 18 prey. However, the eighth prince also caught 9. According to Emperor Wen's earlier request, the prey count for the 8th and 9th princes was doubled. By this calculation, Yunli and the 8th prince were basically tied. Very good. Emperor Wen slowly stood up, his gaze falling on the bear hunted by Yunli, and then he said to the 8th prince, 8th prince, although you and your third brother are tied, your third brother has hunted a bear. I declare your third brother the winner. Do you have any objections? I dare not, the 8th prince replied. Although he felt unconvinced, he could only suppress it in his heart. At this moment, Consort Liang suddenly said in a delicate voice, although third brother hunted a bear, the 8th prince is only 13. It is commendable that he managed to hunt 9 prey. Upon hearing this, Consort Shu immediately objected. Sister, you can't say that. Consort Shu said with a forced smile. The 8th prince is indeed the youngest. But His Majesty has specially allowed the prey count for him and the 9th prince to be doubled. They have already gained an advantage. So you can't use their age to argue. Consort Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. Right? Emperor Wen nodded slightly. Consort Shu makes a valid point. Hearing this from Emperor Wen, even if Consort Liang was unconvinced, she dared not say more. Emperor Wen silently glanced at Yin Li, then raised his voice to ask, before I announce the results, does anyone have anything to say? Hearing Emperor Wen's words, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does the Emperor mean? Isn't the result already clear? Why ask if anyone has something to say? However, at this moment, Zheng knew very well. The Emperor was asking the guards of these princes. He was checking if anyone would step forward to report cheating. However, Emperor Wen scanned everyone, but no one stepped forward. Father, I have something to say. At this moment, Yin Li suddenly spoke up. A hint of doubt flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. What do you want to say? Do you want to show humility to your 8th brother? Yin Li was slightly taken aback, then immediately bowed and said, although I intend to show humility to my 8th brother, since this is a competition, I do not wish to lose. Then what do you want to say? Emperor Wen asked. Yin Li smirked and turned to look at Zheng. I met 6th brother and the others on my way back from hunting, and I made a bet with 6th brother. I would like to ask father to be a witness, lest 6th brother refuses to admit defeat. Cough, cough. Hearing Yin Li's words, Zheng quickly turned his head and coughed hard, trying to hide the laughter that was almost bursting out. Damn, this idiot is trying to make me laugh to death. I hadn't even mentioned this yet, and he brought it up. He must be afraid of getting beaten up too little. As Zheng's intense coughing echoed, everyone's eyes fell on him. Shen Luoyin was furious, almost kicking him. What good does coughing do? Not achieving anything himself and still liking to gamble. Now it's good. Yin Li has publicly revealed it. He can't back out. 6th brother. Emperor Wen's sharp gaze turned to Zheng. Is this true? Zheng desperately held back his laughter, pinched himself hard, and finally managed to put on a dejected expression and nodded in acknowledgement. What was your bet? Emperor Wen asked Yin Li again. Yin Li immediately explained their bet. Emperor Wen's expression suddenly darkened, and he sternly questioned, 6th brother, are you jealous of your 3rd brother? Zheng shook his head. I dare not be jealous of 3rd brother. Then why did you bet against your 3rd brother? Emperor Wen pressed. Zheng thought for a moment and stammered. I just didn't want to see 3rd brother win. Seems like you have a lot of opinions about your 3rd brother. Emperor Wen narrowed his eyes, staring at Zheng with an unfriendly expression. No. Zheng waved his hands vigorously. I don't have any opinions about 3rd brother. It's just that I felt a bit aggrieved when 3rd brother mocked me for not being able to hunt prey. Nonsense. Yin Li immediately refuted. What did I mock you? I was going to generously give you 2 pieces of prey, but you didn't appreciate it. 6th brother. I know you resent me because of what happened last time you were attacked, but I swear to heaven that incident has nothing to do with me. As Yin Li spoke, he cursed inwardly. This dog, still trying to shift the blame in front of father? Does he really think he can turn things around just because he's been favored recently? Useless, always useless. Emperor Wen glared at Zheng. I have already said, the person who attacked you was from Beihuan. Do you still suspect it was your 3rd brother who sent someone? I dare not. Zheng bowed in a submissive manner. It's best. Emperor Wen warned Zheng with a glance, then asked, besides the bet, do you have anything else to say? Zheng understood that Emperor Wen wanted him to reveal the matter of the prey that had been shot early. However, he wasn't that foolish. He wanted Emperor Wen to think he was submissive and dared not speak out about it. Zheng gently shook his head, lowering his head and remaining silent. I will deal with you later. Not getting the answer he wanted, Emperor Wen was even more irritated. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to explode and said loudly, since no one has any objections, I hereby announce that the winner of today's hunting is the 3rd prince, Yin Li. Thank you, father. Yin Li held back his excitement. A glint of sharpness flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. Then he instructed Mu Shun to bring up the long box. I have said that this treasure belongs to the winner of today. 3rd brother, come forward to receive your reward. Thank you, father. Yin Li thanked him again. Stepping forward amid the envious and jealous gazes of the other princes, and respectfully took the box from Mu Shun's hands. Seeing that Yun Li had no intention of opening the box, Emperor Wen took the initiative to remind him, "Aren't you going to take a look at what treasures are inside the box? If you're not satisfied with the gift inside, I can exchange it for you." "I won't exchange." Yun Li quickly shook his head, firmly stating, "Whatever father bestows, in my eyes, is a treasure. Look at how nice that sounds." This flattery is almost reaching the heavens. "You can say that. I am very pleased." Emperor Wen seemed very satisfied with Yun Li's answer, nodding while saying to him, "Show your brothers the treasures in the box. Let them have their eyes opened." "Yes." Yun Li accepted the order, suppressing his excitement, and slowly opened the box. He seemed to have already envisioned the envious and jealous gazes from his brothers. However, the moment the box opened, Yun Li's eyes widened in shock, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chapter 73. Emperor Wen goes mad, seeing Yun Li's unusual expression. The other princes quickly craned their necks to look at the box in Yun Li's hands. When they saw the treasure inside the box, the other princes were all stunned. What was in the box was clearly a yellow thorn branch the thickness of a thumb. A treasure? This is what Emperor Wen referred to as a treasure. This must be a mistake, right? How bold! Just as everyone was in a daze, Concubine Shu shouted sternly, "Mu Shun, immediately call for a thorough investigation to see who had the audacity to swap out the treasure in this box." Mu Shun slightly bowed, but remained silent. "What are you still dawdling for?" Concubine Shu glared at Mu Shun in anger. "No need to investigate." Emperor Wen finally spoke lightly. "The treasure in this box is indeed this." Boom! With Emperor Wen's words, the scene fell into dead silence. This is what Emperor Wen called a treasure? Isn't this just an ordinary yellow thorn branch? Yun Li was completely dumbfounded, and his hands holding the box began to tremble. He had realized something was wrong. "Third brother, you really have some skill." Emperor Wen raised his eyes slightly, his face twitching. "I ordered people to clear the South Garden hunting ground 5 days ago. Today at dawn, I had them throw some shot game into the South Garden. They didn't even throw in a bear. Yet you managed to hunt a bear? Curious. Where did you hunt that bear?" "What? The South Garden was cleared several days in advance. The shot game was all thrown in by Emperor Wen. They didn't run off and die after being shot by someone else? How could this be? What to do? What now?" At this moment, except for Yun Zheng and the 9th prince, all the other princes began to panic. Yun Li was sweating profusely, kneeling on the ground with trembling hands holding the box, wailing, "I am guilty. Please punish me, father." Thud thud. As Yun Li knelt down, the princes with game and their guards also followed suit and knelt. Looking at the princes kneeling all over the ground, Shen Luoyin's heart suddenly jumped, and she stared blankly at Yun Zheng. At this moment, Shen Luoyin's feelings were extremely complicated. There was shock, joy, and a hint of remorse. If it weren't for Yun Zheng insisting they not cheat, they would have been in trouble. Yizi secretly glanced at the calm-faced Yun Zheng and understood in her heart. Yun Zheng had long seen this as a trap set by Emperor Wen. That's why he didn't bring back any game. Impressive. Among so many adult princes. Only he noticed the problem. Now, they were truly going to sit back and watch the show. At this moment, Emperor Wen finally stood up again. However, he did not rush to deal with Yun Li, but walked straight to the terrified 8th prince kneeling on the ground, saying with a cold face, "You are really something. At such a young age, you've learned to cheat and play tricks. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please punish me, father." The 8th prince lay on the ground, trembling all over, his voice choked with tears. No matter how much he learned to play tricks like others, he was still just a child. At this moment, Emperor Wen was furious, and the 8th prince was instantly scared to tears. Deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Emperor Wen suddenly raised his voice, glaring coldly at the 5 princes kneeling on the ground. "I actually want to have you scoundrels all put to death. Who gave you the guts to deceive me?" Emperor Wen's sudden outburst scared everyone to the point that they didn't dare to breathe. The 5 princes buried their heads deeply, not daring to speak. 6th and 9th princes' guards, come out. At this moment, Emperor Wen turned his attention to Yun Zheng and the 9th princes' guards. Gao He and others were somewhat bewildered and ran out in fear. "Greetings, your majesty." Everyone felt uneasy, not knowing Emperor Wen's intentions. "I ask you, did the 6th and 9th princes see those shot game?" Emperor Wen glared at Gao He and others, asking sternly. "Vu, we saw it." We saw several. The few answered cautiously. Emperor Wen asked again, then why didn't they bring back those game? Gao He thought for a moment and cautiously replied. His Highness the Sixth Prince and the Sixth Prince's consort said that those were not their hunted game, so they did not want them. Emperor Wen pondered for a moment and then angrily questioned several guards. Was it the Sixth Prince who didn't want to bring them back? Or was it the Sixth Prince's consort who didn't allow him to? Faced with Emperor Wen's inquiry, they hesitated slightly before speaking. Both His Highness the Sixth Prince and the Sixth Prince's consort didn't want to bring them back. The Sixth Prince's consort even praised the Sixth Prince, saying that although his archery skills were lacking, he still had backbone. Yes, these people are quite clever. At this moment, they still knew to maintain Shen Luoyin's face. Hearing their words, Shen Luoyin wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Clearly, it was Yin Zheng who forcefully stopped them from bringing back the game. Now, it became that neither she nor Yin Zheng wanted to bring the game back. Later, Emperor Wen also inquired about the Ninth Prince's guards. The answers were similar. The Ninth Prince also saw the shot game, but firmly refused to take it back, as he was still young and focused on participation, without needing to resort to deception. All right, I understand. You may all leave. Emperor Wen waved his hand lightly, his cold gaze sweeping once more over the princes. Did you hear that? Backbone. Even the Sixth Prince, whom you all treat as useless, knows the meaning of backbone. What about you? One by one, trying to fool me in various ways. If I don't test you, you all appear to be good people, gentlemen. But once I test you, your true colors are revealed. I have given you chances time and again to see if anyone would stand up and admit that the game was picked up, yet not a single one of you stood up to admit it. Is the position of Crown Prince just something you covet so much? The more Emperor Wen scolded, the angrier he became, kicking the 5 princes to the ground one by one. Even the little 8th prince was not spared. The little boy was kicked down, tears welling up in his eyes, but he didn't dare to cry out loud. Deserved it. Yin Zheng secretly laughed. At such a young age, he learned to play tricks with these foolish birds. Didn't he see if they were even mature enough? The 5 who were kicked down scrambled to get up and kneel properly again, continuously begging for forgiveness. Concubine Shu. At this time, Emperor Wen shouted angrily again. I am here. Concubine Shu trembled as she stepped forward. Do you so desperately not want the Sixth Prince to go to Shoubei? Emperor Wen coldly looked at Concubine Shu. Do you also want to personally send the Sixth Prince on his way like the Third Prince? Thought. Concubine Shu suddenly knelt down, crying and saying, I dare not. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I truly fear that Yin Zheng might encounter an accident in Shoubei. I am not senile yet. Emperor Wen coldly glanced at Concubine Shu, then turned to look at Concubine Liang. Facing Emperor Wen's gaze, Concubine Liang also directly knelt down, crying, I have failed in teaching my son. Please punish me, Your Majesty. You are not just failing in teaching your son. Emperor Wen shouted angrily. Tell me, the 8th prince is only 13 years old. How could he hunt so much game? Do you still have the face to come out and argue for the 8th prince? Today, Emperor Wen was indeed extremely angry. Out of the 6 sons who had the opportunity to become crown prince, 5 of them had deceived him. I have sinned. Concubine Liang cried on the ground, trembling all over. Kneel here and reflect properly. Emperor Wen glared at Concubine Liang, then shouted furiously. Come here. Drag the guards of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 8th princes down and punish them with 50 strokes. Execute all of the 3rd prince's guards, leaving not one. At this moment, Emperor Wen fully displayed the ruthless indifference of a monarch. Chapter 74. Adding fuel to the fire with a command from Emperor Wen. The 5 guards were all dragged away. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, please spare us. Yin Li's guards cried out in desperation, but Emperor Wen remained indifferent. Soon, all of Yin Li's guard were executed. A pile of bloody heads lay there, making the atmosphere at the scene extremely tense. The other prince's guards were not executed immediately, but their fate was not much better. Everyone knew that Emperor Wen was furious and did not dare to show any mercy. When he struck, he used all his strength. Bang, bang. The dull sound of the rod, striking accompanied by the cries of the guards, echoed continuously. These guards were not entirely innocent. Each of them was aware of the truth, yet none spoke up. They had all colluded with their respective masters to deceive Emperor Wen. However, These guards were indeed somewhat wronged. After all, they were just guards. How could they dare to expose their masters? Listening to the cries rising and falling around them, He and the others felt increasingly anxious yet secretly relieved. Fortunately, the sixth prince had principles. Otherwise, they would also share the same fate. If this continued, with 50 strikes, these people would surely end up severely injured. Emperor Wen cast a dark glance at the 5 princes, with his gaze finally landing on Yunli. In the next moment, he directly picked up the yellow rod from the box and struck Yunli hard. Where did you hunt the bear from? Crack. Who did you bribe to help you prepare the prey? Crack. Do you think I'm getting old and confused? Crack. Emperor Wen's face twisted with anger. With each question, he struck Yunli fiercely. Father, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Yunli cried out in pain, begging for mercy. However, Emperor Wen would not let him off so easily. I made you kneel at the ancestral temple for 3 days, and this is how you reflect? Emperor Wen seethed with rage, continuing to strike Yunli. The other princes had merely deceived and tricked, using already hunted prey as if it were their own. But Yunli had gone so far as to produce a bear. This was no simple deception. It was a premeditated scheme to fool him. After striking Yunli over a dozen times, Emperor Wen finally paused, panting heavily. Sixth, he barked. I am here. Zheng stepped forward. Kneel, Emperor Wen shouted, glaring at Zheng. Zheng was speechless. Damn it, this old man has gone mad, hasn't he? Even a passing dog would get a slap at this rate. What does this have to do with me? You don't need to go this far to be fair. Zheng knelt down, feeling extremely frustrated in his heart. Are you not convinced? Emperor Wen glared at Zheng, holding the rod tightly. I dare not, Zheng replied, forcing a smile. Emperor Wen naturally did not believe him and shouted angrily. Do you know why I ordered you to kneel? I don't know, Zheng thought anxiously. Could it be that this old man has figured something out? Emperor Wen glared at Zheng and shouted. You clearly discovered those slain prey. Why didn't you speak up? Were you afraid to say it, or did you not want to say it? Zheng lowered his head and quickly recited the excuse he had prepared. I thought those prey were shot by other brothers and had run away, not realizing they were arranged by father. Emperor Wen paused slightly, unable to find fault with his words for a moment. After pondering for a bit, Emperor Wen angrily questioned the 9th prince. However, the answer he received was similar. But Emperor Wen was already furious and had no intention of letting Zheng off the hook. Then tell me, what was the purpose of allowing you to privately recruit 500 guards? Emperor Wen glared at Zheng. Great, here we go again. Still looking for a reason to punish me? Damn it, I've been dragged into this mess by these idiots. Zheng sighed inwardly and slowly said, I know father is considerate of me and wants to let me privately recruit 500 guards as my personal guards when I go to Shabei. Before he could finish, Emperor Wen abruptly raised a rod, nearly losing his temper to the point where he couldn't even say the word I. Well, no wonder he was so passionate in the flower pavilion. It turns out this brat misunderstood from the very beginning. I never thought of sending you to Shuabei. Emperor Wen shouted furiously. But the commotion you caused in the flower pavilion last night has made everyone in the capital aware that I am sending you to the battlefield in Shuabei. Both you and I have been pushed to the forefront. Tell me now, am I sending you or not? Huh? Zheng raised his head, pretending to be confused as he looked at Emperor Wen. Yizi watched this unfold, secretly cursing that this brat could really put on an act. He deserved to kneel as well. She knew that the matter in the flower pavilion wouldn't be so easily forgotten. It was already good that he and T been beaten more. What the hell? Emperor Wen shouted angrily. I ask you, do I need to send you to Shuabei now? Zheng scratched his head, pretending not to know how to answer. Seeing his expression, Emperor Wen was even more furious and nearly struck him. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his impulse to beat this brat to death, Emperor Wen shouted, Get your people and get out of here. I'll deal with you later. Yes, father. Zheng quickly got up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and cautiously asked, Father, does the bet I made with 3rd brother still count? Hearing Zheng's words, Yunli, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of anger. Old 6th, you son of a bitch, why do you have to bring this up now? He clearly was adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as Zheng asked, Emperor Wen's anger flared up again. Crack! The yellow rod in Emperor Wen's hand struck Yunli once more. Shameless. How could I have given birth to such a shameless bastard? You still have a nerve to bet with old Sixth? You're afraid old Sixth will go back on his word and dare to say it in public? Shameless, utterly shameless. Crack, crack, crack. Emperor Wen continued to strike Yun Li with a rod. Although concubine Shu felt heartache, she did not dare to plead for her son. Only glaring at Yun Zheng with hatred, her teeth clenched. It wasn't until the yellow rod in Emperor Wen's hand broke that he finally stopped, panting heavily. At this moment, Yun Li's clothes were already soaked in blood. Get out of here immediately! Emperor Wen roared at Yun Zheng in anger. Please calm your anger, father. I take my leave. Yun Zheng said, quickly bowing and retreating with Shen Luoyin and the others. The fire had been lit. There was no need to stay any longer. This old man was going mad today. If he didn't leave now, he might really get caught up in it. Well, luckily, he only had Neil once. Compared to those idiots like Yin Li, he had it relatively easy. The only regret was that he couldn't continue to watch these fools get beaten. Chapter 75. Shen Luoyin apologizes. Your Highness is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have suffered today. If it weren't for your insistence, we would have been in a terrible situation. The guards looked at Yun Zheng with admiration on their way back. Thinking of the other prince's guards who had been beaten to a pulp, they felt incredibly lucky. Yun Zheng was very pleased with their performance and sighed softly. So, it's better to be honest and straightforward in life and think less about sneaky tricks. Yes, yes. The guards nodded repeatedly. Easy shot him a glance, her expression dark, secretly amused. How could he say such things about being honest and straightforward? He was someone who had all sorts of ideas to seize military power in Shobei and rebel. Yet he had the nerve to mention honesty. He wasn't even embarrassed. Amused. Easy looked at Shen Luoyin, who had been blushing the entire way. What's wrong? Easy rode closer to Shen Luoyin and chuckled. Do you suddenly feel that your husband isn't completely useless? Stop talking. Shen Luoyin's face was flushed, and she spoke in a mosquito-like voice, lowering her head and remaining silent. Seeing Shen Luoyin like this, Easy couldn't help but laugh heartily. Shen Luoyin opened her mouth a few times to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Shen Luoyin didn't return to the Shen family, but followed them back to the sixth prince's residence. In the Qian Dynasty, there weren't many taboos before marriage. There was no such thing as not being allowed to meet for a certain period before getting married. Upon returning to the residence, Shen Luoyin hesitated for a long time before finally speaking to Yun Zheng. Come with me to the backyard. Okay. Yun Zheng nodded with a smile and followed her to the backyard. In the backyard, Shen Luoyin mustered her courage and apologized to Yun Zheng. I apologize for my recklessness today. I shouldn't have said you were useless in front of your guards. I also shouldn't have thought about those already shot game, but I really wasn't afraid of punishment. I was just afraid of embarrassing my father's reputation. Shen Luoyin lowered her head, her face burning. Is that all? Yun Zheng smiled slightly. What else do you want? Shen Luoyin suddenly raised her head, looking at Yun Zheng indignantly. Seeing this, Yun Zheng teased. You have no sincerity at all. Do I not have sincerity? Shen Luoyin gritted her teeth. Today, it was my fault. You can slap me, and I'll take it. Saying this, Shen Luoyin closed her eyes, pretending to offer herself for Yun Zheng to slap. Seeing Shen Luoyin like this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but shake his head. I don't need your apology, nor do I have the mood to slap you. What I need is for you to understand what should be done and what shouldn't. Am I not upset because of you? Shen Luoyin was angry again and said unhappily, the Emperor doesn't want you to go to Shobei anymore. Yet you pushed yourself and the Emperor into the spotlight. For what the Emperor meant today, he can't avoid sending you to Shobei now. Speaking of this matter, Shen Luoyin was filled with anger. She would rather Yun Zheng indulge in pleasures at Chuanfang Garden than publicly say those words. With Yun Zheng's small stature, why should he go to Shobei? Was he tired of the widows of the Shen family? Go if you want. Yun Zheng laughed dismissively. With so many guards protecting me, I might not die in Shobei. Perhaps I can achieve something great. Achieve something great? Shen Luoyin said angrily. Once a conflict arises with Beihuan, those guards of yours won't be enough to fill the gaps in Beihuan's cavalry. All right. Yun Zheng waved his hand. This matter is already settled. Discussing it further is pointless. Shen Luoyin felt a pang in her heart and was left speechless. Yes, this matter was already settled. The Emperor and he had both been pushed into the spotlight. If he didn't go to Shoubei, the emperor would lose face. What was the point of discussing this now? The more Shen Luoyin thought about it, the angrier she became, and she huffed. It's all that bastard Jiangsu's fault. If he hadn't taken you to Qian Garden, nothing would have happened. Don't blame him. Zheng shook his head and smiled. I drank too much myself. It has nothing to do with others. All right, let's go out. Otherwise, they'll think we're doing something in the backyard. Doing what? Shen Luoyin paused slightly, her pretty face flushing again. Stop talking nonsense. What can I possibly do with you? Shen Luoyin shot Zheng an annoyed glare and turned to walk out. After dinner, someone came from the palace. An emperor summoned Zheng to the palace again. Zheng had no choice but to go. He figured his cheap father was probably extremely angry today. Being summoned at this time was likely not a good sign. Forget it. What is a blessing is not a disaster. What is a disaster cannot be avoided. Whatever will be, will be. After all, he must have exhausted his energy dealing with those idiots in the Yun family and probably didn't have the strength to deal with him anymore. Thinking of this, Zheng felt he might even have to thank those idiots in the Yun family. Zheng was lost in thought until he followed the eunuch to Yangxin Hall. Emperor Wen was half reclining there, with palace maids massaging his legs. This should have been a time of enjoyment, but Emperor Wen's face was still long, clearly still angry. After Zheng paid his respects, Emperor Wen waved his hand, signaling the maids to withdraw. Seat. Emperor Wen weakly waved his hand, indicating Zheng to sit down. Thank you, father. Zheng obediently sat upright. Emperor Wen looked at Zheng, weary. You haven't answered my question from noon. Huh? Zheng immediately began to play dumb. Oh, what? Emperor Wen was furious at his expression and casually grabbed a pear from the fruit platter and threw it at Zheng, saying angrily, I asked you whether I should let you go to Shoubei or not. This. Zheng paused slightly and replied respectfully, I will listen to father. What good does it do for you to listen to me? Emperor Wen was furious. What you said at Qian Garden has already spread like wildfire. If I don't let you go to Shoubei now, what will I become? Zheng raised his head slightly, then I will go to Shoubei. Emperor Wen narrowed his eyes. You really want to go to Shoubei? Zheng replied, I cannot let father be criticized by others, nor do I want. Stop talking nonsense. Emperor Wen interrupted Zheng sternly. I am asking you whether you genuinely want to go to Shoubei, or if you were just saying it. Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He thought this question was difficult to answer. If he wasn't careful, this could be a matter of life and death. After a moment of silence, Zheng said earnestly, I truly want to go to Shoubei. Emperor Wen seemed to have anticipated his answer and looked at him intensely. Do you think that even if you stay in the capital, you will eventually be harmed by your brothers? Zheng hesitated for a long time and nodded cautiously, yes. So, you still suspect that your third brother wants to kill you? Emperor Wen asked again. Damn, another life and death question. Zheng felt speechless and his mind raced. After a moment of silence, Zheng slowly said, Actually, whether my third brother wants to kill me or not is the same. Since I was born, I have been destined to have nothing to do with the throne. Every day, I live in fear, like walking on thin ice. In the blink of an eye, I have lived in a daze for over 20 years. Father, I am tired. I suddenly want to live a life worth living. Even if there are dangers in Shoubei. Even if I die there, at least I will have lived boldly once, not wasting my time in this world. I do not seek to be remembered in history, but I hope the history books do not record that Emperor Wen's sixth son is a useless waste. Zheng spoke sincerely, and a tragic expression occasionally appeared on his face. Emperor Wen quietly looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 76 The Joy of Chao, the Thief Emperor. Wen was silent for a long time. Zheng knew this was a critical moment for the emperor to make a decision, so he remained quiet and anxiously awaited the emperor's judgment. After a long while, it seemed that Emperor Wen had finally made up his mind. Starting tomorrow, you will go find Rome. Just as the emperor began to speak, he suddenly paused again. Let Lao Lu go find that slippery fellow. I estimate he can beat Lao Lu to death. Forget it. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Wen finally changed his words. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the Shenwu army. I will inform Xiao Dingwu to teach you about battle formations and tactics. Teaching him battle formations? Does this mean he agrees to let him go to Shoubei? Zheng's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly stood up. Thank you, father. Emperor Wen waved his hand weakly, glaring at Zheng with wide eyes. You remember this. I'm sending you to Shibei to achieve great things, not to die. I will remember, father. Zheng nodded seriously. Suddenly, he felt a bit moved. Although Emperor Wen had neglected him for a long time, to be honest, after receiving the emperor's attention, he found that the emperor was still quite good to him. Moreover, the emperor had always wanted to protect him. However, his background determined that he had no chance with the crown prince, and in many matters, the emperor was actually powerless. Hopefully, there won't be a day of armed conflict. After finishing his orders to Zheng, Emperor Wen impatiently waved his hand. Get out. Just seeing you lot annoys me. I take my leave. Zheng bowed and exited, feeling quite pleased in his heart. This big move really didn't go to waste. Next, he could prepare for his journey to Shuabei with peace of mind. The only annoying thing was that his father wanted him to go find Xiao Dingwu to learn military tactics and formations. Isn't that just wasting time? Sigh, forget it. Let us just consider it a chance to understand the command level of the senior generals of the Qian Dynasty, and to truly understand cold weapon warfare. With this thought, Zheng felt less depressed. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already quite late. Just as Zheng was about to head back to his room, he noticed that Yi's room still had its light on. Zheng hesitated for a moment and then walked towards Yi's room. He was eager to share his good news with her. Knock, knock. Zheng knocked on Yi's door. Come in. A clear voice from inside responded. Zheng pushed the door open and entered. However, he didn't see Yi in the room. Soon, his gaze fell on the screen. What is she doing? Is she hiding behind the screen, playing hide and seek with him? Zheng's expression darkened as he walked straight toward the screen, smiling. I say, what are you? Hearing Zheng's voice, Yi, who was bathing, suddenly froze. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly spoke to stop him. Don't. However, just as Yi began to speak, Zheng had already walked over. Upon seeing Yi in the bathing tub, Zheng was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. What? What is happening here? That snow-white skin, that flushed face, and the glimpses of spring light. Damn, the water in that tub is too deep. Zheng stared at Yi, feeling a rush of heat within him. His rational mind told him that, as a gentleman, he should quickly turn around. But his instincts told him, to hell with being a gentleman. Between being a beast and being less than a beast, one should definitely choose to be a beast. Besides, she called him in. Could it be that he has already captured Yi's heart? Is something exciting going to happen tonight? At this moment, Zheng's mind was in turmoil, struggling between the urge to pounce or to hold back. Look or not, Yi exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment. Hurry up and get out. Wasn't it you who asked me to come in? Zheng snapped back to reality. Yi was about to say something when there was another sound of someone pushing the door from outside. Yi's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly gestured for Zheng to hide, while saying, Xiaoru, just put the hot water there. I'll add it myself later. Xiaoru replied, this kind of rough work is still better for the servant to do. As she spoke, Xiaoru was walking over with the hot water. Don't come over, Yi said frantically, her voice sharp. I'm thinking about something. Don't disturb me. Hurry up and close the door behind you. Xiaoru abruptly stopped, saying, the servant has put the water here and will wait outside. If the lady needs to add water, just call for the servant. I can manage myself. Yi forced herself to calm down, saying, it's getting late. You should rest early. The prince's wedding day is approaching, and there is a lot to do at the residence tomorrow. Thank you, madam. Xiaoru set down the hot water and then left the room. Only after hearing the sound of Xiaoru closing the door did Yi let out a slight sigh of relief, instinctively patting her chest. If Xiaoru found out that Zheng was in her room, she would have no face to see anyone. As she moved, more of her spring light emerged from the water, making Zheng's eyes go wide. At this moment, it felt as if a hungry wolf was howling in Zheng's mind. When Yi turned her head, she discovered Zheng was staring intently at her chest. Yi looked down and realized that she had already exposed herself. She quickly shrank back into the water. Fortunately, there were many petals floating on the surface to cover her. Zheng watched, feeling secretly regretful. Have you seen enough? Yi's face was flushed, her eyes glaring at Zheng like a knife. No. Zheng blurted out, but just as he said one word, he met Yi Zi's murderous gaze. Cough. Cough. Zheng cleared his throat and quickly changed his words. It's nothing. I'm not the kind of person you think. Is that so? Yi Zi's forehead was twitching with anger. Please wipe that nosebleed off your face. Nosebleed? Did I get nosebleed? Zheng instinctively raised his hand to wipe. But there was no nosebleed at all. He realized that he had been tricked by Yi Zi. I knew it. How could a gentleman like me get a nosebleed? Zheng awkwardly glanced at Yi Zi, then shamelessly said, Now that I'm here, I should do something, right? How about I help you add hot water? Suddenly, Zheng began to understand the joy of Chao the thief. Yi Zi paused slightly, angrily pointing outside. Get out. Weren't you the one who called me in? Zheng feigned innocence. Yi Zi's face was bright red as she exclaimed. I thought you were Xiao Ru. Zheng grinned. Joking. You can think of me as Xiao Ru now. Hearing this, Yi Zi was instantly furious, seeing that she was about to be driven to death by his teasing. Zheng quickly laughed it off. I'm just joking. Why are you so sensitive? Can you just get out? Yi Zi glared at Zheng, wishing she could beat him up. All right, I'll go. Zheng stole a glance and then said seriously, You hurry up and bathe, come to my room later. What did you say? Yi Zi was furious. What do you take me for? Going to your room? You might as well just tell me to go to bed with you. You despicable and shameless scoundrel. What do you take me for? Zheng looked at Yi Zi speechlessly. Don't think too much. I have serious business to discuss with you. Serious business? Yi Zi paused slightly, realizing she had misunderstood, her face turning even redder. Get out quickly. Yi Zi glared at Zheng in embarrassment and anger. Be careful not to be discovered. Otherwise, I won't be able to live. How could it be that serious? Zheng shrugged. It was nothing to begin with, but you insisted on. Going out. Chapter 77. Social death. Zheng forced himself to appear calm in front of Yi Zi. However, once he returned to his room, his heart raced wildly. All he could think about were the enchanting scenes from earlier. Who would have thought? Yi Zi, usually so unassuming, was actually so impressive. Just as Zheng extended his hand to gesture, Qian pushed the door open. Your Highness, what are you doing? Qian looked at Zheng, who was spreading his fingers in a gesture. Cough, cough. Zheng came back to his senses. My hand is cramping a bit. I'm just stretching my fingers. Qian stepped forward. Let me help you massage it. No, it's fine. Zheng waved his hand. Go get a pot of wine and ask someone to prepare some snacks. Also, call Yi Zi over. I have something to tell her. Fortunately, he caught himself in time. He almost said that Yi Zi would be coming over soon. I'll prepare it right away, Qian said, bowing as she exited the room. Once Qian left, Zheng let out a long sigh of relief and quickly hid his sinful hands. Damn it, what was wrong with him? Qian was always there to attend to him, and he had never thought of her that way. Why was it that as soon as he saw Yi Zi's alluring figure, his mind was filled with wicked thoughts? Sigh. It seems this prince is still a fan of mature women. Zheng silently told himself. Who the hell said that Lolas were the best? Mature women are the way to go. As Zheng lost himself in thought, he quickly shook his head to dispel the wicked ideas from his mind. Meanwhile, Qian prepared the late-night snacks and went to call Yi Zi. When she arrived at Yi Zi's room, Yi Zi had already dressed and was sitting there in a daze, her cheeks still flushed. Madam, His Highness wants you to come over. He said he has something to discuss. King informed Yi Zi. Yi Zi nodded gently. Okay. Oh. I understand. I'll go right away. For some reason, when Qian called her madam, she felt a bit shy. But that title was perfectly normal. She was Shunlian's sister-in-law and a lady officially recognized by the emperor. According to etiquette, the servants in the household should indeed refer to her as madam. Noticing that Yi Zi seemed off, Qian asked with concern, Madam, are you feeling unwell? No, I was just thinking. Yi Zi gently shook her head, and suddenly recalling Qian's earlier words, she quickly asked, what about His Highness? Is he unwell too? Yes. Qian nodded slightly. His Highness's hand seems to be cramping. Cramps? Yi Zi frowned. His Highness was perfectly fine. How could his hand cramp? I'm not sure. Qian shook her head, then opened her fingers to demonstrate. I saw His Highness moving his hand like this earlier. I wanted to help him, but he said it was fine. Seeing Qian's open hand, Yi Zi's forehead suddenly throbbed, and her face flushed even more. Shameless. This shameless person. Yi Zi cursed inwardly, angrily heading towards Yun Zheng's room. Xian Sheng, confused, hurriedly followed her. Soon, Yi Zi arrived at Yun Zheng's room. As soon as she entered, Yun Zheng felt a wave of killing intent wash over him. Please sit. Yun Zheng, feeling guilty, awkwardly invited Yi Zi to sit down. He then instructed Xian Sheng. We need to discuss something. You don't need to attend to us anymore. Go rest. I take my leave. Xian Sheng bowed and exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Yi Zi didn't sit down. Instead, she glared at Yun Zheng with fiery eyes. Not to that extent. Yun Zheng smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean for it to happen. Look, I've even had someone prepare wine and snacks to make amends. Make amends? Yi Zi snorted, gritting her teeth as she asked. Is your hand still cramping? Cramps? Yun Zheng was taken aback, instinctively saying, my hand isn't. Halfway through his sentence, Yun Zheng suddenly stopped. Damn, that girl, Xian Sheng, wouldn't have told Yi Zi about him gesturing, would she? For crying out loud. Is this what social death feels like? This girl really says everything out loud. Cough, cough. Yun Zheng's face turned red, and he awkwardly said, It's much better now. No more cramps. Yi Zi, with an unfriendly expression, stared at Yun Zheng's hand. Let me help you massage it. Massage it? I wish I could massage it. Yun Zheng internally complained, but he kept shaking his head, sitting up straight. No need. If you massage it and someone sees, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yi Zi shot him an annoyed glare before finally sitting down in frustration. Yun Zheng, feeling embarrassed, immediately poured wine for Yi Zi. Seeing Yun Zheng's attentive demeanor, Yi Zi felt both amused and annoyed. This guy has no semblance of prince. After drinking a couple of cups of wine with Yi Zi and noticing her expression had softened, Yun Zheng finally brought up the main topic. After hearing Yun Zheng's words, Yi Zi couldn't help but snort. Are you happy now? Of course. Yun Zheng laughed heartily. I can't wait to head to Shuo Bay the day after the wedding. I don't want to stay in this broken place called the Imperial City for another day. Yi Zi shot him a glance and asked, You call me over just to tell me this? Of course not. Yun Zheng shook his head lightly. I definitely can't leave the Imperial City for now. And during this time, I need to go to the Divine Martial Army to learn about military formations and tactics. I can't handle many things personally, so I need you to help me take care of them. Go ahead. Yi Zi rubit her temples. With Yun Zheng's wedding day approaching, she was already busy enough. She would probably be even busier afterward. Yun Zheng quickly outlined what he needed Yi Zi to do without any unnecessary chatter. Yi Zi temporarily forgot the awkwardness between them and mentally noted everything he mentioned. Once she boarded Yun Zheng's ship, there was no turning back. Even if Yun Zheng turned into a devil, she could only follow in the footsteps of the devil and do her utmost to fulfill his requests. After finishing the main discussion, Yun Zheng asked Yi Zi, Do you think I have a chance to take the Shen family to Shuo Bay? That might be a bit difficult. Yi Zi frowned. If you want to take Luo Yin with you, that is definitely no problem. But if you want to take the entire Shen family, it might raise suspicions. Is that so? Yun Zheng pondered for a moment. Then we'll find a way to get them to meet us somewhere. No one from the Shen family can stay in the Imperial City, including you and your sister-in-law's family. It's best if they also come to Shuo Bay. At the very least, they can't stay in the Imperial City. Once he goes to Shuo Bay, it's bound to be trouble. If these people remain in the Imperial City, they could very likely get him into trouble. It's rare that you've thought of my sister-in-law's family. Yi Zi raised her eyes slightly. I don't have a family. You don't need to worry about me. You don't have a family? Yun Zheng was astonished. He genuinely didn't know this. I'm an orphan. Yi Zi sighed lightly. I was taken in by the Shen family when I was about 13. Yun Zheng was surprised and chuckled wryly. So, you and Luo Yin's older brother are childhood sweethearts? Pretty much. Yi Zi nodded gently. Damn. Yun Zheng suddenly had a headache. This wall seems a bit difficult to pry. Chapter 78. Arrival at the Divine Military Army that night. Yun Zheng and Yi Zi both had a restless sleep. When they got up in the morning, both were yawning continuously. Although a night had passed, there was still a hint of awkwardness between them when they met again. Fortunately, Yun Zheng had a thick skin and didn't let it show. After breakfast, Yun Zheng took 4 guards and headed towards the Divine Military Army. Among the 6 guards of the Imperial City, Only the Divine Military Army and the Feather Forest Guard were stationed within the city. When they arrived at the Divine Military Army, Xiao Dingwu was already waiting at the camp entrance with his deputy. "Greetings, Your Highness." Xiao Dingwu was the eldest son of Xiao Wanshou and also the commander of the Divine Military Army. The Divine Military Army consisted of only 15,000 troops, but they were exceptionally elite. Zheng signaled for Xiao Dingwu to rise and said, "First, take me around the camp." "Okay." Xiao Dingwu readily agreed. "Your Highness, the 600 warhorses you helped us win have relieved our urgent need. Let me take you to see our cavalry first." Einlicht. Zheng nodded, silently cursing this guy for bringing up that topic. His own 500 guards only had a pitiful 20 warhorses. Duke Yuan and the others had been using those 20 warhorses to train the guards in mounted archery, and they had to take good care of the horses, fearing they would wear them out. As Xiao Dingwu led Zheng to the cavalry area, he said, "After today, as court meeting, my father specifically instructed me to invite Your Highness to our home for a meal. Please don't decline." "No problem." Zheng nodded, then asked, "By the way, how's the investigation into the embezzlement case going?" Since he had exposed the matter, he hadn't paid attention to it afterward. Now that he saw Xiao Dingwu, he figured he might as well check in. "We've caught quite a few people," Xiao Dingwu replied, getting a bit agitated. "But according to my father, those caught are just scapegoats. The real big fish are too deeply hidden, and we probably won't be able to find them." "That's a shame," Zheng said with a helpless smile. Corruption was a problem that couldn't be eradicated in any dynasty. No matter how severe the punishments, there would always be people willing to take risks. "Indeed, it's a pity," Xiao Dingwu nodded, lowering his voice. "My father suspects the biggest fish is that scoundrel Su Shifu, and even the third prince might be involved. Unfortunately, he has no evidence." Xiao Wanshou and Su Shifu were political enemies, and neither had a good impression of the other. Naturally, Xiao Dingwu didn't think highly of Su Shifu either. Without evidence, it's best not to speak recklessly. Zheng gently shook his head and then asked with a smile, "Did my third brother attend today as court meeting?" "Of course not." Xiao Dingwu suppressed a laugh and whispered, "The third prince was carried in to attend the meeting. The second prince and the others looked like they had been beaten up again, as if the emperor had taught them a lesson." "My third brother was carried in to attend the court meeting?" Zheng was astonished. "Isn't it true?" Xiao Dingwu said with a mischievous smile. "The emperor said, if you want to be the crown prince, you must first bear the burden. As long as they can still move, they have to attend the court meeting." Listening to Xiao Dingwu, Zheng couldn't help but laugh. His cheap father really knew how to play. However, to be fair, there was some truth to what he said. Those idiots wanted to compete for the crown prince position, but if they didn't participate in state affairs, what kind of crown prince were they going to be? The two chatted casually as they made their way to the cavalry camp. Xiao Dingwu seemed to have inherited Xiao Wanshou's straightforward nature, and his direct way of speaking left a good impression on Zheng. Soon, they arrived at the cavalry area. At that moment, it was the time for the cavalry to gather for roll call, and a group of cavalrymen was riding their war horses to assemble. Zheng took a quick glance and couldn't help but ask, "Is this all the cavalry? There should be less than 2,000, right?" "Just over 500, Xiao Dingwu replied. "If it weren't for Your Highness winning those war horses from the Northern Huan envoy, the entire Divine Military Army wouldn't even have 1,000 cavalry." Xiao Dingwu knew that Zheng might not understand the situation of the 6 guards of the imperial city, so he began to explain. Previously, the entire imperial city's 6 guards didn't have more than 6,000 cavalry. The Feather Forest Guard, as palace guards, hardly had any cavalry. After all, the Feather Forest Guard couldn't train cavalry within the palace every day. The Divine Military Army originally had 1,000 cavalry, but last year, we eliminated some old and weak warhorses and didn't receive any new ones, resulting in less than 1,000 cavalry. The left and right Toon Guards are similar to the Divine Military Army, also having fewer than 1,000 cavalry. Even the left and right elite cavalry guards, which have the most cavalry, only have about 500. Hearing Xiao Dingwu's explanation, Zheng was astonished. He knew that the Qian Dynasty was very short on war horses, but he didn't expect the shortage to be so severe. If even the cavalry of the imperial city's 6 guards was so few, what about the troops in the various states and counties? The main cavalry of the Qian Dynasty was probably all stationed at the borders, right? Seeing Yun Zheng's astonished expression, Xiao Dingwu sighed, actually. War horses weren't this scarce before. It's just that the losses in the northern expedition 5 years ago were too great. Previously, both the Divine Military Army and the left and right Toon Guards had 3,000 cavalry each. The left and right elite cavalry guards had 5,000 cavalry each. But when Emperor Wen personally led the expedition to the north, many cavalry were drawn away. After the war, the surviving cavalry and war horses were prioritized for replenishment to the northern army, which is why they have become so pitiful now. Sighing, Yun Zheng lamented, "It's all that damn Northern Huan's fault." "Who says it isn't?" Xiao Dingwu sighed again and then said, "Now you know how great your achievement of winning 10,000 war horses is, right? Let us wait until we actually get them." Yun Zheng shook his head with a smile. "True," Xiao Dingwu nodded, then bitterly smiled. "However, even if we get them, they will be prioritized for replenishing the northern army and the left and right elite cavalry guards. I definitely won't get any." The emperor had already supplemented him with 600 excellent war horses. If there were more war horses, he surely wouldn't receive any more. As they spoke, the cavalry officer had already begun organizing the cavalry for training. Yun Zheng watched and nodded repeatedly. It was clear that Xiao Dingwu was good at military management. The cavalry were very well equipped, armed with bows, lances, sabers, and throwing javelins. And their armor was heavy scale armor. The cost of this entire setup must be considerable. These cavalry must have quite an expense each year, right? Yun Zheng asked while nodding. "Indeed, it's not small," Xiao Dingwu nodded. "Just their weapons and equipment alone cost over 1,000 taels of silver. Each person and horse costs over 500 taels a year." Hearing Xiao Dingwu's words, Yun Zheng was astonished. He knew that the expenses for maintaining a cavalryman in ancient times were high, but this was just too expensive. By this calculation, the amount of silver he had on hand could at most support a few thousand cavalrymen, and that would be under the condition of having war horses. And this wasn't even for heavy cavalry. The costs for heavy cavalry would certainly be even greater. Without enough money and resources, it was indeed not feasible to maintain a cavalry. After that, Xiao Dingwu took Yun Zheng around the various camps before returning to his own command tent, where he began to teach Yun Zheng some basic knowledge of leading troops in battle. Although Yun Zheng felt drowsy, he still forced himself to stay alert and listen. Around noon, Yun Zheng followed Xiao Dingwu to the residence of the Duke of Yu. Chapter 79. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? At noon, Xiao Wanqiu's family warmly entertained Yun Zheng. Xiao Wanqiu was actually a decent person. Although he had previously looked down on Yun Zheng like many other officials, Yun Zheng's performance during the Northern Huan delegation's visit was enough to change his attitude. Xiao Wanqiu also knew that Emperor Wen had instructed Xiao Dingwu to teach Yun Zheng military tactics in preparation for his journey to Shuaobei. Knowing that Yun Zheng's trip to Shuaobei was a foregone conclusion, Xiao Wanqiu continuously comforted Yun Zheng, saying that the Northern Huan were not that terrifying. They did not actually have 600,000 cavalry. The true standing cavalry of the Northern Huan was probably less than 150,000. It was just that the Northern Huan people grew up on horseback and had abundant resources for war horses, so once a full-scale war broke out, they could summon hundreds of thousands of cavalry at any time. This was why the Northern Huan dared to claim they had 600,000 iron cavalry. However, the temporarily summoned cavalry were significantly different in military training compared to the standing cavalry. 5 years ago, during the battle at Shuaobei, the Qian suffered heavy losses, and the Northern Huan also lost quite a bit. Currently, both the Qian and the Northern Huan were still licking their wounds. Unless absolutely necessary, the Northern Huan would not launch an attack on Shuaobei. Listening to Xiao Wanqiu's reassurances, Yun Zheng couldn't help but secretly laugh. He was not afraid of the Northern Huan causing trouble. He was more afraid that they wouldn't. If the Northern Huan remained idle, seizing power would not be so easy. However, if war broke out in Shuaobei again, seizing power would become relatively easier. During this time, Xiao Wanqiu also imparted some leadership insights to Yun Zheng. After the meal, Xiao Wanqiu repeatedly instructed his son to teach Yun Zheng military tactics well. In the afternoon, Yun Zheng returned to the Divine Martial Army with Xiao Dingwu to continue learning military tactics. Seeing Yun Zheng's drowsy appearance, Xiao Dingwu couldn't help but sigh secretly. This sixth prince was not bad as a person, but he was truly not suited for leading troops in a battle. Hopefully, there would be no war in Shual Bay. Otherwise, sending him to lead troops would likely harm himself and others. After more than an hour of study, Xiao Dingwu let Yun Zheng leave to digest what he had learned today and continue tomorrow. Yun Zheng was more than happy to comply, immediately taking his guards and heading straight to his blacksmith shop. It had been a few days. He wondered if the spear he had forged for Shenluo Yin was ready. In the third prince's residence, Yin Li lay bare-chested on the bed, howling in pain. At today's court meeting, his back had been soaked in blood, and he needed to change the bandages again. The pain of changing bandages was not something to be taken lightly. Looking at Yin Li's back, which was a mess of blood and flesh, concubine Shu wept continuously while complaining to Su Shifu. "It's all your terrible idea. Look at what you've done to Lier." Su Shifu knew that this was indeed his fault and could only awkwardly respond to his sister's complaints. "I didn't expect the emperor would go to such lengths." Speaking of this, Su Shifu felt helpless. The emperor had ordered the South Garden to be cleared several days ago, and he hadn't received any news at all. Not only him, but none of the other prince's people had received any news either. This showed how secretive the operation was. It seemed there was a group of people loyal only to the emperor. If he could buy off these people, it would be more beneficial for Yun Li in the struggle for the crown prince position. So what should we do now? Concubine Shu sobbed originally. The emperor was already dissatisfied with Lier for targeting Yun Zheng before, and now this incident has surely made the emperor even more displeased. In the past, she relied on the emperor's favor to whisper sweet nothings in his ear. After yesterday's incident, she had been implicated as well. She clearly felt that the emperor's attitude toward her had grown much colder. If this continued, she might lose her favor. Sigh. Su Sifu Sai Hevi Li, realizing that Lier's current situation was indeed quite dire. He had to make Lier do a few things to win the emperor's favor. The key was how to do it. Yin Li gritted his teeth and growled. "What do you think I should do to please Father Emperor now?" What nonsense! Did he not want to please the emperor? But he currently could not fathom the emperor's temperament and didn't know what to do. He was already terrified of being beaten by the emperor. He feared not only failing to win the emperor's favor, but also receiving another beating. If this continued a few more times, he would be beaten into a cripple. Su Shifu thought for a moment and immediately said, "First, you must not cause trouble for Yun Zheng. Not only must you not cause him trouble, but you also have to treat him well." What? Upon hearing this, Yun Li immediately objected, gritting his teeth. "Which time recently has my misfortune not been related to Yun Zheng? Just yesterday, Father Emperor let that dog thing go, and he still managed to undermine me. If it weren't for that dog thing, would I be in such a miserable state? You want me to treat that dog thing well?" Speaking of Yun Zheng, Yun Li was filled with hatred. He had almost gotten away with things yesterday, but that dog thing had jumped out to question him about the bet. As a result, he ended up being beaten again. He seriously suspected that Yun Zheng had deliberately set him up yesterday. That dog thing was definitely not a good person. On the surface, he seemed timid, but when it came to scheming against others, he was quite adept. Looking at how Yun Zheng was about to leave the imperial city, if he didn't find a chance for revenge soon, he might miss the opportunity. "What are you so anxious about?" Su Shifu glared at him and said impatiently, "Yun Zheng going to Shual Bay is already a fact. The emperor is currently reluctant to part with him. If you provoke Yun Zheng, it won't do you any good. You can only treat Yun Zheng well now to leave a good impression on the emperor." Su Shifu patiently analyzed the pros and cons for Yun Li. The emperor was already very dissatisfied with Yun Li. Moreover, with Yun Zheng about to go to Shual Bay, the emperor was paying extra attention to him. If Yun Li continued to target Yun Zheng openly, it would be pure suicide. Yun Li thought carefully about Su Shifu's words before reluctantly nodding. "Fine. I'll endure this dog thing for a while." Seeing him agree, Su Shifu slightly nodded and added, "Of course, if there is a chance, you can let other princes trouble Yun Zheng. This way, you can take revenge through them and also leave a bad impression on the emperor regarding the other princes. In this way, it will be killing two birds with one stone." Yunli considered this and nodded. That sounds good. Not only can I take revenge, but I can also reduce my competitors. Why not? And you? At this moment, Su Shifu looked at concubine Shu again after you return to the palace. You must sincerely pray for Yunzheng every day, regardless of whether the emperor sees it or not. You must do this. I still have to pray for that dog thing? Concubine Shu was furious. I even have the urge to kill him. Upon hearing this, Su Shifu was immediately furious and stomped his foot. This is not about whether you want to kill Yunzheng or not. This is about how we can change the emperor's impression of Lier. Is seeking revenge on Yunzheng more important, or is the crown prince position more important? Looking at the fuming Su Shifu, concubine Shu immediately fell silent. After weighing the pros and cons, she reluctantly nodded. Chapter 80. Protecting one's own husband. When Yunzheng arrived at the blacksmith shop, it was bustling with activity. After greeting Yunzheng, several blacksmiths eagerly presented the long spears they had forged. The spears were divided into 2 sections with a threaded middle part. When not in use, the spears could be split in half and stored in a leather bag for easy transport. When needed, they could be quickly assembled by screwing the 2 halves together. Looking at the spear in front of him, Yunzheng felt very pleased. A reward, 20 taels of silver for each of you. In a good mood, Yunzheng was particularly generous. He had thought that these blacksmiths wouldn't be able to make the threaded part, but to his surprise, they had indeed managed to create it through manual labor. He realized he had underestimated the ingenuity of these craftsmen. Thank you, Your Highness. The group expressed their excitement and gratitude. This is what you deserve. Yunzheng looked at them with satisfaction. He knew how difficult it was to forge this spear in just a few days. It was likely that these few had hardly slept during this time. After chatting with them for a while, Yunzheng instructed, I'll draw a type of knife for you later. Once you forge the knives for Gao-He and Zhou-Mi, focus on forging this type of knife. An improved Tang knife. Slightly increase the width based on the Tang broad knife, making it more suitable for cavalry use. It should be lightweight and sharp, ideal for slashing and thrusting. Thinking of the Tang knife, Yunzheng also recalled the Zhuge crossbow. He knew about it, but didn't know how to make one. He would have to find Jiangsu later to see if he could create it. Yunzheng worked in the blacksmith shop until dusk before leaving. However, he did not return to his residence, but headed straight to the Shun residence. Upon arriving, he found the Shun family having dinner. With less than 10 days until Yunzheng and Shun Luoyin's wedding, the Shun family had made many arrangements, and a festive atmosphere was beginning to emerge. Madame Shun invited Yunzheng to join them for dinner, and he did not refuse. What are you here for? As soon as Yunzheng sat down, Shun Luoyin asked coldly. Yunzheng replied, My father has allowed me to go to Shuo Bay, and I came to inform you. Did you need to say that? Shun Luoyin scoffed. They had already guessed this outcome. Yunzheng had put himself and Emperor Wen in a precarious position. Emperor Wen couldn't stop him from going to Shuo Bay, even if he wanted to. When this topic came up, Shun Luoyin became a bit angry, and her expression darkened. All right, you don't need me to say it, right? Yunzheng looked at her with amusement and added, Do you want the gift I brought for you? Gift? That one? Shun Luoyin looked at the leather bag Yunzheng had placed aside. Yes. Yunzheng nodded lightly. I don't want it. Shun Luoyin said angrily. I just want to cut off your tongue to drink. Cough, cough. As soon as Shun Luoyin finished speaking, Wei Shuang gently coughed to remind her not to speak carelessly. Although she was the 6th prince's consort, she still needed to be mindful of her words. Madame Shun remained silent, eating her meal as if she hadn't heard anything, but she was subtly observing Yunzheng from the corner of her eye. This is something you didn't want, remember. Yunzheng shrugged. Don't come back later saying, I didn't fulfill my promise to you. What did you promise me? Shun Luoyin frowned slightly. She couldn't remember what Yunzheng had promised her. After thinking for a while, Shun Luoyin finally recalled. Is that what's inside the gun you had made? Yes. Upon receiving Yunzheng's affirmative response, Shun Luoyin immediately showed her disdain. A spear this short? This must be a toy for Nian Ci. Yunzheng shot her a glance, took the leather bag from Gao-He, and opened it to take out half of the spear. This is a spear? Shun Luoyin was even more disdainful. You can't even tell the difference between a spear and an iron rod? Yunzheng was too lazy to respond, taking out the other half. In front of Shun Luoyin and the others' puzzled gazes, Yunzheng quickly assembled the 2 halves of the spear. In an instant, A steel spear measuring 10 feet long appeared before them, made entirely of patterned steel, glimmering coldly and covered in exquisite patterns. Shen Luoyan's eyes lit up instantly as she snatched the spear, pulling hard on it, but the connection wouldn't budge. "How'd you do this?" Shen Luoyan looked at Zheng in surprise, then curiously asked, "How do you take it apart?" Zheng shot her a glance, took the spear back, twisted it left and right, and the spear was once again split into two halves. Just as Shen Luoyan was about to try it herself, Zheng handed the two halves to He. "Since Luoyan doesn't want it, I'll reward it to you." Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan immediately became anxious. "I want it. I want it." She snatched the two halves of the spear and hugged them protectively like a mother hen, glaring fiercely at He. "If you dare try to take it from me, you're finished." He suppressed his laughter and shook his head repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare." "That's more like it." Shen Luoyan nodded in satisfaction. Shen Luoyan was an impatient person. After getting the spear, she couldn't wait to run to the backyard to try it out. This spear, made entirely of patterned steel, weighed at least 30 pounds, but Shen Luoyan wielded it with ease. Watching her practice with the spear, Zheng couldn't help but secretly smile wryly. "Damn, I can't win. With such a sixth princess consort, even trying to force her would be impossible." Shen Luoyan practiced for quite a while, and by the time she finished, she was not even breathing heavily. It was clear that she could easily handle the spear. From today on, this spear will be called the Yunwen spear, Shen Luoyan declared proudly as she fondled the spear lovingly. "All right." Madame Shen shot her daughter an admonishing look. "You're a girl. Stop playing with swords and spears all day. Hurry and eat. The food is getting cold." Shen Luoyan nodded and then looked at Zheng. "Don't think that giving me a spear means that the matter of Chuanfang Garden is over." Zheng shook his head with a wry smile. "Whether it's over or not, isn't the outcome already determined?" Shen Luoyan paused slightly, suddenly speechless. Watching Zheng walk towards the hall, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. This bastard is really asking for it. Why can't he just focus on these strange tricks? Why does he have to make things difficult for himself? Now that his trip to Shuo Bay was a done deal, it was too late for him to regret. After dinner, Zheng got up to take his leave. Given that Zheng had gifted her a spear, Shen Luoyan rarely saw him off at the door. After seeing him off, the family returned to their seats. Madame Shen thought for a moment before instructing Shen Luoyan choose about 10 skilled martial artists from the household. Starting tomorrow, they won't have to do the chores anymore and can focus solely on practicing martial arts. "Why are we picking them out?" Shen Luoyan asked, confused. "What else could it be for?" Madame Shen shot her daughter a look. "To go to Shuo Bay with you." Shen Luoyan was slightly taken aback. "I'm going to Shuo Bay too? It will protect your own husband if you don't." Madame Shen said impatiently. "Do you really want to end up like your mother and your two sisters-in-law, all widowed?" Just like Yi said, the Shen family had no choice. In that case, all they could do was try to help Zheng as much as possible. Perhaps Zheng could truly achieve something. Chapter 81. Entering the palace with a sword back at the residence, Zheng sat in the backyard deep in thought. He was so absorbed in his contemplation that he didn't notice Yi approaching until she sat down in front of him. "What conspiracy are you thinking about this time?" Yi said. "I'm not thinking about scheming against anyone." Zheng gently shook his head. "I'm making a significant decision, but I'm a bit indecisive." Yi was slightly surprised. "You have moments of indecision?" "Indeed I do." Zheng forced a bitter smile and began to share the important matter he had been contemplating. He was considering whether to present the forging method of patterned steel to Emperor One. This had been on his mind since he left the Shun family. He had realized that relying solely on those few blacksmiths resulted in too low production efficiency. Presenting the forging method to Emperor One would likely come with some rewards. But the downside was that with the proliferation of weapons forged from this material, it would not benefit his future rebellion. However, if he didn't present it, those few blacksmiths would never be able to forge enough weapons to equip his troops before he left the capital. He had to leave the capital within 20 days at the latest. Even if those blacksmiths worked day and night, they could only forge one sword at most. That amount wouldn't even fill a gap in his teeth. To equip a large number of weapons forged from patterned steel, he still needed the Ministry of Works. After hearing Zheng's explanation, Yi fell into contemplation. This issue Zheng was pondering was indeed troublesome. No matter how he chose, there were pros and cons. Aside from what you've mentioned, do you have any other considerations? After a moment, Yi asked. There is one more thing. Zheng nodded slightly. I estimate that Bei Huan will not willingly return the lost territories of our dynasty, and even the matter of exchanging warhorses may cause ripples. Before winter, there's a high possibility of war breaking out in the north. Even if I don't hand over the forging method of patterned steel, by the time I reach the north, I'm afraid I won't have enough time to recruit craftsmen to forge sufficient weapons. If I hand over the forging method of patterned steel, once war breaks out in the north, the court will likely prioritize supplying weapons to the northern army. This would at least reduce some casualties. Although it is said that a general success comes at the cost of countless lives, it is still better to save some lives. At this point, Zheng sighed deeply. Although it is said that in chaotic times, one should first eliminate the virtuous, one cannot be too cold-blooded. If one is too cold-blooded, they become a monster. Listening to Zheng's words, Yi's eyes quietly flashed with a peculiar light. She thought that Zheng, who had seemingly made up his mind to rebel, didn't he care about the soldiers' lives at all? Unexpectedly, he could say such things. I support you in presenting the forging method to the emperor, Yi said seriously. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, these people will be your brothers in arms. If you can control the northern army, isn't the court essentially helping you forge weapons? Huh? Zheng was slightly taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly felt enlightened. Why didn't I think of this? Zheng looked at Yi excitedly. Suddenly, he had an impulse to kiss Yi. Facing Zheng's une seule gaze, Y inexplicably fluched. I was just saying that. How you decide is entirely up to you. Yi stood up. I've been tired all day, so I'll go rest now. After saying that, Yi left in a hurry, feeling both shy and annoyed. That despicable and shameless guy. He is becoming more and more outrageous. Doesn't he care at all about her special status? That audacious rascal. Shameless. Yi kept cursing in her heart, her face growing hotter. 2 days later, during the court assembly, just as Emperor Wen was about to dismiss the court, a palace guard hurriedly reported that Zheng had entered the palace to see the emperor, but was stopped by the palace guards. Why are they stopping him? Emperor Wen frowned slightly and said sternly, "Who gave the palace guards the audacity to block the sixth prince?" The palace guard quickly replied, "Your Majesty. It's not that the palace guards are deliberately making things difficult. It's just that the sixth prince is carrying a sword, and the palace guards dare not let him in." The palace guards asked the sixth prince to remove the sword, but the sixth prince refused to hand it over, saying he wanted to present it to your Majesty. Entering the palace with a sword? This is a great taboo. Upon hearing the palace guard's words, Yinli, whose injuries had just improved, nearly jumped up to say that Zheng was not. Fortunately, Su Sherpu shot him a glance to stop him. Yinli held back, but the fourth prince, Yin Ting, immediately spoke up. "Father, the sixth brother entering the palace with a sword is challenging the palace rules. To put it bluntly, this act is equivalent to..." Halfway through his words, Yin Ting noticed that Emperor Wen's expression was not quite right. He paused slightly and quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Equivalent to treason, right? Emperor Wen glared at Yin Ting, then directly grabbed several memorials and threw them at him, shouting angrily, "In this imperial palace, with the sixth prince's weak and frail appearance, does he pose a threat to me? You can't rest easy unless you stir up trouble, can you? Your son is not trying to stir up trouble, just afraid of breaking the rules." Yin Ting knelt down with a thud, burying his head. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Emperor Wen scolded Yin Ting again in anger and waved his hand to the palace guards. "Bring the sixth prince here. Today I want to see how he intends to assassinate me in front of the civil and military officials." After saying this, Emperor Wen shot Yin Ting another glare. Clearly, he was saying this for Yin Ting's benefit. Seeing Yin Ting's appearance, Yinli couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. It was good that he didn't jump out. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble now. Emperor Wen had originally planned to announce the dismissal of the court, but due to this incident, all the officials were kept behind. Not long after, Zheng was brought into the main hall. Seeing the sword in Zheng's hand, the palace guards inside the hall were somewhat tense. Emperor, when deliberately put on a stern face, "Old Six, you entered the palace with a sword. What do you intend to do? Your son specifically presents this treasured sword to you, father." Zheng held up the battle sword in both hands. "With your majesty's permission, I have opened a blacksmith shop to experiment with forging fine steel. Now that this fine steel is ready, I had someone forge an indestructible treasured sword from it and wish to present it for your majesty's inspection." "Oh," Emperor Wen became interested immediately. "You say this sword is indestructible?" "Yes." Zheng nodded. "I have already had someone test it. If your majesty does not believe it, you can have someone try it." "Good." Emperor Wen immediately ordered the palace guards to test the sword in front of the civil and military officials. The two palace guards wasted no time and directly picked up two swords to clash. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, one of the palace guards' swords was cut in half. Seeing the piece of sword fall to the ground, the officials were shocked, and Emperor Wen suddenly stood up, his face filled with excitement. "Quick, bring me the treasured sword presented by Old Six to take a look." The palace guards did not dare to be negligent, and quickly presented the treasured sword respectfully. Chapter 82. Is it a great achievement or a great rebellion? Emperor Wen carefully examined the treasured sword presented by Zheng. He did not bother to look at the exquisite patterns on the blade, but meticulously checked the edge. Although the sword was relatively thin, it was almost completely undamaged after being struck. Emperor Wen held the treasured sword in his hand and waved it a few times, feeling that the weight was just right. "Your Majesty, stop waving it and let this old minister take a look." Xiao Wanqiu hurriedly stepped forward, eyeing the treasured sword in Emperor Wen's hand with envy. As a military general, he certainly understood the advantages of weapons on the battlefield. All right. Emperor Wen smiled at Xiao Wanqiu and happily said, "Duke Yuhua, you shouldn't look at it alone. Such a treasured sword should be shown to all the ministers." "Absolutely." Xiao Wanqiu repeatedly agreed. After receiving the sword, a group of military generals immediately gathered to examine it. The civil officials also want to take a look, but unfortunately, they couldn't squeeze in due to their physiques. What a good sword. Its sharpness is rare in the world. This sword is definitely a peerless treasure. Not only is it extraordinarily sharp, but it is also very beautiful. I've never heard of a sword that can have such patterns. The crowd gathered around, marveling. Xiao Wanqiu had already stopped looking at the sword, hurriedly squeezing out of the crowd. He grabbed Zheng's hand excitedly and said, "Six Prince, can weapons forged from that kind of fine steel you mentioned be so sharp?" "Yes." Zheng nodded and said, "However, the difficulty of forging this fine steel is quite high, and the process is relatively complex. Just this one sword took 4 blacksmiths 2 days to barely complete." "No problem." Xiao Wanqiu waved his hand repeatedly and then tentatively asked, "Does your Highness wish to share the forging method of this steel?" Zheng smiled and said, "I originally planned to present it to Father Emperor. This old man thanks your Highness on behalf of the millions of soldiers of our dynasty." Xiao Wanqiu solemnly bowed to Zheng and, full of excitement, said to Emperor Wen, "I humbly request your Majesty to have the Ministry of Works forge this steel in large quantities. With such a sharp weapon, how can our great Qian not prosper?" As Xiao Wanqiu's words fell, the ministers also began to petition one after another. Anyone with a normal mind knew the usefulness of this fine steel. Of course, they also understood that even if they did not petition, Emperor Wen would definitely order the forging of this fine steel. However, whether Emperor Wen had this idea or whether they petitioned was 2 different matters. All right. Emperor Wen, in a good mood, raised his hand to stop the ministers who were rushing to petition. "I am not so foolish as to not see the usefulness of this fine steel. Your Majesty is wise." The ministers all flattered him in unison. At this moment, Yinli stepped forward and said loudly, "Father Emperor, 6th brother has developed such fine steel, which would be considered a great achievement. I dare to request that Father Emperor reward 6th brother generously." As Yin Li's voice echoed, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became strange. Zheng was also a bit bewildered. What the hell? Is the sun rising from the west? The 3rd brother is actually asking for a reward for me? Has this idiot been dumbed down from the beating a few days ago? Emperor Wen was clearly surprised that Yunli would say such words, and he curiously asked, "You and the sixth have not been on good terms lately. Why did you suddenly think of asking for a reward for him?" Yunli bowed his head and said, "I was indeed somewhat jealous of sixth brother for his repeated achievements, and I have reflected on it several times in the past few days, feeling much shame and remorse towards sixth brother. I know sixth brother's character. He definitely wouldn't dare to ask for a reward from Father Emperor, so I boldly ask on his behalf. I also hope to reconcile with sixth brother through this." Yunli spoke with heartfelt sincerity, almost convincing Zheng. However, he quickly realized that Yunli was trying to win Emperor Wen's favor. This idiot has learned to use his brain. "Oh, really?" Emperor Wen squinted his eyes. "Then what do you think I should reward the sixth?" Yunli paused slightly, pretending to be hesitant. "Speak freely." Emperor Wen directly encouraged, seemingly very satisfied with Yunli's performance today. With Emperor Wen's words, Yunli tentatively said, "Sixth brother will soon go to Shuaobei, and I dare to request that Father Emperor select some strong soldiers from the six guards of the imperial city to be sixth brother's personal guards to ensure his safety." As Yunli's words fell, Zheng was stunned. "There's this good thing? This guy is going all out to please Father Emperor. Isn't he afraid of making me stronger? Or does he want to arrange people around me?" Emperor Wen was also taken aback by Yunli's words. After pondering silently for a moment, Emperor Wen nodded slightly. "This suggestion is not bad. I will consider it. Thank you, Father Emperor." Yunli bowed again and quietly stepped back. Emperor Wen glanced at Yunli and then asked Zheng, "Sixth, your third brother has already asked for a reward for you. I would also like to hear what reward you want." "I don't want any reward." Zheng quickly shook his head. "I only have one request." "Say it." Emperor Wen was particularly straightforward. Zheng raised his eyes and pretended to be embarrassed. "Father Emperor may also know that the few blacksmiths I know are very familiar with Du Guyuan. After they made this treasured sword, they told Du Guyuan about it. And now Du Guyuan and the others are very envious and keep pestering me for this sword." Ha! Hearing Zheng's words, Emperor Wen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Who wouldn't want such a treasured sword? All right, I understand your meaning. Later you will go to the Ministry of Works with Master Song and tell him the forging method of this fine steel. Once the treasured sword is forged, your men will definitely get their share." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Zheng's goal was achieved, and he told Emperor Wen, "I am useless at the Ministry of Works. It is all the credit of those few blacksmiths. I will let them send someone to teach on-site at the Ministry of Works." "That makes sense." Emperor Wen nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, "In that case, I will have someone invite those blacksmiths to the Ministry of Works and arrange a good position for them. What do you think?" "Sure." Zheng bitterly smiled and sighed. Bowing, "I thank Father Emperor for their great kindness on their behalf. Well, no need to be secretive about forging weapons anymore. This could be considered a future for those few blacksmiths." "All right, it's settled then." Emperor Wen was in a good mood. "Now you should go learn military formations and tactics with Xiao Dingwu. I will visit your residence tonight, and you should accompany me for a couple of drinks." "Yes." Zheng received the order, "Then I will take my leave." Go on, go on." Emperor Wen waved his hand and instructed, "The matter of your wedding will be handled by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, so you don't need to worry about it. Just focus on learning military formations and tactics with Commander Xiao, and don't slack off." "Yes." Zheng once again accepted the order and bowed to take his leave. Once Zheng left, Emperor Wen then fixed his gaze on the still kneeling Yunting. "Fourth, is your sixth brother's achievement a great merit or a great rebellion?" Chapter 83. The deceptively bad Emperor Wen's expression was calm, but Yunting could already sense the Emperor's fury. "Great, great merit." Yunting struggled to lift his head and said tremulously, It is my son who has wrongfully speculated on the intentions of the sixth brother. I ask Father Emperor to impose punishment. I am too lazy to strike you." Emperor Wen looked coldly at Yunting. "Just like your third brother, on the day of his sixth's wedding, you will present a generous gift. If you dare to be perfunctory, I will not spare you." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Yunting hurriedly expressed his gratitude, secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was just about giving gifts and not a heavy punishment. Seeing Yunting's demeanor, Yunli couldn't help but ponder. The sixth brother had indirectly caused the fourth brother to lose face in front of the officials today. Perhaps he could incite the fourth brother to deal with the sixth. Let the good guy take the lead. The bad guy can be left to the fourth brother. Get up. Emperor Wen waved his hand, allowing Mushan to announce the dismissal of the court. Duke, where are you going? At that moment, Emperor Wen suddenly called out to Xiao Wanxiu, who was about to slip away. Xiao Wanxiu abruptly stopped, feigning ignorance as he looked at Emperor Wen. What does your majesty wish to call this old minister for? Emperor Wen glared at Xiao Wanxiu with a smile and pointed at the knife in his hand. What? Are you planning to take the treasured sword that the sixth has presented to me? Huh? Xiao Wanxiu pretended to be stunned, then awkwardly laughed. Look at my memory. This old minister is getting old, and if your majesty hadn't reminded me, I would have almost taken this treasured sword away. Old? Getting old? Emperor Wen was both angry and amused. Now you are old? If a war breaks out somewhere, your voice in requesting to fight is louder than those young ones. Enough. Quickly return the treasured sword to me, Emperor Wen said, glaring at Xiao Wanxiu. The sixth has already presented the method of forging such fine steel. Do you still fear that I will lack a treasured sword from you? Yes, yes. Your majesty will certainly not lack this old minister's contribution. Xiao Wanxiu laughed and obediently handed the sword to Mushan. Seeing the reluctant look on this old fellow's face, Emperor Wen couldn't help but laugh heartily. As he laughed, Emperor Wen sighed again. Oh, sixth, what am I to do with you? After leaving the main hall, Emperor Wen repeatedly stroked the treasured sword in his hand. After a long time, he handed it to Mushan. Take this sword to the Ministry of Works. Order them to arrange for someone to make a new handle and sheath and polish it properly. Yes. Mushan accepted the order and hurried away with the treasured sword. Sigh. Emperor Wen silently sighed and began to close his eyes in contemplation. Sixth, after the court dismissal, Yinli caught up with Zheng, who had not yet left the palace gates. Third brother, what is it? Zheng turned to look at Yinli. Yinli smiled and said, Third brother wants to talk to you. Huh? Zheng was surprised, wondering why his third brother suddenly wanted to talk to him. This foolish thing must be planning to trick himself. Third brother wants to apologize to you. Yinli showed a look of regret. Third brother has reflected well these past few days, and I was indeed a bit excessive before. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yinli's voice was not loud, but the palace guards nearby could hear it clearly. Third brother, your change is too sudden. Zheng looked at Yinli in astonishment and said in surprise, Did Father Emperor's beating a few days ago really wake you up? Speaking of the incident from a few days ago, Yinli's anger surged. Fortunately, he was now intent on playing the good guy and managed to suppress his anger. To be honest, Father Emperor indeed woke me up. Yinli patted Zheng's shoulder and sighed deeply. I previously thought you were useless and always wanted to bully you. But now, you have achieved remarkable feats. Who would dare to say you're useless anymore? Moreover, Father Emperor has clearly stated that you will never be made the crown prince. I have been thinking these past few days, since it's already like this, why should I keep targeting you? Thinking about you going to Shuao Bay, I fear we brothers may not have the chance to see each other again. And I feel very sorry for you. Yinli spoke with such heartfelt sincerity. Hearing this, Zheng almost believed him. I'm truly delighted to hear third brother say this. Zheng cooperated with Yinli, pretending to be very moved. After all, we are brothers. Yinli patted Zheng's shoulder grandly, saying from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, third brother will stand up for you. Really? Zheng was almost moved to tears. Of course it's true. Yinli nodded solemnly, feigning sadness. You're going to Shuao Bay, and if I don't treat you better now, I'm really afraid I won't have the chance to treat you well in the future. Third brother. Zheng excitedly shouted, hugging Yinli. Third brother is so kind. I wronged you before. I'm sorry, third brother, I'm sorry. While sobbing, Zheng rubbed Yinli's back. The wound on Yinli's back had only just healed a bit, and with this commotion, Yinli immediately winced in pain. Sixth, let go of me. Yinli's face twisted in pain. Suppressing the urge to push Zheng away, he shouted, Third brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Zheng pretended not to hear, continuing to wail, while desperately blinking his eyes, trying to squeeze out a few tears. Isn't this just acting? Who can't do that? Yinli was almost driven mad by the pain, and no longer cared about brotherly affection. He pushed Zheng away. Third brother, what are you doing? Zheng feigned ignorance. looking at Yun Li with an innocent expression. Yun Li's face twitched fiercely, suppressing the impulse to punch him, gritting his teeth and saying, My back is still injured. Huh? Yun Zheng pretended to be surprised, then suddenly slapped his forehead, saying with an apologetic face, I'm really sorry, third brother. I got too excited and forgot that you still have an injury on your back. Seeing Yun Zheng's innocent expression, Yun Li was furious. He seriously suspected that Yun Zheng was doing it on purpose. This dog, indeed, he is deceptively bad, just playing tricks. However, having just shown his magnanimity, he couldn't turn against Yun Zheng over this matter, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter loss. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Yun Li squeezed out a smile. All right, third brother won't talk to you anymore. I still need to go back and change the medicine. I will definitely prepare a generous gift for you at your wedding. Saying this, Yun Li quickly left. At this moment, Yun Li was cursing silently in his heart. After being messed with by Yun Zheng, the scars on his back must have split open considerably. This dog must have done it on purpose. Bastard. This bastard. Yun Li was constantly cursing in his heart, and several times he wanted to turn back and beat Yun Zheng. Watching Yun Li's departing figure, a sly smile flashed across Yun Zheng's lips. Can a wolf change its nature? What a joke. He didn't even bother to look in the mirror. How could he appear to be a good person? He still wants to act in front of me? Does he really think I'm that easy to deceive? After pulling one over on Yun Li, Yun Zheng was in a great mood. If it weren't for considering they were still in the palace, he would have wanted to whistle. Leaving the palace, Yun Zheng felt refreshed and leisurely headed towards the divine martial army. Chapter 84. The first bully of Daqian in the afternoon. Yun Zheng listened seriously as Xiao Dingwu explained various battle formations and the corresponding methods to break them. After a few days of learning from Xiao Dingwu, Yun Zheng had gained some insights. His mindset gradually adjusted, becoming more serious compared to his earlier nonchalance. However, internally, he was serious while appearing relaxed on the surface. If people saw him, they would not think he was fit to lead troops in a battle. Just as Xiao Dingwu was passionately explaining, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside. Captain Xiao, something terrible has happened, something terrible. Xiao Dingwu instantly frowned. When the person entered, Xiao Dingwu immediately scolded with a dark face. What are you panicking about? Where's your composure? The newcomer, in a state of panic, said, Captain Xiao, the Duke of Rong. The Duke of Rong has barged in. Who did you say? Xiao Dingwu's expression changed suddenly, revealing a tense look as if facing a formidable enemy. The Duke of Rong. The newcomer reported again. Are you sure it's him? Xiao Dingwu asked in a flustered manner. How can I not be sure? The Duke of Rong has already burst in. The newcomer's face was pale, seemingly very frightened. All right, I understand. Xiao Dingwu waved his hand irritably and said to Yun Zheng, Your Highness, I need to excuse myself for a moment to welcome this old rascal. Oh no. I mean this elder. I'll go with you. Yun Zheng stood up. That works too. Xiao Dingwu nodded and hurriedly walked outside. Yun Zheng, curious, asked, Captain Xiao, who is this Duke of Rong? He barged into the military camp, and it seems like you all are quite afraid of him. Xiao Dingwu was slightly taken aback, surprised that His Highness didn't know who Duke Qin Lugan was. Qin Lugan? Bird flu? Why not call it swine fever? Yun Zheng shook his head with a serious expression. I really don't know. Xiao Dingwu was once again taken aback and then slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Your Highness doesn't care about court affairs, and the Duke of Rong hasn't been to the palace for many years, so it's normal for you not to know him. As Xiao Dingwu hurriedly walked out, he began to explain about this person. The Duke of Rong. Qin Lugan. This man is the first bully of the Qian Dynasty, the first rascal. As long as this old fellow is in the court, it's definitely more chaotic than a vegetable market. Speaking of Qin Lugan's misdeeds, it's simply too much to count. But Qin Lugan is deeply trusted by Emperor Wen. Every time he makes a mistake, he is generally just fined his salary. His salary has been docked for 100 years already. 6 years ago, before the Battle of Shuaobei began, there were still many opposing voices in the court. Qin Lugan flew into a rage and violently beat up a group of dissenters, leaving them crying and fleeing. Even Zhang Huai, who was Emperor Wen's mentor, was not spared. After this incident, Emperor Wen took the opportunity to severely punish Qin Lugan, prohibiting him from participating in court affairs, and imposed another 3-year salary deduction. Since then, the court has been peaceful. Emperor Wen Dynasty allowed Qin Lugan to participate in court discussions, and Qin Lugan simply stopped entering the palace. Thus, he was absent from various banquets in the palace. However, during festivals, Emperor Wen would still send him some gifts. Listening to Xiao Dingwu's account, Zheng was astonished. He beats up officials in the court, and he only gets a 3-year salary deduction plus being barred from discussing court affairs. If it were someone else, they would probably lose their head, right? Just as Zheng was silently expressing his astonishment, a burly man with a rough face rode in on horseback, completely ignoring the military camp's prohibitions. Xiao Dingwu not only refrained from scolding him, but also jogged over to greet him respectfully. Little nephew greets Uncle Qin. Qin Lugan jumped off his horse and directly punched Xiao Dingwu in the chest. Xiao Dingwu grunted and forced a smile. Not bad. You've gotten stronger than before. Qin Lugan glanced at Xiao Dingwu with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Qin. Xiao Dingwu forced a smile and nervously asked, May I ask what brings you here? Uncle? It's none of your business. Qin Lugan smacked his lips and said, Go, bring the 6th prince to me. The 6th prince? Xiao Dingwu's expression changed drastically as he suddenly looked at Zheng. What does this old rascal want with the 6th prince? Did the 6th prince offend him? Seeing that Xiao Dingwu didn't move, Qin Lugan immediately widened his eyes and shouted, What are you waiting for? Are your ears growing hair? Zheng stepped forward and said, I'm a 6th prince, Zheng. May I ask what the Duke of Rome wants with me? You're the 6th prince? Qin Lugan immediately turned around, sizing up Zheng from head to toe, then slapped Xiao Dingwu on the shoulder, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You little brat, didn't he just bring anyone to fool me? Did you? Xiao Dingwu shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. This is indeed His Highness, the 6th prince. If you dare to deceive me, I will beat you to death. Qin Lugan glared at Xiao Dingwu, then mounted his horse again and patted the back of his horse. 6th prince, hurry up and get on. Do I need to invite you? Zheng had a black line on his face. Did this rascal intend to kidnap him, the prince, to the great military camp? What? Qin Lugan impatiently urged. Hurry up. Zheng was speechless and asked, Where's the Duke of Rome taking me? Don't ask. Where else can I take you? Qin Lugan was even more impatient. Hurry up and come with me to the craft bureau. Why are we going to the craft bureau? Zheng frowned. Could it be? Before Zheng could finish his sentence, an impatient Qin Lugan rode up next to him, grabbed him, and directly dragged him onto the horse. Go. Before Zheng could stabilize himself, this rascal urged the horse forward, causing Zheng to hurriedly hold on to him to avoid falling off. Your horsemanship isn't good. Qin Lugan glanced back at Zheng and said casually, I say, your father may not be great at martial arts, but he has at least an emperor who rides a horse. You can't even sit steady on a horse. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your father? Zheng paused slightly, then forced a smile and said, I'm learning, striving to not embarrass my father. Damn, this old rascal really doesn't take me. This prince, seriously. But on the flip side, this rascal dared to beat up even Zhang Huai. If this rascal got angry, would he hesitate to hit a prince? He didn't know what kind of merit this rascal had that allowed him to be so unruly. Striving? That I say must. Qin Lugan snorted displeasedly and said, You better hold on tight. I ride fast. If you fall off, I won't be responsible. Saying this, Qin Lugan squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse immediately sped up towards the exit. In a vast military camp, no one dared to stop this rascal. Watching Qin Lugan ride away, Xiao Dingwu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, secretly cursing that this rascal was indeed the same as before. At this moment, the vice captain hurriedly approached and asked, Captain, should we send someone to report to the emperor about the Duke of Rome taking the 6th prince? Report? What for? Didn't you hear he's taking the 6th prince to the craft bureau? Xiao Dingwu glared at him. This old fellow probably received news and ran to the craft bureau to find someone to forge divine weapons and encountered some trouble. So he specifically came to find the 6th prince. Don't worry, although this old fellow is a rascal, he won't do anything to the 6th prince. Chapter 85. Madman's sword technique. After a swift run, Qin Lugan brought Zheng to the craft bureau. This rogue still charged in on horseback. and the guards at the craft bureau did not dare to stop him. Upon arriving at the forging workshop of the craft bureau, Zheng saw several familiar faces. The Emperor's speed was quite impressive. Several blacksmiths from his forge had been brought into the craft bureau. After some inquiries, Zheng finally understood the situation. It turned out that this old rogue Qin Lugon had somehow gotten wind of the news of patterned steel emerging and had barged into the craft bureau, demanding that someone forge him a Guangong sword. While teaching people how to make patterned steel, these blacksmiths had mentioned the feather-like patterned steel that Zheng had talked about. As a result, this information reached Qin Lugon's ears. He immediately demanded that these blacksmiths forge him a weapon with that kind of pattern. However, Zheng had only briefly mentioned the feather-patterned steel to them, and they had no idea how to forge it, so this rogue directly ran to the Divine Martial Army to kidnap him. After learning the background of the situation, Zheng was speechless. They were just looking for trouble, weren't they? Feeling frustrated, Zheng said to Qin Lugon, Lord Ronghua, the strength of that feather-patterned steel is almost the same as other patterned steels, but the forging process is really too complex. What's complex about it? Qin Lugon interrupted Zheng. I didn't ask you to swing a hammer, just to talk. If you keep babbling, do you believe I'll make you swing the hammer today? Zheng's mouth twitched, instantly speechless. Damn, this rogue really had no fear. He even wanted him to swing the hammer? Wasn't he worried about facing punishment? If he acted this way toward the prince, how would he treat others? No wonder Xiao Dingwu said this old guy was the biggest bully in Daqian. Hurry up, Qin Lugon urged impatiently. You'll explain how to do it here today, and whenever my sword is done, you can leave. Zheng had a black line on his face and said helplessly, Lord Ronghua, that feather-patterned steel won't be ready in a day or two. Qin Lugon narrowed his eyes and said boldly, 1 or 2 days is fine. I'll stay here with you. At my age, I can endure it. Can't you as a young man? Hearing this, Zheng's face darkened again. This old scoundrel. Thinking of this old guy's past achievements, Zheng had no choice but to agree. There were many blacksmiths in the forging workshop. Zheng directly divided everyone into groups and explained the forging method of the feather-patterned steel to all of them, instructing them to follow this method step by step. With so many groups, as long as one group succeeded in hammering it out, they could start the next step of forging. After that, Zheng and a few experienced blacksmiths split up to supervise the groups. Whenever he saw a group using the wrong method, he would immediately stop them and have them reforge. It wasn't until dark that Zheng suddenly remembered the emperor had said he would go to his residence for drinks that evening. He quickly explained the situation to Qin Lugon, hoping to take the chance to slip away. However, this rogue gave Zheng no opportunity to escape, patting his chest and saying, you just focus on making the sword. If the emperor questions it later, I'll take the blame for you. Zheng had a black line on his face again, cursing this scoundrel in his heart. With this scoundrel watching him, Zheng couldn't run away and had no choice but to stay in the forging workshop. Unknowingly, another half an hour passed. At some point, the emperor appeared in the forging workshop with people. Seeing the emperor, everyone quickly stopped and bowed. The emperor waved his hand impatiently, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Lugon, angrily shouting, Old bastard, what do you want? The veins on the emperor's forehead bulged, his domineering aura shook the air, and he glared fiercely at Qin Lugon. It looked as if he was about to draw his sword to duel with Qin Lugon on the spot. Your Majesty, are you asking a question you already know the answer to? Qin Lugon grinned widely, showing his big front teeth. Your Majesty, look. The first treasured sword of Daqian was presented to you by his 6th Highness, and, as Daqian's first fierce general, shouldn't I be the second to receive a treasured sword? You're still the first fierce general? The emperor was both angry and amused, scolding. Can't you have some shame? Why am I not the first fierce general? Qin Lugon retorted. Ask the officials in the court, who dares to fight me? Saying this rogue looked around the forging workshop as if to say, who dares to say, I'm not Daqian's first fierce general? Step forward. The emperor's face darkened, and he looked furious. Others didn't want to provoke this shameless rogue. All right, stop messing around. The emperor rubbed his temples, saying irritably, quickly let old Lu go back. You say you're keeping old Lu here. What kind of nonsense is that? What is nonsense about it? Qin Lugon was displeased. By seniority, I'm his uncle, right? How is it unreasonable for his Sixth Highness to help his uncle forge a good sword? Your Majesty, don't worry if anyone dares to gossip. I'll make sure they find their teeth all over the floor. Hearing this, the Emperor's face began to twitch again. This rogue. Now he was talking about seniority, huh? Seeing the Emperor's expression was off, Qian Lugan immediately stepped forward and grabbed the Emperor, grinning, Your Majesty, you are a precious person. Don't stay here. Let us go outside and catch up. As he spoke, this rogue forcibly dragged the Emperor outside. Not a single guard beside the Emperor stopped them. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zheng's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Damn, who else would dare treat his cheap old man like this? He was really curious about what contributions this rogue had made to earn such treatment from his cheap old man. Just as Zheng was in a daze, Qian Lugan turned around, shouting with a fierce expression, Stop looking and quickly forge the treasured sword for me. With this old man's shout, everyone finally snapped back to reality. Soon, the sounds of hammering resumed in the forging workshop. Zheng glanced at the door and shook his head with a bitter smile. Great. It seemed he couldn't rely on his cheap old man either. He might as well obediently be the technical advisor. The sooner he forged this old man's treasured sword, the sooner he could leave. After a stick of incense time, Qian Lugan swaggered in, walking towards Zheng. Slap! Qian Lugan slapped Zheng on the shoulder, instantly making Zheng shrink a few centimeters. Your old man has already been sent away, so you can focus on helping me forge the treasured sword. Qian Lugan grinned widely, laughing proudly. On the day the sword is completed, I'll pass on my 36 styles of chaotic sword techniques to you, guaranteeing you'll be invincible and become another unparalleled fierce general after me. Wahaha! Listening to Qian Lugan's loud laughter, Zheng couldn't help but have a black line on his face. This shameless old rogue. Chaotique sword technique? More like madman's sword techniques. Chapter 86. The old rogue invites to drink. The feather-patterned steel was indeed difficult to work with. It wasn't until noon on the third day that over 1,000 craftsmen, after countless failures, finally forged the treasured sword that Qian Lugan, this old rogue, wanted. Moreover, the feather pattern produced was not considered up to standard by Zheng. However, Zheng dared not boast any further. If he continued to brag, this old fellow might make them forge another treasured sword, which could be life-threatening. The entire sword was forged from patterned steel, and it was a single-piece forging. Zheng felt that this could basically represent the highest forging level of the Qian Dynasty at present. This was also thanks to the forging workshop of the Craft Bureau. If it were in his own blacksmith shop, it might take 1 or 2 months to forge it. When the treasured sword was completed, Qian Lugan was so excited that he shouted loudly, Haha, a treasured sword should be matched with a hero. Kid, watch closely. I will now teach you the 36 chaotic wind blade techniques. Don't say, I'm not trustworthy. Saying this, Qian Lugan began to wield the big sword inside the workshop. Zheng didn't know whether this was the chaotic wind blade technique or a madman's blade technique, but this old rogue indeed had some skills. He managed to wield a nearly 50-pound Guangong sword with a tight and impenetrable flow. Speaking of which, this old rogue should be over 50 years old, right? At this age, still so vigorous, he could indeed be considered a fierce general. After finishing a round of the madman's blade technique, Qian Lugan asked Zheng with wide eyes, How many moves did you remember? Zheng rubbed his dry eyes and shook his head, saying, I didn't remember a single move. What the hell? I just want to go home and sleep. I haven't even slept for 2 hours in nearly 2 days and nights. Those blacksmiths could at least take turns to rest, but I basically couldn't rest at all. I had to keep an eye on the forging process and progress. Not a single move remembered. Qian Lugan was slightly taken aback, then immediately laughed shamelessly. I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a martial arts genius. Grasping the essence of my blade techniques so quickly. My blade technique emphasizes moving with the heart. No move is better than having a move, haha. Qian Lugan laughed again, his mouth wide open, almost revealing his esophagus. Damn! Zheng nearly stuffed a piece of red-hot iron into this old rogue's mouth. No move is better than having a move? That's definitely the madman's blade technique. Just wasting his sleep time. Well, it seems that the Duke of Rong's blade technique is indeed extremely fierce. Yin Zheng yawned. I'm going home now to comprehend. Before Qin Lugan could say anything more, Yun Zheng swiftly slipped away. He used all his skills like the swift wind and the light wave, moving as fast as he could. What are you running for, kid? I was going to invite you to my house for a drink. Qin Lugan's voice sounded again from behind. Eat your second uncle's drink. Yun Zheng cursed in his heart and immediately sped up. It wasn't until he returned to the mansion that Yun Zheng finally sighed in relief, casually grabbed a cup, and gulped down some tea, sitting there panting heavily. What's wrong with His Highness? Yizi looked at the disheveled Yun Zheng in confusion. Didn't the Emperor say that His Highness went to the craft bureau to teach people how to work with patterned steel? Don't mention it. Yun Zheng raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. I was kidnapped by an old rogue. Old rogue? Yizi's pretty face twitched slightly. Then she exclaimed in surprise, the old rogue you're talking about. It wouldn't be Duke Rong Qin Lugan, would it? Yun Zheng nodded lightly, surprised. You know this old rogue too? I've heard some of his great achievements. Yizi suppressed her laughter. In the entire imperial city, besides the emperor, probably only he would dare to openly kidnap His Highness. What kind of background does this rogue have? Yun Zheng asked curiously. I feel like this old rogue isn't even afraid of my father. It seems like he could duel with my father at any moment. Not to that extent, but he indeed isn't afraid of the emperor. Yizi smiled and said, I heard for the palace eunuchs that he even swore brotherhood with the emperor, saving him several times from danger. After the emperor ascended the throne, he originally intended to appoint him as a prince of a different surname, but he refused outright. The emperor had no choice but to make him a duke. Damn, this old rogue even swore brotherhood with my father? No wonder he acts so recklessly. However, this old rogue seems like a rough man, but he should still be quite clever. Being a prince of a different surname is not an easy task. Rather than being a prince who is always on guard, it's better to be a comfortable duke. This old rogue reminds me a bit of the famous General Cheng Yaojin from the early Tang Dynasty. Yin Zheng yawned and stood up. All right, I'm going to take a nap. You keep an eye on things in the mansion. I'm almost driven to death by this old rogue. Yizi stopped him, scolding. Aren't you going to take a bath first? When she said the word bath, Yizi's pretty face inexplicably turned red. Seeing Yizi's charming appearance, Yun Zheng almost blurted out to join her. I'll sleep first. Yun Zheng yawned and groggily walked toward his inner courtyard. When Yun Zheng woke up, it was already dark outside. As he stepped out of his room, Xi and Sheng hurried over. Your Highness, are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare a meal for you. She was supposed to come and call Yun Zheng for dinner, but Yizi said Yun Zheng was too tired and needed to rest well, so she didn't need to disturb him. Yeah, I'm a bit hungry. Yun Zheng nodded lightly. Then I'll go have someone prepare a meal. Xi and Sheng had just taken a few steps when she turned back and said, By the way, Your Highness, someone sent an invitation to the mansion, and Lady Z is keeping it for you for now. Okay, I got it. Yun Zheng nodded slightly and walked towards Yizi's room. When he arrived, Yizi had just finished bathing. Her wet hair, coupled with her flushed cheeks from the steam, made Yun Zheng's heart flutter. Damn it, I came too late. If I had come earlier, I might have had a chance to catch a glimpse of Yizi's beauty. What are you staring at? Seeing Yun Zheng staring at her, Yizi glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, then took out the invitation from under her pillow. This is the invitation sent by Duke Rong, inviting you to his house for a drink tomorrow at noon. Yun Zheng's face turned dark, and he said bitterly, How about you just pretend I didn't come? Damn, this old rogue really wants to invite me for a drink? Now that I see that old rogue, I'm scared. What kind of drink am I supposed to have? Seeing Yun Zheng's expression, Yizi couldn't help but smile. The people from Duke Rong's mansion said that he said if you don't go, he will come personally to invite you. This old rogue. Yun Zheng's face twitched hard, and he said bitterly, Then I might as well go myself. If that old rogue comes to invite me, he might just kidnap me again. You should actually be happy. Yizi chuckled. I heard that Duke Rong has been closed off from visitors for many years. If other princes find out that he specially sent an invitation for you to drink, they would be envious to death. Ha! Yun Zheng gave her a roll of his eyes, as if to say, Shouldn't I feel honored? Chapter 87. A sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin the next day at noon. Yun Zheng arrived at the Duke of Rong's residence following the address on the invitation. As soon as he reached the entrance, he spotted a burly man with a coarse face waiting there. Upon closer inspection, this guy looked almost identical to Qin Lugan, just a younger version of him. Seeing Yun Zheng arrive with guards, the man quickly rushed forward. "Are you His Highness the Sixth Prince?" "Yes." Yun Zheng dismounted from his horse. "Are you the son of the Duke of Rome?" "Yes." The burly man nodded and slightly bowed. "Qin Shi has met His Highness the Sixth Prince." "Qin Shi?" A black line appeared on Yun Zheng's forehead. So the Qin family's hierarchy was based on a 1 to 10 ranking system? If this goes on to the 11th generation, would he be called Qin Shi Lang? "Brother Qin, you are too polite." Yun Zheng waved his hands. "The Duke of Rome and my father are sworn brothers. There is no need for excessive formalities between us." "Haha, I was waiting for you to say that." Qin Shi laughed heartily and warmly put his arm around Yun Zheng's shoulder. "Come on in, His Highness. My father and the Emperor are waiting for you to drink." "Huh?" Yun Zheng was startled. "My father is here too?" "Of course." Qin Shi winked. "If my father didn't invite the Emperor over for drinks, how could he keep you at the Ministry of Works?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's face darkened. His old man sold him out for a drink. How long had it been since he last drank with that old rogue? With a heart full of resentment, Yun Zheng followed Qin Shi to the backyard. In the backyard, the old rogue was arguing with Emperor Wen. "You cheating scoundrel, stop playing tricks. You definitely moved my pieces. Which of your eyes saw me move your pieces? Clearly, your chess skills are inferior to mine." "Nonsense. How can my chess skills be worse than yours?" "Haha, I've been closing my doors to guests for years, diligently studying the way of chess. My skills are now unparalleled. You still study chess? I'd rather believe you're digging a pit to bury yourself." "What? You want to kill me?" As soon as they arrived at the door, Yun Zheng heard Emperor Wen arguing with the old rogue. He was momentarily stunned. "Wow, my father actually referred to himself as I in front of this old rogue? Their relationship must be incredibly close. No wonder this old rogue only gets his salary deducted when he makes mistakes." In the entire court, it seemed only this old rogue enjoyed such treatment. The two continued their heated argument in the backyard. They only stopped when they noticed Yun Zheng and Qin Shi entering, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Duke of Rome." Yun Zheng obediently stepped forward to bow. All right. Emperor Wen waved his hand. "There are no outsiders here, so let us skip these formalities. You two go find a place to sit and wait for me to finish this game of chess with this cheating scoundrel." After saying that, Emperor Wen resumed his chess game with Qin Lugan. Yun Zheng and Qin Shi stood by watching, not wanting to interrupt the two. During the game, Qin Lugan kept distracting Emperor Wen's attention to move the pieces on the board. Through this shameless tactic, Qin Lugan finally won. "Wow ha!" A standard Qin family laugh erupted as Qin Lugan proudly placed his hands on his hips. "What do you think? My 5 years of diligent study in chess was not in vain, right? You old scoundrel." Emperor Wen laughed and scolded. "If you didn't cheat, could you beat me?" "Cheat?" Qin Lugan pouted, then turned to Yun Zheng and Qin Shi. "Did I cheat?" While speaking, Qin Lugan bared his gleaming white teeth, laughing in a particularly menacing way. The two immediately shook their heads like rattling drums. If they dared to say that this old rogue cheated, he might just hang them from the beams to dry. "See that?" Qin Lugan laughed broadly. "Even your son says I didn't cheat." Emperor Wen was speechless and too lazy to argue with the old rogue. "All right, you won. Can you hurry up and have your people prepare food and drinks?" "I'm starving." "What kind of talk is that? When you come to my place, would I skimp on food and drink for you?" Qin Lugan laughed heartily, then turned to glare at Qin Shi. "You brat. Why aren't you quickly going to call someone to prepare food? Didn't you hear the Emperor say he is hungry?" Qin Shi immediately used a flash technique, disappearing in an instant. Yun Zheng watched this and couldn't help but secretly sympathize with Qin Shi. He must have been mistreated by this old rogue to develop such a bizarre flash technique. Soon, food and drinks were prepared. Qin Lugan specifically ordered all the servants to leave. Emperor Wen also had all the guards withdraw, clearly showing great trust in Qin Lugan and his son. Just as Yun Zheng was about to pour wine, the old rogue swatted his hand away. "You're not pouring wine." Saying this, Qin Lugan directly grabbed the wine jar, pouring a bowl for Emperor Wen first, then pouring one for himself. Just as Emperor Wen was about to lift his wine bowl, Qin Lugan pressed down on his hand. "I'm sorry to you. Sorry to Qian. I'll first punish myself with 3 bowls." Saying this, Qin Lugan grabbed the wine bowl, gulping it down in a few swigs, then poured another for himself and drank that down as well, followed by a third bowl. Mind your own business. Emperor Wen glared at Qin Lugan. You're not qualified to apologize to the Qian. After saying this, Emperor Wen finally lifted his wine bowl and drank a few gulps. Zheng looked at these two old men with a confused expression. He couldn't understand what they were talking about. Qin Lugan rubbed his nose and slapped Qin Shihu on the forehead. What are you dawdling for? Pour the wine. Qin Shihu looked at his father with frustration, but obediently poured the wine. Qin Lugan glanced at Zheng and said to Emperor Wen, your son is quite good, but he has not cut out for the Northern Front. Nonsense, how could I not know that? Emperor Wen, for once, dropped his imperial demeanor and shot a sidelong glance at Zheng, thinking, this brat is putting me and him at the center of controversy. If I don't let him go to the Northern Front, what is wrong with that? Why not? Qin Lugan's big, round eyes widened. As long as you don't let him go to the Northern Front, who the hell dares to object? I'll knock their front teeth out. If you think it'll be a loss of face, leave this matter to me. Wow. Hearing the old rogue's words, Zheng suddenly felt something was off. It sounded like this old man wanted to help his father keep him in the capital. Damn, this old rogue has really turned into a sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin. Hasn't he? Emperor Wen fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's fine. Old Lu is a bit timid by nature. Letting him go to the Northern Front for some training would be good. Training my ass, Qin Lugan said irritably. He has not cut out for leading troops in a battle. Assign him a task in the Ministry of Works. That's better than sending him to the Northern Front for training. Let us not discuss this for now. Emperor Wen waved his hand. We haven't sat down together for a drink in over 5 years. Let us enjoy a good drink first, and we can talk about other matters later. With that, Emperor Wen actively raised his wine bowl to clink with Qin Lugan's. Chapter 88. Thank you. Ancestors Wen Di and Qin Lugan had not seen each other for more than 5 years. As they started drinking, they became somewhat oblivious to everything around them. Zheng and Qin Shi, who had almost no chance to interject in front of these two old men. As they drank, both Wen Di and Qin Lugan got drunk. The old rogue downed a bowl of wine in a few gulps and seemed unsatisfied, directly picking up the wine jar for a big drink. You bastard, after all these years, you didn't come to the palace to drink with me, and you won't let me come to you. I can't face you. Damn it. If it weren't for me beating up those bastards back then, forcing them to agree to your personal expedition, how would there have been all those subsequent troubles? Bullshit. If I hadn't insisted, what use would have been for you to beat up the entire court of civil and military officials? No. Among all the officials, only I could stop you from going on that expedition. How the hell did I not manage to stop you? You couldn't stop me. I only regret letting you stay in the capital to help me guard the house and not taking you with me to Shuaibei. If you had gone to Shuaibei when I was reckless and greedy for achievements, there would have been someone to hold me back. I'm sorry for you. Both old men were drunk. When they spoke from the heart, they nearly embraced and cried. Suddenly, Zheng understood why Qin Lugan had shut himself off from visitors for 5 years. He was grappling with his own guilt, blaming himself for not stopping Wen Di from leading the expedition against Bei Huan, which led to the great defeat in Shuaibei. Zheng didn't know the history between Wen Di and the old rogue, but it was clear that Wen Di trusted him immensely. He led the expedition to Shuaibei, but left the old rogue in the capital to guard the home. It was obvious that Wen Di believed that as long as this old rogue was in the capital, there wouldn't be chaos. This trust, it seemed, was given only to this old rogue. Watching these two drunken men, Zheng was genuinely afraid that they might kill him and Qin Shi who to silence them after they sobered up, to prevent today's embarrassing behavior from leaking out. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng whispered to Qin Shi who, Brother Qin, should we go for a walk outside? All right. I was just thinking the same. Qin Shi who quickly stood up. Clearly, he was also afraid that these two drunks might go on a rampage. The two of them quickly agreed to leave the two drunken men behind and decisively chose to slip away. However, fearing that the two drunks might go crazy with their drinking, they didn't dare go far and just sat in the front yard. Brother Qin, what position do you hold in the military now? Zheng asked. I haven't been in the military for a long time. Qin Shi who replied casually. As soon as the Battle of Shuaibei ended, my father had me submit my resignation to the emperor. I've been almost living at home every day for the past few years. I'm getting restless. Then where did you serve before? Zheng pressed. In the Divine Martial Army. Qin said proudly, I was the youngest commander in the Divine Martial Army. If I hadn't submitted my resignation, it would have been his turn, Xiao Dingwu. I'm not bragging, but with that cowardly look of Xiao Dingwu, I could beat him to the ground with one hand. As he spoke, Qin began to boast. He claimed that Xiao Dingwu had once been his defeated foe and was always trailing behind him. Watching Qin spit all over while boasting, Yunjin couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. This guy is really just like his father. As he got excited, Qin moved closer to Yunjin, slapped his shoulder with a bare paw, and winked, saying, Don't worry, little brother. As long as my father steps in, no one can make you go to Shuaobei, except for the emperor. My father said that at worst, we'll just let you act in a play with the emperor. Let him demote you to a commoner to silence the critics. Then he'll adopt you as his godson. At that time, we'll truly be brothers, wah. Seeing Qin laughing like a fool, Yunjin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I really thank your Qin family's ancestors for 8 generations. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would never have shared the forging method of patterned steel. This has brought me trouble instead. I appreciate the Earl of Rong's goodwill. Yunjin sighed. Actually, I want to go to Shuaobei myself. I've lived such a cowardly life for so many years. I want to live like a real person. Even if I die in Shuaobei, at least it would be in a grand manner. I don't seek to be remembered in history, but I just hope that future historians won't say that Wendi's sixth son was just a useless coward. In order to prevent this foolish father-son duo from inadvertently causing trouble, Yunjin had to bring out that line again. Hearing Yunjing's words, Qin suddenly fell silent, looking at him with a puzzled expression. After a long while, Qin bare paw patted Yunjing's shoulder again. That's the spirit. You're a real man. Qin gave Yunjin a thumbs up, then patted his chest, saying, Don't worry if you go to Shuaobei. I'll go be your deputy. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yunjing's mouth twitched slightly, and he was once again mentally complaining. Let him be my deputy? What a joke. This guy would tie me up and send me to the capital the moment he found out I had rebellious thoughts. It's obvious that this father and son are die-hard loyalists of the emperor. This won't do. Yunjin repeatedly waved his hands. Brother Qin, you were the commander of the Divine Martial Army 5 years ago. After 5 years of training, commanding an army of 100,000 is no problem. Having you as my deputy would be too much of a waste. Qin was extremely pleased with Yunjing's flattery, laughing while rubbing his face. Although I'm a talent that comes once in 100 years, to protect my little brother, I would go through fire and water, let alone just being a deputy. Damn it. Yunjin suddenly wanted to punch this guy. This father-son duo must be sent by heaven to punish me, right? This great situation won't be ruined by them. Will it? Damn it. So frustrating. Old Lu, where the hell are you? At that moment, Wendi's loud voice echoed from inside the room. Yunjin couldn't afford to say much more to Qin who hurriedly ran into the room. Father, what do you need from your son? Wendi swayed as he stood up, burped, and drunkenly shouted, Go to the palace and bring me the fine wine I've been keeping. I must get this old bastard drunk today. Ha, look at you. What a drunken mess. The old rogue laughed heartily. Don't forget, the first time you drank, it was me, stealing from my old man's stash. You learned to drink from me. Bullshit. When did it started? Swaying as he said, I could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk when I was 3. You think you taught me to drink? Listening to these two drunks bragging, Yunjin couldn't help but feel exasperated. In his memory, this was the first time he saw Wendi so out of control. Even on the day he bet with Bamboo to help him reclaim lost territory, he hadn't drunk like this. Perhaps in front of this old brother. He wasn't an emperor after all. Chapter 89, The Wedding, is approaching. Yunjin ultimately did not go help Emperor Wen get the wine. Drunk people's words are just to be listened to. In the end, Emperor Wen and Qin Lugan got so drunk that they were unconscious. After getting the two back to their rooms to rest, Yunjin gave a few instructions to the palace guards and then left. Back at the residence, Yunjin was extremely frustrated. Yizi came over to inquire and, after learning the whole story, couldn't help but frown. If Qin Lugan, the top bully of the Qian, gets involved in this matter, the variables would increase significantly. What do you plan to do now? Yizi asked with some concern. How would I know? Zheng rubbed his head in annoyance. Let us first see how things unfold. We can only adapt to the situation now. Who could have predicted that such an old rogue would appear out of nowhere? This is really a calamity from the heavens. Yi gave him a helpless glance and nodded. It can only be like this for now. Zheng shook his head and asked, Do you know about the past between the old rogue and my father? I'm not sure about that. Yi shook her head. If you want to know, you can ask my mother-in-law. She should know something. All right. Zheng nodded lightly, planning to ask when the opportunity arose. Anyway, it was enough to know that his father had great trust in the old rogue. After pondering for a moment, Zheng asked, How many days are left until my wedding with Luo Yan? Huh? Yi's pretty face twitched. You don't even know this? Zheng awkwardly smiled. I just didn't make a point to remember it. You're really something. Yi was both exasperated and amused. If Luo Yan knew that you forgot your own wedding date, she'd definitely beat you up until you're missing teeth. After giving Zheng a mock glare, Yi informed him that, counting today, there were only 6 days left until their wedding. 6 days left? Zheng secretly felt a headache. He just wanted to marry Shen Luo Yan as soon as possible and leave the imperial city. Who knows what other unexpected events might occur if he stayed in the capital any longer. After staying in the residence for a while, Zheng saw that it was still early, so he took a few guards and headed towards Kadir Mountain. Du Guiyuan and the others had been training the house soldiers there for some time. He hadn't gone to see them yet. He would just try to take advantage of today to sneak a break and check on the soldiers' training. As they approached the temporary military camp at Kadir Mountain, they heard a synchronized shout of "Ha-ha" inside the camp. In the camp, Du Guiyuan and the other 3 were training the house soldiers. Greetings, Sixth Prince. Seeing Zheng arrive, the 3 quickly stopped training and saluted him. No need for formalities. Zheng waved his hand. Continue your training. I'm just here to watch the excitement. Don't mind me. Yes. The 3 acknowledged and ordered the soldiers to continue training. These house soldiers had good physical fitness, and many had some martial skills. Under Du Guiyuan's strict training, although the time was not long, they had already made some progress. However, they still had too few warhorses. With only about 20 warhorses, hundreds of people were taking turns training on them, making it quite pitiful to watch. After observing for a while, Zheng called Du Guiyuan over. Is there anything you need me to help solve? He preemptively warned Du Guiyuan not to mention the warhorses. He wanted to acquire warhorses too, but there were no channels. Moreover, they hadn't even left the imperial city yet. It was still necessary to keep a low profile and not raise other suspicions. There is, Du Guiyuan said, after these days of training, many people have injuries. I wonder if His Highness can recruit 1 or 2 physicians to stay here. Physicians? Zheng was slightly taken aback. Damn, he had actually forgotten about this. He had only been thinking about equipment. How could a team operate without a healer? No problem. Leave this to me. Zheng readily agreed, took out 2,000 taels of silver notes, and instructed the kitchen staff to provide better meals for everyone, ensuring that there was meat in every meal. Thank you, Your Highness. Du Guiyuan bowed deeply and turned back to the training soldiers, displaying the silver notes in his hand, shouting, Train well. The Sixth Prince has ordered that your meals be improved, guaranteeing you meat every day. Thank you, Sixth Prince. Everyone cheered happily in unison. Although the Qian Dynasty was relatively affluent, ordinary families could not possibly afford to have meat in every meal. Being able to eat meat once every 3 to 5 days was already considered quite good. Zheng nodded slightly to the crowd, and then called Du Guiyuan and the other 3 aside. While you train these house soldiers, in addition to honing their physique and combat skills, you must also teach them how to ambush and launch surprise attacks. If they can ambush, they should not engage in head-on confrontation. We need to defeat the enemy not only by beating them, but also at the smallest possible cost. Every life counts. Even if it means 1 less person dying, it's a good thing. Zheng earnestly instructed the 3. This was also his main purpose for coming here. He didn't need to worry about honing these people's physical strength and combat skills. He trusted that Du Guiyuan and the others could do well. However, he needed to remind them about ambush tactics. Your Highness is benevolent. The 3 bowed together, their eyes showing a hint of emotion. Zheng chuckled and waved his hand. All right, you all get back to work. The physician will arrive by tomorrow noon at the latest. Thank you, Your Highness. The three bowed again in gratitude, making things feel overly polite. Zheng mounted his horse and left with the guards. The issue of physicians indeed needed to be resolved quickly. It was necessary to recruit not just one, but several. It would be even better if they could find someone skilled in both medicine and martial arts. Moreover, the physicians needed to treat their injuries and teach them how to identify various herbs and how to handle common external injuries. After all, during long-distance raids, it was basically impossible to bring physicians along. Not to mention serious injuries, even minor ones needed to be handled by themselves. On the way back, Zheng kept thinking about this issue. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden sound of applause and cheers reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw a crowd gathered by the riverside not far away. Curious, Zheng immediately took He and the others over. As they approached, he realized that a storyteller had set up a stall and was telling a story. That Northern Huan national master initially wanted to play tricks, but our sixth prince immediately saw through him, and the Northern Huan national master, realizing his scheme was exposed, spat out 3 liters of blood on the spot. What the storyteller was saying was exactly about his duel with the Northern Huan national master. The storyteller vividly described the situation at that time, as if he were present. Listening, Zheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These storytellers were quite exaggerated. How could he not know that Bamboo had spat out 3 liters of blood? Amused, Zheng then raised his gaze towards the nearby Anchang River. The Anchang River was dug during the previous dynasty. It served both as a canal and part of the city moat. Zheng didn't know how many times he had crossed it, but for some reason, he felt that today, as Anchang River seemed much livelier than usual. Just as Zheng was about to ask He if today was a special day, a sudden call rang in his ears. Young Master Lu, young Master Lu. Chapter 90. The more beautiful women you see, the longer you live at first. Zheng didn't realize the other person was calling him. It wasn't until he saw a plump figure jogging towards him that he suddenly understood. Zhang Su. This guy probably didn't want to reveal his identity, which is why he referred to himself as Lu Gongzi. Zhang Su jogged breathlessly to Zheng's side. Zheng quickly dismounted and teased, "You're already out of breath from just that little run. You're even weaker than I am. Of course, I'm Zhang Su, so I must be weak." Zhang Su chuckled, then mischievously asked, "Are you here to see the flower boat parade?" "Flower boat parade?" Zheng looked puzzled. "What flower boat parade? You don't know?" Zhang Su was surprised, then proceeded to explain to Zheng. The flower boat parade had almost become a fixed festival in the imperial city. At this time, every month, the major brothels in the imperial city would rent painted boats, allowing all their girls to board and parade along the Anchang River, showcasing their talents to those on the shore, while also competing with each other. After hearing Zhang Su's words, Zheng suddenly realized, "Isn't this just advertising? No wonder the Anchang River is so lively today." "So, you're also here to see the flower boat parade?" Zheng asked with a smile. "Of course not," Zhang Su said with a serious face. "I'm here to do serious business." "Serious business?" Zheng chuckled. "You mean understanding the people's sentiments, right?" Zhang Su looked at Zheng with a resentful gaze. "In your eyes, can I do serious business? What exactly are you doing?" Zheng asked curiously. Zhang Su deeply. "Haven't I've been working on a lot of new things recently. I sent some of those things to a few larger brothels, so they could play with them during the parade." Listening to Zhang Su, Zheng was once again amazed. Genius. Zhang Su is truly a business genius. Isn't this a typical celebrity effect? With this advertising, it's bound to sell well. Your trick is really clever. Zheng gave Zhang Su a thumbs up and pulled him aside. "Did you teach them how to play with those things you sent? Like mahjong. If they don't know how to play, it doesn't matter how beautiful it is." "Of course I taught them." Zhang Su revealed a sly merchant smile and said, "I've rented 3 more shops in the city, plus my original shop, so we have shops in all directions. I'm just waiting to get rich after tonight." In addition to the usual goods, he also created many exquisite items. For example, the mahjong sets come in wood, stone, and even jade. To teach the women in the brothels how to play, Zhang Su had spent several nights staying in the brothels. Listening to Zhang Su's enthusiastic talk, Zheng couldn't help but give him another thumbs up. This guy is definitely a born businessman. He is aiming to capture customers from the low, middle, and high tiers all at once. I didn't misjudge you. You definitely have the potential to become the richest merchant in my Qian dynasty. Zheng smiled at Zhang Su. Damn it, once I establish myself in Shuo Bay, I must bring Zhang Su over. No, no. Zhang Su repeatedly waved his hands, laughing. Your Highness is the richest merchant. I'm the second richest. Damn, this flattery caught him off guard. But why does it sound so nice? Zheng smiled at Zhang Su and then quietly asked, what about the repeating crossbow? Did you manage to create it? Don't even mention it. Zhang Su said dejectedly, I worked on that thing for a whole day and night before I finally got it done. I was all excited to show it to my grandfather and wanted to take credit, but he scolded me terribly. Huh. Zheng was taken aback. This guy actually made the repeating crossbow? Logically, such a good thing should be praised by Zhang Huai, right? How could he scold him? It doesn't make sense. Zhang Su lamented. We had that kind of repeating crossbow in our dynasty for a long time, and it can shoot 2 arrows at once, firing 5 times in total. Huh. Zheng was left dumbfounded. What's going on? The Qian Dynasty has had this kind of repeating crossbow for ages? It seems even more advanced than the Zhuge repeating crossbow he mentioned. Damn, how come I didn't know about this? He has been mingling in the Shenwu army for a few days, but he hasn't seen them equipped with repeating crossbows. Zheng's expression turned dark as he quickly called over Gao He. After some inquiries, Zheng finally understood the situation. The Qian Dynasty indeed had this kind of repeating crossbow for a long time. To be precise, it was something from the previous dynasty. However, this kind of repeating crossbow is complicated to make, and even with regular maintenance, its failure rate is relatively high, often resulting in arrows getting stuck and failing to shoot. Besides that, the shooting range and accuracy of the repeating crossbow are not as good as ordinary crossbows, requiring high-quality arrows and wasting them significantly. Because of these shortcomings, the military hasn't equipped a large number of these repeating crossbows. Only the Divine Machine Camp of the Yulin Guards uses a small quantity of them. Understanding the situation, Zheng couldn't help but feel frustrated. If there's a jamming issue, then find a way to solve it. How can such a powerful weapon be left to gather dust? Since others don't use it, then he should use it himself. This is basically the ancient version of a machine gun. As long as the cause of the problem is identified and resolved, this thing will definitely be a powerful weapon. Soon, Zheng made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would ask Xiao Dingwu to help him borrow a repeating crossbow to give to Zhang Su for research and improvement. Afterward, Zheng pulled Zhang Su aside and told him to prepare some things. When Zhang Su inquired about the purpose, Zheng deliberately kept him in suspense. Just as the two were talking, a young girl suddenly walked towards them. I've met Lu Gongzi and Zhang Gongzi. The girl greeted them as soon as she arrived. Zheng was surprised and turned to Zhang Su. Do you know her? She looked a bit familiar. Zhang Su smacked his lips and asked the girl, where have we met? In response to Zhang Gongzi, my name is Mingyue, and I am Miss Miaoying's maid. The girl replied to Zhang Su, then pointed to the painted boat still docked at the shore and said to Zheng, my lady just saw the 2 young masters on the boat and would like to invite you both aboard for a chat. Would that be convenient for you? Miaoying? Do courtesans still have maids? Is this the treatment of a courtesan? Zheng was surprised and instinctively looked towards the boat. What do I have to discuss with her? The key is that she is a courtesan who sells her art, not her body. If it weren't for that, they could have a deeper conversation. Look, Miss Miaoying even remembers the last time reward. Zhang Su chuckled and lowered his voice. 6 Prince, I've always wanted to see what Miaoying looks like. Let me tag along to get a glimpse. All right. Since Zhang Su said so, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse. When Zheng nodded, Zhang Su immediately told Mingyue, since Miss Miaoying has graciously invited us, we cannot reject her kindness. Let us go. Reject her kindness? I just want to strip her clothes off. Zheng thought wickedly in his heart. Fine, let's go see what this girl looks like. If she has been praised like that, she must be very beautiful, right? She shouldn't be wearing a veil this time, right? Research shows that seeing more beautiful women leads to a longer life. Chapter 91. I'm tempted by your body soon. Mingyue led Zheng and Zhang Su onto the painted boat docked by the shore. As the two entered the boat, a charming young woman inside stood up to greet them. Greetings, young Master Lu, young Master Zhang. Are you Miaoying? Both Zheng and Zhang Su were taken aback. staring intently at Miao Yin. To be fair, this woman was indeed beautiful. No, not just beautiful. She was striking, in a captivating way, alluring yet not vulgar, stunning yet not demonic. She was ample where it counted and delicate where it should be. No wonder that group of wolves flocked to her. As Miao Yin smiled sweetly, she became even more enchanting, exuding the charm of a captivating beauty. Zhang Su suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said in a flowery tone, "I've long heard of Miss Miao Yin's exceptional talents. Today, seeing your true self, I can confirm the rumors are indeed true. You flatter me, young Master Zhang." Miao Yin giggled again, inviting the two to take a seat and instructing Mingwei to serve them tea. As soon as Zhang Su sat down, he stared at Miao Yin, practically drooling. Yunjin couldn't help but feel speechless. "Come on, you're the grandson of the elder Zhang. What kind of beauties haven't you seen? Is it necessary to show such a foolish expression?" Yunjin lightly nudged Zhang Su, signaling him to wipe away the drool. However, Zhang Su was already entranced. He didn't respond even after Yunjin nudged him twice. Ahem. Yunjin lightly coughed a couple of times and asked Miao Yin, "What would you like to chat with us about?" "Just a casual chat." Miao Yin chuckled softly. "I admire young Master Lu's talent greatly. I regretted not being able to talk more with you at the Qianfang Garden. Today, seeing you and young Master Zhang, I wanted to invite you for a chat and also to ask young Master Zhang about how to play mahjong." "I see." Yunjin chuckled. "To be honest, I don't have much talent. Those poems were just copied from others. But you can indeed have Zhang Su teach you how to play mahjong." However, he guessed that Zhang Su probably didn't want to play mahjong with Miao Yin. He likely wanted to play cards with her instead. No. Zhang Su came back to his senses, waving his hand. "Actually, it's young Master Lu who taught me how to play mahjong. Young Master Lu plays it better than I do. If Miss Miao Yin wants to learn how to play mahjong, you can ask young Master Lu." "Really?" Miao Yin asked in surprise. "Really?" Zhang Su nodded repeatedly, then secretly flashed Yunjin a lewd smile. Yunjin looked at Zhang Su with confusion. What does this guy mean? Why does it feel like he's trying to set me up with Miao Yin? Wasn't he just about to drool? Suddenly, he's playing the gentleman? "Young Master Lu, you must teach me how to play mahjong well," Miao Yin said, looking at Yunjin with a smile, her eyes sparkling like they were electrified. Sure, Yunjin laughed. "As long as you don't discuss poetry with me, I'm fine." At that moment, Zhang Su suddenly slapped his forehead, standing up with an apologetic expression, and said to both of them, "I just remembered I have an appointment to discuss something. You two chat slowly. I'll take my leave first." "Huh?" Yunjin was slightly taken aback and immediately said, "Let me see you off." Saying that, he dragged Zhang Su outside. "What is going on with you?" Yunjin whispered to Zhang Su. "Weren't you just drooling over her? Now you're sneaking away? Are you suddenly shy?" Zhang Su see. Yunjin thought it was impossible. This guy was a seasoned pervert who spent all day in brothels. What could make him shy? "I'm just curious about what she looks like," Zhang Su said with a grin. "Sixth Prince, although I have no merits, I still have self-awareness. A woman like Miao Yin, with both talent and beauty, would never look at me. I'll leave this chance to you." After saying that, Zhang Su immediately ran away. Watching Zhang Su's retreating figure, Yunjin couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. He had underestimated this guy. Zhang Su was lecherous, but not foolish. He knew when to be clear-headed. Such a person could be trusted. After seeing Zhang Su leave, Yunjin returned to the room. At this time, Miao Yin had already asked Mingwei to bring out the mahjong. When she saw Yunjin come in, she dismissed Mingwei. Miao Yin's actions made Yunjin's mind wander. This woman, she wouldn't be trying to seduce me, would she? Or has she guessed my identity? Otherwise, why would she still want to chat with me after I openly said those poems were copied? Surely, it can't be just because I look handsome? Yunjin thought to himself, then instructed Gao He to wait outside. Miss Miao Yin, being a lone man and a woman in a room together, isn't that inappropriate? Yunjin sat down opposite Miao Yin, starting to test the waters. What is inappropriate about it? Miao Yin smiled sweetly. Could it be that young Master Lu is afraid of damaging your reputation by being with a woman like me? I have no reputation to speak of, so how could it be damaged? Yunjin shook his head lightly, deliberately sizing up Miao Yin's graceful figure. Aren't you afraid I might do something inappropriate? Miao Yin shook her head lightly. I trust that young Master Lu is a gentleman. Gentleman? That sounded like a modern woman giving someone a good guy card. Zheng shook his head and smiled. There are no gentlemen in this world. All gentlemen are just very patient lechers. Miao was surprised, savoring Zheng's words. Young Master Lu, this is quite a novel perspective. Miao giggled. So, is young Master Lu also a very patient lecher? No, no. Zheng shook his head lightly. I'm just a lecher, but without patience. Hearing Zheng's words, Miao couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Zheng asked, puzzled. I find young Master Lu very interesting, Miao said with a smile. Everyone cherishes their reputation and takes pride in being considered a gentleman. Yet young Master Lu speaks so frankly about being a lecher, when being a gentleman is too tiring. It's better to be a lecher. Zheng laughed heartily, then moved closer to Miao. Miss Miao, such a beautiful moment. Let us talk about romance and poetry. Saying this, Zheng reached out to place his hand on Miao's shoulder. Seeing this, Miao immediately dodged, slightly annoyed. Young Master Lu, please behave yourself. I am a courtesan. I only sell my art, not my body. Sorry, I'm just used to it. Zheng retracted his hand, sighing. Why does young Master Lu sigh? Miao asked curiously. It's really hard to see, but not be able to have. Zheng looked at Miao intensely and said seriously, I've said it before. I'm a lecher without patience. To be honest, I'm really tempted by your body. Chapter 92. The killing intent desiring her body? Facing such straightforward words from Zheng, a blush instantly appeared on Miao Yin's face, leaving Zheng momentarily stunned. Damn, is this for real? No matter how much of a courtesan she is, she must have mingled in the brothel scene, right? Just from that one sentence, she blushed? Is she a courtesan or a pure and innocent neighbor girl? Young Master Lu, please don't joke around, Miao said, looking at Zheng with a mix of shyness and annoyance. I'm not joking. Zheng shook his head, continuing to maintain a serious demeanor. How much silver do you need to buy your freedom? Or should I help you buy your freedom? Miao was slightly taken aback and